Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What is wrong? There was a lot of yelling going on in here before this show started. For some reason, Lance is disrespecting an entire people again. For some reason, this happened, and here we are, and here we have to go. Adele. Yesterday, we got a new client coming up, game day. And really cool, all really neat people. I met them. One of them is a cop in League City, and one night, well, actually, he's with the SWAT team. He's actually a commander with the SWAT team.
Great, that's comforting.
Yeah, and so I need to get your address.
Why?
Well, because one night you might get raided at about 5 in the morning.
Is this the ticket company?
And no.
Game
okay,
day.
I was going to say.
So you think
it's a men's health.
Okay.
You think you can direct an officer of the
try.
law? I hope he doesn't.
And then when you're in the car with the handcuffs on, he'll go,
I
John Granados.
I can't wait for John to swat
fun.
you.
Yeah, that'll be so fun.
I would say for that gentleman, make it known that John can't tell you what to do.
Yeah.
That would be bad. Hey, this radio host would like me to do a favor for him.
He's not telling him what to do. Kyle's a great guy.
I'm sure he is, but
I said, wow, this is a great opportunity.
Feels like a misappropriation of police resources.
It's a great opportunity for him to face a lawsuit because his body cam catches him.
Well, we turn
doing you
off.
a favor.
We turn those off.
Well, if you turn those off, it's not going to help his cause.
Right. Okay.
He doesn't like. Let me tell you,
fun.
He's immediately
it's just
regretting
fun.
his.
It's a joke. Nobody can take a joke anymore.
You can't turn your body cameras off. That's not funny, John.
It seems like it would be a lot of fun.
Well, John's speaking from a place of privilege. That's why he thinks it's funny.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm tired of his privilege.
Man, how much money did Alex Bregman make yesterday?
Because of Whitcomb.
Holy
well, I don't think everyone's going to go, did you see Whitcomb? Got to pay Bregman.
Well,
Jim Crane's already decided if he's paying him. I don't think there's nothing you can do when Jim makes his mind up. He's either going to be in on you or he's not.
Yeah.
I don't think anything else matters.
Well, that was a little worrisome.
Remember Pay Me? When all of Houston was wearing the pay that man shirts for Correa's, like, you guys have wasted money on a T-shirt. You guys have wasted good money on a T-shirt. I ain't paying that man. He's not worth that amount of money.
No, but listen. I know that people to talk to him, and he would go. Jim would go, yeah, we're working on it. It looks like yeah. And then
he made an offer. No, they made an offer.
Well, yeah, but
they made an offer.
They did make an offer.
Sure.
I don't know that it was ever going to be. That was never going to be accepted.
Well, it could have if Correa was serious about staying in Houston.
Well, it worked out. It was perfect.
I know it
worked out great.
It did. And
he was right. Is he right this time? It'll be interesting to see.
And Bregman can probably get an offer too. If he needs to play ball.
He was going to play second base with the Red Sox.
No, he can probably get an offer from Jim Crane.
Oh, yeah, he'll get some.
And how much below market value would you like Bregman to go?
Market value is a subjective thing.
I'm waiting for.
No, it's not really. It's what someone in the market offers.
It's what
Lance would like his favorite players to take as a discount.
No.
Jim Crane decides market value.
No, actually, he doesn't. Actually, the market does.
No,
like Garrett Cole's market.
No, that means you just overpaid.
Market,
that
like
means
Correa's
you overpaid. Overpaid.
Like Charlie Morton's market.
Overpaid.
Okay, no, that was the market value.
No, anybody who pays more than Jim Crane's market value is overpaid.
Okay, I love that. I love that. Don't get me wrong. However, it's not true market value. In a communist nation, that would be probably the case. But that's
communist nation, they would not be playing baseball.
Okay, they don't play baseball.
Communism is not a. It's not
they play baseball in communist nations.
In Cuba.
Yeah.
In Cuba.
Yeah.
China. Yeah.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Oh, I don't know about China.
They play assumptions now.
They play sports in China. I don't know if it's baseball.
Japan
and
Korea. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But Japan and Korea are heavy into baseball. I don't know if China is. Actually.
Well, I mean, they win the Little League World Series every year.
Chinese
Taipei. They do play youth baseball
they must
at a minimum.
Somewhere.
Yeah, right. I mean,
we're done with this. Time to go to the factories. 13 years old after the Chinese.
Congratulations, you got a job.
We got a job for you. Factory. Nike wants your work.
There was a Chinese baseball league. It had some financial issues. closed finally in 2016.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it did? In 16?
Yeah, that's what this Wikipedia says. But don't the Shanghai Red Eagles won a
They're
title
big into
in
basketball.
2023?
Yeah, not Rockets basketball.
Soccer, basketball.
Not anymore.
Rockets.
The Rockets,
They're
no.
not big into Rockets.
So there was a 2023 Chinese Baseball League. So they have played baseball really recently.
Okay.
Oh.
On the professional level.
I'll also say they're not big into the Sixers either. I'm just going to make that guess.
No, Daryl.
Joel Embiid does not get many eyes on his games.
No,
well, there were games today.
Wherever
in China.
Daryl goes, they don't get many eyes.
They don't go straight to the factory. There were games today in China in the Chinese Baseball League.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. They don't go
There's
right.
a lot of 14-year-olds going straight to the factory.
I would say this is a John thing you're doing right now. I'm not sure you want us to keep doing this.
It seems like
why? Because China, we're going to lose all of our advertising from China.
No.
People get upset about
Turkey
stuff.
came after us.
People
Yeah.
who
You
live
want
here are
China
not-
now?
Yeah. Well, nope.
No, we don't need that. We don't need that in our lives. Thanks.
Nobody does. Listen, nobody does more than our country for communist governments and terrorists, and we will back anybody. We can't back Daryl Morey about freedom for Hong Kong.
Well, win a championship.
It was just, man.
Hey, win a championship.
Daryl was persona non grata with everyone.
Well,
Why?
LeBron knew he didn't understand what he was
Well, just
talking about.
LeBron, Tillman, it was everybody.
Well, and rightfully
well,
so.
I don't remember Timlin making any
Rightfully
comments.
so.
Rightfully
Speak
so.
out against freedom.
No,
Good
speak out
call,
against
Daryl.
Daryl Morey. You backed the wrong star.
Do you remember
Win a
Tillman
title.
speaking out against what Daryl said? I don't remember Tillman saying anything.
Tillman and
Google it. He did.
Really?
Yeah.
and I think everyone who spoke out against Daryl Morey was right.
Why? Because of the bag.
Because look how crappy he left it here.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's different.
When he left, this
nothing to do
organization
with
was
China.
in shambles.
Listen,
He
you
deserved-
continue
I
to
don't
be
care. I'm out
Mr.
on
China,
Daryl.
Mr. Russia.
He deserved
Continue
all
to
of
back
it.
these communist nations. I
Well,
see you working.
Yeah.
I know what you're
Russia's
doing
not communist. They
Okay.
have a
The
dictatorship.
only place LeBron's movie made any money was China. Okay.
Yeah. So
Not here.
Protect
That's
my
not
bag.
true.
Protect
Do you
my
know he
bag.
was the executive director? He was the executive producer
of the show of
of
this movie
Sign Stealer.
of Sign Stealer, was he?
Him and Maverick Carter.
Oh,
It
yeah?
was a Spring Hill. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, you watched it.
Really good.
Yeah.
Although, I felt one type of way about Connor Stallions for the first 70%. And the last 30, I realized, okay, this guy's a huge liar. He
Yeah.
absolutely paid for all these guys. Like, I respected. So Sign Stealer's about Connor Stallions, Michigan, all that stuff. And he's the focal point. He's talking this whole time. He's laying everything out.
Yeah.
Because he wants to get his side out because he still wants to coach. This guy is driven.
Well, he is still
exceptionally
coaching at the high school.
driven.
Yeah. Oh my God. Did you ever see anybody more driven than him?
He is extraordinarily driven.
I didn't. But JT picked it up in the middle of it, and I was like, "You need to watch the beginning and see. This is how you really get something
He went
done."
to the Navy. No, Air Force. No,
He was in the Navy.
He went to the Navy because
And
he
then
wanted to be a
became a Marine.
coach. And a bunch of the coaches like Krzyzewski and Bob Knight and all
Yeah.
these coaches I think Bill Belichick have a naval background. He's like, that's what I need to do. I need to go to the Navy so I can coach football. That's what he did.
And then he
became
walked
a Marine.
to Neil Mamatola. What is his name? Neil Mamatola's
Yeah,
office.
yeah.
And he said, "Hey, I want to
to work for
And
you.
here you
anyway.
go. Here you go.
And
You
the
got
guy
a job."
gave him something.
Yeah.
White privilege.
Yeah.
And then,
Wow.
well, you can't everyone can just get a job. That did sound, people must not have wanted to work for free for that guy because he's like, I want to work. Okay, here's a job. Is that not a little unusual?
Maybe
But
not a lot of the naval.
maybe not Navy.
Maybe a
not
lot
the
of
Navy.
Naval Academy guys didn't walk into his office and say, "I want to work."
Yeah, that's true because
Yeah.
they're not just regular students there, are they?
But they didn't go there to coach.
They're not just slappy.
They didn't-
No, I know.
They didn't go to the Navy to coach football.
So you have so this show, but it's Sign Stealer's actually really good because it tells you. But by the end, you see like he's lying about he was on the sideline against Central Michigan. You can tell Dave Portnoy is on there because he's a Michigan guy. And he's like, I know the answer. You want me to tell you the answer? Yes, it was him. He told me it was him. And he's tight with Barstool now. Connor Stallions absolutely spent money. He was giving people tickets to go to these games. Who just gives somebody tickets to go to a game for a team you don't even care about? Like Connor Stallions clearly it was illegal and he cheated, but I also respect the incredible amount of hustle. And how much of that when you were watching him were you thinking about the Astros? Serious topic, because he was talking about what he was doing was legal. Deciphering signs like the Astros were doing was legal until they started using the video stuff. And Connor Stallions, it was legal until he started using advanced scouting, meaning having people go and film in advance at games.
Yeah.
So, like, I did think a little bit about the Astros
I don't understand. I never did understand why he did it. You can get all the signs from every game by watching the coaches film. You can see what they're doing. You didn't have to do that.
Not always, because it depends on how much time. It depends on how much time coaches film will cut off. So you have to have it long enough.
Yeah, but he said he got everything
in between.
He had everything that he needed from the coaches.
That's film. What he said.
Yeah.
But why did he go? Why did he spend all this money to send people to games? He paid their expenses.
I know.
He clearly didn't, because coaches film, you don't get a long enough cut of slot. You usually get like 2 seconds before the snap a lot of times, or 3 seconds. So, and it's only sideline view. So, I mean, he sent people on the road to go watch these games for a reason. He paid their expenses. We need this guy as
every team needs him.
Yeah, like there's Jack Easterby's but the Connor Stallions of the world help you win. They'll eventually get you in trouble. Was Carlos Beltran our Connor Stallions?
Maybe. Yeah.
I guess he was.
He's the first one, right?
It wasn't Alex Cora. Our Connor Stallions was Carlos Beltran.
Yeah. But he's but he's a nicer guy than Beltran. We hate Beltran. Did Beltran take any of the blame? No.
He did help us win our first World Series.
He did.
In a way.
Just like Connor Stallions helped.
And that's Connor Stallions helped them win their first national championship.
Since 97.
Connor Beltran.
In a while.
Carlos Stallions.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a Beltran jersey that just says Stallions on the back. There'll be maybe one person that gets it ever.
No, I was impressed by Connor Stallions.
He's
an impressive
I came
dude.
away from there like, well,
I thought it was just some scumbag that was doing.
This guy needs to work in the government for the CIA or like. Connor Stallions is an impressive cheater.
Yeah,
100%. He's not a cheater. He's just finding ways to get advantages. That's how I look at things.
Yeah.
I would want Carlos. I would want Connor Stallions.
Carlos Stallions
working for me in some capacity.
Absolutely. No, things will get done. Don't worry. He's going to be intense. That's for sure. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, we'll hear from Alex Bregman. And Kelvin Sampson had some interesting comments that we're going to have to get to in a little bit. And Shea Whitcomb's day. What a day. What a day dude had. We'll talk about that as well. Right now, though, we got Zadig Jewelers that we're talking about.
We got Zadig Jewelers providing you the finest in watches. And they just had their Watch Timber Fest, which was this last Saturday, where they turned their location into a beer garden, which that sounds crazy to say, a 28,000 square foot jewelry shop, which is unusual enough to see something with that much incredible jewelry and displays. But they had Bavarian pretzels and they had beer, and it was incredible. And the reason is because they're known around the state for their watch selection. They have incredible watches by the very best makers of timepieces from around the world. And it's all right there at that location at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. You can go shop for your favorite watches. You can go sell them yours. You can even trade. They do buy, they do sell, they do trade. But when you're looking for a high quality watch, something is going to truly stand out, without question, it's going to be your friends over at Zadig Jewelers. They've got everything from a selection standpoint, and they are going to make you very happy if you love your watches. It's 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadig Jewelers.
I'm on the Hogue Landscape site, the landscape services, and I got to tell you, from the smallest backyard, just a patio that they can do, the tile that they can do with the stone. I'm looking at one with blue stone and beautiful tile, and it just makes, I mean, it doesn't matter how big your area is. If Hogue Landscape Services gets a hold of it, they're going to make it look like it's extravagant. I'm not even joking. When you go to the website and you see some of their work, it's like, holy crap. And, artificial turf, okay? You want a putting green? Maybe you don't want a putting green, but you can get the longer artificial turf that looks like grass, and then there's no maintenance whatsoever. So you got that as well. You got everything that they can possibly do, from the pools to the basketball courts, pickleball courts now. I mean, it's just incredible work. And they take pride in the technology and the design and everything that goes into it. They have a mission, elevating the Houston landscape one garden at a time. If you're looking to make your backyard something special, there's one place to go: Hogue Landscape Services. Hogue, HOGUELS.com. HogueLS.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Speaking of cheaters, we were talking about cheaters. We got to add the Houston Texans to the list of cheaters.
Why?
Did you see that they got caught? Well, they actually exceeded the salary cap in March.
So all we do is pay a lot of money.
Well, because they redid Ka'imi Fairbairn's, apparently a new contract signed by Ka'imi Fairbairn changed the final year of the deal.
Do you remember hearing that he signed something new?
Yeah.
You do remember that? Okay.
Yeah. It should have triggered a nearly $400,000 acceleration at the time. It didn't. It's significant because as of March 11th and 12th, 2024, the Texans had no cap room. If the acceleration had occurred at the time, they would have been over the cap for 2 days. Cheating! Oh. I like that they're cheating.
They will get fined for that.
No, the NFL actually made the mistake.
Oh, okay.
But just like with anything, apparently the Texans aren't in any trouble, but they appear to be clear at this time. It was the NFL that made the mistake. So I like that. If the Texans win it all this year, is there going to be an asterisk?
I would hope.
Yeah. I mean, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, right? The contract was properly submitted and reported by the club, but recorded incorrectly by the management council. So the NFL is trying to get the Texans to win. I love that. I love it. Thank you. Thanks, Raj. Thanks. You finally did something good with your commissionership. Letting the Texans cheat for a couple of days. I love that. But that's a big deal. You can't be over the cap. Not one day. You can't be over the cap.
No. There's a reason it's hard cap.
Yeah. Yes.
They do take it seriously, although it doesn't sound like it's any big deal since the league made the mistake.
Yeah. And
cover up.
It's a. You think there's a conspiracy going on here?
A convenient story. Oh, the league made the mistake. Okay, you don't want one of the NFL's darlings this year to be involved in a cheating scandal.
Are the Texans
so you're covering it up?
Are the Texans a darling?
They're the Yankees of the NFL.
Are they?
The Dodgers of the NFL.
The people love the Texans.
People love the Texans. The NFL will do everything possible to keep the name of the Texans clean.
Did they watch the Texans this year yet? Have they?
I mean, coming into in March, they were the darlings.
In March, yeah.
Maybe
no. Nobody had a bigger offseason than the Texans.
Maybe really. Now Raj is like, man, why do we cover up for these guys? You saw what happened in Minnesota?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I got this guy out here can't run a play without being in an illegal position, and they fixed it though. D'Amico said it's been addressed.
It's fixed.
That's what he said.
It's fixed.
He said the penalties have been addressed. We got to see Sunday, but the offensive line penalties fixed.
Thank God. Thank God that's over. The false starts are over.
Well, we can't be sure. We got to wait till Sunday.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know what is the hardest thing? I can't listen to you guys' foolishness because I'm trying to find the major league record for most errors by a single player in a game. Shea Whitcomb yesterday, who has generally speaking played pretty well for the Astros since coming up. He's been okay. Nothing bad. Yesterday had one of the worst games that we've seen in Astros history. Well, defensively, it's the worst game we've ever seen. 4 errors in 6 innings. I'm looking for the major league record for most errors by a single player, and it's hard to find. They show you season, they show you most in the game, but I did find that one guy in 1899 had 4 errors on a single play somehow for the Giants. That's the most I could find. That's probably the record. Is Tommy John had 3 in 1 inning. So 3 is the most ever in 1 inning on modern day.
Tommy John had 3 errors in 1 inning?
Yeah, on 1 play.
Did you see Tommy John was on some show?
I saw.
And he
said he's not in the Hall of Fame because he voted for Trump, and he rolled off the ballot in 2008.
Yeah, he was on from 95 to
Maybe
08.
he means Veterans Committee. I don't know. You know, what's his big selling point? Like, they named an entire surgery after me. How famous is that? I've got my own surgery. It's true.
It is true.
Name another surgery for any player in any sport. You have the tightrope surgery they do on ankles now, but that doesn't have a name that they do in football.
Isn't plantar fasciitis the Yao Ming now?
No.
That's not it.
No, Meniere's disease is still. It's not Steve Francis disease.
Oh, maybe Lou Gehrig. Okay.
Fair point. We do call it ALS more than Lou Gehrig's disease.
Well,
but you're right. There was a long run of Lou Gehrig's disease.
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's a terrible one.
Yeah.
That's worse than anything. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's
okay.
It's worse than getting Tommy John.
Okay, is Lou Gehrig in the Hall of Fame?
Lou Gehrig is in the Hall of Fame. Thank you. Good night. so maybe Tommy John should. But if you vote for Trump, you're out. You cannot get in the Hall of Fame if you vote for Trump.
Brian Piccolo's not a Piccolo disease.
That would be cancer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. Nothing else.
It's not. No.
Tommy John's got his own thing.
Yeah. He's got his own operation, his own surgery.
His 2008 voting patterns kept him out. What did he vote for? Is he voting for him to the guy who was some kind of New York?
No, he was removed off the Hall of Fame ballot in 2008.
Yeah.
But he voted for Trump in 2016.
I know, that's our
well,
point.
That's the veterans then he's talking about.
Yeah.
He must be talking about Veterans Committee.
Yeah.
So have we looked
By
at
the way, did you see what's happening in New York today?
No.
Eric Adams is
Eric
in
Adams
a
is
lot
getting
of trouble.
He's indicted on federal charges. Their mayor is indicted on federal charges. He's already put out a preemptive video like, okay, they're saying they're charging me federally. It's what I'm hearing. I'm just letting y'all know whatever you're going to hear is lies. He's got a preemptive.
Wow.
They're lying. And
said,
so we'll find out what the charges are today. Apparently the people who have worked with him have been caught up in shenanigans too. So I don't know. You're going to hear all this stuff. We got quarterbacks leaving. We're leaving UNLV because of their NIL.
And they're running back.
You know what you do?
And
do what Lena did. Just take a leave of absence. Go into
you can't take a leave of absence against
and then come back and everything's fine.
You can't take a leave of absence against a federal indictment.
Well, Lena,
she never had a federal indictment.
No, but there was a lot of indictments going on in her office.
Yeah, her people got in trouble, but she was never
so
federally
you just
indicted.
Take a mental health month and then
I don't think the
2 months
feds.
ago.
Okay.
I really don't think the feds care.
You what?
I don't think the feds care about your mental health.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go?
It's
ahead.
It's a lot easier getting away from.
Go ahead. Take a mental health day. We'll be here waiting for you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mental health month or 2.
Yeah. If you missed the Astros, Kikuchi, a disastrous performance yesterday, giving up 8 runs. Oh wait, no, he didn't.
No,
he didn't give up 8 runs. He struck out 8. That's what it was.
Gave up 2.
That's what it was. It was Shea Whitcomb literally lost. Well, you didn't score. You scored 1 run.
It didn't matter.
Did you think they had any chance of winning? Shea Whitcomb may have been half drunk.
The only ones that cared were the Twins and the Tigers about this game.
Honestly,
the Astros didn't.
Is there a chance that Shea Whitcomb may have been a little hungover?
Yeah.
With his 4 errors in 6 innings?
Yeah.
Watch, here's one.
Whoa, wow. He had one of those days. Now, listen. Alex Bregman had to just be snickering. Okay.
Oh no, he's not that kind of guy.
Listen,
it's not between him or Whitcomb.
You know, his agent was going, "Oh, really? You guys? That's what you're going to do? Is that what you guys are going to do?
No,
that's your third base. Good.
Was Whitcomb our third base of the future?
He is. Yes. Yes,
Is he for sure?
It's Whitcomb's job. Yes, next year. What?
Says you.
No, that's what that's
Has
why they made
Joe
him.
Espada said that?
They named him minor league player of the year so he can move in and everybody's happy. Just like Pena. Look, we got a third baseman that was our minor league player of the year. Yay! We don't need Alex Bregman. Yay! Well,
hey, no, the Mariners are still in the playoff race, so they care too.
The Twins and the Tigers care. That's the only people that cared about that game. Yeah. Right.
And the team that beat us.
Right. That's the only people. Do you see what's happening with the Mets? So the Mets and Braves were canceled.
Yeah.
So now the Mets have to go to Milwaukee. They play a 3-game series, and if they haven't clinched by then they have to go back to Atlanta and play a doubleheader, and then the next day play in San Diego. It maybe quite possibly play in San Diego.
Fair.
No, it's not fair at all.
That's very unfortunate. By the way, Whitcomb's numbers are good.
Yeah.
I mean, 25 and 91. 25 homers and 91 RBIs this year.
No, yeah,
I mean, maybe 35 and 102. Dude, Shea Whitcomb beat it, Alex Bregman. We don't like defense here anyway.
Wow, beat it, Alex Bregman.
We don't like defense here anyway.
That man has put you in the ALCS every year. That's all he knows is ALCS.
And he's a human vacuum.
Yes.
I'll be sad when he's gotten a little more swagger back lately. I've noticed he's gotten a little more. He doesn't say cuss words anymore.
Well, he doesn't carry his bat around anymore to first base. He did. Now it was cool what Joe Espada did. Sent him out there by himself and then brought him back, and the crowd gave him a standing ovation. That was really cool. And then after the game, he was asked by the media, trying to get something out. They couldn't get anything out of him. They basically, but here are the media trying to get any kind of emotion out of his last regular season game ever at Minute Maid Park.
What did that ovation mean to you, and just be able to get recognized like that?
Super thankful for all the fans here over the years. They've been amazing, and just wish we could have won today, but we could go up to Cleveland, hopefully win a few games, get on a roll, and be going for the postseason.
Guess were you aware all that was going to happen? You went out there by yourself?
Not really, honestly. I was just told right before it was going to happen. I didn't really know, but yeah.
Did it hit you when you left the field that this could be your last home stand in the last regular season game?
Yeah, kind of that moment then. But just kind of really just focused on trying to do whatever I can to help this team win games. We got a lot of ball games left to be played, so focused on winning.
You've been through a lot here. You've been here forever. Is it an emotional moment for you?
A little bit, but I try not to. Trying to just stay focused on the postseason, to be honest with you. Maybe at the end of the year, be able to look back and reflect on it. But right now, my mindset is win.
Yeah.
Why is he making me sad?
He's making you sad?
I mean, remember the picture of it was a little homoerotic, I think. Remember the picture where do you remember the picture where it was Bregman, Correa, Altuve, and Springer, and they're all like laying with each other's heads on their laps and holding each other? Do you remember that picture? No. I'll show it to you. It was at a press conference for somebody. And
don't remember that.
I'll show it to you. I'll show you the picture. You'll remember it when you see it.
Never heard the term homoerotic to describe them in a group at any point, but
okay,
I don't remember the picture. So
Correa here. I think you'll remember it when you see it. It's hard getting around. It was Correa, and I think it was Correa.
I don't ever remember being aroused by the four of them.
I didn't say you were aroused. Altuve, Correa, Bregman, and Springer.
Okay.
Here, let me see if I can find this picture for you.
Is
very,
this
very
fan
quickly.
Fiction that
here it is.
You went
right
on
here.
the website and saw?
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
Do you remember this?
No.
You remember this? Hand over the leg, and Springer's got his arms draped over Correa. You don't remember this picture?
I don't really.
Would you say that my recollection is accurate?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that. They're just they're four buddies.
Just four bros with their arms draped around each other, like over the back.
Yeah.
This is you. Tell me when you and Chad Clay did this move. When did y'all do this? Did you and Dana Holgerson do this where you put your arm across his leg?
No, I don't remember ever doing something like that.
Well, you just said it's buddies. Altuve with his head
laying on his. Yeah, I don't.
This picture was memorable because I thought my first thought was, man, these guys just love each other. This is great. And I thought I could see where other teams could use this. Fan bases could use this against the Astros.
Yeah,
try to, but these guys. My whole point of bringing this up.
Yeah,
kind of. I don't want to say an iconic picture, but it's one that sticks out in my mind. They're just slowly. It's like you're watching.
And they're disappearing.
They're just slowly disappearing from the picture.
Future photo.
Poof.
Yeah.
Poof.
Guys just keep disappearing out of the photo.
Yeah.
As events happen.
Like Michael J. Fox, where he screwed up the time continuum and
he
just started to disappear. He started disappearing. Yeah.
You think that's what happened here?
Jim
Crane is.
I just said that.
No, I don't know, but yeah, this is just
Jim Crane's driving.
This is not a normal
Lamborghini or what is it? No,
this
DeLorean.
Is not, look, this picture right
Someone's
here.
about to hit on their own mom. What are we talking about?
No,
what are we doing?
Do you want this picture on a shirt, a T-shirt?
I don't.
And it just says
because
the Big
everybody's
Four?
Gone.
It's sad now.
It's sad.
Just say
Altuve's the only one. Altuve's just laying on
All
nothing.
Right, how about this? What if I had the OGs, right? The original gangsters, the OGs.
Still makes us sad.
And it said the OGs, and it's this picture. Would you wear it?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't wear it.
Why wouldn't you wear it, John?
I tell you.
I don't wear pictures with another
Why
man's
wouldn't
face.
you wear it?
I don't wear shirts with another man's face on them.
I don't want to arouse all kinds of men when I'm walking around. Okay.
Your next trip to the LA sports gay bar.
That's it.
You got a shirt for it.
And
yeah.
everybody will be, hey, love your shirt.
Oh, thanks. I'm a big Astros fan.
Time for me to talk. You know who I'm a big fan of? The Chastangs. That's who I'm a big fan of. And it's ridiculous what they're doing right now. $5,000 off all in stock Broncos. $10,000 off Bronco Raptor in stock. $10,000 off Heritage Bronco limited edition. Up to $12,000 off on Ford F-150s. We went and shopped. We went on the lot and we were looking at the new F-150s and we were looking at a pre-owned and we're all over the lot. And it is just fantastic what they're doing. And listen, they are going to work that deal so that you are going to get into that thing with all of the rebates that you can possibly get. I mean, honestly, we were dealing with Tony, and he was like, "Well, John, you bought a car before, so you got a $2,000 off in the same household." And I was like, he was like, "We can do this, and we can do that." And I was like, "Wow, this is the way that that these people are just working for you, as opposed to just grabbing all the money." These dealerships, I'm telling you, it's a money grab, not a Chastang Ford. They're going to work that deal as hard as they can to make it the best deal for you, and they do that every single time. ChastangFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Tell them what you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. The 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Damaris Baby Back Ribs. They are the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour today. If you haven't tried the Baby D's at Damaris Barbecue, you have not lived. Trust me on this one. That's Damaris. Get on over there. The Baby Back Ribs are awesome. 713-780-3776, the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's do this Kelvin Sampson thing. This is interesting. And you know what? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's just saying it out loud just doesn't sound nearly as good. But here's Kelvin Sampson talking about having a private jet at his disposal.
You know, I get tired of having to go ask our donors for stuff and knocking on their doors. That's not fair to them. You know, it's like recruiting. You know, I have to have a private plane. It's not because of convenience. It's because of necessity. You know, it's not like every kid we're recruiting is within 20 miles of this campus. You know, these kids are in different states. And if I only got 2 or 3 days, I can be out. If I can get to 3 kids in one day, you know, well, and I've been on this administration about we got to quit asking the donors for their NetJet hours. That's their hours. Get our own hours. You know, most of the schools in the Big 12 have their own planes. You know, I remember I had a plane and a pilot at Oklahoma. Matter of fact, Howard Schnellenberger and I shared that plane. I don't know how many times because we had to go to the same event. But you know, access to private planes is critical in recruiting. You know, when Willie and his staff go out, they're going to want Willie at 4 or 5 different places. Now, if they're all within a 2-hour, 3-hour, or even Dallas, you drive, no problem. But I can't drive to Dallas and see a kid at 8 o'clock in the morning, drive back to Houston and see a kid at 3 o'clock, and then go back to San Antonio and see a kid at 8. I don't have time for that. So we're having to learn how to be a Big 12 school, you know, and you know, this is not my second year in the Big 12. This is my 14th year in the Big 12. You know, we're still not a Big 12 school yet. We're a long way away from being a Big 12 school.
I love Kelvin Sampson. A lot of that didn't make any sense. It's not my second year in the Big 12. It's my 14th year in the Big 12.
No, it is.
Oh, he was at Oklahoma.
Yeah, when he was at Oklahoma.
Well, that has nothing to do with right now. And the Big 12 was completely different.
No, but he's talking about that. He knows what a Big 12 school looks like, and this ain't it.
This Big 12 is that's true. But okay. So if that's his, but the argument about like it sounded like he was asking somebody for a plane he was stating his case that we got to have another plane.
Well,
what was his point?
His point is if you want to be a Big 12 school like Oklahoma and you want to be a big time program, you got to act like a big time program.
No, but you can't. They don't this is the problem. And this is a fundamental problem that will never change. And it's why there can never be a difference. The Texas A&M, the Florida, the Michigan, there are certain teams that will always have a financial advantage. Now, with the NIL the way it is, you know, honestly, Georgia and Alabama don't have as much, like they have money that's been brought in, but they don't, you've got to have donor money.
Yeah.
And they don't have the same amount of donor money.
Like Summy, when he was at Texas A&M, he had a helicopter that landed in the adjacent football field. It is a huge event. But here's the deal is Kelvin Sampson he goes, oh, really? Texas? Well, we'll beat their ass. You know, all these schools that you just mentioned, those are big time schools. You know what? University of Houston will beat their ass.
However, he was also saying it's not fair to it is. So I know in talking to an NIL, their idea was that, and the one that they're pushing, and honestly, the one that makes the most sense, you're going to have to do some sports socialism here. You really don't have a choice. You're going to have to start doing revenue sharing from TV deals where they goes to, because teams are losing their players that they're developing. They're not getting transfer fees or they're not getting buyouts for those players, which they should. If you recruit, develop, you do all the hard work, and a player leaves because the team's bringing them in, they should have to pay that university for all the work that they did. You did all the heavy lifting to develop a minor league. You're a minor league system. You should be funded like a minor league system.
Well, what if a kid goes from Alabama to Missouri State? Missouri State's got to pay you?
No, obviously not. Obviously, it's the only way it matters is going up.
Oh, well.
Is going up from one tier, and we know the tiers. I mean, realistically, if I won't even say Purdue, if the University of Houston lost one to Texas, you think that's lateral? That's not lateral. University of Texas should have to pay for Matthew Golden. I really believe that.
Yeah,
I think that would be fair, and I think that would help a team like U of H because
back to the
well, hold
issue,
on. You know that financially, my point
right.
is U of H is not great financially.
No,
Kelvin just said that. So U of H with their Matthew Golden stuff, they should get a little bit. What do you think about this?
Yeah,
idea?
but okay. So wait a minute. You aspire to be in the Big 12. You aspire to be. I want to be a big time school. But Renew. You. This is what you wanted. All right. Well, then now you got to act like it. Now you got to put the money into it. Now it ain't about now we got to pinch and save and
who has to put the money into it?
Well, all of the money you want to act. You want to be a Big 12 school. You have to
who are
put
you talking
the money
to?
into.
My question is, who are you talking to?
Well, you talking.
It's easy to say that, John, but my point is, who are you talking to? You're talking to donors.
Okay, no, Kelvin said he's talking to the administration.
Yeah,
John Daspit dumped $1 million in football last year.
He said no. He said the exact opposite. I'm tired of asking donors for their planes. That's theirs. We need it. We need to have it.
Do you think U of H's athletic department is in good shape financially?
No,
it never has been. So what's he talking about?
Wait, is it the chicken or the egg? Because you win games, people come and they support your program.
Not always.
We've seen it in Houston. Is getting supported.
No, he is, but we've seen it with Houston. You didn't have as much support. Someone and Tom Herman, I think.
But
Houston
you were playing
fans,
small time football. That's why. If now you're with the big boys.
I was here when Bill Yeoman was
with
here.
The big boys now.
We played Southwest Conference, and we couldn't get more than 34,000 into the Astrodome.
Well, no
when the Cougars were going to Cotton Bowls, other than when Texas and Texas A&M came in, and Baylor. It's always been a problem for Houston, and the problem they have is that their donors are not their graduates. Many of their graduates. It's not a shot at Houston. It's a reality. Many of their graduates don't care about the athletic department. Where if you go to Michigan. By God, I'm a Michigan man. And even if I don't, or Texas, even if you don't care about football that much, it's your university. It's part of your pride. I think a lot of people who go to Houston don't have that same pride in their athletics. And if you look at it, Houston's football team, basketball team, they've been pretty good. I mean, relatively speaking, Cougars football team over the last decade, they've won a lot of games. If you go even further back with Kevin Sumlin, or if you go even further back with Art Briles, over the last 16 years, Houston's won a lot of football games. The basketball program under Kelvin has been great.
Right. The basketball.
But you know what we're talking about? Daspit, give us money. Mattress Matt, give us money.
Kelvin is pulling his weight. They're filling up the stadium.
Yes.
They're going to national. They're going to regional finals. They're doing all of this stuff.
Agree.
Should Kelvin Sampson benefit from it and take? And maybe it takes it away from Willie. But should you start treating the basketball program like the big time program it is?
Okay, so is that what he was saying?
Yes.
No, because he said Willie needs it too.
Yeah, for whatever reason, he is not saying give us more donors. He's not saying, hey, the John Daspits of the world, give us more. He is looking directly.
He said he's getting tight. He doesn't want to have.
He is looking directly at his administration and saying, what are you guys doing?
Yes. That was the issue. Listen,
and maybe he knows more than I do, but I just wonder how much money do they have at the university, because I know that they've always behind the scenes athletically been a poor university.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of money. They rely greatly. It's not like Rice, who's sitting on billions and billions of dollars and won't give any money at all to the athletic programs. Houston tries. I just don't know. Is there a lot more? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are sitting on a bunch of money and they're just not giving it to basketball. I guess that's what he's saying.
No, I don't think so. But he wants them to start acting like, I don't know. Listen, no, we know that University of Houston athletics don't have a lot of money. We know that. I don't know I don't know what he's trying to.
Here's what our friend says. Houston just broke ground last year on a $130 million football facility. Yeah. What do you mean they aren't good financially? No, a lot of this.
Oh, no, listen, they scrimped and they finding the money.
Tell them about Dana.
It was no.
Willie Fritz talks about it all the time. They're embarrassed to bring people in.
Dana was told, you got to go find money. Go find money. And Dana was good at it because he had a lot of people that really liked him. And so Dana was able to get money to come to the programs and was able to fund a lot of stuff that he wouldn't have been able to fund if he wasn't Dana. And Willie's going to have a hard time because he doesn't know people here.
Well,
they already lost Dasper. He didn't put any money in there.
No, I know. They're losing. They've lost a lot of people.
But isn't the reason you get into the Big 12 because the TV deal's better and you get more money to be in the Big 12 than you would in AAC?
Right, exactly.
Now,
but the point I originally was making, let me make this. The NIL's collectives, the one that I heard from a major university said the fairest way to do this, and the one that makes the most sense, is take 1.5% from the TV deals, whatever, 2%, because the players are part of that.
Yeah.
The teams are part of that. University is, and take the TV money that's coming in and spread it out amongst not just conference deals, but all the major deals, and spread that out amongst the athletic departments, because it would really help everybody.
Yeah. Well,
because a lot of these smaller universities,
allocate the money that you get from your Big 12 contract how you want to. Each university does it how they want to do it.
Do they? But not everyone gets. You have to be in a national championship in the playoff series to get any of that money. What if they took that and they said, hey, that's part of the pot too? Because the concern is that some of the App States and Central Michigan, some of the MAC teams are not going to be invited to play those we make money games anymore. Because teams aren't going to stop having that because they have so many teams in conferences.
Yeah. Well, I'm not worried about App State. They're one of the poorest. We're one of the richest here. Okay. We're University of Houston. Okay. But
I just heard we report.
And listen, let's get. I hope it gets richer with the $80 deal with the Family Night Special this Saturday. You want to do your part in helping Kelvin get that plane? Let's go. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks. $80.
Get to the football game. Help Kelvin get his plane.
All right. U of H taking on Iowa State, the Cyclones, this Saturday, TD-ECU Stadium. But it starts with y'all going to games. That's what it starts with, putting money into the programs. And it's not like they're asking you to put $100,000. They want $80. You get 4 tickets, 4 dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. Do your part. Come on. You went to University of Houston. You want to be a big-time program? Well, the Big 12 is here, and you got to show up. UHCougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets now. Get out early. Cougar Walk is at 3:30. Expanding the Bud Light Backyard Beer Garden. Features food, drinks, and tailgate at the games. Come on. Hang out before the game. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. UHCougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, my God. Speaking of you being erotic, did you see where the dew points are going to land today?
Yeah. Well, let me see. If Space City Weather says it, I tend to believe it. They're really good. But let me check. I actually believe them more than the Weather Channel.
Oh, Space City Weather says in the 50s today, dew point.
You don't know because you're just reading.
I don't even know what a dew point means. I don't even care.
Dew point is a measure of true humidity. Humidity is the chances of rain, of water in the air.
I hate dew point.
Huh?
I hate dew point. It's the worst thing that's ever happened.
Yeah, dew point is stupid.
Dew point literally tells you if
it's the wave, dew point, and cart path.
I'm going to make it real simple. If it's over 70% in dew point, if you see dew points over 70%, it's muggy outside.
Now I'm ranking things by the
if
way
it's in the 60s, we're pretty good. If it's in the 50s, you are blessed.
I'm ranking
Jesus
things
has touched you.
by the way they ruined this show.
Garment.
By the way they ruined this show. NIL talk.
Yep.
Dew point.
Yep.
Caitlin Clark.
3 ruinations of shows. Thank God this has all happened after the Hall of Fame
They're
vote.
the detours of our show. If any one of those things hit, it's a detour.
That's it. And we've taken the wrong path.
Yes.
Oh, dew point 64 right now.
There it is.
Oh, my God. It is going into the 50s today.
Oh, my God is what
today
he said.
Is going to be the best.
Jesus touched the hem of Lance's garment.
He said, "If I was just it's like it's something in the Bible, but it was Sam Cooke saying it. Hem of his garment. I know I'll be made whole right now. Whoa, she spent her money here and there." We can sing Sam Cooke. It's not a problem.
I don't know who
I've
this
had
we
multiple
is.
espressos.
We?
What about songs? Is that a song of the South?
Nah, not so much.
She had no. I'll do a gospel version. If you want gospel songs of the South,
yeah,
it doesn't hit the same.
We do.
No, I'm not going.
Yeah, we do.
You seem too eager, so no.
Yeah, John, you gotta let him slide into it.
No, he's like yes.
Do it. Yeah, like Melissa doesn't want people sliding into her DMs. Let Lance slide right into the singing. You're too aggressive.
No, I was letting him. Just gotta shut up when he does it. That's all. Gotta make sure. Carpath only, dew point, the wave. That's right. That's the big 3. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. That's the big 3 that no one wants to hear about, that no one wants to see. Dew points, Carpath only, and the wave. Those 3.
Dusty thinks that these universities are all raking in a ton of money. I think some are, for sure. But I don't. You got to remember now, you're acting like ticket sales don't matter. Like ticket sales, concession parking, that stuff all matters to universities.
Yeah.
And the football program is not raking anything in that regard.
No.
Their income
but
is
the football program is why you're in the Big 12.
Well, yeah, they have to fund a lot of it.
Yeah, you're a big city. You're a big city school. You're the market and all of that. While the football program isn't carrying its weight ticket-wise, but it's still carried. It was a big reason why they got to the Big 12. When Dana won and played for the Big 12 championship against Cincinnati, that was big for them. You know, having a prominent program was big for them and getting into the Big 12. If they were in the doldrums, if they were a 2-win team, that at that time they might not be in the Big 12 right now.
See, what are you watching right now? John Daspit commercial for Texas baseball.
Yeah.
He's back in for Texas basketball, baseball, and football. Not U of H.
Not U of H.
We'll see if he does basketball.
Or baseball.
Oh, the man can support Rodney Terry and not...
Well, he does have 2 degrees at Texas.
Whatever. Where's he live?
Austin and Richmond. He has 2 houses. He goes back and forth between Austin and Richmond.
So he has...
Make no mistake. Now, John Daspit is an undergraduate and an accounting degree at Texas, his law degree at Houston.
All I'm hearing is discarding the University of Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you got to get most bang for your buck. Maybe he wasn't happy with some of the way some of the stuff went down. I don't know. These collectives play a major part, but also understand this. The UNLV thing is tricky, and here's why. After, everyone was rushing to get their stories out. Did you guys keep up with this during the day?
Yeah, the running back said I'm out too.
Yeah, the running back left, but he said it had nothing to do with NIL.
Yeah,
it had
sure.
to do with opportunities like carries, playing time.
Mm-hmm.
This is why it got really weird. So UNLV made sure to get their side out. The kid's dad was talking, like everyone was getting their side out.
Mm-hmm.
What it looks like happened was he was offered. So they said there was a verbal that when they said verbal contract, I knew that they were screwed. Not that there was a lawsuit or anything like that, but apparently an assistant coach, according to the UNLV quarterback side. And if you didn't see, they started 3-0, but he left because he said his NIL agreements were not met. It's very fishy on both sides. On one, the quarterback said that he was promised $100,000 from an assistant coach. Assistant coaches can't. The verbal agreement thing is not. You got to get a contract done with NIL stuff. You got to get a contract done, and it needs to be through the collectives, at least for now. And I don't think he had that. The collective said they did a deal with him for $3,000, and they were continuing to talk with him about $3,000 per month more. They were talking to him. What that feels like total bull. A quarterback's not coming from Holy Cross to UNLV, I don't think, for $3,000 and then maybe $3,000 a month. That doesn't sound right either.
No, the $3,000 was the moving expenses.
Yeah, I mean, if you had told me $25,000 or $50,000, I might have believed that. He's going from Holy Cross UNLV. Maybe it's not going to be a huge number. Maybe it will. But once he says, "Oh, an assistant coach promised me that or said that," if it did, you got to get that in writing from the collectives. Like you got to do that, and he didn't do that. So UNLV is probably telling the truth. There is no agreement like that. But I think the kid also believed I'm definitely supposed to be getting more money than this. It doesn't matter because the other thing that's going to be a big concern, and this has gone on, where I talked to Ron Slavin, who we had on the air. There's more than a few players who have not gotten the money that they were supposed to get, and they haven't had a lot of. There's not really anything they can do. And there's been players who have taken money and not followed through with what they were supposed to do. It's happened both ways. One of the concerns now is going to be what happened with Bear. Is it Bear Johnson? What's Bear's last name?
Alexander.
Bear Alexander. That's right. So he was a really good freshman defensive tackle backup on Georgia's team behind those two monsters, Carter and who's the other one for
Davis.
Yeah, Davis.
Jordan Davis.
So he was a really good freshman. Then he transferred and went and got the bag at USC with Lincoln Riley. He wasn't really a factor last year. This year, he played 3 games, but his snap counts went down. I don't think they've been super happy with him. So he is now redshirting, and he is going to transfer again. Now, he was at 4 high schools. He will be on his 7th school in 7 years. So it's probably who you're dealing with Bear. If you go to 4 high schools and you're already on your 3rd college, but the concern is that more and more players after this week, after 4 weeks, because it's 4 weeks, right? 4 weeks is the cutoff, that more and more players now are going to, after this week, they'll play their 4th game and you'll see starters. You'll see players who are contributors who are going to redshirt after this week and leave school. That will be interesting. We saw it happen with Kelly Bryant back in the 2018 season. It was extraordinarily unusual. He was a starting quarterback. He lost his job to Trevor Lawrence. And Kelly Bryant literally shut it down and said, "I'm transferring." Like, dude, you got a chance to win a national championship, which they did, by the way. Why would you, what if Trevor Lawrence gets hurt? You could end up playing. He left. Apparently, college football teams believe that they're going to see a chunk of players this year redshirt after, like, not a lot of times it happens with universities, right? You just Arch Manning, we're not going to play you, or whoever. Last year, Cole Ballard's son had to get in. They couldn't play him in the bowl game because they wanted to save he had already played 4 games.
But it happens. It's been happening. It happened U of H with Dana.
No, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's generally a good idea to do that instead of, you lose a redshirt year because the kid has to come in because of an injury. Like, no, I like the idea, but doing it in the middle of a season where a guy leaves school is going to wreak some havoc on, because there is no free agency. You just pick guys up on a college football team.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. We're way behind. 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts? You're more than welcome to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, good news, everybody. Great news. Well, first, the bad news. No Mixon, no Tank Dell, no Pierce practicing yesterday. That's bad news. Okay. The good news, the penalties are fixed. It's all fixed. Did you hear? What is that? Did you hear or did you not hear that the penalties are fixed?
It's great.
Huh?
I think that's great. I'm looking forward to no more penalties.
I'm just looking forward to we got the Jags this week. Holy crap. Ease up. The schedule eased up this week.
Let me tell you something. You remember last week I said that was a litmus test game if they're a true 13-win team or more like a 10-win team. It feels like they are a 10-win team. Here's another one.
Beat the Jags at home.
It's like, okay, we're a 10-win team. We're going to win the division. Or, this season could. I remember when the Texans won their first 2 games in 2013. Not saying they'll lose every game.
Oh my God!
But I'm just saying.
Sean May said that earlier this week. I was like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, he goes, "I'm not saying it's going to happen."
No, I'm just saying.
But they're on pace.
If you lose to this Jacksonville team at home after the week that they had, it would be. It'd be disconcerting, no?
No, it would be, yes. Here's the problem. You did this last year with the Falcons. You did this with the Panthers last year. But you had a bunch of crappy teams that you still had to play. You don't have a lot of crappy teams still ahead.
We weren't supposed to win the division.
You got the Bills right after this. You got the Chiefs and the Jets and all these good teams that look ahead. This is a game you have to win. This is a game you have to win.
No, it's non-negotiable.
Yes. No.
So if you lose this game, it is scary. It is not great. It is scary.
You still got. Look at your schedule. You got the Ravens, the Bills, the Jets, the Chiefs. You got a first place schedule. You can't fall apart in this game on Sunday. And this is going to be a desperate team that's coming in here now.
Yeah,
the Jags are desperate.
It's the NFL. It truly is. Just look at the amount of teams. Look at what Carolina did last week. It sounds cliche, but it's true. Literally on any given Sunday. It's not like the Jaguars can't come in and beat you.
No, they can. They can. But the good news is
no more penalties.
The penalties are over.
The pre-snap definitely has been addressed. Again, we spent time on that, talked about it. We addressed it, and we see on Sunday that it's been addressed, and we'll handle it really well. Offensive line had a great day at work today. Everybody's dialed in. Everybody understands who we are, what we're about, and what it's going to take for us to get back on track. And that's what we're focused on.
You know, offensive line coaches can't stand pre-snap penalties because they can't really coach it. You know, the fans get mad at offense. Instead of the guy that continues to jump, you get mad at offensive line coach to fix it or whatever. It's the only way you can fix it is just bench a guy. You can try and practice all week.
They ain't benching
That's
Larry
what I'm saying.
Tunsil.
So there's nothing the O-line coach can do.
I see all these people on Twitter. Bench him. Trade him. Get him. He should never wear a Texans uniform
Do you remember?
again.
Do you remember when Dwayne Brown left the Texans?
You just drafted his replacement. You do it.
Who? No, he's not the replacement. The purgatory the Texans were in at left tackle forever. Do we not? Julian Davenport. Do we not remember
after Dwayne left?
It was a dark time at left tackle. It's about as hard to find a good left tackle as it is to find a quarterback.
That's why we gave up.
That's why we gave up. Yeah,
picks.
We just gave him blank checks multiple times. Like, here, just do whatever you want, Laramie. Drip how hard you want to drip. Just please don't leave us.
No.
Don't make us sad.
And please, will you please practice pretty,
yeah.
please?
What do we have to do to get you to practice? Can I give you gift cards?
To Gucci?
You didn't hear it. I heard from a coach in the league who talked to somebody who was on the staff that the Texans used to have to literally negotiate. His word was negotiate with Tunsil to get him to practice at different times. And I don't know what that means. Like, negotiate means, okay, if you do this for us, we'll do this for you. No. What was do this for you? Was it his own like hot tub? Was it gift cards? Did they get him one of his scarves or bags that he wears? Or like, I don't know what that would mean. I don't know what negotiate would mean.
I think pretty, please. Can you practice today, please?
It's not in today's era. That's not enough to get a player to do what you want.
It's just
how much money
it's
you
embarrassing.
got?
I didn't know this was a thing. Have we lost all confidence in Bobby Slowick? Because CJ had to defend him yesterday?
Yeah.
You don't know the daggers are coming out for Slowick?
Do what?
You don't know the daggers are coming out for Bobby Slowick?
Oh, yeah. Bobby Slowick is one of the big problems on the team. Never mind that we were lucky and thankful to keep him in the offseason. Now people have decided. And actually, to be honest, I think Mina Kimes didn't really help him with the whole he runs on first down too much.
It's not true. Did you see, like, last week? It's not true. He had way more passes than runs.
It was true last year. That was what you were focused on.
I looked at the numbers last year.
He might have changed this year.
No, this week I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, that's because he got called out. That's because Twitter made him.
Because Mina called him out? You think that's why Bobby Slowick threw more on first down?
Well, whatever happened this
maybe
week,
it was because they were down 21-0.
That probably helped, but
probably a lot more first downs turned into passes.
Yeah,
Mina made it an ESPN thing, but I talked about it. If listening to podcasts throughout the offseason, this was the one thing people took issue with the Texans. People who love the Texans, people who love CJ.
Mina didn't start it. It was
it's
somebody else found the data.
Yeah, it's been a thing.
Yeah,
this in 2023, 2024, maybe we'll see a different Slowick.
Well, CJ has not lost confidence in Bobby Slowick. Thank you, and thank you, CJ, for your service here. Okay, I haven't lost. Have you lost confidence in Bobby Slowick?
No, not even remotely close.
No. Hey, well, neither is.
Come on, y'all got to stop.
Neither is CJ.
And that's the job we signed up for. And, Slow has done a good job of just keeping the head down, working. But, we all have faith in him, and we know that he's trying to put us in the best positions, and we got to buy into the system just as much as he has to call good plays. And, we're it's not a finished product just because you add good players on the team. It's a work in progress. And, you don't really get your set, like football team, I feel, until like week 5, week 6. But the time is of essence, and we got to get rolling. But I have the utmost faith in Slow, and I know that he's been great. But we got to buy into the system just as much as he got to call great plays. And we know we all grown men, we got to do our jobs. So we all talk about we got each other's back, and we're gonna keep holding each other accountable and having each other back.
CJ Stroud is truly a man of the people and a voice of reason.
Mm-hmm.
He is both.
Well, this whole we're going to hold everybody accountable thing, I'm not buying that. Really?
Is CJ Stroud holding Laramie Tunsil accountable?
He might be.
Has he? No. He was like, he's a
you don't know about behind the scenes.
Ultimate professional. No.
You don't know behind the scenes what he's doing.
You think Laramie Tunsil, after the stuff that he said about communication and it's everybody else's fault, that he's behind the scenes, he's like, hey, this is all on me.
No, I didn't say but it doesn't mean that CJ's not holding him accountable. It doesn't mean that D'Amico said we've addressed it. I fully believe that D'Amico Ryans will hold guys accountable.
CJ
I think
D'Amico sat him down and said,
yeah. I don't know about CJ.
Can you go when everybody else does, please?
But CJ
we're not asking for a lot.
If Tom Brady talks to somebody, we would look at him, hold everyone accountable.
Tom Brady's a multiple-time Super Bowl winner.
But CJ, if CJ goes and talks to Laramie Tunsil and says that he's big broing him, little broing him.
The question is, would Laramie Tunsil take that in and be like, oh, sure.
Well,
okay.
that's a Laramie Tunsil issue. That's not those guys trying to hold somebody accountable. You can hold somebody accountable if they don't do it. I mean, ultimately, the most accountability you can do is bench Laramie Tunsil. But that is a bold move to bench him and get CJ Stroud's ass kicked. I mean, if you bench him, you might as well just let
right now.
Yeah, you might as well just let somebody punch CJ Stroud in the face.
Jonathan Grenard did that several times.
2 karate kicks to his
What are you
side.
What are you talking about?
If you bench Laramie Tunsil,
no, you're not.
What do you think's going to happen?
You're not benching him.
He's going to get the piss kicked out of him.
There is no accountability though. There's no accountability. Because like you said, the way that the offensive line coach holds you accountable is benching a guy. There's no accountability there. There's none. Well, and he's done it now for 4 years here.
It's never been addressed.
He's done it for 4 years.
It's never been addressed. You heard it's now finally been addressed.
Finally addressed.
Okay. Did you hear? I'm sorry. What did D'Amico say? Did they address it?
Why wasn't it addressed last year? It was a problem last year.
Yeah. Why wasn't it addressed by Lovey? Why wasn't it addressed by Cully? Why hasn't it ever been addressed?
I'll give you the secret on this. It has been addressed by those guys. That's why I called him selfish.
There's no accountability.
He doesn't care.
There's no accountability.
He doesn't, but he also doesn't care.
Right.
So and he's in a position that's as important as quarterback for this team where basically, if you want to hold them accountable, get ready to lose. It's a leverage. I've never seen a player with more leverage over a team in my entire life than Laramie Tunsil. Never in my life other than James Harden. Right. James Harden may have had the most leverage I've ever seen. But Laramie Tunsil had leverage over contracts. He's had leverage over – do you know he's the one
practice? That helped? He's had leverage over penalties.
Do you know how it got started with Jack Easterby? Easterby went to Laramie, who was part of and said, hey, big dog, it looks like they're going to go because they were going to go with Omar Khan as the GM. Like, hey, just want to make sure you're on my side. And, because I want to stick around here. He literally told him, F you. I don't have your back.
Thank you.
And that's when Jack went, I got to pull a Hail Mary, which he did with Nick Casario.
Yeah.
Which Jack did. But Laramie Tunsil, you thought Laramie Tunsil was going to have your back?
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776.
Hey, big
the
dog.
number to call in here. Julian wants to talk about the Texas. Anybody else wants to call in, you're more than welcome. Right
Creative
now,
license. I just assumed Jack Easterby said big dog.
So you didn't call him big dog.
I don't know if he said big dog. It feels like Jack may have said big dog.
Like a bit.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody who would say big dog. Yeah.
He's corny. Yeah, he's corny just like you were just now. It's time for you to talk about underdog, though.
I'll talk about underdog fantasy. Did you have over 8 assists for Caitlin Clark? I'm sorry, higher than 8 assists for Caitlin Clark? She went higher. She had 9. They've got specials going on right now for special profit boosters, and they've got at Underdog Fantasy, they've got easy free wins for you. Like, I cannot tell you how Underdog has grown and become better and better and better over the last 3 years. It's truly amazing. I went to the lobby yesterday like, oh my gosh, look at all the things going on with Underdog Fantasy now with their cash pick'em games. It was amazing. You've got so many opportunities to make more money than you ever could have in the past. Up to 1,000 times your original play is available to you. You have to pick as little as 2 players. But for as little as 2 players, you can go much higher. You can go 6, 7 players. You can get their insurance feature, which is called Flex, where you don't have to win every single game. It's great. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward, and signing up is even easier. You just head over to Underdog Fantasy, simple to use mobile app, or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, but use promo code Lance and claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Must be 18 or older in present state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Astros are your AOS champions, which means we got playoff baseball. And, a place where you can celebrate your Astros and take advantage of some deals. FM Kitchen. So for that reason, we're giving away a $50 gift card right now to FM Kitchen. Let's go caller 8 to 713-780-3776. Caller 8 wins that $50 gift card to FM Kitchen, where they're going to have dugout dogs, Fromber Franks, a Frito pie, chili dog, and if you want some beer specials, they got $5 Crawford Bach drafts, and also orange and blue Jello shots, $2 each, or a free round of the table with any bucket purchase. Feature cocktails, Jose, summer beer, Hornitos Ranch water, all for you. You can use your $50 gift card or just go there if you don't win with us, because they are loving our Astros in Houston and all across the Lone Star State. Thank you to FM Kitchen, a $50 gift card.
Very nicely done. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us, talk a little Texans football, you're more than welcome, or Astros, whatevs. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Julian wants to talk about his Texans. What do you say, Julian? They're not really his Texans.
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, man, am I the only one that remembers that before last year the team wasn't that good? I feel like Houston Texans fans need to chill out. It's not that doom and gloom. We need to understand that even if it is just a slow start, it's a slow start. When did y'all become world beaters and champions? Not talking bad, because, yes, y'all are a good team. I actually like y'all because of D'Amico now, right? But can we just pump the brakes on the overreaction? Can we just calm down a little bit? Bobby Slowick is
we're a
still
Super
good
Bowl
offensive
city.
coordinator.
We're not San Francisco. We're a Super Bowl winning city.
We are?
Yeah, that's what we are.
Well, we've won.
You can go to the Super Bowl. What's that, Del?
We've won bids to the Super Bowl.
I mean, y'all
to host
had a
it.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Super Bowl winning
I'll
city.
give you that. Y'all had one.
You're 1 and 2. You're
We've
one
had
of the
2 Super
fours.
Bowls.
Beat it, 49er fan.
Wait
Don't
a
tell
minute.
us how to act. Our team is great.
So
and
you're
we
saying
expect
overreact?
greatness. Yeah.
So you're saying Bobby's got to go?
No, Bobby don't have to go.
Well, he's saying don't overreact.
I'm not. No. I mean about being upset about the loss and the way that they lost. Yes, we're upset about it.
But he's condescending. He goes, guys,
Yeah,
you
but
haven't
calm
won
down
a lot of
little bit.
games.
It's not like y'all are not
See?
1 and 2 like the Niners. I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Well, you came in here saying, guys, you haven't won a lot. Relax. That's not.
Yeah,
That's insulting.
You're being condescending.
But it is true. Y'all haven't won a lot. Y'all have got.
Y'all haven't won anything since Joe Montana.
And now all
Steve
of a
Young.
sudden, world
Well,
beaters.
Steve Young.
Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Just
they
a
got to
couple
the
years
Super Bowl.
back.
Did they win? No, they suck.
We've never even been to AFC Championship.
Well, that's okay. We don't need to. We know we got this,
we don't need to go there. I know it's been 22 years.
not to be great.
I know. I don't want to go there.
Ew, icky AFC title game.
Ugh, they got Brock Purdy.
Ugh.
They
Then
get
you
there.
get disappointed.
They get there with Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, but listen, do we want to be disappointed by losing in the Super Bowl? No.
All right, beat it, Julian. We
Beat
can't
it.
listen.
Okay. You can have your team that loses Super Bowls. We don't need that here.
Yeah, we'd rather lose to the Ravens in a divisional round.
And you're
game.
asking me who remembers?
So we weren't all that disappointed,
Yeah.
right? We knew they were going to beat us.
He's like, who remembers that? The North remembers. Okay. The North always remembers.
The king of the North? What are you talking about?
Well, it's the queen of the North now.
Oh. It's the queen. Yeah.
Sansa.
The North remembers.
Isn't the little dude in the wheelchair.
No,
He's the
Remember,
king.
it was the
North
little girl who's they them
No,
now,
the-
who was in
What?
Yeah, she's they them.
Arya's a they them?
No. The little one.
Oh,
who was
Bella
in-
Ramsey?
Yeah.
Oh, the one who was in The Last of Us?
The North remembers.
Yeah.
Remember when everyone's being all chicken and she's like,
Yeah.
House Mormont is going to
yes.
fight. She goes, the North
And
remembers.
she called out all the other lords for turning
Yeah.
tail.
Wait,
Yes.
she's they them now?
No,
she's
she's-
in commercials now for
Yes.
Oh.
Google.
Or
Yes.
she can't.
Or for
AI.
She is. She's in a lot of
AI, yeah.
stuff now. But yes, I guess that's how she identifies. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But it's now Queen of the North because, yes, Bran rules.
Bran's the king of the world.
Yeah, he rules the 6 kingdoms, but the North is now separate.
So they
at
remember.
the very end, they're separate.
And they remember
Oh,
the
and
Texans.
Sansa got it?
Sansa got it, yes.
Well, she deserved it after she went through with that one
With
dude.
Ramsey.
Ramsey Bolton.
Ramsey.
Yeah.
May have been worse than Diddy.
Well,
Ramsey's worse than Diddy?
He flayed a man.
Which is worse, Joffrey or Ramsey? Yeah,
he created reek. He flayed people. Yeah. Diddy is horrific. Ramsey Bolton was even worse.
Well, Ramsey is fictional, so he can't.
My son yesterday, Snacks goes, you know what? If it wasn't for just recently, like this, him being in the news, people don't even really know Diddy. Snacks.
What have you taught your children?
Sean John. Well, I didn't teach him about Diddy. I said, first of all, let me tell you, he was Puffy. Then he was Puff Daddy. Then he became P. Diddy. Then he became Diddy. He's changed his name all these times. I said he had a clothing line called Sean John that was kind of a big deal at one point. He had the personal umbrella holder. He had his own MTV. Farnsworth Bentley.
Farnsworth, yeah.
Yes. And he had his own called Making the Band. Like he was there with the iconic Jennifer Lopez green dress.
Yeah.
She was with Puffy at that time he was Puffy. She was with him at the MTV Music Awards or Grammys.
He's been in
the green dress that's barely on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Love that.
He was with her. They were together then. That dude's, I'm like, Snacks, you don't know. You literally have to Google something. People know who he is. But Gen Z only believes did you know this? I tweeted that yesterday, and 5 different people sent me this. Because apparently this is a thing now. Gen Z believes because of TikTok that bands are now doing this new thing where they'll go back and they pretend they're not going to play anymore, and then they wait for you to clap, and then they'll come out and play more. It's a new thing that bands are doing.
The encore?
The encore.
They think that's new?
This is how Gen Z describes it. Like they think that, okay, it's a TikTok trend where you go off the stage and then people cheer and you come back. Yeah, they discovered, somebody told me they call them the Columbus generation because they think they've discovered everything.
I got a real problem with you not teaching your kid at least about this.
They know. They don't even know.
Snacks doesn't even know more money, more problems.
The original mumble rapper, Mace.
He doesn't even know this.
Mason does. Snacks doesn't know it.
Snacks. What are we doing?
Mason also told me he hates Biggie. He thinks Biggie's so overrated. He told me yesterday. I kind of do too a little bit. Like Biggie is also a mumble rapper too. You can understand everything you said, but Biggie's a slow way.
You guys are over Biggie? Okay.
He's been dead for a long time. Now you've
and
decided to get over him
now?
No.
Biggie's been over for a while.
Well,
I don't know if your kids heard.
But they've discovered that they don't like his music anymore, I guess.
P. Diddy had Tupac killed.
Who else is?
P. Diddy is literally really a
What
terrible,
do they think about Elvis?
person.
He's dead too. I don't know if
They
heard.
they don't care about Elvis.
They don't care about Elvis?
My daughter just went with my wife to go watch. My kids are different now. My daughter went with my wife to go watch. They drove to Austin and drove back. No, they stayed overnight to watch Air Supply because my daughter loves Air Supply. She loves Ronnie Millsap, and she loves
Air Supply.
Who sang Blue Bayou? What's her name?
Linda
Ronstadt. She likes songs like that.
Really? That's great. No, my kids like old songs. 832 ESPN.
She loves. I put her on a lot of the stuff actually, but she loves Lauryn Hill, but she
wouldn't like her non-punctuality.
No,
she don't show up.
She shows up just
she's
3
famous,
hours late.
She's famous at concerts for being 2 and 3 hours late.
What a bia. That's such a bia move.
That ain't gonna work for me.
No, that didn't work. And the encore thing, by the way, I'm over. I mean, I don't know how many concerts I've been to. I just sit there because I'm not going to beg you to come out.
Go pee. Go drink some water. Change your shirt. That's fine. Yeah. I get it. You are taking a little break. We're not doing encore stuff anymore.
No, I'm not.
I already know you're coming back out.
Come back, please.
Come on. You're coming out. So it's not. I
used to scream, "Come on. We want more songs. What about your greatest song? You didn't play it.
Don't leave us.
Don't leave without playing it.
How have you not played Time Bomb? You always close concerts out with Time Bomb.
All right.
But apparently,
what?
TikTok started that. It's a new TikTok.
Oh,
trend.
It is?
Yep.
It's the Columbus generation.
Yeah. They discovered everything.
Time to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. Jim Fumey discovered Gulf Coast Windows 36 years ago. Yeah, he discovered it. He's the one that created Gulf Coast Windows. He created a monster. Actually, it is a monster company. It's a company that has been putting windows in the Houston area. And listen, if you're down in the Galveston area and you don't have these hurricane windows, you're playing with fire. And these hurricane windows work, brother. They are real. And so are all of his windows, actually. And the installation is second to none. I mean, you're going to get a perfectly installed window. Otherwise, they ain't leaving because they do a tremendous job. Tremendous job. And the installation is absolutely free. French doors, sliding patio doors, storm doors, wood-clad doors, or fiberglass entry doors. The doors are just as important as the windows are as far as keeping the air conditioning in, the heat out, and the security and the privacy, all of those things. You want the best door that you can possibly get. That's where the bad guys get in, through the door. Well, you know what? Get the best door that you possibly can. And that best door is at Gulf Coast Windows. 713-849-5454 or gulfcoastwindows.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Speaking of which, when is Philly Flats going to bring us some wings in the morning?
Well, I don't know if they know that you want that.
Yeah, Philly Flats.
I don't
listen up. Bring some wings in the morning. Those are good now.
Yeah, you're a big fan.
I was a big fan.
You didn't have any other cheesesteak?
I did.
It was
I
good
did.
too.
It was really good. No, except it didn't have cheese on it. It just had a beef sandwich, more or less.
There's cheese in mine.
There was.
It's not on top like I think it was,
right.
but I don't think they're
delicious.
super
The
close.
beef sandwich was delicious.
I don't think Philly Flats is super close.
I don't care how far you are. Don't tell me how big the waves are. Bring the ship in.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
Well, FM Kitchen. Well, we set somebody up with that, but Jay Barham was in here yesterday. They brought great food, wings, the smoked brisket lasagna. It got people really excited. People can see your finger, by the way, just so you know.
I don't care.
But I just know
anyway.
Somebody angry.
Somebody was really angry that they didn't
I
get a
just
chance.
don't want you to have that.
It wasn't just me. Sean got
I know,
to
but
eat.
I don't want people to have that.
Sam got to eat. A lot of people got to eat. It wasn't just me. They brought a lot of food.
And
then
listen to him the way he's talking.
Well, I'm trying to see if I can elicit the same reaction you brought out during a break. If I keep talking about it, let's see. And then you blame someone for it. It turns out they had nothing to do with it. Well, you're not a good person.
No.
You're not a good person.
I felt like I did a bad side of me.
The problem for you is you don't realize that's your normal
anyway,
side.
I left right away.
You had food at home.
TC Jester yesterday. So who actually won?
Oh, you played disc golf, huh?
Yeah, I played disc golf, and then first I was at Tacos A Go-Go, and then I went to play disc golf.
How'd you do?
5 over.
You were 5 over?
I was 2 over, and then I just bogeyed the last 3 holes like a sucker. But I'm just testing out. I'm doing a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, see how the heart does, and everything's fine. So
it is?
Yeah, looking good. So let's go, Philly Flats. You heard what John said. Everything's fine.
Who else can we shame into bringing us food? What about your friends? They haven't brought us food recently, John.
Yeah. How about Damaris?
He never brings food unless
Stop
it's
being an a-hole, Yanni.
Unless it's like having to do with the Greek Fest or whatever.
Yeah, I know. He's a jerk, Yanni. Let's go. Bring it in. Bring it, Yanni.
Lance, when are you delivering food?
So apparently Jason in the H, he's got a friend who owns a Church's Chicken. And so we're going to bring, because that was what's his name wanted.
Gilbert wanted
Church's Chicken. So
no, Hearts.
Yeah, you want a Hearts.
Or maybe he's got a
Hearts. He's got a Hearts place.
Yeah. So there we have it.
Yeah. Nobody. Is there a Heart? There still are Hearts out there.
Apparently, Jason
and one of the guys who owns one of them is going to give you the chicken to bring to Gilbert.
Yeah, and hopefully corn on the cob with salt and pepper.
We got to have the salt and pepper. Don't
and
forget
garlic bread.
Like I don't know if the place where he lives has any salt and pepper.
Do you realize like we want to help Gilbert and all that stuff, like for real? I feel bad. You said it was pretty depressing being in that place.
It is.
You do know that you do this once and
it's
in for a penny, in for a pound. Is that what is that what the phrase is, or this is going to be expected on a weekly basis?
Right. Hey, come.
We're going to need listeners to step up like Mega Blast did.
Yeah.
Well, John did.
He brought
John stepped up big. He was the first one. He brought 6 egg rolls.
Yeah.
Did it of his own volition. No one asked him to. He brought him China Garden egg
there
rolls.
There is a way to avoid. Just don't put them on the air.
What's that?
Just don't put them on the air.
Yeah. Well,
you can do that too.
Have to be the case. I mean, I certainly want to continue to help out Gilbert and
of course.
All the listeners too, but we all need to pitch in.
Is he asking other people to bring him food or just you two?
Well, he's going to have to get it from other people too. This cannot be, once my draft stuff starts, this cannot be like, I got to go bring Gilbert I got to go across the city to go get him a very specific pizza that he had one time with a certain type of mushroom on it.
You think he wants mushrooms?
I got to go get
pizza?
a star pizza for him or something like. But Nick's is right here. No.
Right.
No, I'm looking for and if you missed it, John got him a whole ass meal from Saltgrass that he asked for, and then yesterday he told us, yeah, that was my mistake. I actually meant Chili's.
But Chili's doesn't have corn on the cob either.
Well, he said.
Well, KJ says
chili.
they do, but I looked at the menu.
And I didn't see it.
There's no corn on the cob on the menu.
And then I said, "Did you?"
We're trying our best to get the corn on the cob. Okay?
I said, "Did you mean?" I said, "Gilbert, did you mean Outback Steakhouse?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'll take Outback Steakhouse. How about that?"
Anyway,
how's that sound?
You should have never said Outback Steakhouse.
I know. I was like, "No, I'm not trying to incept you."
Bloomin' onion for him. What takes precedent? Giving Kelvin Sampson his PJ, or getting Gilbert his meals?
No.
What are we doing first?
Kelvin Sampson's got to get that jet.
He's got to get that jet. He's got to get that jet.
Gilbert's been given $1,100
We need
by
to do
listeners.
our part here.
Gilbert's gotten more from listeners and from the show than Kelvin Sampson is from the administration, apparently. Gilbert's had a new bike. He got John got him a trip to Minute Maid Park. He spoke with Roger Clemens. What's that worth?
$1,000.
He got $1,100. He's got pictures of beautiful women. He has gotten egg rolls on demand. He forced management at Prime Poker to go get him a Coke. And he goes, "Is he with you?" It's Gilbert. Just get him a Coke.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just do it. Yeah.
And what does Kelvin Sampson got to do? He's got to beg for a plane so he can recruit.
He's got to use Will Kunkel to get his message out.
Yeah,
I need a plane.
You know what? He did get. By the way, credit Fox and Will Kunkel for.
Yeah. Well, something we did not point out: the rivalry between Julio Rodriguez and Hector Neris continued yesterday.
Yeah, it's been going on.
And Rodriguez won yesterday.
Yes, he did.
He hit a home run yesterday. Neris, we're watching the replay right now. Neris really looked dejected.
Is a problem.
He looked dejected after giving up that home run to Rodriguez.
Neris is a problem right now. Neris can't go out there he and Presley can't go out there without either a lot of traffic or giving up runs. This is a problem. Hector Neris was supposed to be, oh, good, Neris is back. Yay! Not so good. It'll be interesting to see what the postseason roster is.
Yeah, I don't know how he legitimately should not make the postseason roster with how he's pitching right now. But I know that I think that his background, his pedigree will get him there. Maybe
the back of his baseball card.
It might. They brought him back for a reason.
All right, 713-780-3776. We got to catch up on breaks here. I got to talk to you about Coors right now. Love me some Coors. You think I'm going to have any? Here's the deal: is we're going to probably play some golf today, and they're probably. I'm not even going to say probably. There's going to be some Coors Light drinks. That's just a fact. That's just the way stuff happens. It just is. I mean, I got a big day planned. I don't know about you, but I got a big day planned. And it's not really even a big day. It's just a Thursday. That's all. Yesterday was a Wednesday, and Tuesday was Tuesday. And you know what? There were Coors Lights involved. All the way. I met with some clients yesterday, new clients, game day people, the guys. You know what they had on as soon as I walked in for a 2:00 meeting? They had Coors Lights cracking already. And I was like, I love this company. This is the best company ever. We're already cracking Coors Lights before we even sat down. I love it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. And you know what? If I'm going to be there, I'm going to expect or hope that you've got Coors Light. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm keeping Texas chill. You know what the dew point is today? You know why? Because I'm keeping Texas chill. Do your part. Keep Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. John Chill going to join us in just a little bit here on the show. Of course, we got some football. We will do that in just a little bit. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here in a hurry before John Chill gets here. You're more than welcome to do that. Astros lose yesterday in a game that they didn't care about. Obviously, the Mariners did care. They're still in. But nothing changed because all the teams involved won yesterday. All the teams in the American League won. So nothing changed standings-wise. Right now, it's Detroit and Kansas. It's Detroit that you'll be facing. Kansas City and Baltimore.
Who did you say you rather face?
I think I'd rather face Kansas City. You?
Probably the Royals. I mean, I don't have a real strong opinion one way or the other because we are the Astros in Houston. I'm not that worried, but I'd rather face the Royals. Or by some miracle, the Mariners made it.
Yeah, I don't like the Mariners though.
Well, they have won the season series.
Yeah, I don't.
That's true.
I'm not thrilled. Kansas City, you slapped them around last time, and it's obviously it's different. It's the postseason, but yeah, and I don't like a hot team like Detroit.
I don't want any part of them.
No, Detroit has been red hot. Nobody's better since May 12th in Major League Baseball, though, than what team, Del?
The Houston Astros.
The Houston Astros.
Well, you can always pick a specific date. And Sam just scared Lance as he walked by.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing on the show.
Right. Minnesota would be the team that I would pick, I think. They're really, really terrible right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I need a team playing really poorly to play the Astros.
Yeah. I don't but I ain't scared of any of them.
I'm not.
But here's the deal. You don't want to face a school in game one. Because even though they're facing Fromber, you don't want to face a school in game one. Now, we said that about, actually, Castillo last year or the year before was when did Jordan hit the upper deck in game one against Verlander? Verlander just gave it up early
against Seattle in the comeback.
Was that 2 years ago?
Is that what you're talking about, the Seattle game?
Yeah, the Seattle game.
And they were down late?
They were down late, and Jordan hit the home.
That was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago. How you know what? They were a very good team. They had maybe one of the best pitchers of baseball in Castillo on the mound, and you beat them.
But I remember you calling that the toughest challenge they had, even though they swept them. Although I still contend that Philly being up 2-1 at home was a tougher challenge.
Yeah, but I was never scared in that.
You weren't? You were down 2-1 on the road.
It took 18 innings to beat Seattle.
But you never lost the game.
Yeah. No, you didn't lose a game, but that was a battle now. That was a battle. And you were down. You were down in game one with Verlander on the mound. That was bad. That was tough. I'm not. Are you worried about any of these? Kansas City, Detroit, Minnesota, or Seattle?
Not the starting pitching holds up, and which I expected to, and not the bullpen's average. I'm not crazy about a lot of these issues scoring runs have been.
Yes,
we've seen that a lot here recently,
and possibly no Jordan.
Yeah, that's you're probably you may be one and done if you don't have Jordan.
I like that.
When I say one, I think they'll get through the first series. I'm not worried about the first series that much.
You're not worried at all about the first series?
Not that much.
I love that Dana Brown, when Jordan went down, went up to Jason Hayward and said, "Hey, we need you," and he said, "I got you."
Mm-hmm.
And Jason Hayward hit the home run to win the game and send the Astros into the postseason. I like Jason Hayward on this team. He's got experience. I would like to not. I hate to say this, but I would really like to not see Jake Myers in center field.
Wow.
No, Dubon. Give Dubon the job.
Well, the injury update right now is McCormick and Jordan are not traveling with the team to Cleveland. They're going to stay back, and hopefully Jordan is available. But I don't feel like that's happening.
Really worried about McCormick coming back? I know he's hitting off a tee.
I'm just giving you an update. I'm not saying I'm worried. I'm just telling you, neither one is traveling. They'll both stay in town.
Yeah,
and we'll
they
see.
should. I mean, we got to get that swelling down. We don't need Jordan on a plane. That's
inflammation.
What we need.
And
we need him with his leg up in the air.
And as far as your starters are concerned, this weekend, Blanco will go on Friday, Verlander on Saturday. They push Verlander back a day.
That's a bad sign for him.
Well, clearly, that man ain't on the playoff roster.
That man ain't getting into the postseason.
No.
Who's starting Sunday?
To be announced.
Yeah, I think they're going to send a bullpen game.
Yeah.
Dubin, get in there.
Get in there.
Go ahead, Dubin.
Is there a chance we've seen Verlander's last game as a Astro?
Well, if we lose the first series, there's a real possibility because he ain't going to pitch in that series.
Is he going to pitch in the second series?
I would imagine he's going to be on the division roster, yes.
As a starter?
Well, I mean, you start him or Arrighetti. Which one or Blanco? Which one are you going to start?
You still don't think there's any chance that there's an injury coming?
Well, and the problem with starting Verlander in Game 4, it would probably start Verlander in Game 3.
We brought him back too soon?
And Kikuchi.
So you mean he doesn't even get a Saturday start when you say an injury concern, Lance? Because if there's an injury that they're going to use, they wouldn't pitch him on Saturday.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. We think for sure he pitches Saturday.
Well, as of
he's pitching.
As of yesterday, he will be.
Push him back to Sunday.
Yeah, why not? Let him close out the regular season.
Hey, sorry, you're all used up. We're not even going. You know what? You can't pitch. You just pitched. Can't put you on the roster. You get it, don't you? You understand?
I think he got it as soon as he saw Saturday. I don't think he even needs to do it this Sunday.
Oh, here's an important call. Tyler wants to talk about Chili's.
Do they have corn on the cob?
They do have corn on the cob?
Yeah, that's what the people are saying.
Tyler, does Chili's have corn on the cob?
They used to for a long time, but they recently cut their menu down a lot, and they've actually increased in sales and have had a resurgence of late, which I didn't even know people were still going there. But yeah, they definitely used to have corn on the cob regularly, so that's probably why Gilbert remembers it with salt and pepper.
Right. Well, maybe they. But maybe now, how disappointed
online?
Is
there was only 3 sides that I saw.
I know. Me too.
So maybe in place though.
They cut their menu down quite a bit, and apparently it's increased sales because of it.
What kind of sports talk show is this?
I don't know what we're doing. I said Diddy. I actually said Diddy's not as bad as Ramsey Bolton,
like, what are you talking about?
We're having long form discussions about private jets for.
Well, that's actually sports.
Coach.
He brought it up.
Actually has to do with
coach
sports.
Brought it up.
But corn on the cob has been a subject of this show for like 3 days.
We've got callers
now.
calling in. We got our intern out there.
Yeah. What do you want to talk
ESPN 97.5. Yes, this is Tyler. What do you want to talk about today, Tyler? Corn on the cob. Chili's corn on the cob.
It's been discontinued.
Right? Hold on, I'll get you right up. Turn your radio down. Thanks.
What kind of show is this?
Is it any different from any show that
Hall
you
of
guys
Fame.
done?
And
someone proclaiming to be a Hart's Chicken owner is called it, which I would love to get to. We got John Chill.
We got John Chill. We got to get to Hart's Chicken owner.
Naro the Chicken Man.
Yeah, that's him.
Well,
that's him. That's Jason's friend.
Well, you're calling in at the wrong time, sir.
So call after John Chill. Call after John Chill. We got to break it. You know what? John Chill's going to give you a lot of winners. I know where you can play him. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. A 5-star's been giving you winners. Have you taken advantage of it? Please take advantage of MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Take advantage of all the winners that we're giving you. I need you, please, to go to MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Double your deposit, okay? Whatever you deposit there, $200. You got $400 to play with, $500. You got $1,000 to play with. I think there's a limit on how much they're going to double, but here, listen, they're doubling. They're doubling money right now at MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Giving you a free pick today. It's Thursday. Today's Thursday, and you get a free pick. All you have to do is go and say, hey, I want to bet on this, and it's free. That's cool. That's really, really cool. If you lose, you don't have to pay. If you win, you get paid. That's incredible. But that's what's happening at MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. I've been talking about them for a while. Easy to navigate. I love the site. You'll love the site too. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. 9:01 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk to John Chill, who is the CFO over at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, the place to go get your gear gambling on. Oh my God, what a great time! We got postseason baseball coming up that we're interested in, right? We got NFL football, right? Basketball starting up in a little bit. You got UFC, you got boxing, you got everything that you could possibly want. And John Chill is here to talk about it like he does every Thursday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What's up, John?
What's going on, John? How are you?
How was the handle last weekend?
Whew, handle was good, and I think DraftKings and the Gold Nugget were happy. What a carnage it was for bettors. We had heavy money on the Browns, Raiders, and Texans, and we all know how that panned out. But I just put away my Swifter to clean up the carnage from Sunday, and like the gambler's motto is, "There's always tomorrow." So hopefully, it's a better week for us. But it was a good week. As far as the book and handle was up, and we continue to see strengths in handle. Prop bets are increasing. We talked a little bit last week about prop bets in the NFL, but definitely was an interesting week. I was following the circa thing again. Just, I don't know if you guys have talked about it. Like, out of 14,000, only 600 are left after 3 weeks.
Yeah. No, the survivor pools are just getting destroyed.
Never seen anything like
Never seen anything like 3 weeks. And like a lot of them are 90% of the survivor pools are out. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah. The top 4 last week in the circle one was Bengals, Browns, Bucks, and Raiders, and they all lost. I think there was 988 that had the Bengals, 931 had the Browns. It's insane. What you're seeing this week is, this year is interesting. Is I kind of look at teasers more in the NFL. I don't play them too much in the college. I don't play teasers too much, but you're seeing the good teams. Usually they'll win, but they won't cover. Now you're just seeing some of these teams just losing straight up. I mean, you're just seeing that more than you've ever had, especially the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible what's going on.
I mean, you see. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
Go.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, you're starting to see the betting splits. We're talking about handle. You look at tonight's game, the Cowboys. There's 80% of the handles right now on the Cowboys, and it's interesting. I'm coming off a loss, and they're giving 6, but you're seeing some one way. As far as handle, the Steelers are close to 80%. Bengals at 70. The Cardinals are getting some love at 70.
What are the Niners?
The Niners right now, it's about even. It's 53-47 to the Niners' favor. So,
wow. See, the Niners are in a desperate spot, right? And so are the Cowboys. And I think that's a big reason. I'm surprised that the 49ers are at about a 50-50. I would think everybody would be jumping on them. But 10.5 is a huge number.
Yeah. I think that's everybody scared, and you're seeing that with the, because you're not seeing the big blowout. Some games you are, but 10 points is a lot. And we'll see. You're seeing it in college as well. Miami tomorrow night's game, they're up at the 90%.
That's a bad sign for you, Dell, when 90% of the people are on your team. That's a bad sign for you. Watch, this is going to be a close. How many are you laying? 17? What are you laying? What's that number?
It's 19.5.
19.5? Holy crap.
Yeah.
Dell, you're in for a fight. I'm telling you. There's no way they cover 19.5 tomorrow night. Not if 90% of the people are on it. It's been a real nice season so far for the books, huh?
Yes. They are happy at DraftKings and happy at the Golden Nugget. It is it's definitely been in favor of them the first 3 weeks. But we are seeing, prop bets are, like I was saying, a lot of people are hitting the prop bets, parlaying them with them. But definitely the books are, taking advantage of these, I guess, upsets and, what you're seeing across the board. So it's definitely been an interesting 3 weeks. Hopefully it changes. I know you guys probably talk about it. I kind of like the Texans this week. I don't know why. I kind of like, the Steelers. I think Fields looks better every week. I think Richardson for the Colts, he's probably going to throw 1 or 2 picks. And, but the only thing that scares me, 3 out of 4 games will be on the road. And, but I kind of like the Steelers there. Is Bengals going to bounce back? I mean, I had the Bengals Monday night, nearly giving 4 to Carolina. That's a crazy. I mean, they didn't play bad. I mean, couldn't stop Daniels. So there's going to be some interesting bets there as well. So college, we got some UFC matinee, so college will be interesting. It'll be a good time there in the afternoon. We got I like the under 2 rounds in the main event with the McCarno fight, and then I like the over 2.5 rounds with the Imavov fight. So I like those. And Michigan and Ole Miss. So if you want a 4-team parlay that pays 10-1, I go Michigan, Ole Miss, and the under 2.5 rounds and the over 2.5 rounds, and then let it all ride on the NFL and see what happens in the NFL. So that's kind of where my picks are.
Under 2.5 rounds. Why? Why you like that?
I just think you got a grappler. Benoit's he's a big guy. I think it's just gonna, I think one of them's gonna, try to do what they know how to do, and they're going to try to do it quick. And I think the other one will be able to counter. I don't know which one will win, but I think it'll be an aggressive fight. I think McCarney hasn't gone more than 2 rounds in the last 2 fights. So that was one of the picks I like there.
John, you mentioned the Texans. You say you don't know why. The Texans, depending on the number you got, are either 0-2-1 or 0-3 against the number. There's 3 teams that I'm seeing that have failed to cover, and it's the Tennessee Titans, the Miami Dolphins, and the Houston Texans.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of 1 and 2 teams too, though, against the number. So it will be interesting to see if the Texans get the cover. It doesn't happen in pro football more than college football. You've got much more. The numbers tend to even out from a spread standpoint because the line makers typically get a handle on the games. But the Texans have actually been right there from a number standpoint, other than obviously that Vikings game. The other 2 were right there at the number, and they could have been easier wins and covers for the Texans than they were. So it's going to be interesting to see who's the team who goes the longest without a cover, because man, does that Miami team look bad without Tua. And Tennessee, Will Levis is giving points to the other team on a game-by-game basis.
Yes. Yep. They could easily have been 2-1. And I'm with you as far as the Texans. They're due to explode offensively. They've been kind of quiet here the first couple weeks, and they're due to open it up. Jacksonville, I think there's a lot of issues in Jacksonville. I know going against a team that gets beat up on Monday night is not the trend to go with, but they look like there's more to that team than just not playing well. Look like Monday night as well. So
the flip side of that coin, though, is Minnesota and Pittsburgh are the only 2 teams that are undefeated against the number. You may remember Buffalo's 3-0 straight up, and they've looked really good. But remember, they got behind and had to come back in the first game of the year against Arizona and did not cover that game. Minnesota is 3-0. It's been an unbelievable start. They just came off the big win against the Texans. The Steelers are 3-0, and they're laying points on the road, 1.5.
When are the Steelers gonna? When are they gonna wake up and realize that when is this? How long is this gonna happen? That Justin Fields is gonna be able to win football games?
Well, you got a team right now that's not asking him to do too much. They're running the football. They're letting him make some plays with his legs.
And the defense is the best in the NFL.
Defense, and he got a great pass rush. It's just the old school, just manage a game.
Yeah, it's Steeler football. It's and I think they're just going to disrupt the Colts. Again, against the trends they have covered 3 in a row. But Richardson, I think he's averaging 2 interceptions a game right now. I think he threw 3 last week.
And against this pass rush, he's going to be. Man, I don't feel good for him. But I don't know. What are they laying? What are the Steelers laying?
They're -1.5 right now.
Gosh, in Indianapolis.
Yeah, and like I said, the only thing that's bad that these are 3 road games out of 4 weeks, and that might take a toll.
That catches up, yeah, it does. But it's not a long trip.
There's a lot of reasons that I think sharps will be on. If you just look at handicapping reasons and trends and philosophies, a lot of people will just play the home dog there. Because of, I think, a lot of the stuff you're just talking about, 3 road games in 4 weeks and all this stuff. But right now, can you trust a quarterback that makes those types of mistakes? Like, can Anthony Richardson fade? Now, Alex Highsmith is out as a pass rusher for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but can you fade the mental mistakes of Anthony Richardson against the Pittsburgh Steelers, who aren't asking their offense to do anything that they're not comfortable with. I don't know. It's tough. I think from a football standpoint, I'm kind of with you, John. It's just, I think Pittsburgh is, if you had a game manager at quarterback for the Colts, yeah, sure, run the ball, play some defense. But remember, the Colts have not stopped the run other than last week against the Bears, and their offensive line is very good. So it's, I would say Steelers maybe should be 2.5 if you really want to know the truth.
Yeah. I like them under a field goal. You know, I mean, who would think Fields would be at 73% completion percentage after 3 weeks? And you've seen him grow a little bit last week. You could tell they're opening up the book a little bit each week on him, and letting him throw deep, hit the middle, and all that. So we'll see what happens there.
What kind of action are you getting on this Alabama-Georgia game?
It's funny. We're seeing a lot of action. That's kind of a 50-50 split there as well. I think everybody's waiting for that game to see what the outcome is there. I'll tell you the big one, we're talking about handle. Over 90% was on Nebraska, which is interesting. So
over 90% right now is on Nebraska?
Nebraska, yeah, that's the big one. As far as local, a lot of South Alabama love. They're about over 60% against LSU. That's an interesting game. I watched South Alabama last week, and they scored, I think, about 87 the week before. And LSU's defense, they still haven't solidified that. So that'll be an interesting game there as well. But you're seeing split action on the Georgia Alabama game.
Yeah. Wow. I think I like South Alabama. LSU just hasn't played a really complete game yet.
They run the ball really well. It's Major Applewhite's offense. They're pretty balanced, South Alabama, and they've put some big points up in the past. I think they've got an offense that's going to move the ball some. So it could be a high-scoring game.
So even at your place, you're getting South Alabama love?
Yeah, which is interesting. Usually we see it the other way for any LSU game, but it seems like I think everybody's worried about that LSU defense right now, and can they stop it?
Perkins, he's done for the year.
Yeah.
So that's
unbelievable, man.
Harold Perkins out.
What the Harold Perkins career arc is a wildly erratic one. Looked like the star.
Yeah.
An absolute star. And then last year they tried to play a more full-time linebacker, didn't do as much, and this year he's out for the year, and I think he'll go pro. I don't think he'll come back. I think he'll go get money.
And where's he get drafted now?
I don't know. I don't know what you do with him.
I have no idea. He's a tweener. And that's going to be a problem for NFL teams, and especially now that he's missed the season. That's John Chill in the heart of it. Wow, I got 22 on South Alabama right now. Is that what you got?
21.5.
21.5. How over that
anything more than that
number?
3 touchdown key number? Yeah,
man, I don't know. But not if everybody's jumping on him. That's crazy. That's John Chill, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Any good shows coming up, John? We
got Travis Tritt coming up. He'll be here Saturday, and we got some other lineups coming up. So, Travis Tritt. Go bet the games, win some money off UFC, some college games. Go see Travis Tritt and head to Blue Martini after.
That's it. That sounds like a weekend.
You got your whole day planned.
That sounds like a weekend. Well, don't forget you're going in the pool in the afternoon or playing some golf. Let's go.
Can't you watch games from the? Can you watch games from the pool, or is it the TV?
Yeah, they got TVs in the cabanas.
Yeah, we got TVs out at the pool.
And at the bar. Yeah,
at the bar. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you can sit in the pool at the bar, the pool bar, and watch the games while you're in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But go to the bathroom. Don't
outside. Outside.
Use the bathroom, the regular bathroom.
Outside of the thing.
That's John Chill right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I'm talking about that Golden Nugget right now. One of my favorite places in the world is that Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Just 2 hours down the road. You got beautiful hotel rooms. It's like a brand new casino. You got 11, 12 different restaurants, seafood, Italian, steak, Mexican.
Bing,
you got it all.
Bang, boom.
You got 24-hour food service there.
Oh.
You got poker room. I love the poker room. Great cash game going on all the time there. You got the DraftKings Sportsbook. You got the Blue Martini. You got it's on and on and on. Travis Tritt this weekend and great shows. Go to goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com, and see all the shows that are coming up at the Golden Nugget. I'm telling you, it's so much easier than getting to Vegas. So much easier. Get to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Make it a weekend at goldennuggetlc.com.
Let's make sure that we're putting Aqueduct Plumbing Company, the phone number in our phones, because Aqueduct Plumbing Company is going to be your plumber. And we got to have a plumbing company that we can trust. And it's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's Billy Brown. John and I put our names on this because we use the service. He's fantastic. I've had minor work done and I've had major work done. Repiping, I needed Aqueduct Plumbing Company to come do major repiping job. But at the same time, I've had them do much smaller jobs like cleaning out the tankless water filter. You're supposed to do that once a year. I've had them come in and handle clogs that were not major. I've had them come in and with leaky faucets. I've had them come in before a big freeze was coming in. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can do it all. Great ratings. They got great ratings with their Google reviews. And most importantly, you can trust John and I. We're Hall of Famers, and we speak for Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Make sure that you give them a call, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You heard John talk about the Cougs earlier today. Well, if you want to go out and see the Cougs on Saturday, this is your chance. Caller 6-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs take on Iowa State out at TD ECU Stadium. It is family weekend and their Hispanic heritage game. It will be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. The family night special is 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, and it's just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get those tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red.
Red, not stay late. Wear red. Stay late is the Longhorns, right? Like because everybody leaves early.
Mac Brown started that. Come early, wear orange, stay late.
Yeah.
Not me. I'm getting out of there before the traffic gets bad.
But they said during the game it's the most raucous fan base.
What do you mean?
Frankie went to their first game and she said that before the game the guy was like the most raucous fan base in college football, Longhorns.
Who is their PA announcer? The most raucous fan base in college football, Longhorns.
The most raucous fan base. We're raucous. Yeah. You
can keep making your jokes now that Tech's about to win a national championship.
Yeah, you're gonna
joke while you can.
Stay on that side when they win
joke
that title.
Yeah, keep that same energy.
I'd like to see them beat Georgia first, okay?
Georgia's got Alabama first. Let's see if Georgia's any good.
Can beat Alabama.
No.
Stay on that side when Texas is.
What if Alabama wins and then Georgia beats Texas?
Don't try to like glom on to Texas. Don't switch. When Sark
I'm
is
all about
Texas. When Sark's
I'm
got
doing
his
the horns all the time.
Yeah, horns down.
Horns down.
When Sark's got his foot on your throat, you just in your neck. You make sure you keep that same energy.
What about the Hart's Chicken Man? Okay.
Yeah.
Narrow that Chicken Man. The Chicken Man from Hearts.
That
What's
does
going
sound
on?
like a rapper from the Bronx, though. Back in like
the Chicken Man,
'94. Narrow the Bronx Chicken Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on? So you're friends.
What's going on, guys?
You're friends with Jason.
What's happening?
How you doing?
About to fry up some chicken, man.
So wait, I gotta ask you. So so Jason, who we've known for a long time, he tagged you. Yeah, he tagged you yesterday. He said Narrows can take care of him on the chicken front on chicken
for Gilbert.
And so I clicked your bio and like you don't really do too much on Twitter, but like, did you come? Were you in stand-up comedy for a while?
Yeah, I did stand up. Oh, that's many moons ago. Y'all dig deep.
Well, that's your picture on your that's just a picture on your avatar. As you can tell, you're on stage. Yeah.
Jason sets me up for weird stuff, so I don't know what I'm walking into.
Do you know who Gilbert is?
No,
I don't know, but is he a veteran? Because I do a lot of things with veterans. So
I mean, tells me he is veteran-y. He's a veteran of the show.
He's a veteran caller.
He's a veteran caller. Is that wrong?
So he's been calling for a long time. What's going on with Gilbert, guys?
Gilbert, Gilbert's special, actually. Gilbert is special.
Oh, like on the spectrum?
Probably.
Yeah, we haven't diagnosed him, but that's likely.
Yeah.
But Gilbert's been a caller of the show for over 2 decades. Has been a big part of it. Listeners know him. He goes to events. Roger Clemens knows who he is. This is like he's kind of famous. Honestly,
knows who he is.
He's kind of famous.
He is famous. If you say Gilbert in this town, a lot of people know Gilbert. Okay.
Yeah.
Now he's in a home now, and he's kind of sad. He's been a little bit depressed. So we're going over there. I brought him some Outback.
But he loves food.
No, some Saltgrass Steakhouse.
He loves specific types of food.
And
very
yes,
specific.
Very specific.
And apparently
and
yesterday,
he asked for
Hart's Chicken came up because he told Johnny So Hart's Chicken came up. So now I can't just bring him something. He orders. He tells us exactly what he wants.
Right.
So the next time he calls in there, just so you know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get your phone number because Gilbert is going to ask for some. Do you have? This is very important.
Yes.
Do you have corn on the cob?
Bro, my corn on the cob brings all the girls to the yard, man. I'll bring Gilbert too.
Good. Do you have salt and pepper for corn on the cob?
I can put a little salt and pepper. Whatever Gilbert needs, not on that chicken, man, we'll get. But we got to find out because guys are specific. Some guys are breast guys. Some guys are leg guys. And some guys are thigh guys. And
Gilbert's all of those, but
where's your store?
Bro, I'm a little small veteran-owned business here in Garden Oaks. All right,
okay.
Pinemont and Ella.
All right.
Oh yeah,
that's not bad.
That's not bad.
I can get there. Okay, so we'll have to. I'll get Dale to get your number off the air, and we'll give you a shout the next time Gilbert calls and makes an order. Well, he'll call pretending to call about the Astros, and he'll say, "Lance, when are you coming? Are you bringing food? I want." And he'll say something. I'll say, "What about Hart's Chicken? You said that." Yes, and then he'll immediately start to order.
Well, or he'll say, "No, I want Outback Steakhouse," because he just had Saltgrass Steakhouse. So we'll see.
We'll see what he says.
We have no idea though.
But
Nero, we appreciate you, man.
I'll push him towards Hart's.
No worries.
We appreciate you doing
whenever
that.
Gilbert calls, whenever Gilbert calls, you guys got my number. I got him. I like to meet this Gilbert.
Oh, for sure. But do not give him your phone number. Don't give him your phone number.
Don't do it.
Oh, don't give him my phone number. I get a lot of calls. Don't give him my phone number.
No,
one's
we will
giving
not.
phone
No,
numbers
don't
out.
worry.
No.
We won't. We know better. Don't worry.
We're telling you, don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Gilbert. Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate
All
His
right,
nickname is
Thank
the
you,
Big
Nero.
Relentless. So.
Thank you, Nero.
Thanks, Nero. Do we have his number?
Gilbert almost fooled me the other day. He said, "Hey, call my cousin, who she'll be real happy that you came and you brought me food." And I said, I don't know, Gilbert. He goes, "Yeah, she blocked my number, so you can call her from your phone." And I said, "Nah, no, I don't. I can't get," because then he might have gotten it from her. No. And there's my number.
If she had to block his number already, I don't think she's going to be working in cahoots with Gilbert.
Well, but Gilbert might have.
Better safe than sorry.
He's outsmarted us before.
Maybe the lie was she blocked his number.
Maybe that might have been a lie. That might have been
John up to
and
make
you
the
think
call.
Gilbert,
you're right.
You think Gilbert's going to be walking down the street with his right foot kind of dragging, and all of a sudden he has a cigarette and he gets in the car with Kobayashi, and then Gilbert is actually nothing more than Kaiser Soze?
I think Gilbert could have set John up, and John deftly avoided the trap.
What's the movie?
I sidestepped that mine.
Hold on. What's the early movie that Ed Norton did with Richard Gere, where he's in jail and say, "Oh, I will," and then all of a sudden at the end he goes,
"Yeah, oh yeah,
yeah, great job, Marty." It's like the whole movie we thought he was.
Yeah,
he was, this shy, and then we find out it's all an act.
When he got off, when he got up,
when he had when he helped him get away with murder.
Right.
Primal Fear.
Man, that was a good movie.
Yeah.
That was the first Ed Norton I ever saw.
You think Gilbert is Ed Norton Jr.?
I don't think so, but could he be Primal Fear? You think he's outwitting you and
he's outsmarted us plenty.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What about when he was his brother?
What was his name again?
Charlie?
No, I don't think
it wasn't
Charlie.
Charlie.
It was something very American. I just don't remember what it was. No, I don't remember.
Gilbert's not. I'll get Gilbert.
Is this Gilbert? No, this is Gilbert's brother. Can we speak with Gilbert? Hold on. Gilbert! Hello? He changed his voice very slightly. Oh man.
So yeah, we've been outsmarted plenty by Gilbert.
Yeah.
But plenty. 928 ESPN 97.5.
You listeners are going to have to step up and help with this Gilbert thing.
Yep.
Well, it takes a village.
Time for you to talk about Daspit.
I will. I'll talk about John Daspit. John Daspit, maybe Daspit couldn't help out with this. John Daspit's been listening to the show for over 2 decades, and so he knows all about it. He goes back and listens. I haven't heard from him for a while, so I don't know if he's still listening or not. I would hope so, because he definitely knows who Gilbert is. And John Daspit knows who a lot of people in the city of Houston are. He is passionately pursuing justice for the injured at all times, and that's across the state of Texas. So, there'll be cases he's handling in Dallas, in San Antonio, in Austin, Houston. He heads down to Victoria and Beaumont, because that's where a lot of the refinery blasts and the offshore accidents happen. People get hurt and hurt badly with some of these accidents that happen through someone else's negligence. And when that happens, you need a personal injury lawyer like John Daspit, who is going to fight for you for all the money that it's going to cost you for the medical bills. Make sure that all your medical stuff is taken care of. Make sure that you get paid for the time missed from work, and that your pain and suffering is a fair number. There's a lot of insurance companies who want to really put the squeeze on you, and your pain and suffering is worth nothing to them. John Daspit is worth a lot more, because he understands this is something you have to live with. So you want someone who's on your side, not the insurance company side, just trying to get a quick settlement. John Daspit's there to fight for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we got to pick a contestant for Warehouse. Beat the Warehouse guy. So at exactly 8:35, to let everybody have a chance. Caller number 5 is
9:35.
Excuse me, 9:35.
Yeah.
In 2.5 minutes. In 2 minutes. 2 minutes, you got you call exactly at 9:35, and if you're caller number 5, you're going to play Beat the Warehouse Guy. It's a trip to a game, the ride there and back in the limo. I have 4 tickets to a game, and that's all.
And the switch up here is it'll be earlier tomorrow at 8:30.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. 8 o'clock tomorrow. So you got to be available at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
And remember, have more than 5 games. It could be over-unders. Doesn't have to be straight lines, because if Justin goes first, he takes your game. You got to adapt. So have a couple spares ready to beat the warehouse guy tomorrow at 8:00.
Yep. People have tried to just fade him.
That hasn't worked so far this year.
Well, it would have worked because he was 2-3, I think, this week.
I think he was 3.
Did he double bank somebody?
Well, there was 2 double bangers, and they split those, I believe.
Yeah, but remember the guy who just double banged him all day?
Yeah, that happened a couple seasons ago now. And watch your tone, phrasing
scary.
with you.
What happened?
Not some guy double banged him all day long, whatever you
well,
said.
You know what I mean?
No, don't say. I know what you tried to make it sound like. Yeah.
They didn't try to do anything.
I didn't try anything. You just have a filth and flarn.
Yeah, okay, it's my problem.
Yeah, just filth and flarn.
Justin has been good. He's undefeated, 3-0 so far. You can't. No one has beat the limo guy yet.
Beaten the warehouse guy yet.
Warehouse guy, yeah, not limo guy. Warehouse guy, yeah.
He used to be the limo guy. Now he's the warehouse.
He does still provide a limo though.
He does. He provides the limo and 4 tickets to a game. Won't be in the Astros playoff.
I don't
game.
think he's giving those up.
I'm pretty sure he's not, but we'll see. Well,
we got Rockets coming up. It's the training camp is around the corner.
Tomorrow is media day, right?
Yeah. So it might be a Rockets game or a Texans game.
Apparently, the Rockets met the media though yesterday, and Tillman had
new facilities.
The new facility.
Not the players themselves, but like the
but the players were there.
Yeah, but
what's the new facility? Practice facility?
Yeah,
they built a new. Yeah, right up by Post Oak.
Why do you spend
by
money
I-10 near I-10?
Why do you spend money on that? He could have gotten
Oh my God! They say it's fantastic.
I'm sure. How much did it cost? How many jets could it have
a bunch?
How many jets could you have got with that for
the
basketball team?
Well, he doesn't care about that. He wants a bit. Listen,
Tillman doesn't care about University of Houston basketball. You just said. He owns the program.
Oh, that's true. But he owns the Rockets too, and he's trying to own a WNBA team and a hockey team.
Yeah.
Not so fast. Did you see the article? Tillman doubts hockey will be here.
Yeah, he doubts it'll be here, but he's trying. He doubts it'll be here.
To me, you got to pick one or the other. You can't have hockey, NHL. I mean, you can't have NHL and WNBA and basketball and University of Houston.
You can own all those.
And Vic and Anthony's and Golden Nuggets and Salt. He's going to be too busy.
He's too busy to own.
He's got to drive all over
team.
the place. Yeah.
No, he doesn't have to drive anywhere. He's got a gigantic yacht he could take. He's got a helicopter.
He's going to have to sell. How much do you think he could sell University of Houston?
I don't think he can sell a university.
I'm sure that.
Do you think he could sell it?
I don't think that's a winner for him.
No.
If you want to know the truth.
But could you sell it and get out from under University of Houston athletics for maybe sell it to Tech or something?
He's already built them a stadium. What else do you want him to do?
That's added value. Can he sell
I think
University
the best facility in this city.
Excuse me?
That's my favorite facility.
Did T. Boone Pickens put a limit on what he was willing to spend? What are we talking about? He already built him a stadium.
He already built him a stadium. That's enough.
Keep coming with the cash.
That's enough.
No, it ain't.
Yeah.
For the real boosters, the real big money, it's never enough.
Well, I think he contributes. Don't worry.
Oh, keep it coming.
Yeah.
You got your.
You want to buy Kelvin a plane?
You got your coach out here crying poor. Got your coach. Please, sir. Can I have a jet, please?
More planes, please. More planes, sir.
Please, sir. More
I gotta
miles,
go
please.
to this. I gotta get this kid. Then I gotta come back here.
I want
can't
a
drive
cheeseburger.
this.
I want a hot dog.
I mean, you guys got me out here like some kind of jerk.
Please, sir. Can I have more miles, please?
Could you transfer miles to me at least?
Yeah, net jet
so
miles,
I can
please.
upgrade?
But people might not know what we're talking about.
Yeah, they might not.
Earlier in the show, we had the soundbite from Fox, and Kelvin Sampson said, "I need a plane over here.
I need a PJ."
It was more complicated than just I need a plane. He's got one. He's got a PJ.
So when I was listening to it, it sounded like that. Remember that evangelist that was like, I got two, but I need another plane.
Yeah,
okay?
I do remember. Yeah. Which one? Which evangelist?
Anyway,
Kenneth Copeland, was it?
That the evangelist plane
was
thing?
it Kenneth Copeland? Was that
I
him?
might have been. He was like, I need a plane.
I can't keep begging our donors for NetJet miles. Please, administration, I need more miles, please. More
planes,
more planes, please. One more PJ, please.
Poor Kelvin.
Out here using Will Kunkel as a mouthpiece so he can get some miles. Come on, Tillman.
I think he was just venting a little bit.
I'm sure he was.
I think he was too. He probably had a meeting with the organization. He probably had a meeting like University of Houston's getting football's getting $130 million facility. And I'm out here driving like a jerk from Waco to Lubbock. It's probably what he thought.
Yeah.
Like, I've been to the tournament every damn year. I got to the Final Four, and I ain't even got a PJ to be flying around in.
A jet.
Give me a Sumlin helicopter.
A jet probably cost them about $8 million. That's all. And in football, it's got $130 million.
Yeah.
Come on. But step up. Let's go, UH.
Football lost to a school whose quarterback they can't even pay. And you can't get me a jet.
Yeah.
I saw that UNLV game. That quarterback wasn't even good. Give me a jet.
You think Houston would trade Donovan Smith for Sluka or whatever his name was? It might make a trade straight up.
I don't know. Sluka has like a 43% completion percentage.
Yeah, it wasn't great. He was a run-first quarterback.
Yeah.
He's a run-first, but he got that dub, though, didn't he?
He is not the reason they're winning games,
he's run for 235 yards in 3 games.
He's fine, but they're not winning. They're winning games because of defense.
Dell doesn't like running quarterbacks.
No, what do you mean? What does that mean? What's that mean?
White running quarterback.
And now all of a sudden we're going to diminish his.
Now, how poor are they?
Diminishes.
No wonder they ain't paying him.
You guys got to go deeper. That kid went to Holy Cross.
I mean, you got to, honestly, UNLV's like, come on, guys. You think we were going to give $100,000 to a white running quarterback?
Look at Jackson
Let's just be
Arnold.
real about this guy.
Jackson Arnold.
We never offered this guy $100,000. Look at him.
I like Colin Klein. He was our white running quarterback.
Yeah, that guy was a volume runner.
He was
like 27 carries a game.
Yeah, you got it done. I ain't got no issue with white running quarterbacks. You got to dig deeper. My hate is more complex. That kid went to Holy Cross. Bill Simmons went to Holy Cross. There's no good people who come out of Holy Cross.
Oh, my. Bill Simmons went to Holy Cross?
Yes.
I didn't know you had tied it to 6 degrees of Bill Simmons.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta look deeper.
No idea where that – because Miami Heat fans,
Bill Simmons that much?
Fans do not like Bill Simmons.
So Sluka, you went to that trash-ass school, beat it.
Who do you hate more, Harry or
Harry who?
Harry Douglas or Bill Simmons?
My hate for Harry Douglas goes deeper than sports.
Right.
But
so who is it
to keep it in sports? It's Bill Simmons. Get him out of here. And I don't hate Harry Douglas. I wish he would just stop doing stuff.
Skip Bayless or Bill Simmons?
I don't care about Skip Bayless. He doesn't bother me. I've never listened to his show.
It's not out of me.
I never watched.
I can't. Every time he's on, I just turn that off. I can't.
Well, to be fair to Bill Simmons, it's any Celtics fan I can't stand. Paul, you're right up there too.
Wow.
What, Paul Gallant?
I mean, I don't dislike Paul.
What did Paul Gallant do to you?
I'm sure he's put on a Celtics shirt in the past. That's
I'm
enough for
sure
me.
That's
enough for me.
Why you hate the Celtics so much?
Screw Boston.
Wow.
Well, they've had Boston
just
in Miami.
because they're all racist?
I mean, they were just scrapping against each other.
Is that not enough? If that was the reason, would that not be enough?
Just because they pooped at Bill Russell's house?
I mean, they didn't. Yeah, that wasn't great for that city.
Ugh, God, what a bunch of a-holes.
You hate the Dodgers. I'm allowed to hate the Celtics.
Yeah, no, I hate the Dodgers. Yep. 8:00 tomorrow. Where we got a
yeah. Alan got it done. Yeah.
Okay, way to go, Alan. That's Baby Dell in there.
He's not. I just used that. I just wanted him to play me at the party, so I
you just wanted him
to show up. Hey, look, it's Dell.
You wanted a character.
Yeah.
You wanted somebody to step in for you.
People would hug him.
Yeah, anyone but me taking that back hug that I was getting from everybody.
Yeah.
But Alan, I can't force Alan to do anything. He's an intern.
You didn't need that in your life.
Back hug.
Yeah. People were giving me back hugs without consent.
No, we don't need that in our lives.
I
even though I promote it.
Yeah, you were telling everyone to do it.
Reg.
Hey guys, you know what would be cool? If we do this thing we do every time Dell's in public. Give him a hug.
Give him a hug.
Hey,
he loves that.
Lance did it too.
I did.
He wasn't.
Did
you weren't the only one. No, he tried.
No,
to get
I
people
tried
to
get people to hug him.
You
Aggressively try to get them to do it. Yeah.
Now playing the role of Dell at the listener appreciation party is Alan, but I couldn't get Alan to do it.
No, he was
like, I'm not doing that.
Right,
what I look like?
Yeah,
not you.
Yeah, find somebody. I'm not going to appropriate. Okay.
Well, he's not. He wouldn't be appropriating.
Hugging isn't appropriating.
Well,
Alan's sure he's a lighter tone than me, but he's not white. He wouldn't be appropriating.
Man, what are you appropriating? What?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What? So what's happening with the bullpen?
What do you want to get to?
It's kind of a joke for us to try to turn this into anything more than it is, which is a pathetic show.
I mean, you guys.
Let's get back to corn on the cob.
Yeah, well, you guys keep making Hall of Fame references, and I would stop.
Really, if the voting was now, there's zero.
Well, too late. They already let you in.
We're already in. We already got.
We're not actually.
Well, no, but they've already voted us in.
You're not a
really, because let me.
You're not a senior in high school. They can't take it away from you.
That's what I was going to say. Del, have there been any scholarships lost because of something that was posted on social media?
Sure, that's happened quite a bit.
Yeah.
Huh.
But if they don't know you guys by now, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a story for you. How about this? Did you see the story about Rowdy Tellez?
Oh, yeah.
The Pittsburgh Pirates chunky.
425 at bats.
So he needs to get to 425 plate appearances, and in his contract, he's got a $200,000 kicker. 4 plate appearances away, and he started here like he's a starter for them. He's got 13 home runs, 56 RBIs. He hits 243, and he's a 691 OPS. Those numbers could be in the Astros lineup, if I'm being honest.
Be.
Yeah. I mean, it's not outlandish. They designated him for assignment before the end of the year so they could take a look at 2 young players who are coming up. We got like 6 games left. They knew one more game would cost them $200,000, so they're like,
well, they are the Pirates.
They're taking
a poor.
They're taking
they're one of the
ton of
they
crap.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
As they should. They literally just kept this man from $200,000.
Yeah.
And do you know he and his wife, if he's married, he's like 28, 29 years old, 6'4", 270-pound first baseman. That guy needs that cheese. And he's probably talking to his wife, and his wife is like, you know what?
Porky, hog,
I'm going to get to my bonus.
Double wide, butterball.
You know what I'd like to do? I would like to get a condo for my parents to move closer to us because they're getting older, and I want them to be able to see their grandchildren. And okay, let's do that. And they're probably looking at properties, and like I found a place that's going to be perfect. We get the $200,000, taxes. I'll put $100,000 down. This will be perfect for them. And they can be here, and then they can take care of the kids, and you can go back to work. And
if I'm the Pirates, I say, how many plate appearances you got? What's the number in the contract? Sorry, beat it. All right,
so
Rowdy?
You are like the Pirates.
Yeah.
He probably had already spent that money.
Probably.
And then they called him, hey, we need to talk to you about something. You want to, do you want to do like a contract for the next 2 years, low money? Honey, I gotta wait in. The GM wants to talk to me. He's probably like, they're probably going to try to lowball me for a 2-year deal or something, but I'll see what they say. Oh, no, they fully waived me. So tell your parents we need to break that contract. Yeah, I know we put earnest money in, but yeah, it's gone.
Well,
it's gone. They DFA'd me. I'm not getting You don't understand. I'm not getting to 425 plate appearances. They cut me.
Justin Verlander.
I know my numbers are better than Jake Myers and Chaz's. I know I've got better numbers than Maldonado had.
Wait a minute. You're
Everyone
not saying
does,
you got that same energy for Justin Verlander? He didn't meet his innings pitched, and so he ain't getting his $25 million next year. You got that same energy for him?
Justin Verlander hasn't been starting. He was out with a neck injury for 4 months. 5 months.
I feel bad.
This guy was just minding his own business.
Justin Verlander
playing.
not getting that 25 next year.
He's just playing.
He's a fat guy.
He's just trying to play and do his thing. Justin Verlander didn't play.
He's a fat guy. I love him.
The Astros would have loved
to have
had him.
throw some beers down?
I'm sure he does.
Rowdy Tellez.
I just love that Lance has a whole backstory. Like, he's got a condo he wants to buy.
Where did he come up with this?
I don't know.
How do you know he's got a condo?
This guy plays softball. He will play softball.
He will. He probably does right now. He probably went to the softball league after they cut him.
Well, he needed more bats.
Sliding here. I mean, is this good?
You want to be the catcher when that's coming in?
Give that man his money.
Give it. He needs to eat.
The Pirates,
it's $200,000. The guy's been busting his ass all year.
Poor job by the
He needs to bring his in-laws in.
The poor job by the Pirates. You've been out of the playoff chase since the beginning of the year, but realistically, you've been out of the playoff chase for a couple months. You could have got rid of him a couple months ago. Why are you keeping him around? You know what they did? They go, we're gonna mess with Rowdy. We're gonna give him the hope that he's gonna get his $200K, and then rip it right away from him.
Ta-da!
Right before.
One more game. Yeah. One more game, honey.
They got that man all excited and took it away.
Yeah.
They're like, keep starting. He started on the 19th, on the 22nd. Like, they're like, keep starting.
I know. Watch this.
But what if it gets extra innings?
Watch this. Pull the rug.
But what if it gets extra innings? Well, I mean, it'd have to go to 20 innings, and if it does, just pinch hit for him.
That's all. All right, we got a break. We got news on the weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about my bookie. I've been talking about my bookie for I don't know how many years now, and I love my bookie. If you haven't been there to the site, you can just go look at it and see, and then throw some money down. When you throw the money down, then you can double that money. You double the amount that you get to play with at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. You got to put in the promo code bet975. But it is a great place, easy to navigate. It's so simple to find exactly what you're looking for, and it's all the different. I mean, you got prop bets along with live in-game betting. You got a casino with live dealers that you can see the actual cards being tossed to you. It's incredible. Look, you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975. You got a free Thursday bet. That's pretty cool. Okay, they're just going to give you a free bet on Thursdays, and they've got a program, MyBookie Plus. Everybody's got a plus now. They got a MyBookie Plus where the more you play, the higher the tier you're in, the more giveaways you get. So you're looking for a great way to play, win, and get paid. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975. All right. Special place in hell for a Florida woman. Apparently, she scammed her grandmother out of $300,000. I don't know. Is it? I guess this wouldn't be the first time that you did somebody. But grandma.
What does
really?
she need the money for? What did grandma need the money for?
Grandma's trying to just live over here.
She's got a couple years left. She can't use that money.
it's just I don't know. I just feel I don't know. I just
Who do you feel bad for? The grandma?
I feel bad for grandma. Yeah, you're a POS. Do you believe that this guy who ran 30 marathons in 30 days, do you believe that that this is Jesus in his abs?
What?
Wait, what?
So look at the picture. Look at his abs.
He's got abs. Yeah, he looks like a model.
Is that the face of Jesus?
How much do you want to stare at this guy's abs, Lance?
Yeah. Do you see? Did you see it?
I actually see it.
Yes. No. You can.
Yeah, I actually see it a little bit.
You can see it's the face of Jesus in this guy's abs.
He showed up on Toast before.
Jesus?
Jesus,
not
JC.
Our Jesus.
Like which? The one that's
not the one at the church I went to in Austin.
Not Jesus
not that
Alou.
church.
Not that church.
Not
Actually, it could be.
Not the
I mean,
one.
it could. It's all Jesus's. I think.
Not the one on my mom's shirt when she had the Jesus is a black man shirt.
Yeah,
not that
right.
Jesus.
Not that.
It's the one that.
Well, no, it actually could be. It
Okay.
actually could be. Yeah. I mean, this looks like he ran 30 marathons in 30 days. Okay. Jesus is with him.
I believe it.
I don't believe that you could do it without Jesus' help.
That seems very miracle-like.
Well, apparently, they had to shut down Montana voting. They left Kamala off the ballot.
Well,
wait, what happened?
Left Kamala off the ballot in Montana.
Stop the steal.
Okay. Did Kevin Costner have anything to do with that? Is that Montana or Idaho?
Isn't he in Wyoming?
It's what? Is it Wyoming? No,
Who do they
it's
take?
Montana.
They take them to Wyoming or Montana when they are giving them the bus ride.
Oh, that's that's
Wh-
Wyoming, right?
They take them to Wyoming.
Is it Wyoming?
I don't remember how Yellowstone works.
Or Idaho. Which one is next?
When
to
they
it?
need to get rid of someone, and he's taking a bus to another state, and they just toss him off a cliff.
Yeah. Apparently, the Prime Minister of Poland has declared war on beavers. The beavers.
What is it with all these European nations with war now?
Yeah, everybody. Well, this against beavers.
Yeah, but still, that's where it starts.
That's
where the aggression begins.
And then they go after people next.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It starts with encroaching on beavers, and then all of a sudden, we're going to expand into seals next. And like, what?
They've deployed more than 26,000 military personnel to combat the effects of prolonged heavy rainfall. Okay, and the beavers are stopping the flow of the rivers apparently with their dams.
Oh yeah. Well, beavers got to go.
Yeah,
I would launch.
Yeah. So you'd launch an attack on beavers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Drone strikes.
A Florida man asked the deputy to test his bad drugs after burglarizing a home over barking dogs. The man found himself behind bars after he allegedly broke into a home and later asked a responding deputy to test his illegal drugs. This dude I just don't feel like he's a very good criminal. He's not good at all at this.
Hey, try this.
Here.
Try this. Does this taste off to you?
Snort this.
Snort this.
Yeah. How does this taste?
Like, what do you?
Tastes bad, doesn't it? It doesn't.
That's not good, right?
Yeah. Does this taste right to you?
Smell it inside your nose.
A very scary person is what this woman was called. She pulled out a gun when she was denied a dog adoption. I just feel like
we were right. That's when you know we hit this one out of the park. We did our job.
Yeah, we denied her. So what did she do? Pulled out a gun on us.
Yeah.
She needed that dog for some kind of heist or something. All right. That's News of the Weird right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Those are brought to you by.
It's not really brought to you by anyone.
Then somebody needs to sponsor this.
Yeah, I know. This is like the most popular segment we have because we're saying goodbye and people are waiting for Dell.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Right?
Well, I think people realize the joy they have listening to you and just want one more segment. And that's what it is. They want one more segment of John
Just
and
one
Les.
more.
So they listen in. That's why it's so popular.
No, I was with Kyle, who listens to the show yesterday. I said something, and he goes, "Oh, that was on News of the Weird." I said,
"Yeah, see,
Kyle listens." And that's the cop from League City who's going to come
that you're going to use, and he's going to do a favor for you and arrest
do me a favor. He's going to come and raid your home
and turn off his body cam. Apparently, too.
Hopefully.
No, not hopefully.
No, we just had a really bad case yesterday that the guy was found guilty for Yeah.
Turning off his body cam?
No, he lied to get a no-knock warrant and ended up killing people and their dog.
Well,
weren't involved in drugs.
That's awful.
Hey,
yeah, it
that's
was
an
after
awful
5
story.
years of this case going on. It was
Officer
decided he was
Kyle,
found guilty.
SWAT team Kyle. I'm not sure what your career, how much further you want to go, but don't do favors for John.
Yeah, no. That's what
It's not going to help you.
That's what you need to do. That's what you have to do. 71378. Oh, we're done.
We're
Call
done.
Dell Show. Call Dell Show.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mapes wants to talk.
Is that it? Are we done?
We're done.
Well, not John. John's not done.
I got HRP to talk about. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. We love HRP here. You're going to love HRP here. You're going to love HRP at your business because HRP is going to save you money. HRP is going to make sure that you get your payroll perfectly done every single time because that's what they do. HRP is going to make sure that your HR is done correctly because if you don't, then you could be facing, I'm telling you, there's a lot of EEOC complaints or there are a lot of lawsuits filed against companies because they don't handle HR correctly. How are you disciplining? How are you how are you getting rid of people at your business? It's kind of a big deal. And HRP knows how to do it. And HRP also knows all about the taxes because that's kind of a big deal as well. They have experts in the Affordable Care Act. They have said here before, they said, hey, just tell people if they're having a real problem, just call us. So why don't you call them and see how they can change your business, how they can customize a plan perfect for your business to make sure that you're getting your payroll and your benefits packages and your taxes done perfectly. And HR as well. You're looking for the best way to do it? HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Welcome into the show. And we're like counting down the days to the playoffs right now. If you don't know, you're going to be able to hear all the Astros playoff games right here on ESPN 97.5. You may ask, how could you possibly do that when 790 is the rights holder? Well, that is where the ESPN connection comes in. So if you'd rather listen to a random ESPN, maybe it'll be, will it be Boog? I don't know who does their playoff stuff on the radio consistently, but we will have Astros baseball, not Booger. What's his name?
Boog Shambi.
Boog Shambi.
Yeah, I think it's Sean McDonough most of the time.
He does that. I like Sean McDonough, particularly with college football. So we'll see. But we're going to have all their games. And we're just waiting. We know we're locked in as a 3. Some news coming from yesterday beyond the game, because the game is like, okay, can we simulate? Can we super sim, fast sim to the end of the season? But things happened yesterday. We had an Alex Bregman moment. Alex Bregman, at least the team acknowledging that this could be very well his last time in front of that Astros crowd in the regular season. It's a very interesting thing to do when management is telling you, hey, we're going to get an offer out there. We're going to get an offer out there. We're going to have discussions. And then the manager's like, actually, we all know what's happening here. Hey, you want to go out there? We're going to treat Alex Bregman right. He ain't going to be here next year. So let's get him out there and acknowledge that he has been a great Astro. So I'm sure Dana Brown will tell people when asked that they tried. I'm sure Jim Crane, if asked, will say they tried. But the organization, at least the guys who wear uniforms day to day, are acting like Alex Bregman's not going to be back next year. So in the middle of the game, Alex Bregman goes out there, and when Joe Espada goes to home plate to make a change, we see Alex Bregman walk off, and you'll hear the reaction from the crowd and Todd Callis as Alex Bregman leaves the Minute Maid Park field in the regular season for what appears to be, at least as an Astro, for the final time.
Lineup card, he's going to call out Alex Bregman. Bregman didn't know what was happening, but he's going to leave the field here. Fans reacting.
Pretty cool moment for Alex. It's been an incredible career in that Astros uniform.
So yeah, he's not coming back. For all the hope, for all the selling of maybe we'll try. Nah, it's not coming back. Everyone's from the broadcast booth to the manager. Forget it. Thank you, Alex, for your time here. And it's weird because he will be playing on that field again in less than a week. But we're not going to be doing standing ovations and exits during the middle of playoff games. So get comfortable with the fact that Alex Bregman is gone, because everyone else over there is. It just is the prevailing thought. And despite the front office telling us one thing, you can't fool us, Jim Crane and Dana Brown. And if you thought you could, your guys in the uniform said, "Hey, stop trying to fool people. He ain't gonna be back."
And Jeff Blum too.
Yeah, Jeff Blum was like, "What? He's been a great Astro." Almost like saying goodbye.
Yeah. What a start to the Shea Whitcomb era.
Ooh, I was trying to think of worst passing of the torch moments, because whether Joe Espada was trying to make it that's what it felt like when Whitcomb goes out there. He goes out there, and we're thinking to ourselves, okay, this is the future. The present and the past walked off the field. The future is now. Let's see what Shea Whitcomb's got. It's not like he's not been on the roster for time now. But in this moment, it was, we take out one of the best Astros of this current run to bring on the future one, who we hope takes the mantle of third baseman for the Astros and does it well. And Shea Whitcomb was like, actually, I'm not ready for this.
Turns out I'm still hungover.
Yeah. Yes. That's the funny way to think about it, that Shea Whitcomb was
really not expecting to play because I ain't gonna play.
John Singletons out
This
there.
is Alex Bregman's last game. He's gonna get all 9, right? I'm not gonna go out there and play. Let's do it big tonight.
It's the first time I've won the AL West.
Yeah, I'm gonna celebrate like I've never done it before because in fact I've never done it before. We talked about the person popping the cork in the middle of a Spada speech. Maybe it was Whitcomb. And we were saying
getting a head start.
Yeah, we were saying, hey, we're gonna need a veteran to go, hey, we don't do that while the guy's still talking. Apparently someone needs to tell Whitcomb, if he was in fact hungover, which is the joke we're gonna lean into right now, hey man, we still got more games to play. This ain't the end of the you're not down in Sugarland where DeCenzo is celebrating a PCL championship, and he can get as drunk as he wants. By the way, the Space Cowboys, PCL champions. And apparently the guys down there were not happy, and they let it be known they were not happy about all the criticism of the Astros minor league system. Oh yeah, you think we're not good? We'll go put a PCL championship on your heads. That was the sentiment down there. A lot of Alex Bregmans down there, at least the young Alex Bregman. A lot of young Alex Bregmans down there. You're gonna pick me later in the draft? Hey, it's the 2nd overall pick, Alex. Well, I'm gonna remember, so I'm gonna wear the number 2. A lot of the guys with that attitude down in Sugarland, and they get it done right here. Well, at least it was on 92.5. They got it done. You had something to say?
Shea Whitcomb was 0 for 4 last night or yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, 0 for 4.
I think,
you're going to go hungover?
This is somehow accusing him of showing up to work hungover is the charitable explanation.
Because if he was in his right and sound mind and played that poorly, it'd be even worse.
Bryce Matthews, please. That's what I would say. But I'm going with the narrative that he was just hungover.
Yeah, we've seen him play third base before. He's not been that bad before.
Yeah,
it's hard to be that bad.
He doesn't have a little bit of fun after he won the AL West. But yeah, Alex Bregman sitting in the dugout, being like, yes. Every time he bobbled a ball, every time he threw it wide, just yes.
I guess the thought is, do we believe Alex Bregman wants to be here? We always make the assumption that maybe the player's tired of being here. We make the assumption that he wants to, but maybe he's tired of the quote unquote disrespect because they didn't come with an offer that he deemed appropriate. But Shea Whitcomb went out there and did something, at least up until the point of this tweet, only one other Astro had done. Well, it's the first time an Astro had done it since 2013, commit 3 errors in a game. Also a third baseman, Matt Dominguez, and then they added a 4th one. He goes, oh, you think I want to be Matt Dominguez? No, I'm going to be, this is going to be Shea Whitcomb thing. I'm going to commit errors at third base and do it 4 times.
It's just big me.
I don't know who was worse. Actually, I do. Whitcomb was worse. Rashawn Dubin wasn't much better.
No.
He was pretty bad too. Hector Neris in the never-ending battle between him and Julio Rodriguez. Julio won this round. And Julio Rodriguez was asked after the game about their back and forth, the incident that happened. Life is too short to be holding things on. Obviously, that's something that he understood that it was not correct to do. And we talked about it, and he apologized in person, and it's all good. We're grown men. And I will hit home runs off of him if he gives me the opportunity. And that's what happened yesterday afternoon.
Do you think that was part of the apology? Was serving up a meatball?
Hey, man, I know you guys are still in the race.
Yeah, I'll do you a solid.
I'm not gonna serve one up when we're still competing. But now that it's over, I'll give you one.
Yeah, I mean, that's what was going through my mind during the Alex Bregman living eulogy that he was getting.
At least as for his Astros tenure, a eulogy.
I was thinking the Seattle Mariners are still playing for something here.
Yeah.
they still care about what happened. They're just sitting there with their arms folded, being like, all right,
can we get this game going, please?
Get this guy off the field. All right, we get it. Ugh.
I know.
Thank God he won't be in our division anymore.
We're happy about it. So a lot happened in a game that meant next to nothing, unless you were really invested in Kikuchi finishing his Astros regular season with the team being undefeated in its starts.
I mean, the second that he was the starter the day after they clinched,
that streak was off the table.
No, they're not winning. Kikuchi's the guy who needs like 14 hours of sleep. No way he got 14 hours of sleep.
Well, he wasn't at the game, right? He watched the celebration from home.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he
In
did not
bed?
go because of his insistence on that amount of sleep. He did not participate, and he talked about it. Hey, hopefully there are more celebrations to come, but he wasn't a part of it.
Oh, okay.
So he might have got his 13 to 14 hours of sleep, and then the bullpen and Shea Wickham let him down.
I love the commitment to the sleep lifestyle.
Look, I am one who takes a nap every day, but that's more out of necessity because getting up at the time I get up ain't great for me. But 13 to 14 hours, I can't imagine. 13 to 14 hours at any point.
Yeah.
Straight. So we're thinking he just flies through. 13, 14 hours, never gets up.
Yeah. Like 10 to 11. Is that the time that makes most sense? No, I mean, most games he's at the ballpark. So it has to be like 12 to 1 or something.
I can't. It's something I have never done, even as a kid.
In the afternoon.
But we're talking, that's pretty much double what anyone else gets as far as straight sleep. Like there's some people, depending on their job, who may be able to put in 9 hours, but for the most part, we're talking 7 to 8 generally. And he's getting 14 straight hours of sleep, it's a good life.
Must be nice.
Yeah. Kikuchi, shout out to you, man. Training yourself to sleep for 14 hours straight. Think about that. The man is sleeping far more than he's awake.
Yeah. Yeah. He spends most of his life asleep.
And when he is awake, he's at a ballpark.
He's a professional baseball.
What a life. Hey, keep striking guys out.
How much of his life isn't asleep or baseball?
So
he has to be
if
like
he's
at
a
the
starting
ballpark
pitcher,
for 6 hours.
Let's say he's not starting that day. So when does a non-starting pitcher get to the ballpark? He knows he's not pitching that day.
Couple hours
before the game. And so he's probably at the ballpark for around 5 hours on those days, 5 hours. And then you throw in the sleep habits. The man
19 hours.
The man during baseball season spends about maybe 4 hours a day not sleeping or doing baseball type things.
We're not taking into account the commute.
It's
Let's
baseball.
just say 30 minutes each way.
And that's baseball related too. So does he have like 2.5 to 3 hours a day during baseball season where he's awake and not? That's I mean,
married.
I don't know. I don't know Kikuchi's life.
I'll just say I wonder how Mrs. Kikuchi feels about this.
Well, sorry, I gotta get my sleep in. Well, he can't have kids, right? 13 to 14 hours a day. Who's allowing that if you're the significant other? And then I got to do my baseball thing. But Kikuchi does not get to 10-0.
He is married since 2016.
Okay, so an understanding wife. Where's Kikuchi? You know where he is.
Probably either asleep or at the ballpark.
Yeah. Those blackout curtains must hit. He must know the best ones to get if he's getting that type of time.
Yes. If you need a mattress or pillow recommendation, hit up Yusei Kikuchi. His personal life section on Wikipedia literally is only about his sleep pattern and the fact he got married in 2016. It's the only 2 sentences.
I'm sure it's the way he likes it, because once people start digging in, they're gonna find something they think they should take offense to. So all we know about him is he sleeps and he balls out when he's an Astro. And hopefully that continues in the playoffs. We have some information about the weekend rotation, and that's mostly because it kind of confirms what we all believe, that one legendary Astros pitcher won't be on the playoff roster, at least not for the wild card round. So we'll talk about that when we get back. We have some Texans news as well regarding some missing players. As far as them missing practice, we know where they are. We know they're around. They're just not at practice, so we'll get to that as well. And also, we do have a lawsuit involving Ohtani's 50-50 ball, because of course we would. Of course, there would be a lawsuit regarding that. So we'll get to that as well. But before we head to break, I do want to talk about this. My bookie. And it's Thursday, which means it is the weekly risk-free boost. That happens on Thursdays. And you're asking what that means? It means this. If your bet wins, you win big. If it doesn't, forget it. My bookie is going to refund your wager. So risk-free betting today. Check it out. You can try it out on the NFL tonight. We've got an NFC East game to look forward to, or not. But if you want to make it more interesting, you can go to my bookie for that. And remember, use that promo code BET975, particularly if you're a new customer. They match that whatever you put in on when you sign up, they'll match that up to $1,000. It's a great way to partake in MyBookie if you're a beginner. And remember, if you know all about MyBookie and you take advantage of everything they give you, they have the new loyalty program, which is called MyBookie Plus. All it simply means is the more you play, the more you win. It's pretty simple. You climb through these tiers of their loyalty rewards program to unlock even more promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. Just go to MyBookie and check out MyBookie Plus. It's mybookie.ag, where you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Willie P, we'll get to you right now. At some point, we're going to hear from Kelvin Sampson. He was, I think it was the Cougs' first practice, and the media went out there to talk to him. And he has some thoughts on the administration's buy-in to athletics, particularly when it comes to private jets. He doesn't want to keep begging donors for those NetJet miles, apparently. So we'll hear from Kelvin Sampson at some point here. But let's get to Willie P. He wants to talk a little soccer. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing?
Good morning, man. How are you? I'm good.
Not bad, not bad. You know, I can't call it. So I actually lied. I did not call to talk about soccer.
I called because today's Thursday, and I'd like to throw some shade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So last night I was driving around, and I got a text message from my dad. And he was like, "Did you listen to the Dell Show from Tuesday?" And I was like, "No, why?" And he was like, "Somebody's biting your bit." And I'm like, "Huh." So I put on the podcast, and I'm listening to it. And I'm gonna preface this shade by saying he did bite my bit, but he also did it in service of trying to get, I guess, Raheel back on the show. You know, free Raheezy. I'm all for that. I appreciate the segment you guys had together, whatever. But Lazy J, the next time you want to come out here and spill my what it do bit, baby, I'm gonna need you to bring me some Gatorade. You know, you out here slurping me up. I'm losing electrolytes. So yeah, next time, pay homage to your boy. Anyways, you guys have a good day. Sean A. Mates, what it do, baby?
Appreciate you, Willie P. I didn't notice that Lazy J did that. Willie P, in the future, maybe you don't want to explain all that to the intern, but you don't have to. You don't have to pretend. If you just want to say, "I want to yell about Lazy J about something," you can tell that. You can tell us that. It is Thursday, and while I will not do the gimmick infringement thing of taking something Raheel created and repurposing it for this show, if you guys want to throw slander, shade, whatever you want to call it at people, you're more than welcome to. Well, that's kind of an all week thing, but if you want to do it today because it is Thursday, we welcome that. Lazy J, I don't know if you're listening. I'm not so arrogant. I assume you're listening. Like, I know you're out there listening. I don't know, but if you are, you know the deal. You want to call in and take your shot at Willie P, we welcome that too.
Yeah, I do think it's fitting that we don't want to do throw shade Thursday because it's gimmick infringement, but then the shade that Willie P is throwing is the fact that another listener or another caller is infringing on a gimmick.
Yes, without giving proper credit. Now, the question would be is what it do something that is like just for the general public and it can't be given to one person? That's the question. What it do is not new.
But like if someone made a sitcom and the main character said, "Did I do that?"
We're Caleb and Caleb?
Yes. And the main character said, "Did I do that?"
Yeah.
People would be like, "You're biting Steve Urkel style."
You are. That's
you don't
true.
own Steve Urkel does not own the phrase, "Did I do that?"
But what if it depends on how you say it. Like if you say like, "Did I do that?" Whatever. But if you put that on it, then yeah, you're clearly stealing that. So I don't know how Lazy J said it because it didn't connect with me that he was taking Willie P's thing. I do appreciate his father snitching on Lazy J and recognizing his son's
Someone's
gimmick.
got to have your back.
Yeah. And if it's not your dad, who will it be? So I appreciate Willie P's dad and Willie P and Lazy J if you're out there. It's a lot of infringement because Lazy J calls about soccer too. They both call about soccer. And Willie P said, "Nah, not this time."
Get your own stuff, Lazy J.
Yeah. Well, credit to Willie P for not freaking out over Kylian Mbappe. Oh, how many goals is he going to score? It's so early in the year. Relax. You got that man for like the next 9 years, it feels like. As long as he wants to be there, he's a star. Real Madrid will have him. And it's early. It's early. Don't worry. Don't worry about Kylian Mbappe. And I think on the day that Lazy J called, he scored a goal, I think. So that's where we are there. So anyone else want to call in, we'll get to that. Look, you guys know the deal. You can take shots at people who work here, people who call the show, people who work on this show, or people in sports. That's not specifically what Thursday is for, but we can make it that if you want. You guys can drive where this show goes on a Thursday and really any other day. So Fake Eric, whoever that might be, wants to take a shot on a Thursday. What's up, Fake Eric?
Hey, Joe. Great show as always. Number one fan. How you doing?
Welcome, Fake Eric.
Yeah. I also wanted to take a shot at Lazy J. He wanted to call in on Monday and not show up to the listener party. Everybody was asking for Lazy J, and he didn't show his face. And also, I want to take a shot at all the fake Ryans and fake La Salsas that didn't show up to the listener party. You guys are a bunch of pussies.
Did he add the Y or did he end with an S? Because I know you hit the button. Do you think he added the Y, Sean?
Yes, I think he did.
Oh, okay. Well, if he added the Y and Sean's the producer, we normally just put you in hold and say don't do that anymore. So Sean, it's up to you. It's at your discretion. Do you have anything else, Fake Eric, or did you want to also use a word that would force Sean to hit the button?
No, I just want to say, great show as always, though. Love the show, and keep up the good work, though.
Thank you. That's his monotone, Fake Eric Wong. I know who you are. You were at the party for a long time, if I remember correctly.
That was a good fake fake.
He didn't mention Abigail Dye though, so
that is true.
Yeah, and now the recurring bit for Eric is telling us that our two favorite teams are going to play each other in the title game. So if I want to add a little flavor to your impression, those are the new thing Eric Wong does beyond the monotone voice. Mike, I guess our intern has decided to call it Take a Shot Thursday. It's fine with us. I mean, it would.
Now it's not gimmick infringement.
It's not gimmick infringement if we go Take a Shot Thursday.
Aha! This is the RC Cola of the Throw Shade Thursday.
It's Mr.
Pibb.
Whatever they call. What do they call? I forgot the cereal. I forgot the name brand cereals. Was it Smacks? What was it called?
Honey Smacks.
What do they call Honey Smacks at Walmart? The one is, instead if you get it, you don't get in a box because it's Walmart brand.
The bagged one.
They put them in the bag. This is what we're doing right now. Yeah. Odies is what we're doing too. Instead of Cheerios, we got Odies on Thursday on the Del Olaleye Show. Mike will get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in and take their shot on a Thursday? We welcome that going forward. And if you guys want to do that all day, cool. If not, we have some other things to get to. It's up to you guys. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
At some point, we'll get to what D'Amico Ryan said yesterday about addressing the O-line penalty issues. And Sean and I will discuss whether we think whatever they said they did is actually going to work, considering what we think Larry Tunsil's issue with false starts are. We'll see. But D'Amico did speak on it. Certainly was a question that people wanted answers to. And he gave one. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But first, let's get to Mike. He wants to take a shot on a Thursday. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Del, on the show. Hey, I wanted to take a shot at the Thursday and Monday night pregame panels. They're getting so bad now. I don't understand why they have 2-hour pregame shows and it's just all gimmicks. They have Ryan Fitzpatrick out there with his shirt unbuttoned all the way to his belly button. He has crap in his beard. Then Monday nights, you have Jason Kelsey, who they're trying to make the assumption of like he's the everyman's man. He only wears T-shirts. They have stains on him, and he also too has food in his beard all the time. I don't understand why it's just this. It's not even good television. It's just boring at this point. Like, do you ever think they're going to go back to just 30 minutes before the game, just talk about the game, and that's it? Or is it always going to be this long, drawn out, wannabe like podcast that they're trying to have out there for 2 hours before the game?
I don't think they're going to go back. And this is something that popped up during the playoffs or the finals. People took issue with that programming because they never talked about the games. And the actual basketball analysis was very short. You'd have a guest player on from one of the teams maybe recently eliminated. You have them on, you think, to discuss the game, and they got about 20 seconds because all it was a kind of a serving spoon for commercials. But as far as sure, and that's on ESPN too. So that was getting heat. Now you're mentioning the Prime broadcast and now the ESPN broadcast. I don't think we're going back. I think they believe that they need something to hold people's eyes until the game actually begins. Why they think the Jason Kelce's and the Ryan Fitzpatricks of the world are going to do that, I don't know. Because if they actually had Ryan Fitzpatrick tell me or showcase how a quarterback's going to break down the opposing defense he's going to see, that'd be great. He's a quarterback. What is he there for other than to do that? But Ryan Fitzpatrick is now a personality.
He also has a beard. So,
Yes.
And
there's got to be food in it. Yes. But if you have a quarterback on one of those sets, use the quarterback's expertise to tell me how this quarterback is going to deal with the defense that he's going to see, because the assumption is this quarterback has seen this defense before and this is how he would attack it. But no, Ryan Fitzpatrick isn't an analyst. He'll sit down with players. He'll ask them questions that are generally human interest stuff, and then he'll be comical. I'm not looking for that from Ryan Fitzpatrick, to be honest, but some people are. That's why he's there.
Yeah. Is it as simple as Del, what's the most successful sports studio show right now?
It is one that we hope continues, but is in flux. It is Inside the NBA.
Yes. I think it's more likely that everyone is just trying to be inside the NBA. And the thing is, they don't have Shaq. They don't have Kenny and Charles
and Ernie directing everything.
They have Ryan Fitzpatrick and his beard.
Carissa Thompson. And they have
Andrew
Whitworth. All those guys. Yeah, it's not the same.
It's just they're trying to capture a certain magic because, I mean, there's a reason everyone always says, like what you're saying, where let's have some expertise. Let's have them at the giant board with circles with where the safeties
but no
are.
one really wants that.
No one actually wants.
No one wants
because
that.
Know what TNT does? Not that.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny will
just make fun of each
Kenny's
other.
bid is him running up to break something down, but the only thing we care about is him, that weird run he has making it up there,
or
and
the race,
and they'll have a race. Yeah, to your point, yeah. So I think you're out of luck, Mike, on that. It's just going to be something where as Sean astutely put, they're trying to recreate something where the point is there's a magic to what those guys do. There's a chemistry to what those guys do. And I mean, we have 2 Hall of Famers in the morning who do a show. Can anyone really tell you why that works when those guys do what they do? You can't really. There's really no explanation for why it works.
You can't make a show and be like, let's be John and Lance.
Yeah,
because the 2 hosts won't be John and Lance.
No, so they're trying to duplicate that, and they're failing miserably at that. And it's impossible to duplicate, and yet they do it. It's the reason why there are no new ideas in Hollywood. Everyone's just doing something that someone else did, and then if someone does do something new, no one goes to see it anyway because they just want. That's why the movie business is the way it is.
Yeah, that's another one where people always complain about the thing they actually don't want.
Yeah,
it's the thing to complain about, but it's like, well, no one's gonna go watch the original story.
No. So Mike, I appreciate it. I'm there with you. I don't think those shows are very good, but we're stuck. I remember. I mean, most of us do that. Those long form shows were dedicated to the Super Bowl. Like the Super Bowl would be an all day thing. It'd be 4 or 5 hours. My favorite part about the Super Bowl that wasn't the game. This is long ago. Was Bud Bowl. Anyone remember Bud Bowl when those bottles of beer would play football against each other? Bud Light versus Bud. It's from the late 80s and early 90s. They got rid of it because hey, giving beer bottles personalities and having them play football, it's not something we want to push anymore. But they used to do it. And that was my favorite as a kid, my favorite non-football part of the Super Bowl. But now I don't even know if then they switched to Madden for a little bit, where Madden would simulate the Super Bowl and they would do that.
Yeah.
But they don't even do that anymore.
Now it's all Puppy Bowl.
To be fair, I'd rather have Puppy Bowl than 4 hours of
Americans gone soft. We used to have beer playing football.
We had beer playing
used
football.
To be Bud Heavy versus Bud Light.
Yeah.
Now it's a bunch of golden retrievers.
Yeah, and some border collie being all lazy and taking a dump at the 5-yard line. Great. Eric, the real Eric, we'll get to him when we come back. He wants to talk about Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman was a big story yesterday. The Astros, at least on the field, seeming to acknowledge that he won't be an Astro for very much longer. I mean, hopefully it's a long playoff run, but even then, it'll end in November. So we'll talk to Eric about that. We'll get to the Texans as well. And if anyone else wants to throw some shade, and if we're trying to avoid gimmick infringement, throw a shot or slander at someone, you can do that here. You can call in 713-780-3776. We also have a couple giveaways to do, at least one. I know we have Cougar tickets to give away. Well, let me be clear. I'm not giving you a ticket to Cougars. It's the
Can I win? Am I right?
No, it's Cougars versus use that as our video, our social media thing. Me and Sean being no, it's Cougars. It's the Cougs versus the Cyclones on Saturday. We have tickets for that. We'll give away here in a little bit, and also we'll get to Texans too. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's welcome in Eric. He had an imposter earlier in the show, but this is the real Eric, I believe, and he wants to talk about Alex Bregman. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Del, great show. And we all know what makes those John and Lance talk show great. The callers like La Raza and La Salsa and Eric Wong. But I want to say, Alex Bregman, you think he's coming back? Because Shea Whitcomb did not look good yesterday.
What'd you call him?
And also, Shea Whitcomb.
Okay, go ahead.
I know what you heard. I didn't say that, but anyway. Also, are you going to see the new movie by Sebastian Stan, The Apprentice? And also, did you see that great 30-minute long trailer of the Thunderbolts? I'll hang up and listen.
It was pretty long. I guess they deemed it a teaser for the new Marvel movie, Thunderbolts. Yeah, I did see it. I also saw speaking of Marvel, Ryan Coogler, who directed the 2 Black Panther movies. He has a movie with the guy who played Killmonger, Michael B. Jordan. It's a new vampire movie, but you don't see the vampires in the teaser. It's set like in the 1930s. Michael B. Jordan is playing twins in the movie. Haley Steinfeld's in it, another Marvel person, Kate Bishop. And we don't see the monsters, but they're in it. It's supposed to be a 1930s Prohibition era vampire movie in the Deep South.
Sick.
I'm in. I'm watching it. And
2 Michael B. Jordans in this movie.
And at least one of them is a veteran, I believe. And
there we go.
And he's got it's not an assault rifle because it's the 1930s, but it's a gun with a lot of bullets, and all you see is him firing, but you don't know what he's firing at, but you can assume.
Probably the vampire.
Yeah, you would assume. It's dusk. So that's has me in question. Do these vampires deal with the sun well? Are they all daywalkers? I'm not sure.
Maybe they're daywalkers.
And it's like, hey, I know Blade was supposed to be out like now, but I'm going to make my own vampire movie and get it out before Blade even shoots one shot. So we'll see how the Jordan Coogler vampire movie does and what it looks like. So I'm in on that. So he asked me about Bregman. Well, we've been discussing that quite a bit in the first hour, and I don't believe he's coming back. The Astros treated it like it was senior day. Like it was like, hey, I've got another year of eligibility. Yeah, but you're not coming back. We know. That's what they treated Alex Bregman like yesterday. He ran out on senior day, and his family met him at midfield. If it was college football, that's what it was like yesterday. Now he'll play in the postseason, obviously, so we'll get to see him on the Minute Maid Park field. But the Astros, at least the guys in that dugout, are operating like he's not coming back. So he'll go the way of Springer and Correa, guys who kind of started it all, who won't be around in whatever new iteration the Astros have. And you heard Eric mention Shea Whitcomb. He was not good. 4 turnovers in what felt like a passing of the torch type of situation. Well, he's like the U.S. men's 4x100 team. Those guys are terrible at passing the torch. And that's what it felt like yesterday, him throwing balls all over the place.
He definitely dropped the baton.
Yes, he did. Now, he has been fine in other moments as an Astro with the big club.
Just that moment.
But this particular moment when it felt like a symbolic thing where, hey, we're going from Bregman to you. He was like, could you stay with Bregman for a little bit more? I'm not ready for this. Hopefully he'll be ready for it. If it comes down to that, which it feels like it will in April, late March of next year.
Hey, guys, the lights are too bright.
But you've been under these lights before. But this time, when I know it's real now. Yeah. Before it was like, I don't know. I'm just filling in. But this felt like a real moment, and Whitcomb not ready for the moment. But hey, it's just one night, and he may have a long, illustrious career as an Astro at third base. We remember Bregman when he started. People were talking about sending him down because he could not get a hit. And look at him now, going to make like $30 million per year over the next 7 years from somebody else. And he's got 2 World Series titles to his name. So there we are. Did he ask about anything else? I'm sure he did. So we got to Whitcomb. We got to the Thunderbolts. I did watch. It was long. I'm still interested. I like Florence Pugh. What else? Do we remember anything else he said?
No, he just patted himself on the back.
For being a great caller.
Yeah.
And why John and Lance are so great.
Yeah.
That's my role, Eric, to take credit. But if you want to, you can too. All right. When we come back, I believe we're still very late, right?
No.
We can go up to the top of the hour? Okay. Let's get to
5 minutes early.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah.
How's
the matter?
I just assumed 10:51 means we're not on time, but actually we are on time. So let's get to this. A giveaway here. I've mentioned the Cougs and their game against the Iowa State Cyclones. Well, if you want to go, now's your time. Caller 5 at 713-780-3776. I sprung that on the intern and Sean, but caller 5 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs against Iowa State. The Cougs have their first home game of the Big 12 of their Big 12 schedule coming up. It is Hispanic Heritage Night, and it's a chance for the Cougs to bounce back. They did not fare well in Ohio against the Cincinnati Bearcats. Well, now they're home. We know their last home game, they beat up on Rice. Let's hope for a similar outcome on Saturday at TDECU, September 28th on Saturday. Check out your Cougs. Caller 5-713-780-3776. And look, if you're not fortunate enough to win the tickets from us, you can also just go to the game. If you call 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS, and get your tickets now, you can partake in the Family Night Special. It's 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. $80 to see the Cougs. A family night out to watch great college football. Remember, come early, be loud, wear red if you want to see the Cougs on Saturday against the Iowa State Cyclones. And we'll stick with the Cougs. We'll get to D'Amico Ryans in the next hour. Kelvin Sampson. I think the Cougs held their first practice. And in that moment, Kelvin Sampson took the opportunity to tell the world the Cougs aren't operating like a Big 12 program. He mentions his time at Oklahoma. But the best part about it was he said, I'm tired of asking our donors for those miles. Those are their miles. We should have our own miles. And what he's talking about is a private jet. He talks about how it affects recruiting. And if they want to be in the Big 12, they should operate like that. I would agree. I don't know how cash poor the University of Houston is as far as their athletic administration. But the guy who's been the face of Cougs sports for now a long time, we know how much success the Cougs have had. He is telling you they're not operating like they should. And he would be the one, because Willie Fritz is new. Willie Fritz isn't in a place where he can say that. The baseball team, it's a non-revenue sport. The basketball coach, Kelvin Sampson, the guy who's on the NBA level, who's coached at big programs, he can say it. And the question is, will the administration respond? He is calling them out. He is saying we should not be so dependent on donors to make this thing go. I can't drive from Dallas to Houston and back to San Antonio for a recruit. And, he's not strictly a Texas recruiter, so the PJ is needed. I never thought of I divorce how successful they've been and from what is actually going in to back the program, because you hear about Tillman Fertitta. We know the Fertitta Center, one of the better facilities in the city. It's great to watch a basketball game. It is a refurbished old arena, but they've done a great job making that a great home for the Cougs, and certainly the players have as well. It makes it a place people want to go. So the one guy who can talk about give me my money, give me my PJ is Kelvin Sampson. There's no one else who could go out there from a Cougs perspective and say it. And I do appreciate him saying enough with us being so dependent on the people who root for the team, went to the school, in some cases, willing to front some of our bills, front some of the money, pay for some of our bills. Why isn't the administration taking part? Because part of getting into the Big 12 is the money you get from being in the Big 12. It's not just simply, hey, we want to compete. Well, no longer, but we want to compete against Texas and Oklahoma and Baylor and TCU. It's the money that you get from a Big 12 TV deal as opposed to an AAC one. That's lucrative. And I thought I saw the numbers. I was trying to look it up. In 25-26, the Cougs, because of their membership, are on track to get like $32 million. $32 million. I think that's the cut for the conference teams in 25-26 with the new TV deal. I don't know how far like $32 million can go, but can it get Kelvin Sampson some PJ miles?
I think it could get you some PJ miles. I mean, you have to pay a lot of other things.
Yeah, sure.
Too, but
you got to fund an entire athletic program.
Yeah, but I'm sure they can look under the mattress and find some PJ miles for that. I mean, like you said, he's the most successful coach in any of the UH athletics. So if anyone is getting PJ money, it should be Kelvin Sampson.
And let me correct myself because there are two different stories out here about what Big 12 schools are getting. Because I see one that says $32 million. Now the speculation initially when the deal was signed was that each school was going to get 42.6. So we'll see what the number is, but it's somewhere between. Maybe Houston gets a little. I'm looking at it.
Could be a difference between when they joined and it was 14 teams and now
possibly,
it's 16.
Possibly, but the new deal will mark an uptick in the Big 12's overall distribution number, which currently stands at $42.6 million per school. So this was at the time. So the new number, maybe the initial reporting was wrong because this is back in 2022, and the information I said earlier about 32 million is more current. So either way, that's going to come into effect next year. And all I'm asking for is to get your most successful coach some more PJ miles. So he doesn't have to go begging. Excuse me, sir. Can I have some more miles, please? I think Kelvin Sampson simply wants to know that if I need to use a PJ, I can use a PJ, and it's at my beck and call. The recruiting hasn't suffered for his lack of miles, though. They're having a really good recruiting class, and they continue to get dudes. Hey, we talked about that kid earlier who is in the Kelvin Sampson mode, the Cougs mode of, yeah, I know he's like a 4 or 5 star recruit, but you know what the one issue he has? An untrustworthy jumper. Sounds like a Coug to me. Versatile, can play defense, will get after you. Just can't be depended on to make a shot, at least right now. So there it is. If you're a Coug fan, I mean, you can call and get some tickets if you want. But if you are a basketball fan of the Cougs, your coach is fighting. And he's not even asking you guys to foot the bill. This is in Tennessee. He ain't asking you to pay an athlete's fee for your tickets like the Tennessee Vols are doing for their football program. He'd like the administration to step up, and he used Will Kunkel Fox 26 to do it. We'll see if the administration is listening to Kelvin Sampson or they're just going to say, hey, make another Final Four. You've only got one. We only listen to people who make 2. I imagine that's not their approach. But it would be funny if it was that they talk to Kelvin Sampson that way. I don't think they're doing that. He's really good at what he does, and he just wants some help. It doesn't appear he needs a lot, but I'm sure a little bit more would be great for him and the Cougs. When we get back, we'll get to a team in town who is not hurting for money. In fact, they just fixed NRG. The panels are fixed. That barrel damaged that was reported this week. Now, the question is, with the weather supposed to be in the upper 80s for the game, will the roof be open again? We'll see. But the Texans are back in action on Sunday, trying to bounce back from their loss to the Vikings, and they have the Jags. An awful Jags team coming off an ass-kicking in Buffalo. They're going to be desperate as hell to get a win. The Texans don't have to give it to them. So we'll talk to D'Amico Ryans about the big issue from Sunday's game. And CJ is backing his OC. So we'll hear from CJ Stroud as well about some of the comments regarding Bobby Slowick. We'll get to that in the second hour. We'll be back. The Texans were back at practice yesterday. Tank Dell wasn't part of that practice. Neither was Joe Mixon. Dameon Pierce didn't practice either, but the reporting suggests that he will be available on Sunday. He's certainly closer to playing in a game than Joe Mixon is right now, still recovering from the hip drop tackle he suffered in their week 1 win. So that's where we are with injuries. We'll see if Tank Dell's back out there at practice. Maybe he's limited, maybe he's a full go. And then if he's not practicing today, then we'll have some concern about his status for Sunday. But right now, it could just be simply giving him an extra day, and we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But DeMeco Ryans was obviously there, and he spoke. Big concern about the team, other than just simply losing, was the offensive line and their play, and more specifically, their penalties. So DeMeco Ryans said it was addressed, and he went a little bit further. Here's DeMeco Ryans discussing what the team needs to do, and if they fix their O-line pre-snap penalties.
The pre-snap definitely has been addressed. Again, we spent time on that, talked about it, we addressed it, and we see on Sunday that it's been addressed, and we'll handle it really well. Offensive line had a great day at work today. Everybody's dialed in. Everybody understands who we are, what we're about, and what it's going to take for us to get back on track, and that's what we're focused on.
The illegal formation penalties can be addressed. Hey, we're just going to line up in a spot where we make sure we don't get called for that anymore. In fact, we're going to treat ourselves. We're going to have our O linemen act like wide receivers, where the wide receiver will look out to the sideline and point and go, "Am I good?" to the ref, so to make sure they're on the line or they're off the line, so they don't commit illegal formation penalties. Will the Texans go that far? They might need to, at least early, but I think we shouldn't worry about illegal formation penalties, at least as if they're caused by the O-line. I'm not going to worry about that. The false start one is the one. I don't know how you fix that, because are you going to tell Laremy Tunsil after years of doing it to just hold your water and don't jump early? You can try, but is he going to listen? Because I assume he would say, I'd rather get called for a penalty than give up a sack. So that'll be what I'm locked in on. Fixing illegal formation seems pretty easy. Just scooch up a little bit. You should be good. Ask the ref, am I good? We're good. But can you keep your starting tackle from jump and snap counts, from anticipating? And I understand that's kind of part of it. You know when the snap count, you know what the snap count is, you know when the ball's going to be snapped, so you're moving. But is he going to be someone to avoid that, who's going to be looking in? Or do they do the holding hands thing like O-line sometimes do when they're in a hostile environment, where the guard holds the tackle's hand, so once the guard moves or lets his hand go, he knows that it's time to move. How do they fix it? I don't think they'll be holding hands, but it's been done to know when the snap is and to avoid penalties. Is Laremy Tunsil just going to all of a sudden fix his anticipation issues? DeMeco Ryans seems to think it's been addressed. Now the question is, yes, it's been addressed. So you've addressed it, but was that addressing? Is that, if that's a word, taken in and taken in and say, you know what, you're right, I'm going to do it differently now? Or is this, or I mentioned it. What Laremy Tunsil does with it is up to him, but we have talked about it.
I mean, he has to get called less for it going forward, because he's gotten called for 7 in 2 games.
It's very hard to keep
7 in 3 games.
It's very hard to keep up this pace.
Yes, it'd be insane if he kept this up. So I do assume that whether it just depends on the ref crew that you get for that game or whatever, that this will be less of a problem going forward. Yeah, he's definitely not doing the hold hands like we're Iowa State going to the Ohio State. Like they're definitely not going to do that, especially this week at home.
I would hope it's not necessary at home against the Jaguars.
Yeah, but I think that it'll just get called less. I don't know how much Laremy will change. I just think it'll get called less, just because it can't really get called to the level it's being called right now.
I would agree. I don't know if we're going to see any real tangible evidence on the field that whatever they did to address it, other than less false starts. I don't know if there's going to be something very visible to let us know.
If he just starts giving up a ton of sacks.
Well, if he's late on snaps, how petty would he be if he goes, "Oh, okay, you wanted to address it? We'll see." In fact, he doesn't even get out of his stance on the first drive just to prove a point.
Yeah.
Is he that? I don't think he's that petty because it's embarrassing for him.
Yeah, like a scene in a movie where the offensive line lets
hate the quarterback and they just let him get smashed.
Let the quarterback get smushed.
The problem for our potential wonderful moment is these things are on TV. Like if the NFL wasn't on
program.
TV, yeah, I could see Larry Tunsil going, okay, talking all that. Okay, we'll see.
Okay,
get hit a couple times, but yes,
see what Josh Allen thinks about.
Yeah, these games are on TV, so he will try his best not to get his quarterback killed. We will just see how he has fixed his issue after years of not fixing it. And I guess we credit D'Amico if all of a sudden Larry Tunsil never gets called for a false start, at least not to the level he has been getting called for him.
Yeah, that is part of the reason I'm not optimistic that anything changes with what Laremy Tunsil does, is because this has kind of been the book on him for 5 years
through multiple coaches
when he's been on the Texans. So.
Through disciplinarians like Bill O'Brien, through substitute teacher like David Culley, through, hey, I'm just trying to cash my check, Lovie Smith, through the new hope that is D'Amico Ryans. It does not matter. Laremy Tunsil is going to commit false starts and then make an excuse about why he's committing these false starts. The refs are out to get me. Man, I respect it. Blaming your failures on someone else, it's the American way. It's not my fault. In fact, he's actually saying I'm not doing anything wrong. They're unfairly calling false starts on me, despite all the evidence to the contrary. That's my favorite part about Laremy Tunsil. He knows we can see the television, right? He's aware that these things are in HD. Maybe you could get away with that in standard definition, but this ain't 1993. I can see you moving in HD. A little flinch. I can see it. There are enough cameras on you to tell me that the ref didn't take it out on you. He saw it just like we all saw it. Not the drip, not the all-pro status, not the ability to negotiate a contract. His willingness to lie in my face and tell me that guy's targeting me. You didn't see me false start. You're making that up. That's my favorite part about him.
He has a little bit of a point with how often other tackles will do it.
Well, Jawan Taylor is the one.
Yeah, and Lane Johnson is another one who it feels like about once or twice a year has some opposing fan base cut up all the time.
Losing their minds, yeah.
All the times he leaves early and doesn't get called for it. But yeah, dude, just clean it up. Just like, who cares? Clean it up.
Yeah, I don't care if you're being unfairly targeted because the officials have it out for you because they hated that bong video. I don't care what the reason is. Figure it out. You are short-circuiting drives, and we saw against the Vikings, your team was incapable. And I'm not blaming the rest of the team. They couldn't overcome your penalties.
Maybe he just needs to chill out a little. Maybe put the gas mask bong back on.
Yeah, I don't think Laremy Tunsil is going to
keep him from being so jumpy.
I really don't think he's going to petition the league. Hey, if you let me do the gas mask bong thing again, we wouldn't have these type of problems. In fact, he would tell you that video was old anyway. I wasn't even doing that anymore.
Yeah, that was when he was at Ole Miss.
No, even at Ole Miss, you go, hey, that's a video from the past. I wasn't that guy at the time that video was released anyway. I wasn't that guy. I was getting ready for my NFL career. So we'll see on Sunday. Has it been addressed? Sure, I believe they've talked about it. Will it matter? We'll wait for that first series. Laremy Tunsil does have the likes of Walker and Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen. Now, that's a question we might ask tomorrow. Which Josh Allen will be more impactful over the next 2 weeks against the Texans? The defensive end or the quarterback? Because they're going to see both in the next 2 weeks. So it'll be a test for Laremy Tunsil against that Jags defensive line. Very talented, just hasn't led to any Jags wins, but I would blame number 16 on the other side for that, not 44 and 41. Okay, when we come back, we'll hear from the Texans quarterback, a lot more successful in his last 8 starts than Trevor Lawrence has been. Hard not to be when Trevor Lawrence is 0-8, but our quarterback here in town still has confidence in his OC, whether you do or not. The Bobby Slowick slander is coming and will continue to come when you have a young, talented quarterback and the offense sputters. But if you listen to CJ, you should know Bobby Slowick isn't the problem. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
What do you do when you hear the commentary, the chatter about your OC not doing his job well? After 3 games, the Texans are 2-1, but it isn't a 2-1 that I guess some people think is attractive as far as what they've done offensively. They struggled against the Bears. They had a chance to put up 20-plus points, but Cam Akers fumbled. Now your top 2 running backs, at least on the depth chart, weren't available on Sunday. No Pierce, no Mixon, and we saw the Texans' offensive line struggle the last couple weeks trying to run the ball and protect the quarterback. C.J. Stroud has been hit quite a bit. The number, I believe, is 11 sacks through 3 games, and of course, just throw probably double the hits on him. And if not for his ability, particularly in that Bears game, to escape to hit Nico Collins, the hits, he probably would have been sacked maybe in the range of 14 times overall this season. So questions about the Texans offense, and Bobby Slowick is the conductor of that offense, at least. Well, maybe he's designing it while CJ's doing all the conducting. But CJ Stroud up at the podium yesterday after practice, he's heard the chatter about his OC, and he still has the utmost confidence in Bobby Slowick.
And that's a job we signed up for. And, Slow has done a good job of just keeping the head down, working. But, we all have faith in him, and we know that he's trying to put us in the best positions, and we got to buy into the system just as much as he has to call good plays. And, we're it's not a finished product just because you add good players on the team. It's a work in progress. And, you don't really get your set, like football team, I feel, until like week 5, week 6. But the time is of essence, and we got to get rolling. But I have the utmost faith in Slow, and I know that he's been great. But we got to buy into the system just as much as he got to call great plays. And we know we all grown men, we got to do our jobs. So we all talk about we got each other's back, and we're gonna keep holding each other accountable and having each other back.
If your offensive line isn't playing well, you can't, for the most part, run a good offense. You have to do so much to compensate for him that it short circuits a lot of what you do. So I'm not even looking at Bobby Slowick. We had to look up his name and we forgot it, so I had to look it up again. I'm looking at Chris Strausser. Chris Strausser is the O-line coach for the Texans, and they have invested a lot of money in that O-line, and they've used draft picks to draft high. They use draft picks to trade for Laremy Tunsil and then pay him. So there's a lot of investment there. And I will start with Strausser before I talk about Slowick. Through 3 games, they still don't handle games very well. They are a young group at 2 of the spots with Kenyon Green and Drew Scruggs. Now, Drew Scruggs missed game 2, but he was back for game 3, and they were probably worse in game 3 than they were in game 1 and 2. Now, they dominate the Colts running the football, and their offense looked pretty good. It's easy to dictate terms when you can run the ball like they did. When they weren't unable to run the ball in games 2 and 3, the offense struggled. So we don't know Chris Strausser's name. A lot of people don't. That's why I had to look it up again. So Bobby Slowick is going to catch all the heat. But I would look to the O-line coach. What's going on there? We can talk about play calling all you want. But if you have to compensate for a bad O-line, you really have no shot of running at expert efficiency. But I will say this: I don't think it's Chris. Maybe Bobby Slowick and Chris Strausser came up with the plan to have Cade Stover block Jonathan Grenard in the first play of the game.
That's worse if that was the plan.
Well,
Terrible
of course
plan.
it's the plan. You
No,
don't on play 1. You can kind of set up what you want to do. It's scripted. Of course, the plan was we're going to leave him the block. Unless we come out and find out that Laremy Tunsil was supposed to do something else because it was on the left side of the line. That the plan was to shift protection. Oh, okay. I'll give you this. Maybe CJ walked up to the line and said, okay, we got an extra guy here. We got to shift protection, and it left Cade Stover on an island. Okay. To your point, maybe it wasn't the plan, but I don't have any evidence that it wasn't the plan.
If it was the plan, that makes me feel worse.
We have seen
that plan was doomed from the start.
Yes. And I think they allowed it to happen again. And then
it happened twice.
And it resulted in a sack.
And John Grenard post game was like, that's disrespectful.
Yeah. Hey, what do we like? I thought Jaylen Brown to the Pistons was disrespectful in his comments. Well, it was the utmost disrespect to treat your sack leader, your at least last year's team sack leader, who is now on a different team, that way. We're going to put a rookie tight end on you. And Jonathan Grenard was big on he's happy to be in Minnesota because they respect me here. And if he didn't think he was disrespected by the Texans because they didn't offer him a big enough deal, he had to think they were disrespecting him when they threw out Cade Stover and said, handle Jonathan Grenard. I don't know. I have to review the play to see if CJ was up at the line changing things. But to your point, if that was the design, who do I blame? Because the OC and O-line coach don't work independently. They work together on that stuff. So you guys both catch it. Cade Stover catches about 40% of it because he's the guy who got his ass kicked. But the guys who put him in that position get half and half of the rest of the 60% remaining as far as blame ply.
Yeah, he got his ass kicked, but he shouldn't have been in that position.
Yes. That was a rough spot to put him in. And probably he wouldn't have been there. Brevin Jordan was available, but Brevin Jordan, we know, won't be available for the rest of the year. So Cade Stover will have to be a guy they lean on. Get the O-line fix, and it goes beyond the penalties. Handle a game up front at some point. You should not be getting hit as often as CJ is simply because guys are running games. I don't know what's worse, being beat physically like Cade Stover was. The design was terrible there, as we pointed out. But okay, there's a guy to block a guy. Sometimes the other guy wins. But these games being played that the interior of the offensive line keeps getting beat on, and I'm not talking about, the D-line gets an angle on you, and he has leverage, and he beats you. We're talking about guys being set free. Guys not even being touched. That's happened too often over the last couple weeks. They got to fix that. Can't be good offensively if your offensive line is missing as much as they have. So Chris Strouser, you're on the list, buddy.
Yeah. Better hope that on Monday
I forgot your name.
we have to look up your name again.
Because if I look up your name on a Sunday and don't even have to wait till Monday, things have gone poorly. If I gotta watch CJ Stroud running for his life from Josh Allen, is it Hines? Is that how he's
Josh Hines Allen?
Josh Hines Allen and Walker and the rest of the Jags. I'm gonna learn Strouser, buddy. I'm gonna learn it on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
And that means on Monday we're gonna have a conversation about you and Bobby Slowick. Have the utmost confidence if you want, CJ, and I respect you for defending your guy. And I imagine you still believe that. I'm just gonna need the Jaguars defensive front not to have a good day. I don't need the storyline coming out of Jacksonville is that the defensive line we expected finally showed up. I don't need that.
Yeah.
Not that I'm going to go to JacksonvilleJaguars.com or whatever the hell the website is named. I don't know what their papers are named either, but I don't need that storyline.
Travon Walker statement game.
Yeah. Aiden Hutchinson, who? I don't need any of that.
Yeah. Do the Jags actually feel good about passing on Hutchinson now?
I need none of those stories. I need none of that being part of the NFL conversation on Sunday afternoon going into Monday morning. Watch it, Strouser.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you.
Again, if we know your name on Monday, not good.
Yeah.
Not good for you.
Yeah, if I'm mumbling Strouser in my sleep on Sunday night, we got a problem.
Yeah, that actually is the real thing. If I at some point on Saturday or on Sunday am going Strouser.
Yeah, Strouser at it again.
But if I just forget, if it doesn't come up, and then on Monday I'm like, oh yeah, let's look up his name again.
Yeah, to give him a compliment, Strouser fix all the issues. If I'm like Strouser, then I'm like, then dang it. But if I'm like Strouser, then that means you got the job done. Hopefully it's the second one, because more importantly than just how I'm reacting, it's how your quarterback's going to have to react to the pass rushers that the Jags have to offer. Okay. We'll move on from one Chris Strouser who had hoped to be anonymous the rest of his career. Not anymore, buddy. You got a franchise quarterback back there. You better fix it. We got a couple more segments to go here before we wrap it up. And I'm going to tell, at least in my opinion, why the John Wick, what we're at 4 movies now. The John Wick franchise has, I won't say they crossed the line. I'm in fact going to say they've accomplished their greatest feat. I'm going to talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
John, are you a John Wick fan?
Yes, I think I've seen, I guess, all but the first one in theaters.
Okay.
So I go out of my way to.
I don't think I think I've seen. I think it was 2 in the theater. The rest I've caught later. Sorry.
You didn't see Parabellum on a big screen?
I don't believe so.
Boban Marjanovic, you're like, nah, I'll watch that.
Did I see him get his head smashed on a book in the theaters or at home? I don't remember.
I was like, that's worth the $12 right there.
See Boban. It led to a Peacock series, The Continental, that I did not watch.
Mm.
Did you watch it?
No.
Okay.
I've not watched any of the spin-off.
Okay. But I am locked in on the ballerina. The fact that they've been so successful through 4 movies that they could secure Ana de Armas to be an action hero. Now, she's been in a Bond movie before as an agent, a young agent, naive one, and then she was also in Ghosted, which was a comedy with Chris Evans where she was like a spy. He sought her out. It's as dumb as you think it is on Apple. But she is the young assassin in the one we're going to feature in a John Wick type movie. I'm in.
The ballerina.
That's her past. But in the trailer, she's doing all the John Wick moves.
Nice.
The gun's held in the way that John would hold it because she was trained to be maybe someone who eventually would be able to take him out. I'm in. I love a woman as an action star. I mean, I love Kate Beckinsale as Celine in the Underworld movies. They're not great movies, but I'll watch them. I will watch them. I love a vampire movie, and I love a Kate Beckinsale playing a vampire who has to kill other vampires. This doesn't have the vampire element of it, but it does have Ana de Armas shooting guns, killing people with an ice skate. And also in this trailer, they have a guy with a giant flamethrower coming after her. And what she does to combat it, she finds a high-powered water hose. And they have one of those battles like
oh my God.
It's all, I know it sounds dumb, but watch the trailer. It looks awesome. And the music's hitting. I got some chills.
Oh,
I got some chills. I'm in. They got me. I'm going to the theaters for this.
I was going to ask, it's a movie, not
it's
a
a
TV
movie.
show?
It's a movie. And of course, if it goes the way we expect it to go, we're going to have a lot of Ballerina 1, 2, 3 because the franchise will continue.
There's got to be a crossover too.
Oh, he's in the movie.
Oh,
we see him in the trailer.
Okay.
They have a conversation. He's already in the movie.
There we go.
And I'm sure when John Wick 5 comes out, particularly depending on how this goes, she will make an appearance in that one, and then she'll have her own series. Come on now.
The Wick cinematic universe?
Yes, we're there. And the fact that the final scene is her talking to him, but also the final action portion of the trailer is her using a high-powered water hose to fight off a flamethrower, and you think it's dumb.
No, I don't think it's dumb.
You said, "Oh, come on." You did do that.
Yeah, but I just
watch it when you get a chance.
I didn't think it would be a water hose.
After Paul calls on a couple clips, and you have in the middle of the show or during a break, depending on how you.
How long is this trailer? Is it like the Thunderbolts?
No, it's not 3.5 minutes long. It is a normal running trailer, about 2.5 minutes long.
Oh,
a little bit shorter than that, actually.
It's too long.
What? It's a break. That's a break.
No. I just mean too long for a trailer. This is my war against trailers.
How long should a trailer be?
60 seconds.
That's a teaser. So you want everything to be a teaser?
Yes, and I want the teasers to be like 30.
But what about the trailer before the trailer, inside the trailer?
That's like that. That's like 5.
Like that 10-second thing, like they give you this flash of clips, and then they get to the trailer.
If I'm the trailer czar, that's just going away. But if I have to honor this weird tradition that started, I don't know, a decade ago, yeah, like 5 seconds.
Well, the Sinners trailer, the Ryan Coogler movie, is
great trailer.
205.
Great trailer.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Oh, you saw it before I talked about it?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. It's short. You don't see anything.
Yes.
You know there's going to be a lot of stuff going down, but you don't see anything.
That's the real issue with the 2+ minute trailers.
They give you too much.
Is that you see the entire movie.
Yes.
Like you walk into a Mission Impossible movie going like, okay, so I know at some point he's going to have to do X, Y, Z. And so you spend the entire movie kind of waiting for that moment. I want to be surprised.
Well, the Thunderbolts teaser is like a couple scenes. It's not really a trailer. It's just, hey, we're going to put a couple scenes together just to let you know who's in the movie. But it doesn't really like give me much story.
Okay.
So it's long, yes. But it's just like they put scenes together that don't have a lot to do with each other just to let you know, oh, this person's in the movie,
Dave
this person's
Harbour.
in the movie.
All right.
Yeah.
Still doing the accent.
Yeah. Not improved, but still doing it. So Sinners, you're in on. You've seen it. It's the vampire Ryan Coogler movie I talked about earlier. You have not seen The Ballerina. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for a female action hero.
But
I'm
I guess I am on the fence of whether I watch it.
The trailer or the movie?
The movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Even though John Wick's going to be in the movie?
Yeah. I'll say I'm like 65% likely.
In the trailer, his face is cut like he's John Wick. Of course, he's been in a battle. So I'm not sure if we're going to see him fight in the movie, but he is walking in his hobbled way. I'm not sure the timeline either, but hey, you put Anna de Armas in something where she gets to kill, like legit kill, not like in a James Bond thing where we're talking John Wick level stuff.
Yeah.
Where even in the trailer, we see someone
water hoses, flamethrowers,
a hatchet go through a guy's chest in the trailer. She doesn't do that. She uses the guy to protect herself.
Yeah.
The bad guy kills the other bad guy with the hatchet because he was trying to hit her.
Classic.
I'm in. They got me.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. So
I'm not all the way in, but I'll say I'm like.
You'll watch the trailer. You may not get the chills because you don't have the bias I have to the female action star.
I think that's what it is.
But
I'm a sexist. That's what it is.
Misogyny.
Yeah.
Sean Mapes.
Yeah.
Oh, really? She could really do that? Really? You think,
well, does this whole movie take place in the kitchen? Come on.
Oh, you Granado?
that might have been subconscious voice that I did.
I mean, she's not killing people with skillets and, knives. Kitchen knives?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her cooking might kill someone. Am I right?
Yeah. Well, is she poisoning people on accident with her cooking? Whatever. Yeah, so it's out. The Ballerina, that trailer's finally out. You can check it out. Michael Carroll, who will join us on Friday, probably to talk about that trailer. He walked by because I was playing the trailer in a break, and he was like, "The Ballerina?" I was like, "Yeah, the Ballerina." So me and Michael have something to talk about tomorrow as the host of Comicast joins us at 11:30. We have an NFL game tonight. I'm not that enthused by. Of course, we got college football on Friday. We got a nice weekend of college football this week. We got a big game. It's not to the level of one of those game of the century things we used to hear a lot about like 5 years ago. But it is Georgia versus Alabama, two top 5 teams. I think it's too early in the year to give it the game of the century type of feel.
Yeah, I think it has to be October or later.
Yeah,
to get the full full treatment.
These two teams are 7-0, and plus you can't really call anything the game of the century when these two teams could lose that game and then another one, and maybe even another one, and still be considered a potential playoff team. So the game of the century stuff I think is gone, but this is a big one. Just to see where, it's funny to say this, where Alabama is, considering Georgia is now the beast of the SEC, despite the fact that Alabama beat them and actually made the playoff while Georgia didn't last year. Georgia still looked at as the odds-on SEC monster because we still don't really consider Texas an SEC team quite yet, although they are the number 1 team in the country. So Georgia has Alabama, then they'll have Texas. It looks like the weather's going to be okay. We have the hurricane going through maybe right now in that area. So we'll see how bad the track is as far as the field is concerned in Bryant-Denny Stadium. But I don't think weather will be much of a concern at game time. So that's the big one. I'm trying to think of we got Illinois playing Penn State. Penn State will get their first test of the year if you exclude Bowling Green, who gave A&M all they wanted, as Marcel Reed won that one after getting the job from Wegman through injury, but maybe he should keep it at A&M. So we got some stuff to get to. I will talk a little college football when we come back, as it's always going to be a focal point of the show. We got one more segment to go. If you want to get in and call in, if you want to call in about the Ballerina, if you like Anna de Armas killing guys with high-powered water hoses or just, the regular handgun, you can call in about that, 713-780-3776. We will be back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. Can you bet on the number of kills in the ballerina? I don't think so. You'd probably have to get a deal with MyBookie and whoever makes the John Wick movies. But you can take part in weekly risk-free boost on Thursdays. It happens to be Thursday, so you can take advantage. What it means is you can bet really without worrying. If your bet hits, you win big, and if it doesn't, you can forget it. MyBookie will refund your wager. So if you have a feeling about what's happening tonight on Thursday Night Football, take a chance. And it's not even a chance because you're going to get your money back if you don't win. Remember, MyBookie also has a couple of contests you can take advantage of. They're called Super Survivor and Squares. You can join in now for your shot at huge cash rewards. And that's kind of the feel for MyBookie right now, particularly when you join in with their MyBookie Plus program. It's their loyalty rewards program. It rewards you for your loyalty. See how that works. The more you win, the more the more you play, the more you win. And it's pretty simple. If you climb through the tiers of that loyalty rewards program, it unlocks more chances to win more prizes and bigger rewards from MyBookie. Just check it out. Just go to mybookie.ag and remember the promo code BET975 to make your money go farther with that, with the match. If you put in 200, they'll match it up to $1,000. They'll do that for you. Remember, go to mybookie.ag and bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the big one on Saturday, as we mentioned, is Georgia, Alabama. Illinois and Penn State play at the same time, and that's a big matchup in the Big Ten. Just got the wrong time slot. Sorry, guys. How many people are going to be tuning in to Luke Altmaier and Drew Aller while Alabama, Georgia's going? Don't think many, unless you love Big Ten football, which people do.
Yeah, that's going to be quad box at best.
If it's lucky,
yeah,
yes. So that speaks to, I guess, the level of games that you have those two matchups, and they're both on the same network. As far as, actually, I take that back. Sorry, Illinois, Penn State's on NBC. So NBC said, hey, you Big Ten people, come watch, let's just say, two teams that we think are in the second tier of the Big Ten behind the likes of Oregon and Ohio State. Come watch them. Penn State's a top 10 team, could possibly make the playoff. Maybe they're probably closer to Oregon than I initially said when I called them a second tier Big Ten team, but at least this season. But I don't think they're close to Ohio State. Penn State certainly will have a chance to prove that as the season goes on. Speaking of Ohio State, they face Michigan State in their first action against anyone who has any athletes who are anywhere close to them. Now, they're expected to blow out Michigan State, but Ohio State's been off the radar mostly because of the opponents. They've been dominant. They've looked like they should have against these teams. They just haven't played anyone that was going to get anyone to watch. I think they're on the big noon kickoff last week against Marshall. We had better things to watch. A couple other games. We have Notre Dame trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. They host Louisville on Peacock. Ooh, that's rough. It's on Peacock, not on NBC. That's an interesting. I guess it's one Peacock game that they're going to do, and they picked a top 25 matchup to do it for Notre Dame.
Shouldn't have lost to
well,
they lose to?
It is their network. They could lose to anyone in the past, and they still have the game on NBC. Yeah, but with Peacock being a thing,
shouldn't have lost to.
I don't think that's why. I think this game might have always been on the Peacock streaming service.
You can't debate me that they should not have lost.
Yes, I'm not questioning whether they should lose to Northern
You're saying
Illinois.
That they should have lost to it.
Well, I'm saying I'm happy they lost to it.
Yeah, no.
But I don't think that is the term why they're not on NBC.
This is a weird one too. I mean, that's really what Peacock does, is like try to come up with reasons for you to watch a Peacock game.
Yeah, and if we had Peacock, we could have watched the Continental.
Yes. I mean, I do have Peacock, so
and you still didn't watch it.
I mean, all I do is watch the random, did they have, I think they had Oregon, Boise State on Peacock.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, just pull that up on the laptop. But as far as their programming
you're out on that.
I'm not out on it.
You're just not interested.
Not what I'm looking for.
No, but Louisville, Notre Dame is on Peacock. So if you're wondering why two teams who have playoff aspirations isn't on your TV, it's because you have to fire up your streaming service if you happen to have Peacock. That one's a little rough. If you're NBC, I mean, they planned it this way, but it's just a surprise. Another top 25 matchup, Okie State, Kansas State. Two teams coming off losses. The Kansas State game was late at night. They went to Provo and got smashed. It was like over the course of the last 5 minutes of the second quarter and the first 3 or 4 minutes of the third quarter. That middle eight, as it's called, where they fell apart. Avery Johnson, their quarterback, was not good. They gave up a big punt return on what was almost a disaster for BYU. Like the punt returner muffed it. It nearly bounced into the end zone. He picks it up and runs 95 yards for a touchdown against Kansas State. So the schedule's not bad this week, and you can start to pick and choose things that are not top 25 related, like Arkansas and A&M are at it. I don't want to call him this because it's sacrilege, but when I watched, I think his name is Talon Green for Arkansas play.
Yeah.
The number 10, tall, the long legs. He's got Walmart brand Vince Young vibes. Just watch him. I'm not saying he's Vince Young.
Yeah.
He's a junior, so it's not like he's just coming on the scene, and he's immensely fun to watch.
Former Boise State quarterback.
Yeah, they should be 4-0. They blew a game. Arkansas should be 4-0. They blew a game to Oklahoma State. But watch Talon Green play. He runs with an ease that kind of reminds you of the kid out of Madison who went to Texas. He's just obviously not him. But I'm just saying, I don't know where Talon Green's from, but wearing the number 10 at his age, I wouldn't be surprised if he grew up watching Vince Young and said, I'm going to be him. And he's not him. But he's going to be tough to tackle for the Aggies in Jerry World.
So we got Dylan Raiola trying to be Mahomes. We got Talon Green trying to be Vince Young.
He just happens to be 6'6", 230 from Texas,
okay.
Louisville, Texas. It just fits. I don't know why he's wearing number 10, but if you told me he grew up watching Vince, I'd be like, it tracks.
I'd be a little bit surprised.
He's a junior.
So he's 21.
21. Vince was
in 2005.
Yeah, he would have had to watch highlights. Someone in his family was a big Vince Young guy and showed him stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you're right. We're getting at a point where college kids can't be honoring guys we watched when we were kids. But just watch them play. If you haven't watched Taylor Green and Arkansas play, and I know there's not a lot of reason to watch Arkansas play football, but if you're an Aggie fan,
shades of
like I'm going for Oaties instead of Cheerios. Shades of Vince Young. Yeah,
he's Hydrox.
Yeah, if you're buying great value brand things, this is a great value Vince Young.
Okay,
this is what I see out of him, and he's a pretty talented player. We'll see what he does against the Aggies going on Saturday, which in its history has always been one of those games where
it's pretty wild.
All right, it's the fourth quarter. Let's fast forward to the fourth quarter where this game is 3 points, and let's see who wins.
Yeah, because you have two teams that are pretty consistently in recent history pretty unserious outfits.
Definitely.
When you have Arkansas and A&M get together. So, and normally at least one of those teams is doing something that is not advised late in a game.
True. Very true. So check that out. That one, look at the time for that one.
2:30.
2:30. So that's in that 2:30 window if you want to check it out. Okay, let's get to this. Earlier this week, after their blowout of the Jags, Josh Allen made comments that made people think, hey, he's talking about Stephon Diggs. Josh Allen made comments about how nice it is to have people who don't care about their stats. Like, hey, everyone gets theirs. No one's pushing to get their targets. We're out here just balling, having fun. And people were like, we know who he's talking about. We know who he's talking about. And then he was asked whether that was meant for Stephon Diggs, because he had to clean it up. You got to clean it up in today's age. Everything can be turned into something. He goes, I know there's a lot of people talking out there. Again, I'm not trying to tear down anybody. I loved everybody that I've played with. That's probably a lie. And you don't have to tear other people down to build each other up. And we're building each other up right now. And that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to stay together as a team. And then when asked about Diggs specifically, he goes, yeah. And again, I love 14. I still do. But everyone wants to keep making this thing a thing. We're so focused on what's going on inside of our building. That's the only thing we're caring about right now. Josh Allen, I mean, you're dating Haley Steinfeld, so you're up right now. Beyond the fact that you're going to be likely the MVP if you keep this up. And I don't think you're a dumb guy. You run around sometimes and you look dumb because you don't protect your body, but I don't think Josh Allen's dumb. You know when you say it's nice to not have to worry about keeping someone happy, what everyone thinks. He did that. Josh, come on. If you want to avoid it, avoid saying what you said. Don't, hey, I don't know what's going on. Stop it. You're not stupid. I appreciate you trying to clean it up because for some reason, maybe Haley's PR team should tell you words can travel fast and people will blow things up, even if you think it's not a big deal. But I think he wanted to get a shot off. He's feeling pretty good about the night. People were questioning whether we would be good. Look at what we're doing. I'm gonna get something off, and then you realize, oh, I don't really want to have to answer these questions over and over again. So let me clean this up.
We're gonna play him in 2 weeks.
Let me clean this up now. Yeah. Unless we're going to go big meathead quarterback, and he couldn't possibly have known what was going to happen, which I'm not going to do. He knew, and it's fine. If you say it and you believe it, that's cool. I'm actually more bothered that he cleaned it up. Yeah, I said it. What do you think I meant? Of course, but you got to. This is how the world works. You got to clean it up.
Business.
Yeah, 10 toes down, Josh Allen. I mean, I care less about what he said than more about every time I look at that new movie Sinners in the trailer. Josh Allen's going to be at the premiere.
Oh yeah, with both Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, well, there's one.
There's two in the trailer.
There's two in the movie. Like every time I have to watch her in something, whether it be if she does the Young Avengers thing or she's in this movie. Oh, she's dating the guy who's ruined a lot of my Sundays because he's the quarterback of the Bills. Cool.
Yeah, I guess that's true for you. It's a little, the sting is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a little worse. Man, I'm not the dummy. He goes, I can't believe she's with Josh Allen.
She's taken.
I'm not an idiot. That's not the deal. I just want to watch something and not be reminded of some guy who's tortured me for the last half decade when I watch football on Sundays. All right, we're done. The show known as Gallant George, is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
It's not the end of the world, you know. Like, there's a lot of things we can get better, and it's good that we're going to do it now because it has to be done, you know. So those are my messages to the team, with other teams, but some of the main things.
It's not the end of the world. It's not. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George. It is Thursday, September 26th of 2024. I'm glad that we got to have an Astros division championship party to forget, Joe, about what happened on Sunday, the most embarrassing loss of the D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud era, 34-7 to the Minnesota Vikings. We're at an interesting point now where you got to ask yourself, how does one move on from being embarrassed? Everyone goes through it in life, whether it's us on the radio or for most people, something that happens on the schoolyards.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone goes through a moment where they're going to have just a rough time.
I mean, everyone's got that moment. We've all been there. We've all been embarrassed. Are you going to share your most embarrassing moment today?
What? You made it seem like that's what I was going to do right away. No.
Oh, okay. We're going to say it. Okay.
Guess what? I have never been embarrassed in my entire life. This is coming from a guy who sang a song yesterday.
But you know, I believe that because you wouldn't sing the song if you were embarrassed about it, right? Like you wouldn't have.
I was
the
embarrassed.
chutzpah.
I was embarrassed as I was singing it, actually, to be perfectly honest. But this is one of those things where, yeah, I've had a couple of moments. I've had so many, honestly. They all just blend together, and it really is about what do you do next.
And that's what the question is for the Texans is how do you respond in this next game against a team that's not playing good football?
Against a team that has embarrassed themselves a lot.
Yeah, they are
the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The embarrassment of the NFL. I saw, a bunch of Jags fans yesterday on social media responding to UCF Jags, the guy who went viral last year, was responding to this tweet from the 33rd team. They put out their power rankings. They had the Jacksonville Jaguars as 32nd in the NFL. So all they've done is embarrass themselves after giving Trevor Lawrence a massive contract. So how do you bounce back against a team that's struggling this much? It's going to say a lot about who the Houston Texans are this year, because my expectations for their bounce back is to dominate the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I'm not going that far.
I know they might not do it, but they're a way better football team than Jacksonville.
I guess. I don't even know if they'll win. Last time they played, Jaguars won. How do we know they're a better team?
I give them a pass because if Matt Amendola is not the kicker, they would have won that football game.
Oh, they would have tied it and sent it into overtime.
Yeah, you're right.
We don't know what happens then.
But Jacksonville then is just not who they are now. So that's why I don't view.
Well, yeah, they were 8-3 then, and they've lost 8 of 9 since.
Yeah, it's been tough. It's been a tough go. But how do you bounce back? I mean, how do you? I think it starts with the one thing we've talked about a lot this week: penalties. It's got to be better. Because that's something that's controllable for you. Stop jumping off sides. Be lined up correctly if the officials tell you that you're not lined up correctly.
Oh, so the basics.
Well, they seem to struggle with them.
See, it's funny because you're right.
Yeah.
But clearly it's not that simple for these guys. I suppose being at NRG Stadium, that should take the false starts and the false starts out of the equation. And maybe the illegal formations by proxy also leave. But no, there's a lot of other egg on their face. The defense did not play well, did not make plays. And I look at that Jaguars team that the last time the Texans played them had a bunch of big plays that were on short passes. And I still wonder, but you got to turn the page. And I know they're all doing the right thing. So how do you move on from embarrassment? There's a couple of ways here. You can deny it happened entirely.
Mm-hmm.
And then hope enough good things happen for you afterwards where people will forget. Or you can go this route that Billy Madison did to help out his friend Ernie in the Adam Sandler hit movie from 1995. My God, it's almost 30 years old.
So good, though.
Here is Billy Madison when he saw his friend Ernie had peed his pants, making it seem like he too had peed his pants.
Hey, look, everybody. Billy peed his pants.
Of course I peed my pants. Everybody my age pees their pants. It's the coolest.
Really?
Yes! You ain't cool unless you pee your pants.
Wow. Hey, man. Ernie pees his pants, too. All right.
If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Oh, that was the grossest thing I've ever heard in my life. Let's go.
Shout out to that old lady coming in there with that tidbit of TMI.
I forgot about her as that scene was playing out.
I mean, peeing your pants, pooping your pants. It's a very embarrassing thing to have happen to you at a young age, especially if you're at school. I know in high school, there's a poor lass who wore white pants one day. No, not the white pants that I wear from time to time. And at one point, there looked to be a stain on the back.
Oh.
And this turned into a huge thing. Now, to her credit, she never, ever listened to them, never heard about it. I'm sure she thought about it. Poor girl. But it's one of those things she never acknowledged. Meanwhile, Billy Madison did acknowledge it.
Mm-hmm.
Would the correct approach for this lass in my high school have been to embrace it the same way that Billy Madison did and try to spin zone it? Probably not. Still wouldn't have worked, but at least it would have been a little bit funny. So they have to lean into this. That's all they can do. They have to lean into it. I know that Laramie Tunsil's saying, oh, the refs are out to get us. You can say that, and maybe he has an argument there, but that's not going to happen. Really, all you can do is say, we sucked, and we're on to Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm. And just deal with it. I kind of like the just deal with it model. If it was a boy, for the record, though, I think that if it's a boy with the stain on the white shorts, you play into it a little bit more. You have a little more fun.
You have to, yeah.
With it being a girl, it's tough. That puts you in a tough
That's rough.
spot.
That
puts you in a tough spot.
And again, she might not have even done anything.
Yeah,
we actually do not know.
Yeah.
It's not like there was a post-game interview where the Woodward and Bernstein of Shorecrest Preparatory School, me, because I was working at the Shorecrest Chronicle, there's nobody there to ask her about what had happened.
Imagine in daily life, you had to answer press conference questions for things that happen. I mean, you basically do that with your dating life. You answer questions.
No, I just unprompted bring it up.
That's true, but it's almost like a press conference because I feel like the Twitch prompts you into it. But that's what they have to do. They just have to recognize what happened last weekend and just deal with it. Like, cool. You know what? If the refs are targeting you, fine. What's the difference in what the Astros have done? Look at the Astros. Look at your big brother, and see how they have handled the adversity that they've dealt with the booing. And having umpires feels like giving them bad calls for 5 years.
They won first, too. So there already was an element of cool with the Astros where the Texans are the new kid at the school, and everyone thought they were pretty cool. And then they opened their mouth for the first time. They had a really high nasally voice, and everyone was like, oh, you had so much more mystery when you never talked, when you just shut up and looked cool.
How would you say they move on best from embarrassment?
Yeah, you have to act like it didn't happen. They're doing that right now, so that is good. You have to act like it didn't happen. And then eventually you can go back and laugh at it, but you have to just ignore it and act like it didn't happen. And clearly address the mistakes that were made. And, I mean, it's not just the false starts, as much as we want to say it. It's not just the illegal formations. The defense sucked. They sucked. Couldn't do anything against Sam Darnold. They were getting run all over. And the offense itself, it was a sloppy performance. And it does look like they're going to be as hamstrung, if not more hamstrung, this coming Sunday, because we saw on the injury report, Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, and Tank Dell did not practice. I'm not going to go so far as I think old Jer Bear was yesterday, getting mad about the Texans leaving in starters at the end of the game. Pretty soft. You're not playing well. Honestly, I think you should have to finish the game.
I mean, it's just unfortunate. Like, guys, you can't protect everyone. You just can't.
Injuries happen in football.
Yeah. You want to take Nico and Stephon Diggs off the field? Okay, fine.
I don't agree with that. If the offense is not working, stay on until it works. Get extra reps. Oh, you might get hurt. It's a game. It's a violent game. Oh, you might get hurt. God. So many soft people talking about the sport these days.
Well, because he might have got hurt anyways. Like, it's just Tank Dell.
Yeah, Tank Dell, that is something that always could happen. You're right. He's a smaller guy on the field.
No, but I'm with you. Like, and that's where it starts for me. It starts with the most with CJ, not even D'Amico, because CJ is the one. Like, he is the quarterback of this team. This team is going to go where he takes them. And through the last 6 quarters of football, he has not been particularly good. The offense has been dreadful, and they have to find a solution. So whether it's, CJ just having a way to just be the top 5 quarterback that he's supposed to be, just has to forget it. Like, pretend like it never happened. It's like when you throw an interception. They always say this with quarterbacks or a pitcher in baseball. Like, these guys, you can't dwell on one negative moment. You can't dwell on a bad game. You just got to look at the next thing. So I'm with you. Just pretend like it never happened. You can work on stuff during the week, but just you got to forget about it and just move on. And you cannot dwell in the idea of what happened the previous week, because there are things that the defense did that weren't totally terrible.
They had 4 sacks, so you at least have that.
Yeah.
But that's truly all you did. Like, the 2 guys who after Sunday's game can hold their head high. Stephon Diggs, who did produce, he had 10 for 90. He also tried to rally the troops. And Tim Settle, a defensive tackle, who had 2 sacks. Defensive tackle, I would imagine many Texans fans had not heard of.
First time he got a sack in the game on Sunday, I was like, who's that guy?
Yep. Will Anderson also had a sack. I mean, look, the pass rush had its moments, but Sam Darnold carved you up. I know the yardage wasn't high, but he threw 4 touchdowns on you, and he was making some magic happen out there. So we're on to Jacksonville. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, okay, we're going to do some impromptu power rankings here. And we're going to use, since we were just talking about getting embarrassed, a high school to figure out where to place the Houston Texans among the NFL. They're not the cool kids. Nope, they're not. What are they? Jocks, Goths? Stoners? Burnouts? Losers? We'll discuss.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last week we didn't play well. At the end of the day, that's all it came down to. We didn't play well. We had some good moments where we executed, made some nice plays, but they were negated by us. So it's very hard to win again when you got the Texans and the Vikings playing against the Texans. That's pretty hard to win that game. So once we get the Texans out of the way and we just go focus on our opponent and we handle us well, and we'll be just fine.
D'Amico's leaning into it a bit. There is a part of me that wish he just went Belichick and said, Jacksonville, 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 Jacksonville.
You think that'll go over well?
Jacksonville.
I feel like that's only a Belichick thing.
It should be an everybody thing.
Just say Jags.
Listen, just like Detective Dignam in The Departed, just like he said about the feds, feed them bleep, keep him in the dock. Just do the same thing.
Mm.
I would love this. I would enjoy this, and then to talk to some of the frustrated members of Houston Texans media afterwards.
Oh boy, they wouldn't be able to handle that very well.
No, they couldn't take Arian Foster saying, "I'm just trying to be the best teammate I could be," for about a minute and a half back in 2014. So you've seen the movie Mean Girls, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
For those who haven't, Lindsay Lohan plays this new girl who's been homeschooled with her parents in Africa while they're out safarying or something. And she goes to this high school, and there's a bunch of girls called the Plastics at this high school that bring her in, and she becomes part of this inside plot to take the Plastics out.
Mm-hmm.
But along the way, she becomes one of the Plastics, and she has to decide, is she a plastic or is she herself? Whatever the case. The Plastics were, the bells of the ball at the high school.
Mm-hmm.
You got Rachel McAdams, Amanda Seyfried, the girl who plays Gretchen, whose name is forgettable, but has been in a million different things. And I mean, that's where you're trying to be. You want to be one of them. And right now, the NFL does not have many of those. If we're talking about like a high school food chain,
mm-hmm.
You've got the Chiefs and the Bills. Right now, it's just those teams. The Chiefs, because they've been there and done that, but they're starting to look a little bit like Gretchen after she started eating the Swede bars. Like, they've packed on some pounds, but they're still the top dog. And you've also got the Bills, who everyone thought was dead, but this year have been the most impressive team in the league through 3 games.
Yeah, I feel like the Bills they fit into the category now. By the end of the year, sometimes people aren't so sure anymore, but then they come back from summer with the new tan, looking nice, and they're automatically back into the cool kids club.
The
right?
new tan.
Yeah, get the summer tan. But like, I feel like maybe by the end of the school year,
I can't tan.
Same. I can't.
Who's whiter? 713-780-3776. Because Sean's pretty white too.
I think it might be me.
No, it's definitely me.
I put on long sleeves because I was starting to get burned by these lights.
So they're not there. Are they even close to there? I don't think they're even close.
They felt close to there. They felt close to there in the offseason when it was pretend. When it was make believe.
Did they put up a thirst trap on social media and everyone was saying, "Oh wow, can't wait till they get back"? And then we got back and like, "Oh, they're the same."
Yeah,
old. They're the same old, same old.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. It's during the summer. They got really cool. They put some photos up. Maybe some things came in.
Some ass shots.
Yeah,
and the donk was popping. But now all of a sudden it's like, oh, there might have been a little Photoshop going on.
Yeah, it's like maybe we got that summer 6-pack going. And then you show up and you're like, oh, that's not real.
Airbrush 6-pack.
Yeah, like that's not real.
Like Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Maybe you thought they got like a tattoo when they were only 17. So you thought they were like super cool. Yeah.
I don't even think they're in the second coolest part of a high school right now. I mean, you got the jocks or the cool kids as well. Like they're not the top of the top, but they're top adjacent. So I would say right now that includes the Lions, the Eagles, Packers because of what they're doing without Jordan Love. There's some other people that normally would be in this conversation. We're not going to put them there because of the slow starts they've been off to. The 49ers, the Ravens, maybe the Bengals.
Would you put the Jets back in there?
No.
Okay.
The Jets are the Jets. The Jets right now are in the next category, which is where the Texans find themselves. The Jets are the new guys because they really have only had Aaron Rodgers for 3.001 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you're at. You're in the same conversation as teams like the Jets, the Bucks, the, I guess, Saints for now, the Seahawks, Steelers, and Vikings. And the Vikings are cooler than you right now. Like, that's where you are. To quote Anna Delvey in that TV show where on Netflix, for those who haven't seen it, it's something. I don't know if it's good.
That's a good way to put it, Paul. It's something.
The character who plays Ruth in Ozark, or the actress who plays Ruth in Ozark, is the main character, and she says a bunch of just amazing one-liners. But one of them is, "You're not special," with this weird accent. You're not special. You're not special right now. You're new to all of this, and no one thinks you're cool. And unlike the Vikings, the Plastics aren't about to welcome you in anytime soon. You have done nothing. You have never done anything of consequence. And I know that bothers a lot of people, but you haven't. Who have you beaten? Who have you beaten? Please answer that question. Who have you beaten that I'm supposed to be impressed by? So I believe some of the hype about this Texans team going into this year, but that's where you stand. You're not forgettable, at least. You're not the Goths. You're not a stoner. You're not a burnout. You're not a loser, but you're in this middle tier of a high school hierarchy. And know your place.
I mean, the Cincinnati win, I think, did them a lot of good going into the offseason, and then the playoff win versus Cleveland. But we've kind of seen what Cleveland's become. Maybe their defense wasn't as good as it, statistically appeared last season, though it's been solid so far. So, like, you have the Cincinnati win and you have the Cleveland win. And, like, that's what this is built off of. Because if we filled out this entire list, a lot of your wins last year came out against people that we would put in the losers and burnout category, right? And we would put, I don't even know where you'd want to put the Colts this year. I'd probably in the burnout
losers.
Yeah, losers, Bears, losers. So you haven't beaten anyone this year. The first team you have that's competitive, which, like, you could argue, like, maybe the Vikings should be higher on your hierarchy.
No. No. Because I don't buy any of this. It's Sam Darnold. I like what Kevin O'Connell's doing. I like what Brian Flores is doing. I'm still looking at the talent on that roster. Going into the year, I feel the exact same way I did about it. Darnold, they are maximizing him. Darnold will come back to earth. Mark my words. It'll happen.
I hope so. I don't know if I'm here for the Sam Darnold resurgence.
It's going to happen against your Bears. Like, you guys aren't bringing him back.
Oh, we got till November to get those two.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So by then.
So look, hey, there's a drop off. We got plenty of time for that drop off.
That's where it's happening.
Yeah, but that's where I think it's in. I'll be honest. I thought there was a chance you were going to put him in the forgettables category, Paul. I thought there was a chance that they were gonna.
They can't be because they came onto the scene and they were cool, but, like, they haven't done anything since then.
Yeah,
you got to throw a party. Where's the kegger without your parents' permission? Like, that's what you got to do. That would be 2 weeks from now against the Bills.
Yeah, it's scheduled for 2 weeks from now, but will anyone go? That's the question.
Because people might go, and it might be another moment where you got poop on your pants.
The cops get called.
Yeah, you end up in handcuffs. I mean, that could help you out if you end up in handcuffs afterwards to be cooler.
Yeah, but I guess that's like winning like an overtime or losing an overtime game to the Bills. You still ended up in cuffs, but at least you hung tough for most of the party.
They're just in a tricky spot. I mean, this is a no-win scenario on Sunday. The Jaguars are really bad, and if you don't send them to 0-4, we're gonna be even harder on them.
I mean, you don't want to be the reason why Jacksonville flips it around again. Like, you don't want to be the reason why Trevor Lawrence, you don't want on Monday the conversation to be Trevor Lawrence, did they figure it out? Because people still view the Houston Texans in that category. Like, part of the reason why people view the Vikings win as so good this weekend is the respect that they have for the Houston Texans. Like, it's a cool thing to have around the team, that this idea that, like, you're now a quality win. It shows what Nick Caserio and D'Amico and CJ have done for this franchise. But it was such a poor performance that you're right. It is a lose-lose situation. You beat Jacksonville by 2 touchdowns. Well, you should have done that anyways. You don't cover.
I don't know if I can say. I don't know if I can say should though. I want that to happen to feel better about them, but I don't know that it should happen. I feel like right now we're seeing where they're at, and it's a team that still has a lot of things to answer by the end of the year. And maybe by the end of the year they answer them, but you can't say should with anything with them right now. I don't think there's that much that separates the Texans and the Jaguars, even though one team is 0-3. Well, no. How can you say that because of last year? I get they're 0-3, but they're just going off a 47-10 loss.
They've lost 8 straight games.
True.
Going back to last year.
Well, 8 straight Trevor Lawrence starts. 8 of 9.
Yes.
But you're right.
Yes. Guess who's starting this?
Not Trevor Lawrence. Was it CJ beat
I have no idea who started. I honestly forgot that weren't all Trevor Lawrence games.
Yeah, I think that it's more of they should win if the Texans are who we think they are, to quote Dennis Green.
Yeah. R.I.P. Denny.
R.I.P.
Thanks for that moment. I don't have a lot of good moments in my football career, football fandom. That's one.
Oh yeah, you have a game where the Bears just bear it up.
Yeah,
and that they don't do anything on offense, but they do some magical things on special teams and defense. And then you had a coach meltdown afterwards because I too would have been like, "How did we lose to these guys? Yeah. How?"
But I mean, look, the Bills beat them 47-10. That's why I think should is still fair.
But coming off of that, like, don't you feel? I almost wish that the Jaguars played well against the Bills on Monday. And I get it's a short week, but the Jaguars coming off of a smoking like that, I mean, who's taking them seriously? If you're in the Texans locker room, no matter how badly you played on Sunday, you're still looking at what happened on Monday and you're like, well, we can still beat them.
So trap game, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. I
see that.
You can't overlook them. They're better than 0-3. That's what I'm trying to say here. I know they've lost a lot, but they're better than 0-3.
They should have won week 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it's partly because of who their quarterback is that they lost.
Who he's been of
Yes,
late.
but they definitely should be at least 1-2.
The last time he looked good was against you.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that Stroud played better than him in that game, but he did have a couple of moments in that one. And I mean, there were touchdown passes that were dropped that came back.
Yeah, he had a tough day around him. Calvin Ridley had a couple drops in that game. I mean, they were struggling to do a lot of the simple things. And this is a team that, like, there's talent there. You know, you have Joshua Hines Allen or whatever his name is now. That, like, he's gonna get after you.
Hey, respect his name.
You have, I know, but
say
these guys,
his name.
when they keep changing their name all the time.
You got it right.
Did I can't remember if it's Allen Hines or Hines Allen.
It's Hines Allen.
I know it's in there somewhere. It's Hines Allen.
He just doesn't want, but you know what? He doesn't want people to think he's Josh Allen, the AFC player of the week.
Again, to me, it is, thank God he changed his name because it makes it way easier than going, oh, they got to play Josh Allen this week. And then next week, they got to play Josh Allen.
It's true. Back-to-back Josh Allen games.
Yeah.
But I still put it, I can't, get out of my head of like what we thought about this team before the season and then what we've seen. So I'm literally, I know I'm being contradictory here. What we've seen so far through 3 weeks for Jacksonville severely outweighs what I've seen from the Texans so far in 3 weeks.
Yeah,
I still believe in the offseason.
That is fair.
Because just Jacksonville has played so poor, and Trevor Lawrence has been one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, he lost the game to Deshaun Watson this year already, and it's his fault. So while last week is an embarrassment for this team, that's why I still think it's should cover the spread and win by more than a touchdown this weekend.
I want that. I don't know that they will.
I don't know if they will either. I also want that.
I think they'll win. I feel like I'm wishful thinking though with the idea that they're actually going to just house the Jaguars on Sunday. 713-780-3776 if you want to weigh in on that. He is at Joe George Radio on Twitter. I'm at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes behind the glass. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can watch us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Up next, Joe's got a spicy take. Spicy take about your Houston Astros, AL West champion Houston Astros. And it has to do with somebody who is no longer here. Could they have gotten things done the way that they did this year with this guy instead of somebody that we once considered to be a very controversial part of this organization? Stick around.
You're back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Astros are AL West champs. And I wonder if they'd be here in an alternate universe. Joe, you had an interesting take about someone who is no longer with the Houston Astros.
This is no disrespect to James Click.
No disrespect.
But I don't think the Astros make the playoffs this year without Dana Brown.
Wow.
Because
this is spicy. Okay, let me buckle up. I'm going to sit back. Let's hear this.
When you look at what this team has dealt with and the guys he's found that have been major contributors at times, not throughout the entire season, but at times, not just the Yusei Kikuchi trade, which was great, and it worked out so well for him. Caleb Ferguson, I know people don't love him. If you look at his ERA, I think it's still below 3 with the Astros. I know he had a bad performance last week, so that's been very good. But it's more the Ben Gamel move, Jason Hayward. Like, those guys have come in an injury filled year for the Houston Astros with Kyle Tucker being gone, and they've been major impact guys. So I give him a lot of credit for finding a way to bring in these nobodies, and maybe it's luck of the draw a little bit with just whoever's a street free agent. You know, the fact that the Mets cut Gamel, the fact that the Dodgers cut Jason Hayward, maybe it's just timing. Maybe James Click would have got it, but I'm gonna say that all the moves that Dana Brown have made, James Click would not have made.
They're additions by necessity.
Mm-hmm.
I think some would argue they should have done more about outfield depth this offseason. Telling us that Jake Myers is the guy going into the year had its moment because Jake Myers did have a very good beginning of the season, but he came back to earth. Kyle Tucker getting injured magnified all of it. I'll give him credit for doing what he did in the middle of the year. And of course, we do not know how much room Jim Crane is giving him to work with roster construction, given the financial limitations we assume the Astros have. I know they have a huge payroll, but I imagine they're spending probably more than they would like to at this moment in time. So I'm not going to give too much credit for that, but I will say the Kikuchi trade took balls, and it has worked out very well. And they really needed to have somebody that you could look at and say, oh yeah, that guy's going to be one of my 3 starting pitchers in the playoffs, no matter what. That's what he is.
Yeah. I mean, that's where that's obviously that's the headliner, right? That you dealt with the pushback. I mean, look, and there's a world you can argue that James Click, maybe he wouldn't have given up all those prospects. He did make one of the most impressive trades we've ever seen. Honestly, like what's happened with Yainer Diaz and the fact that you got him and Maton for Miles Straw is still one of the most savvy moves we've seen a general manager make. So that's why I don't want to, if James Click's here, maybe Jose Abreu was never under contract. Maybe Rafael Montero was never under contract.
I think if Click is here, neither of those deals happen.
Yeah. And that's not, anti-Click or anti-Brown. That's anti-Crane Bagwell conglomerate.
Given the way that the relationship Click had with those guys was described, they wanted somebody who was going to push back, I think, more than Click did. And without knowing what those conversations were like, just hearing things and reading things, is it possible that they would have overruled Click? Is it possible that they would have overruled Brown? Because that is something I still wonder about, is how much autonomy does Dana Brown actually have?
That's a good question. And I don't know if we'll ever really know the answer until he one day leaves the organization.
Yeah, unless he writes a book.
Yeah.
A memoir after the fact.
Because you never get the juicy details when someone's here. Like we saw with Bill O'Brien. As soon as he got fired, all the sources came out, of the forest and started just giving everyone all these things that were terrible that Bill O'Brien was doing, the arguments with JJ Watt and the baby mama drama.
It's
same thing with Click a little bit. Like as soon as Click was gone, you started to hear stories of things you'd never heard before.
Yeah. You didn't hear as much as you did with O'Brien. It is funny, though, how the knives always come out when the body's already cold. This isn't just a Houston media thing. This is an everywhere media thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's at the same time, I kind of respect it for like organizations kind of keeping, tight lips about things that are happening that are negative. Like we heard about the Starling Marte thing from about James Click, that he was told to go get Starling Marte at whatever it cost, and he failed to do so because he didn't really want to do it. I mean, I guess I'm also giving Dana Brown a little bit of credit for the Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero departures. And I don't know if that's fair for me to do, but since it happened during his tenure, I feel like he gets a little bit of credit by default of getting those guys out of here. Whether that's being the man that just convinces Jim Crane, like, we finally have had enough. It's finally time. Because it could be Joe Espada too. So that's why it's like I said, it's no disrespect to James Click, but just all the things that the Astros went through this year, to be back 10 games, to lose Kyle Tucker for 3 months, to have 4 or 5 starting pitchers on the injured list at all times, to not waver with Spencer Arrighetti when he really struggled early on in the season, to not waver with Hunter Brown, to make the decision to put Ronald Blanco on the roster.
That one has worked out the best.
It's like everything's just kind of worked for him this year. So that's why I give him so much credit.
A couple of texts. One from the 832. As a season ticket holder, I was pleased to see the players come in and play ball. We could be the Rangers. Not really sure how this text relates to the conversation, but that is true. We could be the Rangers. He also says, I wonder what Click thinks about the Abreu contract.
Probably laughs. I mean, maybe in the moment he would have made that deal too. I mean, no one really hated it.
I didn't mind it at the moment, but I understood reservations about it because right after that happened, there were some people who were saying, look, some of the numbers that you should pay attention to with Abreu are down. I think exit velocity specifically, among other things.
But at the same time, like, he still was so good. And you thought they're the Houston Astros. They fix everything. Not as much with the hitters as they do the pitchers, but like everything that comes here just seems to be turned into gold. Like I'm saying with Ben Gamble and Jason Hayward, like just somehow these guys come in here and they play the best baseball they've played for an entire season as a Houston Astro. It almost makes no sense. And some of that is not due to Dana Brown because it's been happening for a long time. And, when he did his flagship interview this last week, he was asked about the pitching and how guys have come in and just gotten better, like Kikuchi, and he credited the Miller and Murphy, the pitching coaches. But I'm just not sure another GM makes all the exact same moves that Dana Brown does, and the fact that you're going to win this division by less than 4 games, I wonder if anyone else would have done it. So,
I think it's a fair thing to wonder.
Yeah.
The 2 things I wish Click would have stopped, because we mentioned the Abreu contract. The Brantley contract was effing stupid. It was stupid. You barely had seen him healthy for a while, and thinking that he was going to come back. Another indictment on the Astros training staff, medical staff. And the Montero one, I shouted it from the rooftops. I saw him in Seattle. I mean, I'm not pulled as no baseball. I saw him in Seattle. I told you guys this is fool's gold. Hey, he deserves credit for getting paid. Shout out to him. Shout out to his agent.
If there was a rule in which you could sign a player right now and they could play in the playoffs, which you can't, you had to be on the 40-man roster September 1st. The way that everyone was tweeting about Michael Brantley yesterday being in the clubhouse and like looking like he was in super shape, I was like, oh, if he could be, he'd be replacing Yordan Alvarez right now. But alas, he cannot.
Alas, earwax. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. Gallant George, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Up next, a special edition of Playing with the Boys, since the Dallas Cowboys are playing tonight and they look like an absolute tire fire. Stick around to hear an all-time denial by Jer Bear about something he clearly was talking about just a week ago. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Spicy take from Joe in the last segment. Astros wouldn't have done this with James Click. They did do it with Dana Brown. We had a couple of comments on the text line, and it has to do with players coming to the Astros and getting better. It makes perfect sense when you come here. You know you have a legit chance to win the World Series. You step up because you expect much. True, but I mean Jose Abreu.
Jason Hayward's also on the Dodgers, to be fair.
And he's been around a really long time.
He did hit a walk-off versus the Mariners, and I think it was his second to last at bat as a Dodger before they cut him. So shout out. Jason Hayward was an Astro before he was an Astro. Didn't even know it at the time.
Another texter. If I know I'm going to a winning team and culture, my stress and anxiety would be alleviated a bit, allowing me to perform better. I think the Astros' recent pedigree and culture has a lot to do with the player turnaround, as we see with new additions. It's a psychological factor that is hard to quantify, but it is valid. Sure, it could be that, but I am more pointing to the Astros pitching people are smart, always have been able to get more out of pitchers than the average franchise. From Justin Verlander coming over in the midst of a down year in 2017 to Yusei Kikuchi right now, Garrett Cole, Charlie Morton, they have always found a way to make things work with pitchers. I don't know what it is, but that has been a large part of the special sauce for this organization. Think about all the guys who are injured right now that are starting pitchers for them, and think about how the pitching is still the strength of this team.
Yeah, and just to counter it, my guess is there's a lot of players who maybe they wouldn't handle. I don't think it would alleviate my stress going to a team like the Houston Astros. I've wondered that with Jose Abreu sometimes. Think about what did he ever accomplish? He won an MVP in a Mickey Mouse year, and his biggest moment was
anti-White Sox bias.
I'm gonna give a not as anti in this next second. The best playoff environment I've ever been in my life.
Yeah,
was when I was covering the Astros in Chicago. The one game the White Sox won. It was the most electric playoff atmosphere I'd ever been in.
There's people who are starving, right?
But that was okay. That was one playoff game. So you got to wonder, a guy like Jose Abreu comes to Houston, the amount of pressure to replace Yuli Gurriel and Trey Mancini and to be the first baseman of the Astros has to be through the roof. And some guys are going to handle that well, like this texter is suggesting. Some guys will not. Yusei Kikuchi has done an incredible job dealing with that, and we'll see how it continues now as we get to the postseason. But he's pitched so well in such big moments for this team just to get to this point. You think you have to have faith that it's going to continue in the playoffs.
I hope it does. But it is a first-time thing for him.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see. Hunter Brown as well. All right, we do this for the ratings. Sorry, we do it for the ratings. We know you don't want to hear about it, but it is fun to hear about it when this team is crapping their pants all over the place. It's time to play with the Dallas Cowboys. Thursday night football, Giants, Cowboys. Both teams are 1-2. You would have thought that one team, the Giants, would be nowhere close to the Dallas Cowboys. And yet here we are with another obnoxious NFC East game on national TV, foisted in our eyes. It's slightly better than having the Chicago Bears foisted.
It's the Giants. Come on.
In our eyes. I'd rather watch Daniel Jones than Caleb Williams right now.
Paul, that's hurtful.
But it's semi-factual.
Okay.
Semi-factual.
Move
on. Jerry Jones. Remember that little video? He and Jamie Foxx. Jerry starts riffing. Jerry starts talking about Cowboys player penis size.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm using language for the kids. He was asked about the Jamie Foxx video. Said Jer Bear, quote, "He's a great friend." Okay. We have a lot of experience watching players, talking about games. It's just kind of ironic. I think when that was supposed to have happened a few years back, but I don't recall it. So he just kind of goes on a side tangent, and he doesn't recall the conversation with Jamie Foxx. He doesn't recall talking about Ramalama Ding Dong size. Shout out to whoever has 8.5. Congratulations.
We started the show with this. How do you deal with embarrassment? I think Jerry just said, I'm proud of my guys.
I would be proud of that too.
You know what? I'm happy.
That's a lot.
I'm happy for them. Like, don't do whatever you just did. Just say good for them.
Good for them. More about the Dallas Cowboys. Their PR team released an interesting tidbit. This game against the Giants is going to be the first time the Cowboys ever play a road game with only 3 days between games.
The first time?
This is the first time.
Man.
Because always
Who's making this soft-ass schedule for them?
It's because the Thursday games they've always played on Thanksgiving. They usually play it at home. But this is the first time that they're doing it after a couple of days. So Florio, conspiracy theorist at times, notices some interesting things from time to time. I think this is interesting. I think it is that the Cowboys are saying, well, this is the first time we're playing a road game after just 3 days rest, making excuses.
Yeah, because I guess last year they played the week before Thanksgiving. They played at Carolina on a Sunday. Then they played at home versus Washington. See, this was always annoys me at the Cowboys schedule. They also always give them back-to-back Thursday games around Thanksgiving.
Exactly.
Like it's
the short
week.
Get
so much special treatment.
They do. They do. Jerry Jones is in the NFL Hall of Fame. Talking about special treatment. What a ridiculous thing.
I mean, it could be weirder. He didn't put himself in the Ring of Honor
like Arthur Blank did.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Arthur Blank for having the courage to put himself in the Ring of Honor.
When do we put ourselves in the ESPN Houston Hall of Fame?
Well, we have to create one first.
That's true.
It'd be like if David Gow put himself in the Gow Media Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But after like 20 years.
Hang on. I mean, he already is in the Gow Media Hall of Fame. You don't understand. Mr. Gow, already there.
I mean, if he had like a ceremony for himself where he had work done, put a jacket on him.
Listen, you know what? Anybody else, they can't do it. But Mr. Gow, he can do it.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I mean, just like Arthur Blank can do it.
He can do it.
That's the comparison I'm making.
Also, I'd like to raise, he can do it, though. He can do it. He's the only suit in the United States of America who can do that, okay?
Yeah.
But no, we'd have to wait in line. I mean, first off, RIP. Fred Fowler's getting in immediately.
Yep, Fred. John. AJ.
AJ's in.
Lance
is in. I don't know after that. I feel like if we talk about anything more, the 1560 people will get mad at us and try to stab us in the streets.
It didn't last that long.
Michael Carroll.
Whoa.
Michael Carroll, yeah.
Michael Carroll,
production director, if you don't know.
Yeah.
Also on the Dell Show.
Dell?
Every Friday.
Dell's been here a while. Wow. That's racist, Joe.
What? I was going to say Jong. But mainly just, can we put the pepper spray moment?
The pepper spray moment is in the Hall
It's like
of
when
Fame,
they put like a jersey in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Like,
we need like the pepper spray.
Yeah, they have whatever. Xavier wear these cleats in the Hall of Fame.
There's a lot of buzz about who's the next Dallas Cowboys coach as well. Stephen A. Smith went on a rant urging Jerry Jones to hire him. Andrew Hawkins, former NFL wide receiver, said that if Belichick were to go to Dallas, it would be like a king in a circus. And Rex Ryan did a way of he inserted himself into the coach's conversation for the Cowboys. He says he might have taken the Cowboys defensive coordinator job, but they never ponied up. They couldn't pony up the money or I would have been there, he says. Sure.
Okay, Rex. Like, you're doing television like 2 days a week. I know, like maybe
he's fun.
He's fine.
He's fun.
Maybe they like maybe he asked for like feet pictures in his office and they said no.
Maybe.
But he's also been out of the league. How long has he been out of the league for now?
It's been a while.
Because he didn't get a job after the Jets job, right?
Yeah, no, he was the Bills head coach.
Oh,
that was
you're right.
That was like 7 years ago.
Yeah, 2015, 16, right?
Something like that. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Forgot about that.
So he's been out for a while. He doesn't strike me as somebody who wants to leave the media thing. I think he's enjoying what he's doing right now. And that is a no-win scenario. I do wonder what happens for the Cowboys. I mean, it would be really early for them to be the first to fire a coach. They don't really have somebody to turn the reins over to. You're not giving it to Mike Zimmer. No one likes Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer's for lack of a better term, dick. Like he is well known.
Who's the offense coordinator?
Not talking about the way Jerry Jones is talking about him, like not in a complimentary way, in a negative way.
Brian Schottenheimer?
I forgot they got Shotty. Yeah, they don't even have Kellen Moore anymore. Like, there's no one to turn it over to. They're just kind of effed. They have to probably ride it out if the year continues the way that it's been going. I expect them to win tonight. They're going to be 2-2, but if the year continues to go the way that it's going, they should be open to moving on from a coach the way they did with Wade Phillips back in 2010 in the middle of the year. I just don't know who would be next unless Bill Belichick decides to go straight in from where he's at right now to being their head coach.
That would be awesome. Just takes over mid-season.
Mm-hmm.
That would be fascinating to see that happen.
But there are interesting rumors about Belichick, and I buy into these. Belichick Jacksonville rumors. 2 NFL talking heads have discussed that. No, it makes sense, Joe. It's on the water. He has a boat. Where can he take his 24-year-old girlfriend?
There's lots
so that she can post thirst traps and he can take pictures of them.
Yeah, but
to my space.
You think
Insta face.
You think that she wants to move to Jacksonville?
The beaches are nice.
Oh, are they?
I mean, I'd rather live in Jacksonville than Boston.
That's fair.
And I have family in Boston.
But the 24-year-old might not agree. Because she can probably live most of her days in, Nantucket or whatever.
No, Nantucket sucks, dude.
Oh, does it?
It's
Okay.
a pain in the ass to get to. No. You have to fly a plane there.
Yeah, but it's Bill Belichick.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, it's a pain. You're stuck there. So we'll see what happens next with Bill Belichick. That is playing with the Dallas Cowboys Thursday Night Football. Can't wait till Al Michaels gets checked out of this game. All right.
First
up
quarter?
next. Huh?
Does he get checked out in the first quarter?
I don't know. It's going to happen, though. I'm just waiting for that moment. Up next, Stephon Diggs is taking shots from Josh Allen. You'll hear them next. Hey, Houston Texans. They're turning the page. Like they're Bob Seger. Is that dated for you, Sean?
Definitely. Bob Seger.
Never heard Turn the Page?
Yeah, I don't know that song.
I mean, I've heard of it. I just don't
Yeah, I can't hear it in my head.
You guys just love making me feel old.
But you're not that old.
I also
that old. I heard that.
You're just asking me a question. Do I know this song? Answer.
What's
no.
the name of the song?
Making me feel old. She just lied.
Turn the Page?
Turn the Page by Bob Seger. My God. All right. The Texans are moving on to the Jaguars, but I wonder if Stephon Diggs
1973.
It's a great
Jesus,
song.
Is that when it came out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then why? Then it doesn't make you feel old because it came out 30
50
years
old.
before you were born.
Yeah, but I know and you don't.
Or 10 years before you were born.
Yeah.
10 years. 10 years. F you. It's
Less than 20.
16.
I don't think my parents were in high school when this song came out.
You guys can go F yourselves. Okay.
That's what Josh Allen said to Stephon Diggs.
Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah. Speaking of turn the page, has Josh Allen entirely turned the page from his ex-wide receiver, Stephon Diggs? Has Stephon Diggs entirely turned the page from his ex-quarterback, Josh Allen? I suppose we'll find out if we hear from Stephon Diggs before Sunday's Texans-Jaguars game. But this was after the Bills win Monday night, 47-10, over the Jaguars. Josh Allen talking about guys who aren't all about the stats.
Paying dividends of what we've worked on throughout the entire offseason and through training camp of the everybody eats mentality. And again, it could be your play, this play. You never know when it's going to happen, and that's the beauty of it. When guys get to buy into this and really understand, like, I may not get the ball 4 or 5 times thrown to me a game, but the 1 or 2 times I do, I'm going to have opportunities to be in the end zone. And, it's a fun and wonderful thing when you got a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats. They don't care about the touchdowns. And again, I think throughout practice, we've just had this mindset of like, hey, let's just do things the right way and find ways to win football games. That's what we're doing right now.
How is that not about Stephon Diggs? Is there a way? Is there a way that Josh Allen can say he wasn't talking about Stephon Diggs there? Because he did clarify things yesterday, but group huddle.
It's about Gabe Davis, who
that
also
would be really funny if it was about Gabe Davis.
About time we got that guy out of
here.
here.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe Davis can't catch for save his life, but he wants the ball.
Is he Jacksonville now? Right,
yeah.
I thought so.
He had 2 catches last week for 8 yards, I think. Damn. So
Trevor Lawrence is probably having a tough time.
Oh, 18 yards.
Davis
Sorry,
right
not
now.
to short you 10 yards, Gabe Davis, but make sure you get the right stats in there. He's 100% talking about Stephon Diggs. Maybe it's a little bit of Gabe Davis too. Like maybe it's just the wide receiver room. Everything is just better. Maybe it's the offensive coordinator change as well, but it sounds 75% at a minimum about Stephon Diggs. That's a direct shot.
I think it's a shot. Is it a shot, Sean?
I think yes. If you're a NFL quarterback, you know how to say something without say something. Like he has been answering questions long enough to where it's not like, whoops, I wasn't being clear. It's like, no, that's about how NFL quarterbacks will take shots at people. Other than, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers sometimes will take a more direct shot than that, but this is about as direct as it gets for an NFL quarterback.
He had an incredible game. This was right after the 47-10 win over the Jaguars. And he credited his teammates there for sure. But it did feel like that is him thinking about what he had last year in the back of his mind. The Bills have been a lot better since they stopped featuring Stephon Diggs. This is not debatable. They were 6-6 last year. I think they won the last 5 games, go into the playoffs, gave the Chiefs a challenge. Stephon Diggs drops a pass down the right sideline. And here we are with Stephon Diggs now in Houston. Josh Allen yesterday attempted to clarify what he said about receivers who appreciate winning, not piling up statistics.
And I know there's a lot of people talking out there. Again, I'm not trying to tear down anybody. I've loved everybody that I've played with, and you don't have to tear other people down to build each other up. And, we're building each other up right now, and that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to stay together as a team, and we're really caring about each other. And, everybody in this building's got that feeling. You know what I mean? Whether it's former players, and again, I love 14. I still do. But everyone wants to keep making this thing a thing, and we're so focused on what's going on inside of our building, and that's the only thing that we're caring about right now.
Well, yeah, everyone wants to make it a thing.
You made it a thing.
You made it a thing.
You made it a thing.
And the drama in between the games in the NFL, it's good. It's not NBA level, but it's good. And everyone wants to know about what the hell happened there. Why did things not work out with Stephon Diggs and the Bills? Why did he want to leave? Why are the Bills better without him? All interesting questions. Allen is 100% allowed to say what he said on Monday. Because guess what? The Bills' offense is looking better without Diggs. I think that the Bills needed Diggs for Josh Allen to get to the level he's at now, but now they no longer need him. And this is one of those things where I bring it back to this offseason, why I was pushing back on all the people that were saying that the Houston Texans need to get Stephon Diggs for C.J. Stroud or need to get Keenan Allen or some of the other wide receivers for C.J. Stroud that are on the open market. The quarterback raises the play of the guys around him. And we saw Stroud do that to a degree with some of the receivers he was working with last year. Just once it was just Nico Collins, it got a little bit tough for them to do anything because they couldn't run the football.
Mm-hmm.
So Allen is in a better place without him. Did he need to bring up Stephon Diggs there? Probably not. But he was definitely talking about Stephon Diggs. Was he throwing shade or was he just saying it's better without him? I think it was the latter.
Yeah, I think, I would agree with that. And it's not like that's why the offense is struggling now. Like, it's not like because Stephon Diggs is here, it's just not working. It's just not working right now. Because we've seen Diggs has gotten his, Nico's gotten his, Tank, they've tried. But now that he's hurt, like, it hasn't worked quite yet. But I can't wait for next week already. Like, you don't think Stephon Diggs catches a touchdown pass from C.J. Stroud here in Houston and doesn't run down the sidelines and say something to the Buffalo Bills? Like, it's going to be chirpy for sure. Like, that's one of the more intriguing things we'll see because that's really when we'll really know. Like, how do they act on the field when Diggs does something good in that game? Like, what is his response? Because that might be the only time we hear from him because we don't hear from Diggs much. He doesn't really talk to the media. Like, even after games, like, I feel like he's not readily available very often. So I wish we could get a comment from Diggs. I'm just, kind of curious what he would have to say, but it's definitely a shot at him. And we're not the ones continuing it. Like, they are.
More on the Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen drama. You want to hear a little Stephen A?
Of course.
So Stephen A, I think this was on Tuesday, after Josh Allen and the Bills smoked the Jaguars, made it seem like Stephon Diggs has to answer this in some way, shape, or form. Here is old Screaming A. Smith.
If Stephon Diggs, I know you hear this, Stephon Diggs, you know who you are. You heard what that man said. Now, somehow, some way, you got to respond. And by the way, it can't be with just 164 receiving yards in 3 games. You got to respond on the field because it ain't just about reminding the world like Swagoo did what y'all did when y'all were together, you and Josh Allen. Josh Allen is basically saying, yo, look at who I am now. Let me throw this out to you, Shay. Passer rating leads the NFL. QBR leads the NFL. Total touchdowns leads the NFL. 0 interceptions and 75% completions ranks a second only to Jaden Daniels. That's Josh Allen right now. Last night, he completes footballs to 10 different receivers, including Kincaid, Coleman, Shakur, Johnson. What he's saying is, y'all thought we were going to be worse because we lost an all-world receiver. I'm going to tell you how I interpreted it. Life is better because y'all have no idea the damn headache I was dealing with. That's what he was saying. No, we can floss over it anyway. That's what he was saying. So Stephon is going to have to respond with his play on the field, but also defending himself because as I remember Shannon last year, Swagger, you may not remember this. Last year, Shannon, remember when they tried to call me out when I said, yo, the brother went out of Buffalo. Remember when I took heat for that? I said, I'm telling y'all what I know. Don't ask me how. I'm telling you, the brother went out of Buffalo. He gets out, and he's just trying to play PC because you know what? He didn't want to bring that extra heat to himself. I told y'all what was going down. You see it for yourself.
Rack him.
I mean, Stephon Diggs had 10 catches for 94 yards last weekend. I know the Texans lost. He has a game where he has 2 touchdown receptions so far this season. Like, is he putting up the flashiest, splashiest numbers? No. But he's doing just fine. Like, I have no complaints about how Stephon Diggs has played so far through 3 weeks as a Houston Texan. So I guess, but according to Stephen A. Smith, what does Diggs have to do now this weekend? $150, 2 touchdowns?
Diggs
Is that how he responds?
doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't. But I wonder if in his mind, he realizes this.
Probably. Like probably a little bit. I mean, it's not that it feels over the top, but I mean, it's so hard because everything we heard about Diggs before the season and what we've seen on the field as a teammate, so on the sidelines as well, like we saw him trying to pump up guys in the last game. We saw in the preseason having, it looked like very good conversations. All the reports out of practice throughout training camp and everything is how great of a teammate he's been. They named him a captain. Like nothing you've heard about Stephon Diggs, the Buffalo Bill, the Minnesota Viking, equals what we've seen here in Houston. So I also agree, like he doesn't have to respond, but it would be fun to see him have a massive game this weekend.
Well, it has to be against the Bills. What he does this weekend does not matter at all.
I was going to point that out.
That's
that
true.
They don't actually they play the Bills next week. Now, I think we kind of just want to fast forward to the Bills game because that's just much more interesting of a matchup, especially with Josh Allen saying what he said. But yeah, that they do play the Jags this week. I don't know if balling out against the Jags and then following it up with 3 catches for 21 yards against the Bills, like I don't think that's the statement made that Stephen A has in mind.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Texans win by 20 points this weekend, like I don't think like on the Monday talk shows they're going to be Texans are back.
It'll be do it against the Bills. It'll be do it against the Bills. That's what it'll be.
Yeah, that's why, like Paul said earlier, this game's a little bit of a lose-lose situation.
It's 100% a lose-lose situation. And my big question is about how things are handled. I don't know if the Texans locker room was open, if Stephon Diggs made himself available, and I don't know if it's going to happen today, but I do wonder if local media is going to actually, one, have an opportunity to ask Stephon Diggs about this, and 2, if Stephon Diggs would answer the question. If he does answer the question, Diggs should say Jacksonville, 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 Jacksonville. Don't talk about your ex. It's never worth it.
Yeah, wait till like get past Jacksonville, and then because he'll have to meet with the media next week. I'm sure he'll do a conference call with Buffalo media next week that they'll do on the phone. So like there'll be some kind of conversation that happens next week. You're right. This week it doesn't matter. Like it really, and honestly, like for Diggs, the Texans, none of this stuff matters. It does not matter what Josh Allen thinks about how much better things were. The only thing that matters for the Houston Texans is getting back on a winning way against a bad football team. A team that you should be much better than.
Should. But we'll see. We'll see. He's Joe and Paul. It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We saw it yesterday in the middle of yesterday's show on the Astros and Mariners game, the last home game of the regular season for the Astros. We saw Alex Bregman removed heading into the 4th inning, did a hat tip to the crowd, and it did make us all wonder if that's the last that we've seen of Alex Bregman for the Houston Astros in the regular season. It has inspired an interesting question amongst Astros fans online about who's had the best Astros career of a couple of exes who moved on to other places. George Springer, Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman. Who had the best Astros career? Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
What did that ovation mean to you, and just be able to get recognized like that?
No, super thankful for all the fans here over the years. Have been amazing, and just wish we could have won today, but we go up to Cleveland, hopefully win a few games, get on a roll, and get going for the postseason.
Because were you aware all that was going to happen? You went out there by yourself?
No, not really. Honestly, I was just told right before it was going to happen. I didn't really know, but yeah.
Did it hit you when you left the field that this could be your last home stand, your last regular season game?
Yeah, kind of that moment then. But just kind of really just focused on trying to do whatever I can to help this team win games. We got a lot of ball games left to be played, so focused on winning.
You've been through a lot here. You've been here forever. Is it an emotional moment for you?
A little bit, but I try not to. Trying to just stay focused on the postseason, to be honest with you. Maybe at the end of the year, be able to look back and reflect on it. But right now, my mindset is win.
That's Alex Bregman after yesterday afternoon's loss to the Seattle Mariners, the last home regular season game of the year for the Astros. I mean, sounds like this is it. If you hear that quote, I don't know how you can hear anything else. Would be great if the upset of the century happens and Bregman ends up back next year, especially given how rough of a day Shea Whitcomb had playing third base. He had 3 errors.
Yeah, I felt bad for him.
But you heard it in that answer. And I feel like Joe Espada making that happen for him. I mean, he's aware these players talk. And players talk about the bosses and about their future. And I'm sure a lot of Bregman's teammates know that this could be it here in Houston for him. Very cool move by Joe Espada to do that. Continue to tip a hat to him, especially with the way the Astros have come back from where they were. But it does feel like it is very soon to be done for Alex Bregman here in Houston. And it does beg a question, an interesting one that was asked online by Astros Optimism 2. Who had the best Astros career? Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, George Springer. I'm not sure it's close because Bregman was here the longest. I know that shouldn't necessarily overshadow those two, but I mean, it does to me. He was here for the entire run. So he had the better Astros career. I get that you can take a look at the awards and the resumes and everything like that. But to me, I will think Bregman, even on his next team, as a borderline career Astro, where with Springer and Correa, I will not.
Yeah, I think the longevity definitely helps the conversation for Alex because just being here, and they all came up right around, pretty close within the same time between like 2014, 2016. So like it's not that much of a difference, but the thing that helps Springer the most is definitely the World Series MVP. Like that has to carry some kind of weight in the argument that yes, Bregman has 2 championships, but Springer just has that MVP in the World Series in 2017 that I think helps him out a little bit. But I lean Bregman too because of the longevity. I mean, because he was here longer. Like you look at their peak seasons. Springer and Bregman, it's very easy because it's pretty much 2019 for both of them. Springer hit 39 home runs. Alex Bregman hit 41 that year. I mean, you've got 2 guys that were at the complete, peak of their careers happening in the same exact time. So I lean Bregman. And even though Bregman doesn't have some of the, awards, I mean, Correa is the only one with a Gold Glove, which is a shame because Springer and Bregman are both Gold Glove quality players. We all know that. I mean, so I think it's Bregman. I love Carlos Correa. He's my favorite Astro of the 3.
Correa had the quote. The quote
helps so much.
The quote helps Correa out because of those 3, as far as awards, Correa has really the least. right? Because, I mean, he's only got 1 ring. He's got a gold glove. He's got 2 All-Stars. Springer had 3, 2 Silver Sluggers, 1 World Series MVP.
Gosh, I thought Carlos had more gold gloves than that even. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Carlos and the anti-Carlos thing is like the massage. Like I Springer and Bregman both had their injuries, but Carlos had always had the weird ones that never really made sense. So that definitely would move him down a little bit. But I would go, it's Bregman, Springer, or Correa for me. Of the probably soon to be all former Astros. I know someone asked earlier, do you think Bregman, once it's like as soon as he leaves, will have regret? Because I'm sure Springer's got to have some regret. At least signing with Toronto. Maybe not staying in Houston. But I mean, Carlos hasn't done anything. And that's the thing about, like, these guys leave and the Astros keep winning. And the guys that leave have very little success. Charlie Morton obviously has a World Series. Joe Musgrove has had some success. But like the big name guys, Cole, Correa, Springer, have accomplished nothing.
It's interesting. It depends on where he signs, I think. I mean, I would imagine that George Springer regrets having gone to Toronto because Toronto's had a lot of talent, but they've been the Chargers of baseball over the years. Maybe less catastrophic injuries, but a lot of underachieving. Carlos went to Minnesota. I can't imagine Daniela likes Minnesota. Yeah. I can't imagine she likes it.
They got the Gucci store there. That's what he said at his press conference.
It snows there more than any major metropolitan area. It is a miserable existence in the offseason. I'm sure he doesn't stay there during the offseason, but I don't know if he likes it up there. I mean, what place has more Antifa riots than Minneapolis other than Seattle? Bregman, I wonder where he ends up next. I know some people have suggested Boston. I know some people have suggested New York. Are those places that have a better chance to win in the future than the Astros? That also is a question that is interesting because I think for Correa and Springer, the Astros kept doing things that I bet they didn't expect to happen once they left.
Yeah, I mean, Springer, I get why he went to Toronto because they looked like they were the next Astros. You have Bo Bichette, you have Vlad Guerrero Jr., you had Kevin Biggio, who, like, at the time, like, people thought of not as high as those guys, but like thought of fondly. So you thought they were going to win. Carlos' situation is, I don't think when he first hit free agency, I don't think we knew the extent of this ankle, this rod or whatever it is that's in his ankle that then prevented him from signing with both the Mets and the Giants. Like, that wasn't really out there until that disaster offseason where he got kind of ended up getting stuck in Minnesota. But like, if Alex ends up in New York, like, yeah, like if they keep Soto, but they're not going to do that. They're not going to keep Soto and get Alex Bregman.
Right. And if you have to pick between the two, you're picking Soto.
Of course. I mean, Boston is a 1 game above 500, so I wouldn't put them as above the Astros. I wouldn't say there's really anyone in the American League that I would, unless the Astros get, just dominated in the playoffs by someone. Like, Bregman's going to find a team that's like Minnesota, that's like Toronto. I saw someone said the perfect offseason for the Detroit Tigers is getting Bregman and Verlander.
Donna suggested Arizona on YouTube at ESPN Houston. He did buy a house in Arizona, right?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Okay.
That puts them in a pretty, gosh, that division's just so tough.
But they're having a surprisingly good season. I thought last year was a fluke for them. Yeah. And they're doing it again.
Yeah. I mean, they have 88 wins. They're in 3rd place in their division, but like, they're just as much of a threat as anyone.
Yep.
I just feel like he ends up in a place that's one of these teams that's close to 500 right now, and they overpay him a little bit, and they hope that he's the catalyst.
Mm-hmm.
And thus, he's in a worse position to win than he would be if he just stayed for a little bit less money.
It's very interesting to see what's going to happen on that front. A couple of texts from the 281. Carlos Correa has had the best career of those 3 at mound visits. That's true.
It's pretty good at them. Well, but you know what? Mound visits are one thing. Did Carlos Correa ever turn around a pitcher's entire career like Alex Bregman did with Hunter Brown this year? Like, Hunter Brown is who Hunter Brown is because of Alex Bregman.
You're going to miss the baseball IQ that Bregman brings to the table. From the 281, what if Bregman and Dusty go to Seattle?
Vomit.
Well, they don't have the money to do it. Seattle's not going to pay anybody. They're not going to give Bregman what he wants. They're not going to give Dusty what he wants. All they care about is profits and spin zoning to their fans that this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Dusty got paid like less than like $2 million by the Astros, but to Bregman, yes, I don't see them doing that.
Another from the 281. Sports markets are still pissed, other ones, that Breggy and Altuve never apologized to the point where they don't even want them as free agents. They kind of did apologize, right?
They just did a poor. Yes.
What were they supposed to do in that spot? I don't know. It felt like they were forced to do it. Like they were held at gunpoint by either Rob Manfred or somebody else.
Yeah, by a bad PR staff for sure. No offense to people that work there, but you guys
they handled
sucked.
that poorly, and I felt like they should have said everybody else is doing it.
Especially because
I really wish they had done that. Like everyone else is doing it,
and like it's now because of the way they handled it.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens. They handle it so poorly, but people do take their apologies more seriously because people who actually take the time to go watch all the interviews that the media did with all the players as soon as the clubhouse opened, including Alex Bregman and Jose Altuve, it was much better. The prepared thing was a disaster.
Yeah, it just didn't. You could tell it.
Yeah.
They were reading from a script, and the script was not a great one. I don't buy for a second that all these markets are so opposed to signing those players.
They've all had Astros.
Once they're on the team and playing well, you're gonna shut up.
The biggest cheater of them all already played for the Yankees, Marwin Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
He also played for the Twins, which Carlos Correa does also. They've all had it. I mean, the Red Sox cheated, and they've had Astros on that team. They've also had Marwin Gonzalez. Like, all these teams have had that are, like, big-time contenders have brought in Astros of some kind. Even the Mariners, like, yes, he got traded in 2017, but Teoscar Hernandez was on the Astros at the time. So, at some point in 2017. So, like, I think that's over. I think that's one thing that, like, you say it, and then they sign the contract, and the fans go out and they buy the jersey. Like, I don't believe that. I'll never believe it. It's not real.
It's not real. Like birds? Oh.
That's a good question.
Interesting. Never seen a baby pigeon, have you?
No.
That's true.
No, I haven't.
No one has because they're not real.
They all just come out the same size?
Little rats with wings. Yeah, they just spontaneously appear.
No, we're lost
because the government makes them.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Liberal city like Chicago.
Yeah.
Government surveillance. Huh?
Yeah, especially during, the weirdest part though is during St. Patrick's Day when they dye the river green because there's green poop everywhere. It's really strange.
Or they drink the water?
Yeah, they drink the water because they dye the river green for St. Patrick's
Yeah,
Day.
I saw that happen once. It was fun.
Yeah, it's great, but then there's just green poop everywhere for like 6 weeks.
I wonder if the Astros, realizing what Shea Whitcomb just did yesterday, think to themselves, you know what, TM.
I mean, it won't be Shea. It'll be Bryce Matthews.
I wonder about that.
Yeah, I think
or
it'll
if
be
they move
Bryce.
Pena over to third with the struggles he's been having of late.
Yeah, Bryce Matthews and Jeremy Pena will be the left side of your infield next year, unless they went out and spent money, I guess, on like a cheaper third baseman. But I still think that they're most likely just gonna. I think they'd be more likely to invest in a new first baseman.
I wonder if they do the service time BS where they wait to make Bryce Matthews the third baseman until like June or July.
What's nice about that is that if they don't, there's incentives now in the collective bargaining agreement where if you bring someone up right away and they win Rookie of the Year, you get extra draft compensation to try to avoid what happened to George Springer. The reason why there was never even an offer made because they knew he wasn't coming back. So like they've put incentives in to try to avoid that again. But even the Pirates did it with Paul Skeens, but they called him up early enough to where he's going to win Rookie of the Year. So the Astros can't do that anymore. You're a real team.
You're big boys.
Yeah.
You put on your big boy pants.
Yeah. If Bryce is going to be your everyday third baseman next year, he's going to be on the opening day roster.
Okay.
And in the lineup, I would think.
I would think too, but you never know.
It is baseball.
These organizations are cheapos. Amazingly, the Astros are considered not cheap by many. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Thursday night football. There's a game tonight, and it's the NFC East, and Al Michaels is going to hate it. Also, we can officially move on from Texans-Vikings, but there is one last thing that we need to bring back up. I'm sorry in advance, Gallant George. Stay put. Thursday Night Football. It's on Amazon Prime. Will Al Michaels have steak and lobster? And will Kirk Herbstreit bring his dog? Because that's all that anyone cares about. This game's going to suck. It's going to be terrible. It's NFC East football.
Are you going to watch?
Oh, I'll watch it.
I'm just hoping I need an upset.
I hope Daniel Jones wins so that tomorrow I can come in and say, Daniel Jones, Caleb Williams. Who'd you rather have? Because I know what I'm thinking.
I'm taking a vacation day tomorrow.
You're gonna take a vacation. Already did, soft boy, with your root canals.
I'm back.
Do you need any more?
Well, I have to get the permanent crowns put in, but they said they don't numb my mouth for that one, so I won't miss work for that one.
Would you rather have another root canal or to be locked into a chair with your eyeballs held open like it's Clockwork Orange and watch the New York Giants play football? Another root canal or that?
Watch the Giants.
Okay. It was that bad?
Well, no, it's really not that bad.
You just didn't like the needle.
He's also a Bears fan.
Yeah.
True.
So, like, I watch bad football.
Giants football. He's like,
he's used to it.
I've seen this.
I think the worst part, actually, honestly, is like when you use the drill, is the smell from the drill.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
I think that's because it's like, it's kind of nauseating.
There's a weird smell to it where I don't think it's gross, but I know what it is, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's
It's enamel. It's like
yeah.
scraped enamel or something.
Yeah, I think it's because you know what it is. Then you start thinking about it.
But I don't
every
think
now
you just
and
like
then.
smell the smoke a little bit. Like you feel like you could like feel it. Like it's smoking. It's not great.
100%. While I'm
Giants Cowboys.
What? Yeah, again, Cowboys better win. Cowboys better win.
They better win.
This is a should win.
Honestly,
this is a should. You really should win.
Texas Jaguars is not a should win.
At the same time,
Cowboys Giants is a should win.
If the Cowboys lose tonight, I might watch First Take for the first time.
What to see Stephen A.
Just
Smith.
to see what Stephen A. is going to do.
He'll come in the cowboy hat and he will have a lot of fun. I want to stick to bullying Joe here. Joe, did you see that Jaden Daniels won the NFC Offensive Player of the Week?
Yeah, great game.
We didn't get to talk about this. We did address it on the text line, but I did text Joe on our group chat after Jaden Daniels had his big Monday Night Football. The Commanders 2 back-to-back weeks on offense of, let's just say, historic football. Who would you rather have, Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams?
Caleb.
You said it so quickly.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't. Historic was winning a football game in which they didn't score a touchdown the first time.
No. No punting. No punting going on.
No punting. Not
no turnovers.
No turnovers. He's good. I love Jaden Daniels. I thought he was great coming out.
He loves Jaden Daniels. Isolate that.
I like Caleb Williams more.
I don't know if
you said you love Jaden Daniels, and then you said you like Caleb Williams.
I heard that too.
Can't ignore that one.
I know as a Patriots fan, I wanted Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels threw his first touchdown to a fat person, so he like spreads the love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do love.
Now you're bullying his receivers.
He doesn't.
Doesn't Caleb Williams?
It was
have
an
offensive lineman.
Would you rather Caleb Williams have offensive linemen as wide receivers? Because I thought they had the greatest wide receiver core of all time going into the year. Clearly, they don't. So
I mean, it's because they do dumber things than Bobby Slowick.
They need offensive linemen as offensive linemen in Chicago.
Let's start small. They had that DeAndre Carter, the guy who used to be on the Texans. They had him blocking a defensive end last week. Didn't go well.
Would
you just want to keep bullying me? I know this is a football.
Yeah,
segment.
yeah, I am. I'm going.
Okay,
One more question.
I'm super sad today, so just keep bullying me.
Would
R.I.P. to Derrick Rose's career, not his life.
I like how he took out a full page advertisement. Did you see he took out a full page advertisement?
Yeah, as he should.
Yeah. Did you see what city he took it out in?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Derrick Rose took out a full page advertisement to announce his retirement in Cleveland, where he played 16 games last year.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. Not Chicago.
That's not even the second place city I think he would do.
I think New York. I think New York
or Memphis.
I would have thought Memphis
or Detroit. Like there's a lot
many places. He didn't pick Chicago, but so Joe, you brought that up on your own.
Yeah.
Hypothetical question.
Oh gosh.
Would you hire Cliff Kingsbury to be the next Bears head coach right now?
No.
Well, he's better than Eberflus and Shane Waldron.
Yes, but
I mean, look what he's doing with Jaden Daniels.
Didn't they talk to Kingsbury?
Yeah, they did. They brought in Cliff. Yeah. That was the Texans.
Texans brought in Cliff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I forgot
2 years ago.
Yeah. Maybe the Bears did too, but it was the Texans who brought in Cliff. No, hard pass.
Why? Why hard pass?
Not as
look
a
at you. Oh, I'm the Bears. I can do it.
No, not as a head coach.
Why not?
I just don't think it'll work.
It'll work in the first half of the year.
Yeah, but then what about the next like 3 seasons? Like it bombed out in
The years always started great. It was just they didn't age well.
Yeah, as an OC, sure, but
Okay.
I mean, maybe I'd rather have Cliff at Notre Dame.
Cliff Kingsbury at Notre Dame.
Yeah, give me that.
I don't know though. I feel like he's gonna want a more Cliff Kingsbury friendly place, if you will, than South Bend, Indiana.
Do you think he'll get another head coaching job in the NFL?
I think so. Yeah, he's young.
Yeah.
How old is he? Is he even 50? I don't think so. I feel like he's in his mid 40s.
He's definitely in his 40s.
I was
gonna say, is he 40?
I think he's younger than Tom Brady because he got drafted, I believe, around the same time as Brady.
He's 45.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
He was drafted the year after Brady, I think.
Yeah,
right?
I remember.
Or he was drafted in 03.
I think he was on the Patriots for a little bit.
Yeah, drafted by the Pats.
Okay. So one last thing. This is the last time we have to talk about Texans Vikings. Ex-Houston Texan Jonathan Grenard, 3 sacks, is the NFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Good for him.
Good for him indeed. That's about as good a revenge as you can get.
Yep.
Sucks the Texans have a lot of revenge games happen to them. I mean, Kareem Jackson, remember when he came back?
Oh, yeah.
Texans Broncos. That was the game where Bill O'Brien stole the show, made everyone forget about Kareem Jackson getting revenge by swearing at a fan.
And he got the
bleep you too, mother bleeper.
Fumble return touchtown? Or pick six? I can't remember which one it was.
He had at least 1 touchdown. He might have had 2. I don't
Yeah.
even remember. But he killed the Texans that game.
I mean, hey, if you want to bring in, guys that used to play here and play against the Texans and decide that you're going to block them with rookie tight ends who've only been played in the position for 4 years, they're going to win Player of the Week a lot of times. So congrats to Bobby Slowick again.
Big interview for Bobby Slowick with the media today. Let's see how that goes.
Biggest interview of his life, I was told.
I saw a tweet about that. I was like, it's a bit of an overstatement because he's going to get a head coaching interview again. But look, what's he supposed to say today? They sucked on Sunday. They have to be better against the Jaguars.
That honestly, the Grenard thing would be why are you blocking a pass rusher that's good with a tight end? Like that might be like the one question I'd be most curious about.
I think what the Vikings did on Sunday, they saw things on film that they could take advantage of. And I think they knew that there are certain formations they could move Jonathan Grenard over, flip the defensive line where he would get really favorable matchups like that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just something the Texans are going to have to be better. I think the Texans specifically going forward, they have to be better about hiding their looks because clearly there are some tells out there that are easy to respond to. But we shall see. On to Jacksonville. Officially, he is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. Up next. We usually do this on Wednesdays, but yesterday we wanted to celebrate all show long.
We're partying.
Washed watch. Who's washed in the world of sports? Like Scott Boras is, per Joe George. Joe's going to tell us, and we have to decide if we agree. Also, we'll continue to talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. Are they as bad as we think they are? First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975. They're going to double your initial deposit. Thursday Night Football. The Cowboys are 5.5-point favorites against the New York Giants. 5.5. The Texans are bigger favorites against the Jaguars. Doesn't that make no sense? The Texans are 6-point favorites against the Jaguars. The Cowboys are 5.5-point favorites against the Giants. I feel like the Cowboys should be bigger favorites against the Giants. I will take the Cowboys to cover this because I do believe in them, but it is Thursday Night Football. And as Joe always says about baseball, you never know what's going to happen in football. Anything can happen. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 for that awesome deposit bonus when you first sign up. But if you're a longtime subscriber, MyBookie Plus, the more you play, the more you win. They've got awesome rewards for you to bet on everything from Champions League to the presidential election to World Series odds. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As you heard from old voice guy himself, that's Joe. I'm Paul. I like when Joe used the word washed. It's when he calls somebody out who's done, dead.
That's why there's still a chance Alex Bregman can be a Houston Astro because his agent is washed.
That's where I heard Joe say it the first time. Scott Boras, washed. So, new segment. It's called Watched Wash. Wait, washed, watch. I told you this is going to continue to happen.
One day we'll have I think we'll have a fancy intro next week.
Yeah,
so
I want the voice guy to do it.
You won't have to say it as much.
Yeah, I want to hear all the outtakes by the voice guy as he tries to do it.
Oh, I don't know if he sends those, but we can ask for him.
Who is washed in the world that we live?
I'm gonna start with a non-sports one.
A non-sports one?
Yeah, last week we did dating apps, and we said it's washed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think you said it's not washed.
I can't handle them.
Yeah, you can't.
I can't.
They're washed for Paul, but
they're washed for me,
not for everyone else.
Because I watch them too much. Like my screen watching time, I go over the limits, even if I set them for myself.
All right, Twitter, X. So Elon's doing a lot of weird things. He's now changing that people who you block, if you're a blocker of accounts, that they can still see your tweets.
I like that.
I don't like.
I like it.
I don't like that.
Why?
Because maybe there's like a good reason to block them.
But that doesn't mean that you, the person blocking them, it doesn't mean that you have to deal with them or interact with them. They can just see what you post. So you're out of their life. Excuse me. They're out of your life.
Yes.
But they can still see what you post.
Yes. I am thinking like extreme examples.
I don't think there's an extreme example. Here's
well,
what
I don't want to make you feel bad, but
why?
Like stalking?
What do you mean?
Like if there was like someone stalking a chick? Like
stalking a chick? Oh, what?
Yeah.
So I don't want to make you feel bad. Why? Because no one's going to stalk me?
I don't want.
No one's going to stalk me?
I actually think you do have stalkers.
F you.
I think you do have stalkers.
Yeah. Sadly, not my
they stalk
type.
you on dates.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I only get stalked by men.
Yeah, sources.
If only other people stalked me, it would be nice. It would be nice. But Joe just said that no one would ever stalk me. Thanks. I'm gonna call my mom.
But just
later
in general,
tonight and have her tell me I'm a handsome man.
Just
handsome
in general,
boy.
do you think Twitter is washed?
I hate it with a passion. I
It
wouldn't
used to be
use it.
so much more fun.
No, it never has been fun. When has it been fun, Joe? It's a waste of everybody's time.
No,
it's
I
a
think,
toxic cesspool.
No, because I used to not think it was. Like I think like everyone was kind of like in on the joke when it first started.
Yeah, some joking around is fun. You know what? You know what part of Twitter is fun? Don't get mad at me for this. Black Twitter is fun. White Twitter is everyone being angry all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger.
Because they like we do not, we the whites, we do not handle Twitter well. It's just a bunch of people yelling about Trump and Kamala. That's all it is.
Yeah,
you can't get away from it. It's terrible.
It became very like Facebook. Like Facebook for a while, Twitter didn't have like that political crossover as much. It was just like I felt like all the political stuff stayed on Facebook, and then now it's all on social media because they all use social media.
Yeah.
So I definitely think it's very washed.
But Twitter, do you think Twitter is washed because of this block feature change, or do you think?
I think it's what inspired it.
Gotcha. I think it been washed.
Washed.
If I could get off all social media, I would. I really would. I hate that it's part of my job. That is a requirement to build my brand. I hate it. I just want to be a hermit and live in the woods. Actually, no. I want to be a hermit living on a beach.
Yeah, you don't seem much like a woodsy guy.
No, I'm not a woodsy.
Like maybe for like a day or two.
I could look like a lumberjack. You know? Give me a little flannel. Let the beard grow out. Put a little bit of touch of gray. Wait.
No. See,
in there.
I feel like if you're gonna live
so I look more like the brawny guy or whatever.
I feel like if you're gonna live in the woods, you can't touch up your beard.
No, that's true. I mean,
I feel like you have to be all natural.
I'm a metrosexual woodsman. You know.
Mac Brown.
Mac Brown washed?
North Carolina lost 70-50 to James Madison.
Oh, to James Madison?
And then apparently
they're good now for what it's worth.
Yeah, 70 points good. And then
it's a shootout. Just good old-fashioned ACC football.
He offered, and Sean, correct me a little bit. He offered his resignation after the game.
He pulled the, hey, if you think I'm the problem, I'll leave right now.
Yeah.
And apparently the player's like, no, Mac, don't go. Don't go, Grandpa. Don't go.
Don't go, Papa.
Yeah. But he was like,
We love you.
old Mac will hit the
Our
dusty
hands.
trail if I'm the problem. And I guess I'll pack my things and go.
What is this accent? I love it.
It's Mac Brown.
Mac Brown. Pretty
obviously. But yeah, that I guess charitably was trying to guilt trip, some light guilt tripping.
Okay.
After you lose by 20 to James Madison.
Yeah, lose by 20 in which they scored 70.
And then the next day he was like, I'm not resigning.
Yeah, he apologized for offering it, which
You
I think
can't offer that.
Yeah.
This is borderline soft boys behavior.
I know. Like, I was like, it's like soft boy / wash behavior.
We have soft boys at 2:30 today, by the way.
Yeah. But yeah, Mac Brown washed.
Yeah.
I think he's washed. I think that is something you can't do. He would be great if there is a role where he's the cool guy to be around for a football program for the boosters.
Yes.
Like booster relations.
Yes.
Texas should bring him back.
Yes, chief handshake officer,
Mm-hmm.
and just all he does is hang out with the boosters, shake hands, and be like, "Oh, how's your wife and kids? Oh, doing good."
Do you think he'd ever go back to Texas?
Or
do you think there are still sour feelings from him getting
what-
fired? Because they were terrible after him. I mean,
I know.
think he
I was
kinda
going to
gets
say
the last laugh.
I was going to say he was washed when he coached at Texas.
He's got he had what 2 first-round picks or 1 first-round pick.
2
quarterback?
NFL quarterbacks.
2 NFL quarterbacks. Right. Sam Howell's not a first.
He was better than Charlie Strong and better than
100%.
Tom Herman. So
I'm gonna guess no. I mean, maybe one of these guys is a former player, but like he retweeted a Texas Athletics Hall of Honor class, which I guess is their Hall of Fame.
Yeah. They inducted a couple people.
So he retweeted it. So I mean, he's at least not scared to do that.
Or is he just supporting? Because it was Colt McCoy and Marquise Goodwin.
Oh, is Colt McCoy in that photo?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, he's been washed for a decade. I mean, he didn't.
Decade?
Yeah. His last year at Texas was 2013.
I know, but he was. But as Paul said, the next couple coaches were not as good as Mac.
Yeah, they sucked. They're terrible coaches. Charlie Strong went from the Texas head coach to the UCF head coach and hasn't been a head coach since.
Yeah, I think
Tom Herman's coaching an FAU.
So as of right now, he's one of 3 active coaches in college football with a national championship?
Him, Dabo, Kirby.
I think that's it. They're the only guys in college football that have won a national championship. Because that's sad.
I'm surprised he hasn't done more at UNC. The ACC, here's the thing though. The ACC is terrible, and
he had Drake May and Sam Howell.
And North Carolina should be awesome. North Carolina is one of those programs in college football I've never understood how they've never been good. You have money. It's a good school.
They spend it all on basketball.
They don't spend that much on basketball. Not that much. Some, but not that much.
Yeah, I mean he's had good success, but he hasn't had like the breakout. And with the quarterbacks he's had, you think he would have had a little bit more.
7-5 in the ACC every year with, again, until this year, exclusively NFL starters at quarterback. Like, that is not good.
Yeah, so washed. I feel like he just ends up back at Texas next year doing the handshake thing.
I mean, he could do it at UNC. That's basically his job at UNC. They just let him coach for some reason.
Anything else washed in the world of sports?
No, I think that covered
or
it.
life. Okay, washed. Watch. We'll try to do it on Wednesdays so that there's more alliteration and more of a chance for me to say the wrong thing.
Well, we might not be here next Wednesday. We might be off. You never know. Astros playoffs.
Oh,
so we'll see.
You're home for Astros baseball. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Okay, coming up next, as we turn the page from the Minnesota Vikings to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Are the Jaguars really 0-3 bad? They're 0-3. Are they really that bad, though? Pretty funny to see all that's been coming out of Jacksonville over the course of this week. Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Stay put. Texans, Jaguars, Sunday, NRG Stadium. We're on to Jacksonville. Rub your feet all over the carpet or the couch if you so choose. The Vikings stank. The Vikings dog poo. It's in the past. And now the Texans take a look at the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the question I have is, are the Jaguars really as bad as they've looked? They're 0-3 this season. The most recent loss was 47-10 to the Buffalo Bills. This is also a team that lost to Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns 18-13, and also lost the season opener to the Miami Dolphins and gave out an 80-yard touchdown pass to a guy who literally had been in handcuffs a couple of hours before the game.
I forgot about that.
Tyreek Hill, very fast man. So they lose their first 3 games. Dolphins with Tua Tagovailoa, good team. The Browns outside of Deshaun Watson are a good team. The Bills are the best team in the AFC right now. Are they as bad as their record looks right now?
I think the answer is yes. It's not just that because the biggest problem they have is their quarterback. Like, while they have some good pieces, it just seems like Trevor Lawrence has just taken a massive step back in his career. I mean, he's been 12 of 21, 14 of 30, and 21 of 38. That's poor for completion percentage alone. Like, in the NFL, in which so many quarterbacks just dink and dunk their way down the field to a high completion percentage, he's not hitting. And Gabe Davis has not made an impact. Travis Etienne has not really popped off this year. So I think yes. I think they're as bad as the record says.
You could make an argument that he is on the same level as Daniel Jones right now. Their statistics are pretty similar over the course of their career to this point. And right now, Trevor Lawrence is 30th in the NFL in completion percentage, 26th in touchdown percentage, 23rd in yards per attempt, 26th in yards per game, 26th in passer rating. Just want to beat the right there. His numbers towards the bottom of the league in a lot of categories, and I think he is 100% a victim of his own hype that he had while he was at Clemson, considered to be the best quarterback prospect in the draft since Andrew Luck.
Yeah, and his coach didn't help either, because I think we were working together at the time when Dabo went on the flagship and called him Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't help when your coach says he's the next Michael Jordan. Like it's one thing to be a hyped prospect to then have someone come out on your behalf and say something like that. The thing about Trevor too is I know he was very poor in the first half of this game, but when you look back to the playoff game and what they did against the Chargers and coming back down by 20 plus points, he was incredible in the second half of that football game. And that felt like the coming out party for him. And then things just went downhill last year after an 8-3 start. And it's not all his fault, but then this year it just seems to be off to an even worse start. And they seem to be getting in their own way. Doug Peterson's going to get fired, whether it's Sunday or later in the season. And they're going to be looking for another head coach. And he's going to be looking for another offensive coordinator. And they're going to be blaming everyone else but Trevor Lawrence. And that's just kind of where they're at this point.
A couple of quotes have aged rather poorly for the Jaguars, but this one more than any. Shad Khan said this a month ago, quote, "Winning now is the expectation. Make no mistake, this is the best team assembled by the Jacksonville Jaguars ever. Best players, best coaches, but most importantly, let's prove it by winning now." They're 0-3. This is a team that did make the AFC Championship game in 2017, and many would argue that they would have won that AFC Championship game if the referees hadn't blown the whistle on what could have been a Myles Jack fumble return for a touchdown against the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, they did not move on in that game. The Jaguars defense was better then. The Jaguars defense hasn't been bad to open the year for what it's worth outside of the Bills game, but against the Dolphins, I thought they did a pretty good job. Against the Browns are just going to help you out with where Deshaun Watson is at this moment in time. Doug Peterson, the coach that you just mentioned, a couple of interesting quotes this week. He was asked about having a sense of urgency at 0-3. It's obviously heightened. Yep.
Yes.
Speaking of obvious. And Peterson talked about Trevor Lawrence's play. It's kind of surprising, honestly. You mentioned, Joe, the possibility of a coaching change. This was something that really made me laugh. I don't know how many people listen to Bill Simmons still. I'll be perfectly honest. Whenever Bill Simmons is talking about the NFL, I tend to tune out. But he had on Steven Ruiz of The Ringer. And get this on who might be the next head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Bill Belichick is going to be coaching the Jaguars next season, and we'll know it by New Year's. It won't be official, but it will be the worst kept secret in the NFL.
The Jaguars. Okay.
Without a doubt in my mind.
Okay. Why?
Well, first of all, I know some beat reporters down in Jacksonville, and I think, there's already whispers there. I'll start with that. The real reason why I believe this, Shad Khan is a hands-off owner. I don't think he's going to get spooked like Atlanta did when Bill Belichick comes in and goes, I want to run the organization like this. I want to have GM powers. I want to be able to hire my own coordinators. I want to be able to decide the direction of this franchise. I don't think he's going to get spooked by that. I think he's going to like that. I think he's going to want it. If Belichick comes in and he throws those rings on the table, I think that's enough. I think Shad Khan needs a proven winner, someone where he can't get blamed for hiring the coach. Because if you hire Belichick, it doesn't work out. It's yeah, he's the greatest coach ever.
It's his fault. Yeah, nobody's mad that you hired Bill Belichick.
I hear what he's saying, and it makes a lot of sense, but it would be a mistake. I think so. I think you got to hire someone that's going to fix your quarterback.
Well, what if the quarterback can't be fixed? What if this is what the quarterback is?
Then that's a huge problem because you just gave him a contract. You just paid him $275 million.
I think going into the mode of just hiring some other Shanahan disciple, is not going to work out.
I think so too. Do you think Bill would want this job?
Yes, 100%. Bill would take a job if it's on the coast, and if he can have his boat on the water in the same city that he coaches a football team in Jacksonville. The city is on the water. 100%. 100% Belichick would take this.
I'm curious, with the control part of that, of why am I scared off Atlanta, what Belichick would want.
Who would you rather have running the show? Trent Baalke, who's an idiot, or Belichick? And I mean, this kills two birds with one stone. Okay, Belichick might not be the best roster constructor anymore. He's better than Baalke.
I just want it for Bill, if that's make or break. If the Cowboys job was open and Jerry said that he still wanted to be actively involved in the roster, would that mean Bill Belichick is out? Because that's the jobs we think about for Belichick we've talked about is the Eagles, the Cowboys. Jacksonville does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. I don't know if he'll ever reveal it to us, but how much of that stuff is make or break, the control aspect of it? Because if he's okay with giving up some control, I do think there are going to be better jobs for him than Jacksonville. If control is important, then Jacksonville does make a lot of sense.
Is Dallas a better job?
I think the quarterback's better.
The quarterback is better, but is it a better job? I mean, you're in the NFC East. The Giants are bad right now. Commanders are on the rise.
Yeah.
Eagles are still going to be the Eagles, no matter who their head coach is. So I would say an above average organization at worst. Where the AFC South is, I mean, the Texans are the top dogs, and they just got blown out 30-47 on Sunday. And I mean, the Colts, I guess there's upside, but I mean, the quarterback situation, only one team has a quarterback in that division. And if I'm Belichick, I probably think I can fix Trevor Lawrence. So I feel the Jaguars are 0-3, and this is an entirely different conversation if the Texans don't take down the Jaguars on Sunday. The Jaguars might be looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, oh, we can turn this thing around. We've seen the Texans turn it around after an 0-3 start. I think they're better than the 0-3 team that they've shown to this point, but I think Belichick would be the move, the absolute slam dunk of a move if you are the Jaguars going forward. Don't bring in one of these show pony glory boys who's been touched by Sean McVay.
Yeah, I think the hardest part for them is that I don't know if Belichick will choose them.
I think he would. I think he would in a heartbeat. They have money. Shad Khan's rich. They have money.
Yeah.
Money's not an issue. They're on the water. It's an old person moving to Florida. When have we seen that before?
Yeah, I think there's just going to be the way the season has started. There's going to be there might be some really interesting jobs open. I mean, what if Cincinnati continues the way they're continuing? Would it shock you if Cincinnati was open?
They don't have money. They're poor. He wouldn't go to Cincinnati.
No.
It's
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, but I mean, we're going to work for $6.99 an hour.
That's true.
I mean, they're cheap there. They don't spend money, and Belichick will get frustrated when he doesn't get to pay. He's made comments about
Robert
Robert Kraft being cheap, right?
Yeah.
So I think Jacksonville's a great spot for Belichick. It would be interesting to see him in the division.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of talking me into it. Like, I didn't think about, like, it does make sense. Like,
There's the personal side of things helps.
No, like, if he wants full control, wants to, like, live in an area, like, if that's important to him, and he wants to, and he believes he can fix Trevor Lawrence, like, that's really the ultimate question, because he's not going to be there for the next guy. Like, that's the thing about Belichick, right? Like, Trevor Lawrence that's his only quarterback.
And I'd rather have that as a responsibility than trying to get the young quarterback. Lawrence does have talent. It's just a matter of, can Doug Peterson make it work? And that's not happening right now. Belichick's a better coach than Doug Peterson. I don't care what happened in that Super Bowl.
100%. It's not even close.
Yeah. So that's one of the things I wonder about. I think Belichick would be able to get more out of someone like that. I mean, we saw the last time we saw Belichick in action, it was with Mac Jones, a bunch of quarterbacks that had no business, Cam Newton, no business being in the NFL.
And I think the one thing that would help him is that, like, as we've seen with certain coaches that fail as head coaches, Josh McDaniels would be coming with. And, like, he's going to fail as a head coach, but he's going to be a good offensive coordinator for Jacksonville.
Also might mean Joe Judge and on some of the other guys.
Yeah. I mean, some of that stuff, like, you would think Bill Belichick has learned from his mistakes of doing that weird Joe Judge and Patricia offensive coordinator year. You would assume Bill, like, at this point is like, I kind of got full of myself a little bit and thought, like, I could just put anyone in these roles.
I think that they told him, you're working with Mac Jones. You're making it work. And I think he was out on Mac Jones.
And you just kind of sabotaged?
I think it's possible. And then they brought in Bill O'Brien the next year.
What's ironic about this job?
What?
Who's the backup quarterback in Jacksonville?
Mac Jones. That would be so funny.
He might have to get traded.
He cuts Mac Jones.
Yeah.
First day in office.
He'd have to.
That would be funny. I totally forgot about that.
He threw 8 passes last week because he came in for garbage time for them. So that would be very funny if all of a sudden we're watching a game next year. It's Texans, Jags. It's Mac Jones and Bill Belichick taking on the Texans.
He's Joe George on Paul Gallant. Would the Astros be where they're at right now with James Click instead of Dana Brown as GM? We'll discuss. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Before we get to a spicy take from Joe George, I did enjoy this comment on YouTube because we were talking about the 0-3 Jaguars the last segment, about Bill Belichick potentially taking over. Mr. Mills asks this question: did Urban Meyer end Trevor Lawrence, or did Trevor Lawrence end Urban Meyer? I think we all know the obvious answer to that question. Trevor Lawrence ended Urban Meyer.
Okay. I'm with it. I think Tim Tebow might have ended Urban Meyer, but
no, it wasn't his fault.
I mean, he shouldn't have been at camp.
Why not?
Distraction.
How?
Tight end Tim Tebow, come on.
Trevor Lawrence has never turned water into wine, and Tim Tebow hasn't either, but I would think it's possible with Tim Tebow. So why can't Tim Tebow turn from quarterback into tight end?
Where did Tim save someone's life? Was it at a baseball game or on an airplane? There was like a medical incident when he was in the minors.
Tim Tebow once stopped Darren Hernandez from killing somebody. Allegedly.
Didn't stop him enough.
Well, it can't be everywhere at once.
Have you started watching the
No.
The show?
Not watching it.
I'm not watching it either. I've heard it's awful.
I'm sure it is. There's no one on that show that I recognize as an actor.
That's what it's hard about it, because like the OJ one, like you knew people.
Yeah, the OJ one had like a really good cast, and the OJ one was fun, and it's OJ. The Aaron Hernandez off the field stuff, I do not find that compelling. I don't like. I mean, he killed someone, yeah, and he might have killed multiple people, but I don't think that the backstory is as compelling as it was with OJ, because with OJ, you're talking about somebody who was a beloved actor, former NFL player, one of the best ever, who did what he did. With this and Aaron Hernandez, like Hernandez was a good football player. He played for the Patriots, and he had a real troubled past. But I don't know. I don't know if it's really that, I guess, interesting, other than the fact that like this is something he seemed to have done multiple times.
Yeah, it's like what's the because I feel like we know the whole story, right? Like I guess what in the Patriots documentary, like they kind of tried to allude like it was it they said it was basically Belichick's fault that this happened in a way, but like the story doesn't compel me. Like there's not like we know with OJ, like we knew what the story was. This story, he's just a psycho. Like I don't really. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on it. I am gonna start watching the Vince McMahon documentary tonight though.
Yeah,
yeah, because he sued them for it.
Oh, so that means that it's spicy.
Yeah, like
it's on Netflix, right?
Yeah, I was already interested, but then I saw he was suing them, and I was like, wait a minute. Like now I'm very much in on this.
The wrestling stuff. I'm just not into it. Never was.
Yeah.
I wanted to be into it, but I wasn't allowed to watch it, so I pretended that I had a favorite wrestler. Like I said, like, yeah, I like The Undertaker. I had no idea what he even looked like. But I remember he has a cool name. I don't even know what it meant.
He's a UT fan.
Hell yeah.
He's from Austin?
Think so.
I think so.
Or like close by?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, by the way, doesn't believe in CTE.
That's part of the documentary. Apparently,
that might be the push I need to watch this.
Yeah,
I really want to hear about a man who hit other men in the head with chairs, telling me about CTE isn't real.
He also said that he only got one concussion wrestling, and he was like, "Yeah, I think if you get a bunch of concussions wrestling, you're doing something wrong."
Do you think they were checking for concussions?
No, hell no.
Do they even have insurance in wrestling?
No, at one point
they're independent contractors,
right,
so probably not.
I don't think they have insurance.
No, like at one point, like I guess it's changed now, but they pay for their own hotels and flights and cars to travel around the country.
Hell yeah, dude.
That used to be that's a crazy business model that I can't believe they got away with for that long. You imagine when they tried to make NFL players do that? Like, hey, you're playing Jacksonville this weekend.
I actually could. Probably not that. We're not that far removed from it.
Like when Deshaun had to take the bus there.
No, I just feel like 30 to 40 years ago. Like that was the NFL.
Yeah.
Just wrestling never really got that big. I mean, it's big, but it's not NFL.
And then we got Kelvin Sampson talking about how I don't have a private jet.
I agree with him.
I kind of agree too.
They need a private jet.
It sounds.
Well, I mean, with the amount of things that are no longer at the Golden Nugget, you would have thought he would have saved a little money so he could do that. But
yeah, come on, this is big time college basketball.
Yeah, the Vegas one and the Lake Charles one. But
yeah, it's the best sport at UT. It's probably the best team in the city of Houston. Give him a private jet. Come on,
Yeah,
Tillman.
I agree with that.
I'm sure he'll have one like tomorrow.
The Cougs deserve one. The Rockets do not. How about that? Got to earn it. Got to make the playoffs first before they get a private jet.
Oh, back to coach until you make the playoffs.
Mhm.
I like this. I mean, like, what would
Or treat you like the Cleveland Indians
I
were
was gonna say
treated in
this.
Major League.
I was gonna say this is a very major league idea.
And then they can put a big, well, not big, 'cause he's not a tall guy. They can put a cardboard cutout of Tillman Fertitta in the Rockets locker room, and they can remove a little piece of clothing.
I hope he's not naked.
No, I don't think he would.
Okay.
Silk PJs underneath.
Okay. Okay.
Suit to silk PJs.
Because the thing with the owner in Major League, like they wanted to see her naked
because she was a stripper.
Yes,
back
they
in the
don't want to see Tillman Fertitta naked.
Definitely don't.
Although maybe I don't know.
Would the Astros look naked with James Click still as their general manager, Joe George? I am a god at radio. What a transition.
Naked, no. Maybe less clothing, yes. Because I'm not sure they make the playoffs if James Click is the GM of this team. Dana Brown did an excellent job. Kikuchi, Caleb Ferguson, Ben Gamble, Jason Hayward, Blanco, Arrighetti. Incredible year for Dana Brown this year. I really do think Ronald Blanco is the one that, like, maybe they deserve the most credit for. Just, putting him on the roster and keeping him in the rotation. And I know the injuries kind of forced a lot of this stuff, right? For Dana Brown, like the need to go get Jason Hayward, the need to go get Ben Gamble, the need to keep Spencer Arrighetti in the rotation was all injury based, right? But they could have panicked on a lot of these guys, and they just didn't. And they could have not given Blanco that opportunity to get the ball on opening day or in the opening series, and they did. So I just think they did an incredible job, and I'm just not sure James Click, pushes all the same buttons as Dana Brown does.
Definitely a butterfly effect kind of what if. But Dana Brown has done a very good job dealing with the many Astros speed bumps this year, injuries specifically. And I think James Click would have done something. It's not to say he wouldn't have done anything for sure, but the Yusei Kikuchi move is a move that I don't think James Click would have made. I think he would have been cautious. And for this year, the Yusei Kikuchi move looks good. We'll see how it ages, given how much they gave up. They gave up a lot.
Yeah. When does that not matter? Like, do they have to win the World Series? Like, if Lope Profito and Will Wagner are incredible baseball players.
Mhm.
But if the Astros win the World Series, does it matter?
Well, it might eventually, but I mean, I don't think it's as easy of an like a black and white kind of answer.
Oh, really?
As that question is. No. I mean, if they win the World Series, great. But you also take a look at the future of the infield and the future of the outfield. Lope Profito's had some good moments in Toronto. Will Wagner's had some good moments in Toronto.
Yeah.
So, I mean, could you use Joey Lope Profito in the future in this outfield, especially considering the center field options? The left field options.
Yeah, because for me, it's always just like if you win a championship, it's almost just it doesn't matter. Like if it'd be nice if you were signed Kikuchi and stayed competitive, but just making a move and then having that much success in a year, like it would be a bummer if those guys were that great, but you won a championship still.
I don't look at it that way, and maybe that's because I grew up rooting for a team that won so many, but I feel like that's what you say until the championship happens. Then when the championship happens, after the championship, you're thankful for it, but you're still, I mean, what? Oh, nothing matters because you won the championship with it?
Like, yeah, you'll
you have to
turn
live
back
with
the
it?
clock later.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to want what you can't have. You're always going to want what you don't have. That's just human nature. So you say it before the World Series happens, it'll be worth it if they win a World Series, but you don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's
you'll probably
fair.
feel differently after even if you win the World Series after the World Series.
Yeah, I mean it's fair for sure. I mean, to me sometimes like you just have to take what you can get, and I think counter that would be the Will Anderson trade. Like the Will Anderson trade, well, to me, as long as he's a great player, I'm good with it. Now the Detroit Lions, because of that trade, well, they nearly went to the Super Bowl last year because of because of Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch, the guys they got in that move. Like, would you rather have those three guys versus the one? I always take Will Anderson at this point because it's it's the domino effect. Like you don't know you don't know if Loperfido, like if he succeeds the way it is here. Is Will Wagner the opening day third baseman for the Houston Astros next year? If Bregman's gone, if you don't trade him, maybe. But that's why, like, I think it's like if you win, it's almost just like nothing matters. But I see your point for sure. But yeah, Dana Brown, great job this year. A+.
A plus?
A. Yeah, A.
A.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't know the Kyle Tucker injury was as bad as it was. Because that to me is like the biggest issue with the trade deadline was they didn't fix the outfield. But at the same time, we all thought Kyle Tucker was going to be out for like 3 days, and there wasn't much need to fix. So I give him an A.
An A. 95%.
Is that how it works? I don't get a lot of them.
Yeah.
Okay. And so 94 is an A minus?
That's 92 through 90.
Okay.
Is an A minus.
Okay, just making sure.
92 to, I think, 96 is an A.
Yeah, we'll give him a 93%.
For this year.
I think so. I mean, I don't
But
think...
what hang on. What goes into it? Show your work here. What it's the Kikuchi trade, good. The moves that they made along the way, I don't think any of them are particularly special moves. Like they've done the most with what they can.
For sure. They have. But you're gonna win this division by 3 games, and the impact that guys like Hayward and Gamble have had on this roster when you've needed them the most, it's been huge. And yeah, maybe James Cook would have made those moves. Or found someone else that been just as good.
I don't know that it's been huge. It's been helpful. Huge, though.
Won some games for you when you needed it most.
But we're giving it an A because like the only big move that Dana Brown has made this year is Kikuchi.
Do we give him credit for Hader?
I feel like yes, but it did feel like one of those moves where they signed him after Graveman got hurt.
That could have been a Jim Crane move.
The Verlander move was last year, but
that one's been fine.
The Verlander move makes me feel like that they kind of emphasized the Hader deal too. Look, it's been good. He's been a great closer. I don't know if I can give him an A. Like, I'm not saying I'm giving him like an F.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
A's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything he's done is worked out in his favor. Maybe, and it's some of it's luck for sure. And part of that is the benefit of the doubt with the Hader move. Like, I mean, it really could be basically a teacher doing the homework for you, or your parents doing the homework for you, because Jim Crane's the one that signed Hader, and not really Dana Brown. I mean, that deal came together so fast. It kind of feels like Jim Crane said,
North Carolina African American Studies for the basketball team.
Everyone
gets an A.
It's like it really kind of feels like Jim Crane was like, "Hey, go get this guy. Here's a blank check, and just let him fill it out." But he's the GM, so he gets credit for it. So that's why I go A.
That's a lot.
Does it how do I get you to an A? They got to win.
You're not getting me to an A. I am. Listen, you can stand by it.
Kikuchi World Series MVP. Does that make you an A?
Maybe A minus.
I'm glad I never had you as a teacher, Paul.
Sorry, I'm just raised by the best education systems in the world.
In what, Boston? Is it that great there?
Massachusetts education? Yeah, it's actually.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like really good. Yeah. And I went to a private school in Massachusetts. I mean, I'm patting myself on the back here. No one cares about that.
Hey, you played against blind kids in football, so like it's okay.
That was in Florida.
I know.
Blind kids in Florida are more athletic than anybody in Illinois.
Probably.
Yeah. Just Big Ten football.
There's not a lot of like.
It's CJ Fedorowicz and
that's some offensive linemen.
Yeah. CJ Fedorowicz, the greatest athlete in Illinois history. I'm just kidding.
On the day that Derrick Rose retires.
Chicago.
Of the area that I grew up in, CJ is probably towards the top.
Okay.
So
Hell
not great.
Place I grew up in Massachusetts was very unathletic too. Very unathletic. So it's nice I get to claim.
Not
Florida.
A lot of NFL players in there.
In Hanover, Massachusetts, no. We had more. Again, we had more Dunkin' Donuts than not white people. Like 6 Dunkin' Donuts in one town of 13,000. Ridiculous.
Are you pro Dunkin' Donuts now, or is that no?
No, these chain places for donuts and for coffee. I don't get it.
Yeah.
He's Joe and Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, we didn't do it yesterday. Soft boys, who's been soft in the world of sports? A Houston Texan deleted his Twitter account, and we got a lot more. Stay put. In honor of the time that LeBron James was bitching and moaning in a basketball game, and Ime Udoka said, "Quit ya bitching, you soft-ass boy." He didn't say that part. LeBron didn't like the word bitch being used.
He's soft.
LeBron James trying to censor America's youth and America's elderly as well, and America's middle-aged people.
So I feel like Ime is middle-aged.
He's middle-aged. Yeah, I know. I'm saying elderly. I can't say that with the whites in my beard.
Well, he's got it too.
He does like I do. He just
he's got some white spots.
Shaves the head, shaves the beard. You can't see the white, at least not quite. Titus Howard, Houston Texans right tackle, deleted his Twitter account.
So
how am I going to know he's only going to play right tackle anymore?
I don't. He said he kept getting tagged and stuff. I have a theory.
He had a lot of people going after him. Let me read his explanation before your theory. I deleted it due to the fact I got so many people adding me, messaging me, pretty crazy stuff. I just didn't want to see it. I just decided to remove myself from it. He said he believed he played a pretty good game on Sunday. I think a lot of people got mad at the false start. This is my observation. I guess he was the second highest graded Houston Texan per Pro Football Focus on Sunday. He continued, Titus Howard, talking about deleting his profile. I'm just only focused on the things I can work on and the stuff in this building. There's a lot of crazy stuff being sent to me on Twitter, so I just don't want to see it no more. Howard has said in the past he actually likes being on social media during the year, but the reaction got out of hand after Sunday.
Lance got to him. That's my theory.
Lance got to him.
The video that we put out on Monday where they're just trashing, rightfully so, Larry Tunsil.
Oh.
I wonder if
but it wasn't Titus Howard.
But it was Titus who, when Jeremy went after Larry Tunsil last year, it was Titus who jumped into the social media mentions first. He likes to engage. That's my theory. But this is a little soft. Just, But so is putting right tackle only in your Twitter profile.
I don't think it's soft to get off of it, because I feel like social media is a disease and it doesn't help you in any way, shape, or form. However, you got to do what you got to do. So I'm actually not going to call this soft, but I can understand how some would.
I would rather, players, if it is that distracting to them, it's the right move. Just get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an intelligent move.
Soft Boys continues. Is Michael Kay, play-by-play voice of the New York Yankees on television, soft for this rant that he had when faced with takes by some that he is a shill for Brian Cashman, their general manager?
So those fans that say I got my marching orders from Cashman, I give you a standing offer of $10,000 right now. $10,000 cash. Wouldn't even be a check. If you could prove that over the last 2 months of this year that I've had any interaction with Brian Cashman, walking by him, saying him hello, text, anything, email, any kind of phone conversation, if you mouth-breathing lowlifes can prove that I've had interaction with Brian Cashman where he could, quote-unquote, give me his marching orders, $10,000 when you give me the proof.
I got to tell you, it would be worth it for somebody out there to do the work if you could.
Do the work, because it doesn't exist. Do the work.
I think it exists. I think it exists.
I don't think you react like that unless it exists. Also, you work for the team. It exists.
Just because Brian Cashman isn't handing you your marching orders directly doesn't mean that somebody else through Brian Cashman could be doing his bidding.
And this is like a semantics thing. This is, the PR person told me not to say this, so I'm not going to say it. But I'm going to say that it wasn't Brian Cashman, but we know it was coming through Brian Cashman. Like, we know that's how it works.
This is the voice of the Yankees. He is going to be biased by nature. I don't understand why he gets so offended when people say that he is biased. The fact that he is hosting a major city, major market daily talk show to me is baffling. I don't understand the appeal.
Yeah.
But hey, whatever.
I'm like, what are they getting so mad about? Is he being too mean or too nice, I guess?
I think it's that. He's being too nice.
Yeah, he's not being mean enough to the Yankees. because he's not yelling about 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order and how it's not being good enough.
What's wrong with who's the Yankee manager now? What's wrong with Aaron's lineup?
Yeah,
He does that on a daily basis.
To remember that.
They want that. They want that out of Michael K.
I don't think he's the worst one on the show.
Don LaGreca just gets mad all the time, but
I don't like him, and I don't like Rosenberg either.
Who's Rosenberg?
Peter Rosenberg, isn't he the third guy on that show?
I don't know. It's called the Michael K Show, and he has 2 co-hosts.
The Peter Rosenberg is also on that show. I think LaGreca still is.
Yeah, LaGreca's still on it.
That is funny though. That is the Michael K Show, and he has 2 co-hosts.
That's like real disrespect.
Yeah, 2.
And he misses a lot, not a lot of days, but he misses a good number of days during the season.
It's strange to have a co-host and not have the co-host named.
I've seen it before.
I've heard it twice today.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen it currently.
Soft boys. Is this person soft or not? John Cougar Mellencamp. I was born in a small town. Small town. John Cougar Mellencamp just went on a tangent in a concert because somebody wearing a red hat was talking trash. He stopped the concert to address this person. This is all time. John Cougar Mellencamp.
What actually? Hold on a second. Hey, you in the red hat. Why don't you shut the fuck up? You. I'm singing as quiet with the PA system, and you're louder than me. Yeah, I'm talking to you with the red beard. Yeah, you. If you got something to say, come on up here and fucking say it. If not, shut the fuck up. I'll start the song over before my buddy had something to tell that girl. What the fuck were you telling her anyway? You were saying what? You weren't listening to me, you
Oh, yeah. Life goes on. Except for when that guy in the red hat starts talking during my song.
Did you see the Jane's Addiction?
No.
With Dave Navarro?
Oh, the 2 guys who fought in the concert.
Because I guess he was like, I don't know if he went like overboard on his solo, but like all of a sudden the lead singer just starts trying to throw haymakers at him in the middle of the concert.
I can understand 2 band members going after each other in a concert. In fact, that seems natural. You're on the road with each other all year. You're going to get sick of each other.
Yeah, drug problems, yeah.
But John Cougar Mellencamp, who I believe now goes by John Mellencamp, regularly does this in concerts. He just starts sparring with fans. So he started his song over after that.
I mean, that's great. At least you started it over. Because like I'd be pissed if like that was my favorite song and then all of a sudden it just stopped. Like, hey man, like I'm here too.
Little big houses for you and me. Little red hats distracting me. Oh yeah, that is a Yep. So there you go, guys. That's John Cougar Mellencamp. He is definitely a soft boy. Come on. You stopped your whole concert because one person's heckling you?
Yeah, but it seemed like he was like spitting game.
I guess. Cougar Mellencamp was?
No, because you said he's talking. The guy in the red hat was talking to the girl.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he was talking trash. He's just talking loud. But he's also spitting game at the same time. Don't hate on the guy if he's spitting game to this girl next to him.
Just sing your song and spare us the political soliloquies. Is that a word?
Well, when you said red hat, I was like, "Where's this going?"
Yeah, that's what I thought at first too. When I first saw the rant, I was like, "Oh." Anyway, let's just pretend I never said that word. I'm never going to try to say that again.
What, soliloquy?
Did I say it right?
You were pretty close if you didn't hit it.
Soliloquy.
I mean, probably not a work, but you know.
Yeah.
We got at least one bad pronunciation.
Yeah, but like a B.
I don't know if Thayer Academy. I don't know if Thayer Academy's giving you.
No,
an
it's definitely a D. That was a D. D's get degrees, but yeah, a D's nuts moment. All right. He's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, we got a little garbage time. Did someone fart or not? You get to decide. Stick around.
Athletic, oathletic.com. You can find them at 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, and Athletic on Instagram as well. When you go to their website, oathletic.com, you can see over the 100 classes that they offer throughout the week, from weightlifting to agility training, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, boxing, all of that there for you. Start classes early in the morning, take a break during the day, and they pick back up. So you can find Monday through Sunday time around your schedule to take a class. You can sign up for a personal trainer. They've got the full recovery system for you as well, whether it's the endless pool, the sauna, the steam room. It's all there for you, Athletic. It's the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Don't wait till 2025. Get started now and check them out, oathletic.com.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George. He's Joe. I am Paul. So Texans are on to the Jaguars, and we don't have to pay attention to September baseball anymore. It is interesting what's been taking place in the world of college football.
Can I give you one thing for September baseball?
No.
The Mariners are officially eliminated from the playoffs.
That's it?
Yes, they're done. Tigers won today. Mariners out. No playoffs. Okay, moving on.
Man, they were celebrating so much after yesterday's win.
I know.
You hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
Feel bad for the people in Seattle. They got the guy who's at the flagship station in the time slot I used to have, who's basically enabling Mariners ownership. You would think maybe don't be a baseball elitist and baseball splain to your very, very, very loyal for no reason fan base. Maybe don't do that.
It's not going over very well.
Maybe get mad at the team as opposed to enabling the team. But hey,
makes sense.
Not my problem anymore. Not my problem.
Glad it's not your problem anymore.
Matthew Sluka, he's got a problem with UNLV. For those who don't know, he was the quarterback there. He announced this week he will not play any more games this season for the undefeated UNLV Rebels due to, quote, certain representations not being upheld by the program. He will use his red shirt this year and probably enter the transfer portal afterwards. I believe what has been put out on the streets is that he was promised $100,000 by the offensive coordinator over the phone, and he did not make good on that promise.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's the only player to move and say I'm out for UNLV. Didn't their running back too?
Yeah, he said that he got no money. He was just out.
Gotcha.
But this guy says he was, like you said, like was promised $100,000, got 3. When he got to campus, he was told he would get it when the season started, and then all they gave him was $3,000, which was just for relocating. Nothing to really do with like NIL or anything like that. So he's out. Bad teammate. You okay with this?
I would be mad in this era if somebody had said they are going to give me something and they didn't make good on it. But like everything in the world, you got to have it in writing. Young guy. You probably assume promises like this are made.
Mhm.
They're going to be made good. I mean, haven't promises been made by coaches recruiting for the entire existence of college football, college basketball too?
Yeah.
They're trying to get you in. In a way, it is being a bad teammate, but at the same time, if you're not getting paid to do this at this level, and you can get paid at this level, and if you're winning, like it's not like they were doing bad at UNLV, you know, they're 3-0.
Yeah. Yes.
I think ultimately what happened here, I think he thought that they would cave when he did this, and now he has to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, like, and this would never happen elsewhere. Like I saw, I think it was, I can't remember if it was Brett McMurphy or Bruce Feldman tweet this, but like this would never happen in an SEC school or a Big Ten school. Probably never at a Big 12 school. Like they would pay, but it also doesn't help. It makes you look. UNLV looked worse last night.
It did
because they signed a new contract with the Mountain West to not leave and go to the Pac-12, and they got $25 million to do that on the same day that all this is like the same day all this is happening. So like it looks bad. And honestly, like, if you're the school, it's a huge, like, you have to you should have fixed this. You should have ate the money, because now there's gonna be a lot of people asking questions when they go into the transfer portal about their money, if that's what they're about, and not just about playing for UNLV, for the Rebels or whatever they are. So like, not that it really matters in the grand scheme of things because of who they are, but it's tough. Bad luck.
Yeah, I think it's something where it's, to me, it's more believable that UNLV just doesn't have their ducks in a row NIL wise. Than this guy who's like not a super impressive quarterback is either has an offer in week 5. He has an offer to play at a better school because he has a 43% completion percentage, or that he's walking in demanding more. Like that is less believable to me than UNLV being a clown show.
I could just as easily believe UNLV thought that they got money from somebody, and then that person
backs out,
didn't give him the money.
Yeah, either backs out or that money goes away. Like,
because NIL money, I mean, it is so stupid that these corporations or small businesses or whatever are giving money to these programs so that the player can be there for a year. How does it benefit them in any way? It doesn't.
It does. I don't know what they're getting out of it, because like when it first started, I was like, oh, they're just going to be like every commercial we see on television now is going to have a college athlete in it. Like, that's really what I thought it was going to be. That like every single car dealership was going to, like, for a while, I was like, maybe it's just going to kill radio, because like all of our sponsors are just going to sponsor college football kids. And like, they don't do that because they realize it's a terrible business model. Look at Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Like, he was example number 1. They paid him $1 million to go to Ohio State. 0 games.
Yeah. It, like that's the thing with like paying these guys. It's such a terrible business model, because you think of all the 5-stars just at quarterback that like don't work out. And like you said, if you're paying them $1 million each, that you're just, I don't know, 3 out of 5 people every year are just lighting $1 million on fire just with, they get a quarterback and he stinks.
Yeah. Like the people who jumped in during the NCAA tournament or jumped in on Washington players during the college football playoff, like that makes sense.
Or after they're already good, it makes sense to pay them.
Yeah.
But
like
paying 17-year-olds doesn't make any sense.
Like if UNLV was the 12th team in the college football playoff this year, yeah, pay those kids. Like I mean, pay them anyways because they deserve to get paid. But from a business standpoint, I don't get.
Yeah, but now the way it works is just is basically payroll that's paid by donors. That like fans and donors are paying so you can have a good football team.
Let's slide into garbage time. Shout out to the microphones at the Players Championship 22 of darts. They had a quarterfinal match. I don't know how darts works. All I know is that this is a sound made by pro darts player James Wade. They caught that on national TV. James Wade tweeted this afterwards. I feel I must address the situation following my run to the semifinals of PC 22 today.
Agreed.
Footage has emerged of me doing what appears to be not sure if I can say this word, SHART?
I'd say no.
At the end of one of my matches. It was actually the Velcro on my new trainers.
Lies.
I now consider this matter put to bed, as I don't wish to talk about it again. And he posted a gif of very nerdy looking person saying, my clothes accidentally fell off. I mean, this guy's having fun with it. Those microphones are very powerful at the PCU 22 Darts Championship. Perhaps too powerful.
Yeah, and it's a sport, I think, that gets pretty quiet when they have to line it up, like it's archery or, like golf when they're lining it up. So it's super quiet. They have the mics pointed at them. And, I mean, he definitely did not fart. I'll say that. He did more than fart.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like we started the show with how do you deal with embarrassment? We'll end it with how do you deal with. You got to just go into it, man. Get an underwear sponsorship out of this.
Yeah, right. That's
like
NIL.
Like Tommy Bahama.
Hi, I'm James Wade for Depends.
Imodium, Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah, I can only focus when I'm playing darts. I can only focus on darts. All my other bodily functions just kind of happen.
What a toot that was.
He got his money's worth.
I wish we'd hear that in golf. Never hear it.
There was, it's crazy. I swear I saw one recently.
Really?
Where someone farted on a backswing. I'll find it. We'll play it tomorrow.
And on that note, I'm just going to wrap up today's edition of the Gallant and George radio program. Big thanks to our texters, our callers, our Twitchers. I don't know about that today.
Good luck, guys.
And our YouTubers. And big thanks, of course, to Sean Mapes and to Judge George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to. A lot of injuries in Houston right now, which isn't great. Lee Sterling's going to hand out some winners at 3:45. Adam Rona's going to get you ready for your fantasy football weekend. You're probably 0-3 because you're all a bunch of – never mind, I'm not going to say that. Wow. Maybe you're 3-0. Maybe you're 3-0. But Adam Ronas will be here to help you with your fantasy football weekend. Bad Take Boulevard, it is a Thursday after all. We'll take the temperature of Stephon Diggs. Talk to go beyond enemy lines. Talk to somebody in Jacksonville. Ask them what's wrong with these Jags. But we're the Killer G's watching. This television right here says we cannot play this content.
Ooh.
What are they trying to watch on the company television? It's a little...
You know how Paulie gets sometimes.
Worrisome.
I mean, yesterday he was a little bit tipsy, so...
Was he?
He was popping bottles because of the Astros.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, brought it in studio and said he was a half a bottle down, so he went to coffee.
I admire that. I can appreciate that. I have nothing wrong with that. Speaking of the Astros, which there's some things I don't like what's going on right now when it comes to the Houston Astros. Now, I still think that it's going to be okay, but we have some new information with Yordan Alvarez. This courtesy of Ari Alexander, who posted this video yesterday evening or yesterday night, which... some new information that we have not heard from Dana Brown that was given to Ari Alexander. Credit Ari Alexander for this. Here was the interview with Dana Brown, Astros general manager.
On the injury front, where do you think you guys are at with Yordan and how quickly you can see him back?
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta, it's time, right? We gotta wait for some of the healing. We have to wait for some of the swelling to go down. There's a little bit of fluid in the knee.
Whoa!
To settle.
Whoa! What did he just say? There's what in the knee?
Yeah, there's a little fluid in the knee, Jeremy.
Fluid in the knee of Yordan Alvarez? Fluid. That's the first time we've heard that, right?
It's a fluid situation, Jeremy.
Good one.
But swelling is fluid.
It is.
So we already knew he had swelling,
Inflammation's
didn't
liquid?
we? I thought the swelling came out
for
like day
sure.
one. Swelling is just fluid.
Sure it is.
Inflammation is liquid.
Yeah.
Well,
You sure about that?
What is swelling? It's blood. Blood is liquid. Blood is fluid.
Okay. All right. So maybe I'm freaking out about this and I shouldn't freak out about this.
Well, I mean,
I think so.
I think
But with Yordan and the Astros, you never know.
But there's two folds to this because yes, inflammation is primarily fluid based, but when you get bruising and things like that too, you also get swelling with the muscles and stuff. But at the same time, when you're looking at this, we knew that it was going to be where they were trying to get more clear imaging once the swelling went down. So that is fluid in itself too. So I guess in a nutshell, he said it.
I wonder if they're going to drain this thing though.
I think they might have already done it.
Like Dana Brown's talking about, we're going to give you more information Thursday, Friday. He mentions in this too, like the imaging and stuff is like something that they're going to look at again whenever the swelling goes down. I think they're going to drain this sucker. I think they're going to drain it, get out as much fluid/inflammation. I mean, all of you should know that. Fluid inflammation that Yordan Alvarez has in this knee. I think that he's going to go. I think he's going to have a little drainage done.
There's a chance they might have already done it.
Probably.
Because of the fact that they know he doesn't need to be ready until next Tuesday. And then try and kind of speed up the process the best that they can, knowing that the real deadline is when the playoffs begin. So you might as well just shut him down and do everything that you can humanly can to get this thing as close as it can be.
Now, this is not very uncommon with athletes. Like they have stuff drained a lot. Like 3062, if you're having fluid drained off your knee, it's not draining blood. I imagine at that point you're draining the inflammation.
You're draining. Yeah, I've had it done when I tore my ACL, and you're draining the swelling. So there's some inflammation. I mean, there is blood that comes out, but it's not specifically just the blood.
I've known of a lot of athletes that have underwent draining throughout the year, several times throughout the year, and didn't miss a game. Like they played the entire year, whatever sport it was. So it's not uncommon in sport to have your knee drained. But I do, and we're not saying that Yordan's having his knee drained, but just new information that he might potentially. Here's some more from Dana Brown. You let the clip play out there, Brian. He talks about getting more imaging done. So if you're getting more imaging done, I don't think you're out of the water, right?
No.
Like it might be surface level. Let's just take a look to see how it looks. But if you're getting more imaging done in the coming days, you're not out of the water. You're not 100% coming back and playing on Tuesday. Here's the rest of that interview.
For some of the swelling to go down, there's a little bit of fluid in the knee. We have to wait for some of that to settle. And now that we've clinched, we can give them that little extra time. Don't have to try to rush it back. Hopefully he's going to be all right. Once the swelling goes down, we'll be able to see more and to what depth, this injury is. But ultimately, our goal is to at least get him back for the postseason.
Do you have kind of an idea of what it could be other than maybe a sprain, or just what kind of the issue is?
Now, once the swelling goes down, we can get some more imaging. And, before you know it, hopefully it's like Thursday, we'll have more information, maybe Friday, to share with you guys. But hopefully, we get them back. That's our main goal. Is we're not worried about getting them back for Cleveland. We're worried about getting them back for the postseason.
So they're going to see more, look to see more, hope for having more information Thursday or Friday. Today's Thursday at 3:06. We're not expecting any information today, are we?
Not
I think
at
that
all.
Dana Brown, that was one of his white lies, maybe unintentional white lies, but certainly not going to get information today, right?
Off day in Cleveland. I don't expect anything from them, and I don't think anybody else should.
I imagine they're also traveling today. I don't think they. You think they traveled after the game Wednesday?
I think what I heard,
spending the off day in Cleveland.
The broadcasters on the TV side were kind of hinting that they were going to leave after the game to go to Cleveland. They'd have the full day off in Cleveland today.
That's probably why they had a day game too. Like if you have a day game, usually you leave that night, so that would make some sense.
And who doesn't want an off day in Cleveland?
Yeah, Cleveland rocks.
I see what you did there. It's actually better than it was when it was the mistake by the lake. They've done a lot to try and improve it, but it's still Cleveland.
All right, so you hear that from Dana Brown. Where is your concern level with Yordan Alvarez's knee?
Dana uses the word worry in the clip. Like right at the end there, the one thing that caught my ear says, we're not worried about getting him back for Cleveland. We're worried about getting him back for the postseason, which kind of to me, it seems to kind of suggest there's at least some concern, and maybe that's just because they haven't had the follow-up imaging.
I think it's more they don't care about Cleveland. What they're really stressing is next Tuesday.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, Jeremy, is the fact that the biggest worry you have is not having 44 in the lineup. So until he is, and you see him and Espada writes him in the lineup, you should have a level of concern and worry that this ain't set in stone, that you're going to have him in the lineup when the first pitch is thrown in the wild card series.
Yeah. I don't love that.
I don't either.
I don't love. Now that was immediately after the celebration, so that was Tuesday night. Things have happened. He also said that Yordan's been walking around better, and they feel like the swelling has went down. They did let Yordan Alvarez speak to the media, which I can't really remember a time where they let somebody speak to the media and then they were like out a period of time. Like they never let Kyle Tucker speak to the media after his injury.
Wasn't it Bregman that took it upon himself to talk to the media after the elbow?
Yeah. And he wasn't out a significant period of time.
No, and the last time it happened to Yordan, Dusty got the hand wrong, and he came out to correct that. So I think that it's up to the player if they're going to speak. I don't think that the organization's going to say at a certain point, we're going to make you available to the media.
Yeah.
We know he's not going to Cleveland.
Because it's Yordan Alvarez, my worry's a 10 automatically.
Oh,
like, I don't think he has a torn ACL. But in terms of his availability Tuesday, he's so important that my worry's at a 10. Now, gun to my head, do I think he's going to be in the lineup Tuesday when the Astros open up the AL wildcard series? I still lean yes. I still lean he will be in the lineup.
Yeah, I think that the key is that we learned this with Kyle Tucker and with injuries. You don't have to have a torn ACL or MCL or PCL to miss significant time. You could have, a contusion, a bone bruise, and then we get into breaks and sprains and everything else. But the main thing is whatever he has, can you get it to a point where he can play starting Tuesday? And I think that that's going to be their number one focus. I mean, but because we don't have a stable relationship with solid answers from anybody in the organization, you should have a concern. My concern level is 10, because without him, I don't think you're chasing a World Series title. I mean, I think you're fighting in tooth and nail every step of the way. I think with him, there should be a level of confidence. This team can play with anybody, and that's why it should be at a 10.
I think they can win it all without him, but your odds go significantly down. Significantly down.
I just don't. I think without him,
they've won a World Series without him before.
I just think without him this year, I feel like they can't win a title without him.
They would have to win a bunch of 2-1 games. I think they have the pitching staff that they could do it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you had the Astros, like I haven't seen what the FanGraphs odds are for the Astros to win the World Series. If Yordan Alvarez is in the Astros lineup, what is the blank graph chances for the Astros to win the World Series?
If he's in the lineup?
Yeah, if he's available in the lineup, even if he's only DHing.
33%.
That's really high. I would have it at about 20. So let's assume that Yordan's unavailable. How much does that drop it off for you?
To about 15%.
Okay, it cuts it to me to like 5. It cuts to me to like that cut it by a quarter. They cut it by 3 quarters, actually. So that's the significance of what Yordan Alvarez means to the team. I hate this, too, by the way. I hate that we have to sit here and sweat injuries all year long. We've had to do this all year long. We sweated injuries at the start of the season. When's Luis Garcia? When's Lance McCullers going to come back? We sweated the injury to, remember, Framber Valdez was sent home with an elbow deal. Never had an MRI on it. Okay, we sweated that for a little bit because elbows scare you when you talk about pitchers. We sweated the Christian Javier injury. Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers started throwing. Luis Garcia pitched in rehab games. We sweated that. He was shut down. Justin Verlander was out several months. I don't know if it was actually several months, but a long time with a little neck thing that turned into a shoulder thing. We had to sweat that out. We had to sweat out Kyle Tucker. I am tired of having to sweat out injuries when it comes to the Houston Astros.
As well you should be. And again, it goes back to the fact that because every injury has what you think is just a small little bump in the road turns into Mount Kilimanjaro by the time the Astros tell you the full truth far after the point of discussing it for the first time. No matter what we were talking about in the examples you gave, never once did we hear, oh, it's going to be a short-term injury, and then it become a short-term injury. Almost every time significant guys go down, it's discomfort. Well, we're nursing it back. Oh, no, it's going to be 3 months later, and Kyle Tucker's playing again. I mean, and the other guys you talked about, it was significant portions of time in the season. So you shouldn't feel good about that. You shouldn't trust them.
3209, if Alex Singleton can play a football game with a torn ACL, then Yordan can play. I think Alex Singleton's not as soft as Yordan Alvarez. And I'm not saying that Yordan Alvarez is soft in this particular case. There have been some tendencies in Yordan's career where he can be a little soft. Brevin Jordan played a good amount of that game, too, with a torn ACL. I never could locate where Brevin Jordan hurt his knee. So that kind of shows you the toughness there.
Yeah, the mic'd up had him playing the last play of the game, but they didn't ever identify if he said anything where he actually got hurt.
Unless he tore his ACL walking to the team charter, which I don't think is the case. No. D'Amico Ryans might think that's true, though, because injuries can happen wherever, he says. D'Amico Ryan says that injuries can happen at any point. So maybe because of the Brevin Jordan walking to the tarmac, maybe that's why he says that injuries can happen anywhere.
It's way too early in the show for you to trigger me, Jeremy. I was trying to save my outrage for that segment.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that quote. We'll get to that later. 4488.
O'Brien.
4488, because the Astros don't have anything to play for. How much rest do you give the veterans last 3 games? They have to keep their timing. Like, they have to stay in form. I don't think that you can sit them all 3 games. I think that you're starting your regulars, really 2 of the 3 games. But I think they're spring training. I think you give them 2-3 at-bats and you pull them out of the game as quick as you can. You can't do that for everybody either. So you have to be very kind of calculated with how you're going to do that, because you're not carrying 40 men on the roster. You're carrying 28. But I do want to see the regulars get some at-bats. Now, don't be taking extra bases. Gary Pettis yesterday waving John Singleton around. And look, John Singleton's not the most important Houston Astro, but I don't need Gary Pettis to be waving Jose Altuve to have a play at the plate in game 161. Yeah. I don't need that.
Did you see Chandler Rome on that, just squealing on him too?
Did he really?
Saying Singleton staying out later than just about any Astro, or staying up later than any Astro and really enjoying himself, stretching it from second base. It's like, come on, man, let the guys have some fun.
What do you mean? Why don't I get it?
Like that it was good to see he had the energy, because there was basically he was the guy celebrating the most last night and partying it up. It's like, come on, man, let the guys have some fun.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, you don't rat the guy out right in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, if someone walked into him in a bar and could say, hey, I saw John Singleton later that night at so-and-so, great, that's your prerogative to say that, but you don't need the beat writer. That's not the significant news you needed in that, but you're right.
Yeah, that's kind of
I would see, Pena's healthy, but he really could use the time off. And Altuve and Bregman for sure, to where I would play them tomorrow night. And I would play them, like you said, a couple of at-bats. I would give them Saturday off because they're coming off a day off today. Play them tomorrow, give them a day off Saturday, let them get some at-bats again on Sunday, and that's it.
Yeah. I would, although if you give them the day off Sunday, that's 2 days off.
No, I said play them tomorrow. Play them tomorrow, off on Saturday, play them on Sunday, and then the day off again and play Tuesday.
Yeah, you can't do that. But you'd have to stagger it because you can't do it with every player.
No,
you can't do it with every. So you have to be okay. 2 guys get a day off tomorrow. 2 guys get a day off Saturday. 2 guys get a day off on Sunday. I wish you had the 40-man roster for times like this. I'm really curious who starts on Sunday. I think they might call up this Gusto guy. Like, he got scratched from the start yesterday for the Spacers, which, by the way, Spacers won anyways. Congratulations to them. You could have heard that on 92.5. But they scratched him. I wonder, and they haven't announced a starter for Sunday. I wonder if they're like, hey, Gusto, here's your big league debut. Go throw, 90 pitches and give us 5 to 6 innings.
Yeah, because didn't they say, is JV supposed to pitch Saturday?
They flip-flop Blanco and JV. Blanco's going tomorrow and JV's going Saturday.
Yeah.
And I don't even think they'll go Blanco that deep into the game. I think they'll go Blanco 3-4 innings, 70, 75 pitches.
At max.
I think Arrighetti might pitch tomorrow too.
Maybe, but I mean, Sunday to me is a game that you can start whoever the hell you want. That's not anybody significant, because I don't need to see anybody of significance or that you're going to need in the playoffs pitch on Sunday.
No, I'm with you. I think that they might call it this Gusto guy. Got scratched yesterday. Unless he's hurt, we don't know about it, which would be kind of appropriate.
When is the Space Cowboys?
I think it's
championship Saturday or Sunday in Vegas. I think
Saturday in Vegas.
Saturday in Vegas.
Saturday in Vegas.
There you go.
Yeah, Saturday in Vegas. They're going to be getting in some stuff. They win that thing.
Oh, boy.
7560 with his recent injury to the Astros rethink Alvarez in defensive use. They should. I've been banging on this drum for 4 years. I don't think that Jordan will play the outfield if he's playing in the postseason at all. I think he'll be DHing every single game in the postseason should he be available. Now, going forward, yeah, I mean, Jordan rule number 1, Jordan Alvarez, because he is such a good bat, should never play the field.
No, he should,
and stretch extra bases.
We had some fun with it, because we had a bet this year. But at the same time, I'm totally with you. Look, if you've got a deep outfield, if you've got the kind of outfield you were supposed to have, and maybe you could have added an extra bat, but if you got the right guys and personnel wise, he should be your designated hitter. He becomes your David Ortiz. You don't have him do anything but hit, because as we talked about yesterday, his significance, his importance, and his ability to change games almost all by himself should be the only focus of you. Get him in the lineup and let him hit, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm with you. 713-780-3776. A fluid in the knee, inflammation in the knee, more imaging. What is your concern level for Jordan? How do you deploy him if you do get Jordan back? And that decision will fall upon Joe Espada, the Houston Astro manager. You think Joe Espada should be getting votes for AL Manager of the Year? I think so. It's Killer B, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter, ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sag by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know that there's football tonight, and that starts the weekend. Then there's football the rest of the weekend all the way through Monday night. Maybe you're having some people over to watch some of the games and have a good time. You're serving some good treats and foods, and you want some different variations of alcohol to serve with it. Well, just don't serve hard alcohol and beer. Serve some Stella Rosa wines, too, because it's refreshing. You serve it chilled. It goes with just about anything you're serving. They got a ton of different flavors like pineapple and chili, mango and chili, lime and chili. They're really, really exotic and refreshing, and they taste great with just about anything you're serving. They also have fruit-forward flavors such as peach and blueberry. But they're great. They're gluten-free. They're all natural ingredients, and they're made with all natural fruit. And there's just the right touch of alcohol so that you don't get drunk too fast. You can pace yourself while watching the games and having a great time. It's a great wine brand. It's delicious flavors, and it'll put you in a good mood every time because it goes with just about everything you're serving. Check out the website to see all the different kinds of flavors and wines that are offered at stellarosa.com. But make sure you get a couple of bottles if you're having people over so they can, while you're enjoying the experience of watching football, maybe some people can enjoy the experience of trying Stella Rosa for the first time. It's available at almost all your local retailers, grocery stores, and liquor stores. Check it out today, grab a few bottles, and always celebrate responsibly.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank, Branham, Bees, Hive, you, Brian. 713-780-3776. Should Joe Espada get votes for AL Manager of the Year? I'm in the belief that he should. I think by default.
The back of his baseball card.
Yeah, that guy right there. Give him some votes for AL Manager of the Year. He wouldn't have my top vote. That would go to Steven vote.
No doubt.
But Joe Espada to me should be, I'm not even sure how the writers do it. I think you pick your top 3 or your top 5, and then they go reverse order, blah, 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 blah. Joe Espada, I think he's top 2, really. I would have him behind Vogt as the runner-up, maybe 3rd. But what they went through, 10 games back, you're like 12 games under 500. We talked about all the injuries and the adversity that this team has went through. Yes, you have the built-in advantage that you have a talented roster. That's going to force some people not to vote for Espada. Yes, you have the built-in bias against the Houston Astros, which does exist from the media. And I also think there's a little bit working against Espada with the man that he's replacing. The fact that Dusty Baker was beloved and a good manager, great manager, arguably the best manager in Houston Astro history, but replacing him and then dropping the win total, I think people are like, well, what did Espada do? But in my mind, he should be getting votes for AL Manager of the Year.
Yeah, I don't know when the voting actually takes place either, as if that would, I think that had some significance, because if you look at a guy like AJ Hinch, if he gets the Tigers in, then he gets even more.
It's a regular season
love.
vote, so it happens at the end of the regular season.
Okay, so yeah, and again, as we're still trying to figure out who the wild card is, but AJ's had a hell of a run. Cotrero in with the Royals has done a hell of a job, but I'm with you. I think Vogt's the leading candidate, but I believe that Joe Espada should get some flowers. I don't expect him to win it, but you need to recognize what this guy's done. And I don't care what kind of roster you had coming into the season, but it matters when you think about what kind of a hole they had to dig out from. They were 12 under. They were 10 out in the division. They looked like people were throwing dirt on them every single day. And this wasn't supposed to be something that could be done, should be done, or had been done. And they did all those things. And as a rookie manager with a veteran-laden, very talented clubhouse, a lot of times that's when it crumbles faster and things fall apart at a higher level. What they've been able to do, he should, just the way Dana Brown should get flowers. There's no doubt that these two guys that were in the crosshairs more than just about anybody other than maybe Jim Crane in that mix, and those guys, I would say that there's no doubt Joe Espada deserves votes.
Well, they were calling for his job. The people were calling for his job, and the familiar face, despite being a rookie manager, something that Dana Brown says was beneficial to the Astros. Dana Brown, thank God we had a familiar face in the clubhouse when we were struggling. Maybe a newer, fresh manager might have gotten frustrated with these guys, but Joe, being a new manager, he had some familiarity with the group. He kept things together. He stayed positive, even when it was tough for me to stay positive. Mauricio Dubon, from The Athletic. Joe kept his cool when nobody gave a bad word about us. Joe kept it even Steven. He always, I love how Mauricio Dubon's dropping an even Steven. Anyways, he always kept it real for us, and I think that's what helped a lot. We were 7-19. He kept it the same as tonight. Another one, this one from Josh Miller, also courtesy of The Athletic. Great, unbelievable, unwavering, Miller said of his boss. Dealt with a lot of punches early. We all did. It was tough. It was tough to be a part of, but he kept a stiff upper lip. I guess he can take a punch, and kept the vibe positive, and these guys turned it around and kept going. It was an awesome job. Troy Snitker from The Athletic. He never panicked, never gave up on us. We never felt like we were out of this thing, and that's how he came to the field every day. That's the vibe that came off to the players. It helped us stay stable, stay calm, work toward what we needed to do to get back on track, and he was a big part of it. Alex Bregman to The Athletic. He stayed even killed, not even Steven, even killed. Even throughout the tough time, just continue to be a consistent voice. Jeremy Pena to the Houston Chronicle. We had a rough start to the season, and Joe was the leader of the clubhouse. He was the leader of the team. He got the group together. We kept chipping away, and I'd say Joe was the biggest piece of this whole puzzle. Joe Espada should get votes for AL Manager of the Year. I'm not saying he should win it, but he should be on the short list. And when we talk about Joe Espada and how he handled the rookie year of his managerial debut with the Houston Astros, I think we have to give him a huge, passing grade. I think it's pass fail. Now, what you do in the postseason is how you're forever going to get judged. Look how a lot of people view AJ Hinch. So you could have been great in the regular season and, yes, have votes for AL Manager of the Year. But how people view Joe Espada will be because of what he does in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this in the past with other teams and other sports and throughout professional sports. People don't remember the kind of regular season the Golden State Warriors had when they set the record for the most wins in the regular season history of the league.
I do.
Because they didn't win the championship. Most people, that's the thing that sticks with them. And making a playoff run is important. And we know that in this city with this run in this golden era of Astros baseball. And so you hope that it continues. But the rocky start that this team got off to, the rocky start that he was dealing with because it was his first year at the helm and because there were things that people were pointing to and trying to point at and trying to blame him for, he needs to get credit for the fact that as well as this team came together and righted the ship, if he's the captain and his own players are giving him and his coaching staff are giving him the credit, that says something in itself because a lot of guys are going to probably jump on board or start side-eyeing a lot of people and a lot of things when things go wrong. The fact that when things were at their worst and at rock bottom, he found a way to get them back to their best, he deserves all the credit in the world for that.
Yeah, I think he's been really, really good. Jury's still out on like what we think of him because again, what you do in the postseason is magnified more than what you do in the regular season. But kind of crazy that people were calling for his head, and then you have all these players. He was great. We love him. He was really, really good. Even killed, never wavered. It really spits in the face of that one report when the Astros were struggling that his communication was poor.
Unnamed player.
And, yeah. I don't remember.
I think it was
player, unnamed source. I forget, but yeah, like there was that article.
Yep.
It might have been Bob Nightingale. And they're like, yeah, Espada has poor communication, and it's like, I don't think though. I don't think that was correct.
Yeah, no, that was definitely one that I remember at the time we were like, whoa, who could that be? And trying to think of like what player would be unhappy enough to start pointing the finger at Joe. Because Dana's right. I mean, the fact that if you take a rookie manager that came straight out of the blue outside of the organization, I don't think you get anywhere close to the same kind of results in terms of the respect of the clubhouse and the stick together of the entire team when things go bad. Joe having paid his dues and developed relationships with this team, there's no doubt that helped. But the fact that, he was still learning things as the guy in charge instead of second in command. And so it was a learning experience for him. And then he had to learn on the fly how to handle adversity at a very high level. And he was able to handle all of that, and he should get credit for that.
Yeah, he did. He got thrown into the wolves with adversity, no doubt about that. You have this dynasty, and all of a sudden you're 12 games under 500 and 10 games back right out of the gate. Yeah, he was thrown into the wolves for sure. 0979, Joe Cool, absolutely. Dana Brown, Executive of the Year. I think Dana Brown had a really good year as a general manager and didn't love his offseason. I like the Hader signing, although it was very expensive, and I'm not a huge believer in spending tons of money on relief pitching. I feel like because he didn't have a great offseason, he was kind of playing catch-up during the season. But if you look at his moves during the season, yeah, tip my cap. I hated the Yusei Kikuchi trade, and I was eating crow immediately on that because Yusei Kikuchi has been phenomenal. You look at some of the shrewd under-the-radar pickups during the season as well. Ben Gamble comes and immediately is one of your best 9 offensive players. He gets hurt, and then what do you have waiting in the reserves? Jason Hayward. So, Dana Brown does deserve a lot of credit. Executive of the Year, probably not. Didn't have a great offseason, in my opinion, but in-season moves, yes, phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't like what they gave up for the Kikuchi trade, and I wasn't sure Kikuchi was the right guy. He stuck by his gun, said that was the guy that they had targeted, as much as we questioned whether we believed that or not. Kikuchi was unbelievable. You start at the start of the season when you start talking about where he had penciled in his mind a chance for Blanco to be a starter. Looking at Arrighetti as a guy that he really liked, that he thought had a role on this team. And look at the role those two guys played over the course of 162. And then the guys you mentioned, a Gamble off the scrap heap and a Hayward were huge. Even finding a Taylor Scott and getting the first half of the season you got from Taylor Scott when he was high leverage and more. I mean, those are kind of somewhat under the radar or forgotten about because of the fact that the team now won the division. Without those guys, you're not even close.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What do you think of the job that Joe has done in the regular season? Another thing that I've noticed, too, we're starting to see some disrespect. We're seeing some Framber Valdez disrespect. And what I think is happening here is that Framber's just kind of lulling people to sleep with how consistent that he's been these last few years. And the disrespect we're getting from to Framber, it's real. And it's not spectacular. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that is spectacular is Oktoberfest, and Oktoberfest will be here before you know it. Make plans right now for Saturday, October 5th, and Sunday, October 6th for Oktoberfest on the Kima Boardwalk. You get German beer, German food, give me all of it, live music, cornhole tournament, Stein holding competitions, costume contest, and much more. It's going to be a great time, free for you to attend, walk around. So head out there October 5th and October 6th. You can get your beer tickets, beer steins, food tickets, all online right now at KimaBoardwalk.com, or you can purchase them at the event. No big deal. Some of the beer that you will have: Blue Moon, Belgian White, New Belgium Atomic Pumpkin, Yingling Oktoberfest, and much more. How about this food? Schnitzel on a stick. I love schnitzel. German beer bratwurst. We all love that. Sausage on a stick, soft pretzel with beer cheese. The food is unbelievable. Souvenir steins are available for purchase right now at KimaBoardwalk.com while supplies last. Saturday, October 5th, we'll get the live music starting at 1 o'clock all the way until 10. Stein holding competition, cornhole tournament that night. And then Sunday, we'll do it all over again. Live music, noon till 9, Stein holding at 5, cornhole at 5:30. You can see the full schedule of events and concert lineup at KimaBoardwalk.com. That's KimaBoardwalk.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
8022, German food is easily some of the least flavorful food out there. German food sucks, Branham. Your Caucasian side is showing in that read.
And I'm Mexican.
Schnitzel's fantastic. And the last name Branham is German, actually. So you're actually onto something there. You get good schnitzel. How could you be disappointed in that?
Schnitzel's great.
Schnitzel's not.
The pretzels with the beer cheese,
So
great.
good.
Fantastic.
Brats?
Brats, fantastic.
Tell me
I
twice.
know. We're speaking Joel's language now.
Yeah.
Schnitzel is my favorite, though.
Schnitzel's great.
Schnitzel's my
Yeah.
favorite.
I mean, bratwursts are the best. I love bratwurst. You're right. The pretzels are all world, whether you got cheese dip or not. Just the pretzel made the right way. Those are fantastic.
In fact, get Chris Jericho ready, Brian, if you can, if it's available. 8022, You just made the list.
You just made the list.
You just made the list. That's a terrible take. And it is Thursday, though, so appreciate you doing that. Space City Kev, pour some out, by the way. The Mariners have been eliminated. The Mariners eliminated on their day off. Space City Kev says, how are you going to get eliminated on your day off? How are you going to get fired on your day off? Yeah, Tigers won. Royals won. Their magic numbers 2. Really want that Sunday game to be competitive, though. Really need the Twins to win, and then hopefully they lose, I guess once. In that span, because that would be nice if they have to play Sunday for real, play real baseball Sunday. 5993 to the Astros team have a better record right now. If Dusty Baker was still around, if he hadn't had a heart attack during the season, I must have missed that news.
Yeah, I don't think that we ever heard anything close to that.
Dusty didn't even miss games, right? That's a gamer right there. If he had a heart attack and didn't miss a game, that's pretty stout. That's pretty tough. That's not a soft boy. No wonder he didn't like you were on Alvarez. He's a dog. He had a heart attack, kept managing, never missed a game.
Maybe it's all that banana pudding he kept bringing into the clubhouse.
Oxtails, too.
Yeah.
He would bring that in.
Do you, seriously, though, do you think that they would be any better off or with Dusty?
I think they'd be about the same.
I think
we kind of overrate the importance of, I think managerial importance, I think sometimes we misconstrue. I think like first pitch to last out, I think it's pretty simple, quite honestly. Like people are, you've never played the game. You couldn't Well, I did play the game. I hit 400 in high school and won a beer league softball championship. But I saw a lot of baseball. But it's really what you do, I think, after the last out and before the first pitch. I think it's talking to the guys, keeping the camaraderie high, the chemistry high, keeping the vibes good. I think Dusty Baker excelled in that.
Mm-hmm.
I think game management wasn't his strong suit, but I think we overrate that, underrate the other stuff where he was phenomenal.
Yeah, the main thing, too, is just the ability to communicate with your players on tough news as well as good times. And I think that, the fact that those guys felt comfortable knowing that whether they walked into his office or he had a conversation with them elsewhere, they respected him. They knew that he's a baseball lifer, and they knew that he knew his stuff to where that he could get the message across. That was huge. And that's where maybe, that could have helped a little with continuity early on that Joe was still developing. But because Joe had been there before, he knew these guys. It was just now he's in command.
So what do you think? You think they would have a better or worse record?
I think it'd be close to being the same. I think that Dusty may have had a few more wins here or there early on because Joe was still getting his feet wet, but I don't think it would have been a significant difference.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it would have been the same. 4492, only team in history, 7-19 to make the playoffs. I thought the Braves like in the 20s did that, but whatever. Modern history.
You're
June
right.
14th, cut Abreu. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, it does not seem like Jose Abreu was on this baseball team this season. He was on the baseball team this season. Doesn't it feel like he wasn't?
Oh, it does. Well, it does. But what I was thinking about was how does he feel right now? Because, so much.
Rich.
Besides being rich, like that's his squad. He was supposed to be there with them. And if he could have hit the baseball at all, they probably would have still been force feeding him to us for at least a longer period of time. And now without him, look what they were able to do. That can't feel great no matter how much money you got in the bank.
I disagree. If you paid me $19.5 million to leave this station, I would never pay attention to you guys again.
You can disagree.
Like, I would never
That's
care.
fine.
Like, I would forget all of you in a heartbeat.
That's fine. I'm just saying, with a ball player with pride, that at the end of the day, he knows how much money he got out of this deal. But damn well he did all the things he did because he wanted to contribute, and that he's got to feel a certain kind of way about the fact that without him, they turned it around and more.
It's probably case by case basis. Like, I don't know him personally enough to know how he would feel. I wouldn't care. $19.5 million. I'm going to go enjoy my life.
He accepted a demotion trying to contribute and make it to where he could be someone that they, paid good money for.
Yeah, he was being a professional.
Okay.
He was being a pro. He was trying to make his way back. Key from LA. I played a lot of MLB The Show. Get a life, man. I can be your batting coach, Branham. 0979. Joe just getting started. He can't compare to Dusty. Joe, great for a rookie. I don't think Dusty Baker wins way more games than Joe Espada, though. Like, I really don't. Like, if he does, it's 1 or 2 games.
I would say, I guess if you're going to pick the spot where Dusty could have been better is maybe avoiding the disastrous start. Like, I don't know if they start 10-20, remain 10 games under 500 for as long as they did. But over the long run for the full season, I think it's fairly close, and they're probably still in the wild card. Maybe they win 3-4 more games with Dusty, but that still doesn't catch Cleveland or New York.
Well, let me ask you this. After what we went through year one with Yiner, would he be okay playing Yiner at first base?
I think so. Yiner played first base last year.
A little bit. But, would he be okay, like, truly making him more, platooning more and playing a lot of first base?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think you would have had any issue with it. We forget that the last time that the Astros had a sub 500 record was with Dusty Baker. Just saying.
That was the COVID year?
Just saying. They were under 500. That was the last time the Astros were under 500.
29-31.
Was with Dusty Baker. I see a lot of Framber Valdez disrespect. Keith Law, he gave his top 5 AL Cy Young, and he did not have Framber Valdez listed. And it's very disrespectful. And I think what's happening here is Framber Valdez's consistency is kind of boring. These media types like, oh, ho-hum, another Framber Valdez year where he's top 5 in ERA, where he logs 175 innings, where he's right there in victories at the top of the American League. He's in every single leaderboard just about. Oh, well, it's kind of like with Jordan a little bit, not on that scale, but, we're bored, listing and voting for Michael Jordan as the MVP. So we're going to vote all these other random jabronis. It's the same thing with Framber Valdez. Like, oh, okay, I'm bored having Framber in my top 5. Let me vote some of these youngsters. But if Framber Valdez doesn't finish top 5 AL Cy Young voting, it's very disrespectful. Like Keith Law has. He doesn't have a vote, but he had it in The Athletic. Framber Valdez, third in ERA, top 5th in wins, 6th in WAR, 9th in WHIP, and he's top 5 in a bunch of nerd stats. 3rd and 5th in adjusted ERA, 4th in adjusted pitching runs, 4th in adjusted pitching wins, 4th in situational win saved, and 5th in REW. Don't ask me what that is. I have no idea. But Framber Valdez is on almost every single important leaderboard in the top 5. If he doesn't get voted top 5 AL Cy Young, it's criminal.
You're right, because that's stats across all of baseball, right?
AL.
That's just for the AL?
And you only vote for AL pitchers when you're voting for the AL Cy Young.
Right. I was just curious because I also saw some other graphics about where his ER ranked in terms of all of baseball. And it's truly fantastic. And when you think about the hiccups that he had, kind of in that May-June era, I mean, little portion of the season, the way he turned it back around, dialed it back in, and it's just been so steady. It's completely unfair that you don't have him top 5 in the American League. It's obvious Scooble's going to win it, and he is, the guy that stands out to everybody. And because he's on a team like the Tigers, they got a lot of extra attention, and he's going to be the winner. But if you can't have him somewhere in the mix, no matter who else you're looking at and who you think had a really good year pitching wise, then I don't think you've watched enough baseball. I know Keith Law, pats himself on the back and is always, a baseball analyst, and he can break down talent. And we've gotten into it with him on Hunter Brown, amongst things. There's no way you can't look at the season that Framber put together yet again and think he's not top 5.
5798. I hope Framber takes it personally and crushes the postseason. Yeah, that'd be great. 6091. When will the playoffs be set? I imagine they'll set the schedule sometime Sunday.
I think as soon as everything's solidified. Yeah, I mean, if there's anything still waiting in the wings on Sunday, but I would think that if they get it pretty done, if it's all done and said for who's playing who by Saturday, I would think they would come out either Saturday night or Sunday morning.
They play all 4 of these wild card games on the same day, 2 in the NL, 2 in the AL. So you're gonna have a bunch of staggered starts. I'm very curious what the Astros time slot is for these 3 games. But
who's the sexiest matchup from like a national perspective?
I don't know the matchups. Do you?
No. I mean, just by what it is today, we know Astros would be Tigers. It would be Royals and Orioles.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Padres.
I don't really keep up with the National League. The Brewers right now are the divisional champ that has to play in the wild card series in the NL. Dodgers and the Phillies are getting buys right now. Padres could still catch the Dodgers. They're 3 back, but that seems pretty lofty. Yeah. So you're looking at Milwaukee. If the season ended today, you're looking at Milwaukee, Arizona, San Diego, New York. But it'd be at San Diego, so they'd probably make that the late game.
Yeah, that's definitely going to get some national TV, though. I mean, the primetime slot. They're going to get a nighttime slot.
Man. Like if you put that at 8 Eastern, they're playing at 5 o'clock in San Diego. I think they'll make that the late game.
That's New York, though. They want the New York market in primetime.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm curious what they do. Now, the Braves are only a game back. They still have a chance. And the Braves and the Mets have to do that weird doubleheader on Monday if it matters.
It's crazy.
That stinks for them.
It really sucks because I want to say that it's the Braves that play, I think, in Milwaukee. And then they got to fly back. And then if they fly back from Monday's game at home and they play the 2 games, and if they end up being, then they got to fly to wherever they play the next day.
Yeah, it's. I thought the Braves played somebody in the American League. I wanted to say it had implications.
I thought the Brewers had implications between maybe the Mets have to play in Milwaukee. But one of the two teams.
Braves are playing the Royals. They're home for the Royals.
Okay, so then it's the Mets. They would have to go. I think
They're
have
at
to go. They have to
Milwaukee.
go to Milwaukee, fly back to Atlanta for the doubleheader, and if they win to get enough into the playoffs, they have to fly wherever they're playing for the Tuesday.
Oh, well, that's their problem, not mine. 713-780-3776. Let's get to Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. He's been crushing it. You're going to want to play all the games that Lee's playing this weekend, and we'll get those games next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Lee Sterling's killing it, guys. Lee Sterling last week, 4-1, year-to-date, crushing it. He's making you rich if you listen to Lee Sterling at Paramount Sports. And, Lee, I'd ask you how you're doing, but I know how you're doing, and I just want to jump into the games. The big
Let's
one.
do it. Let's do it.
The big one in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, first time as a home dog since George W. Bush was in office. Georgia's given 2 to the Tide. How's this one going to go?
This is why we watch the game. There's so much talent on this field here. And Carson Beck for Georgia, the quarterback, probably a top 5 pick. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe, one of the best dual-threat quarterbacks we've seen in a long time. Georgia plays like 5 or 6 running backs. Bama, they share the carries with Jam Miller and Justice Haynes. So I think pretty even there. This game might come down to one play by, let's say, a wide receiver. And if that's the case, my money would be on Alabama true freshman Ryan Williams, who reclassified. He really should be in high school. This kid's something special. 10 catches on the year so far, 4 for touchdowns. And I think Georgia thought that they were going to have the go-to guy emerge, and it would be Dominic Lovett. He does have 9 catches, and they thought he would take over for Ladd McConkey, but has yet to see the end zone. So also on top of that, 17 of the 27 times 2 top 5 teams have matched up. The home team has prevailed here. I'm going to say the wrong team's favored. I like Alabama, 27-24.
Wow, that's a big one. We start out hot with a big one. Way to go, Lee. And now we're looking at the team that, look, we know Willie Fritz is a hell of a football coach, and good things are ahead for the Cougs. Bit of a struggle so far this year. Iowa State, the Cyclones, they're giving 13 points. How do you see that one going?
Yeah, Iowa State's defense has allowed only 3.96, not yards per rush, yards per snap. That equates to 260 yards per game. The current national average for total offense is 402 yards per game. Houston's offense averaging only 294 and 4.8 per play here. Houston's offense is going to face that 12th rated pass defense if they fall behind, and if that's the case, it's probably not going to work out so well. I just think Donovan Smith just too up and down here. This Iowa State team very under the radar. They were the better team. They should have won by a lot more than they did at Iowa, and Iowa's now coming on. Cyclones 30-13.
Well, because I'm a professional, Lee, I'll just move right along and right past that. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Let's switch it to the NFL, a game that outside of Houston that I'm the most excited about. Baltimore, Buffalo undefeated. Baltimore 1-2, but Baltimore, Lee, favored in this game by 2.
Yeah, and Josh Allen's been incredible. I mean, if they had an MVP voting right now after 3 games, I think he would run away with it. I think people are shocked that, without Stephon Diggs, how good they look. First 3-0 start in 4 years for this team. But I think it could come to an end. This is a non-division game here. They're traveling off a Monday night here, and I think their problem is going to be linebacker. They'll be without Matt Milano for the season, Terrell Bernard. These are their best 2 linebackers, and I think they can be exploited in the run game, their backups, and also in pass coverage. So Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, they look like they're in midseason form if you watch the first 3 quarters of the game against Dallas. Yeah, the final was 28-25, but they were playing a lot of deep zones, just playing prevent just to make sure they won the game. I like Baltimore here. Should be a fun game to watch, though, 31-27.
Lee, we got the surprise in the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not a whole lot of people put a whole lot of stock in Justin Fields, and most people didn't think he was going to start, but the Steelers have been a massive surprise in the league. They're taking on a bit of a disappointment in the Indianapolis Colts. Only 1 point going in this game. How do you see it going down?
Yeah, the Steelers just don't do anything fancy, but it's clear they're establishing an identity here. Justin Fields hasn't fully let loose yet, either with his arm or his leg, but he's not making mistakes. He's completing over 73% of his passes, only 1 interception, no fumbles on the year. They're sustaining long drives. No defenses face more plays or spent more time on the field than the Colts here. And their points allowed in yards per play are slightly better, but still sit at the bottom third of the league. It's not all the defense here, however, as Anthony Richardson has twice as many interceptions as touchdowns. He's fumbled the ball twice, lucky to get both of them back. Add in 49.3 completion percentage. It's going to be really hard to score on this Pittsburgh D. The Steelers will also remember the game last year. They jumped out to that 13-0 lead, and the Colts scored the final 30 points here. Pittsburgh with a little payback, 27-17.
Lee Sterling's been rolling 4-1 last week. You can find his stuff, ParamountSports.com. Joining us now on the HR&P guest line, Houston Texans home for Jacksonville, trying to respond after losing badly to Minnesota on the road this past weekend. It looks again like Cam Akers is going to be the featured back. It looks like there will be no Tank Dell. Don't get me started on that. They're 7-point favorite at home against division rival Jacksonville, who's been putrid so far this year. How's this one shaking out?
Yeah, and whoever thought we'd see Trevor Lawrence lose 9 games in a row dating back to last year. Last game that they won, I mean, This is. I mean, it's crazy. It goes back to last November and Beathard. That's right. CJ Beathard. He was the quarterback in that game. So, hey, things are not all right, obviously, with Houston, but this Jacksonville team has got some big problems here. 2-9 in Trevor Lawrence's last 11 starts. They're also without one of their best linebackers, so injuries are starting to mount up on both teams here. But I think Houston's eventually going to get it right. Sometimes just in a slump here, and this is the perfect team to get out of the slump here. I think some things are also going on behind the scenes between the coaching staff and Lawrence. You can just read his body language. There's definitely some unhappiness there. I like Houston. I think they hit on some big plays, jump out to a lead, and then keep pouring it on. Give me the Texans here, 29-17.
Well, Lee, you've been killing it. Jeremy mentioned it. You've just been hammering everybody and getting wins. You got wins on the season. You had a hot week last week at 4-1. Tell everybody how they can capitalize and cash in on your winning, and give them a free play along the way as well.
Yeah, we're gonna give them a free play tonight. Don't normally give a Thursday night game for free, but Dallas and the Giants, huge game for both teams. How about this? The first 5 callers that call 800-400-9741, give them Dallas and the Giants on me. Call that number right now to get it for free. 800-400-9741. Last week we had the Baker's Dozen, had a winner on that. And we're going to have it. We don't call it October coming up. We call it Locktober. You can get 5 weeks of games starting tonight, going all the way through Thursday, October 31st, normally $547. If you use coupon code SAVE200, just $347. And you're going to get generally 9 to 12, 9 to 13 games a week. And our first 40 to 50 unit play of the year goes this Saturday, and we're 66-24 on these 40 to 50 unit major wager releases. So you want to hop on board, now's the time. Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Thank you, Lee. Stay hot.
I will. See you guys.
Lee Sterling,
I will.
ParamountSports.com. Look at that confidence, man. I will. I'm going to do it. I'm going to stay hot. Locktober's around the corner. Lee Sterling handing out winners. You got to love it. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. I sure don't love D'Amico Ryan's answer when asked if he regrets having the starters in the game when they were down by 27 with minutes left to play. Also, the injury report is out today. Tank Dell did not practice. You know who else is not practicing today for the Houston Texans?
Who would that be?
Nico Collins was limited. Foley, Mrs. Foley's baby boy, Fadakasi, limited. Kenyon Green on the injury report, but it was full participant. Joe Mixon did not practice. Dameon Pierce did not practice. Jimmy Ward did not practice. But, of course, the ones that I have in my crosshairs, Tank Dell. What was D'Amico's response when asked about leaving the starters in late in the game? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
6444. Why do the players a favor and take them out when they are getting beat down? Let them play and remember the butt whipping. They could get hurt anytime. It's only week 3. Thank you, D'Amico, for sending that text. Why? Because you're trying to win football games in the future. Why put your players at risk of injury when there's zero chance to win a game? When it could severely impact your chances of winning the game down the road. Go ahead.
That's the most ridiculous thing I could ever hear. Like, if you're getting your doors blown off and you know that you're 3 weeks into the season, why the hell are you going to put in literally a meaningless point of a game that's already been decided? Why the hell are you going to put your key players out there and continue to push them out there?
Yeah, I've been on the crusade saying that D'Amico needs to catch some blame for playing his starters down 34-7 with minutes left to play in the game. Tank Dell ran into a camera, by the way. I went back and watched the game just to try to isolate when Tank Dell got hurt. Tank Dell ran into a camera on the sideline, clipped him on the side, which is where the injury.
That's how the injury happened.
Well, he didn't show any signs of it on that play. Stayed in the game. Then he caught a post over the middle and took a hard fall to the turf. Didn't show any pain there. And then he ran a little twist route in the neck, 2 plays later, and then was grabbing, didn't even have the ball thrown at him, and then started to grab at his ribs, and that's when he left the game. So I don't know when it happened, because when he hit the camera, didn't show any pain. When he caught the post, hit the turf hard, didn't show any pain. But then when he was running a routine route, the ball didn't even go to him. He started to grab at his side and then left the game, and that's whenever he went to the training staff. So I don't know exactly. It could have been the camera. It could have been the fall. It could have been just twisting his body and contorting it in a weird way. It's hard to know for sure. But
those were all at a time when the game was out of reach.
That was the final series.
Yeah, that we know exactly
series.
when it happened, in garbage time, when he shouldn't have been on the field.
Oh, yeah, it was definitely the final series. Ran into a camera on the final series, caught the deep post to get it within the 5-yard line in the final series, and then his final play of the game, he actually ran that route into the end zone. Ball wasn't thrown to him, and then left the game. So D'Amico Ryans was asked by Landry Locker yesterday about, do you regret it a little bit? Are you concerned how the injury happened because of the situation of the game?
No, no concern for me. Injuries can happen at any given time. What if the injury happened first play of the game? Should he be out there? We can't control when injuries happen. Guys are going to go play. That's part of our game, part of the nature of the business. When you play this game, unfortunately, injuries happen. Nobody can predict when injuries happen or when a guy should be in, shouldn't be in.
You can pretty much mitigate risk of injury by not having him on the football field. Is there a better chance to get hurt when you're running plays, getting hit by men that play in the NFL, or standing on the sideline next to your head coach, or better yet, sitting on the bench, waiting for the game to hit zeros, and then jumping on a flight? What do you mean you can't control this? Yes, you can.
I mean, the biggest thing about this is, do you want those players to risk getting hurt in a 1-score game or a tight ball game, against a meaningful opponent or at a meaningful point in the season? Or do you want them to risk getting hurt when you're down by double digits with very little time on the clock, when there's really nothing to play for? And at a lot of times in those circumstances, guys, they lighten up a little bit. They relax a little bit instead of playing with that kind of ferocity that football's played at, and that's where they give themselves a better chance to get hurt.
The Vikings players, the starters, they were not on the field. John Grenard, not on the field. Most of the ones for the Vikings were celebrating their victory on the sideline. Meanwhile, D'Amico Ryans is using all of his starters, all of them, with the exception of C.J. Stroud, and got a critical receiver on this team hurt, and it looks like he's going to miss Sunday's game.
Here's the easiest thing to say, Jeremy. Why wasn't C.J. on the field?
He was kind of, I guess, tripped up or whatever. He was limping off the field, in the previous series.
Also, okay, so maybe they don't want him to get hurt even more.
Yep.
And at the same time, the first move that most teams make when the game's over, one way or the other, is, and we see it all the time, get the quarterback off the field. Get our best player off the field, because we don't need him getting hurt in a game that's over. We need him next week. If you're going to do that with C.J. Stroud, there's plenty of other guys, and there's a handful of guys you can rattle off real quick that should also be off the football field. Tank probably being one of them.
Yeah, in the whole, it's revisionist history. No, I was tweeting this live in the moment. There's no reason for the starters to be in a game down by 27 with minutes left to play in week 3. If this was the Super Bowl, okay, whatever. If you're a developmental team that is really doesn't have playoff aspirations, okay, whatever. Get him reps, get him plays, let him learn all of that. If this was the David Culley, Lovie Smith Texans, I wouldn't care as much. I'd probably still blast it, but I wouldn't care as much.
I know analytics have.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that he does. But when this team's supposed to win the division, you're aspiring to make a deep postseason run. You don't leave your starters in the game down by 27 with minutes left to play. And you might say, well, Tank's not as important anymore because Stephon Diggs is here and you have Nico Collins. Okay, well, Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs were also on the field. And Nico Collins showed up on the injury report today with a hamstring. Now, I don't think it's related because he wasn't on the injury report yesterday. I sure hope it was not related. And then going back to D'Amico's quote, too, by the way, he says injuries can happen at any given time. Okay, well, there's a better chance of getting injured if you're running football plays against football players than sitting on the sideline. And then he gaslights us. I don't even know if it's a gaslight. He's either gaslighting or he's gatekeeping or he's being disingenuous, whatever you want to use. He says, what if the injury happened the first play of the game? How is that in the same conversation? How is the first play of the game when it's 0-0 the same thing as when it's 34-7 with minutes left in the game? That is not the same thing. I think that's gaslighting.
I feel like I'm taking crazy.
Yeah, I am. Isn't that what gaslighting means? Is that not gaslighting? I don't know if that's gaslighting, but the first play of the game when it's 0-0 is not the same as 34-7 with minutes left to play. I like D'Amico Ryans. I love D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans is a role model of mine. But what if the injury happened the first play of the game? D'Amico, that's not the same thing.
It's not close.
Yeah, that's a symptom of a losing argument. When you start playing the whataboutism card, you know you've lost the argument. I mean, as you guys pointed out, like the whole idea, it sucks because as Jeremy just said, I love D'Amico. I wanted D'Amico to be this head coach. I was a huge fan of his as a player. But now he's basically repeating the same garbage we used to hear from Bill O'Brien when he would leave players into the same situations. Well, he could get hurt early in the game. Well, he can't get hurt if he's on the sideline when the game is over. Same thing that we saw from Arian Foster in 2014. And as Joel, as you pointed out correctly, if CJ Stroud's out of the game, why is he out of the game? He's out of the game because the game is over and there's injury risk. Why don't you care about the game being over and the injury risk for the other 10 starters on the field?
It makes zero. Like, you can't make the correlation that anybody's going to buy into that. There's no way that you can look at it the same way and say that it's apples to apples. And we see it across the league all the time. And as a fan, they're throwing in the towel when they don't want their quarterback hurt and they go to their second string quarterback. You know that when a game's decided one way or another, the last thing they want to do is take a running back that's going to take a beating between the tackles no matter what point in the game it's at, and throw them out there and keep getting them reps. It's just not, it's maybe in college they do it to send a message to kids because of the fact that maybe their effort is being questioned or things like that. There's no way you do it with your best players.
I'm not even sure college teams that have national championship aspirations do that. Like, if you don't have national championship aspirations, you're realistic with where your team's at. Maybe they're a middle of a Power 5 conference. Then you leave them out there because, like, what do you really what are your season goals? Like, it's about getting better and improving. You really don't think you're going to win a conference title. You're realistic with your expectations. Okay, then leave the guys out there. You're not really losing much. There's not a whole lot to risk away. Like, who's the worst team in the NFL in your opinion? Let's just say the Titans. The Titans are the worst team in the AFC South. Could be Jacksonville, the worst team in the AFC South. But let's go with the Titans because they have a young quarterback who's making tons of mistakes. If Will Levis is in a game when it's 34-7 on an 0-3 team that's going nowhere fast, who cares? Who cares? Give him reps. That's good for his growth. Whenever you're down 34-7 and you're the favorite to win the AFC South, you were in the divisional round last year, you have aspirations to go further, you have a roster that's good, you have a general manager that's going for it, the acquisitions of Danielle Hunter, Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, but in week 3, down by 27, with minutes left to play, you're going to run your starters out there and just say it's the nature of the business? What if it was Nico Collins? What if Nico Collins tore his ACL in the final few moments? What if it's Laramie Tunsil in pass protection? And look, you could argue that, well, Tank Dell's significance isn't as great as these other guys. Would you rather have Tank Dell or would you rather not have Tank Dell? What you're gaining in week 3 with minutes left to play, is that greater than the possibility of losing one of your starters? King of Twitch says Tank Dell is going to be injury prone. You might be right. That's more reason to take him out of a blowout game with minutes left to play.
Yeah, no, look, when you start talking about the fact that do you want do you want guys that are impact players on the field, or do you want Hutchinson on the field instead of a Tank Dell, especially when it matters? If it's with games coming up after the Jacksonville game, and you look at the Buffalo game when the schedule really gets tough. And the last thing that you want to do is be able to, and this has happened time and time again in sports, and the coaches are always called on the carpet for it. Why are your best players being played? Because significant injuries have happened. They do happen. And when it's more than just, bruised ribs, when it becomes something more significant and maybe the player misses an extended period of time, they're going to get questioned even more, and rightfully so, because in professional sports especially, but even like you said, with everything the way it is in college these days too, you're not going to do that and run the risk of, because your butt's on the line too as a coach, as an organization. When you need these guys the most, are you going to look back to a game and go, yeah, they played when they were down 20-some points, and maybe they shouldn't?
Yeah, I mean, to quote Herm Edwards, we played to win the game. And at the point that game was with the Vikings, you could not win that game, but you could risk your ability to win future games by getting key players hurt. I mean, even if you want to play, not that we are, but even if you want to play the idea of, well, reps, let's get them more reps. What is Nico Collins? What is Stephon Diggs? What is Laramie Tunsil going to learn by playing a series or two more in that point of the game? They're veterans.
It was only a series.
Right. Okay, even a series. And beyond that, you like Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, even if there was something from them to learn from the reps, they're not playing with the starter. So it's not even really reps with the guy that it matters. So it just makes zero sense from D'Amico.
King of Twitch, some of these players have incentives to play. No rookie on their contracts have incentives. King of Twitch, you don't play the game scared to get hurt. Y'all are ridiculous. Coaches for generations have pulled their starters in blowout games. The Vikings pulled their starters in the blowout game. A battery Chuck, guarantee you there's not a single NFL team that pulls their offensive line when the game is out of reach. That's not true. 713-780-3776-0891. I'd be okay with losing Tunsil. He cost us when he's on the field anyways. That's a good one. 2971, don't get so mad. Not good for your blood pressure. Thank you for being concerned about the killer of bees. Tunsil could learn not to get penalties. That's not going to happen in that moment. That's something that's going to happen in the practice. Can learn where the line of scrimmage is. Again, that's going to be something that's post-game. A couple of other texts. First time I've heard D'Amico compared to Bill O'Brien. Gross. How's it not the same, though? I mean, you keep an Arian Foster late in a blowout game, keeping all of the starters, sans CJ Stroud, in a blowout game. 8257, it's called expectation. He probably wasn't happy with their effort. Wasn't about winning the game, but more about being a paid professional. Okay, what would you rather have? A professional that's being held to be a paid professional, or having your players as the season progresses that gives you a better chance to win? What is the objective of the year? To win as many games as you possibly can. If you're trying to prove, and I don't think D'Amico was doing this, if you're trying to prove a point in a blowout game and it cost you a significant player, you have failed the team. You have hurt the chances of racking up as many wins as you can because of I think a boneheaded decision. Keith, not a dig at you because I agree with y'all, but that's why they are coaching and playing in the NFL. They think and are different than us. I don't disagree with that. But the way they think, I think, is ignorant.
There's not a 21-point play, guys. There's not a play that's going to bring you back into that
game.
Still
wouldn't get you the win.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So there's no strange change of the rules or scoring system to where you had any chance to win that ball game. And if you do Herm Edwards play to win that game, you're not going to win that game. So play to win the next one. And the best chance to do that is have your best players available and healthy. And we've seen it enough to know that just when you think it's not going to happen, it does. And when it does, it can put a massive monkey wrench in your plans for the rest of the season. That's why when the quarterback comes out, basically people say they're waving the white flag. It's over. At that point, when it's over, let the second string fight it out.
Don't love the quote. What if the injury happened the first play of the game? How is he comparing the first play of the game to 34-7 with minutes left?
That might be the worst part of the whole quote.
That's like
it doesn't make any difference to the question.
It's
no one was saying you should take your players out at the beginning of the game. That has nothing to do with the question.
What if the injury happened the first play of the game? That is not the same, D'Amico. I'm a little concerned.
Yeah,
I'm a little
first
concerned.
Play of the game is on the line. Down 27, the final possession, the game is not on the line. There's a very clear line there.
What if the injury happened first play of the game? Like, that's the first time that I felt like D'Amico Ryan's just lying right to our faces. It makes me feel sick. All right, Adam Ronis is going to help you win some fantasy football this week. Fantasy Life on Sirius XM has been killing it with his dub club. Adam Ronis to help you when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. Being joined again this week by Adam Ronis, Fantasy Life on Sirius XM Fantasy. I've been keeping up with the Dub Club. He's been killing it with his Dub Club. We'll get into that a little bit later. Adam, I'm curious what you think of the landscape of the Houston Texan wide receiver room. D'Amico Ryans foolishly kept Tank Dell in the game late, got him hurt, probably not going to play on Sunday. What do you think this means for the Texans receiver room?
Love Nico Collins this week. Now, I know he did pop up on the injury report with a hamstring issue today, so we'll have to see the extent of that. But he's been crushing it. Jacksonville is decimated in the secondary. They've been getting carved up. They play a lot of man-to-man, which Nico Collins thrives in, and his prop is in the mid-70s this week. He's gone over that easily. I know last week it came late in garbage time as they tried to get him that touchdown late in the end zone when C.J. Stroud came out, but this looks like a great spot for Nico Collins. And, you know, you take Tank Dell out, it's great for Collins, Diggs, and even Dalton Schultz.
Adam, we're looking at the injuries from week to week. What significant injuries are you keeping an eye on, and what should people be aware of there?
Oh, how much time do we have? It's a long, long list. Yeah, I mean, Bijan Robinson popped up on the injury report today. You don't like to see that. But the Eagles, we know it's A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith likely not going to play. And I don't see anyone that benefits in the wide receiver core. I think it'll be a heavy run game with Saquon Barkley. Of course, Dallas Goedert, one of the best plays at tight end this week. We're trying to see if Jordan Love will return this week. My guess is yes. Deebo Samuel was on the practice field today, so that would not be good if you picked up Jawan Jennings this week. But, yeah, there's just so many injuries right now. Deontay Johnson, who we feel so much better about after Andy Dalton stepped in last week and made that look like an NFL offense. I mean, Deontay Johnson's prop was in the 40s last week. It's gone up 20-plus yards, which you usually don't see. He was on the injury report today with a groin issue. So there's a lot to keep an eye on. And I'll just say this. So people are always panicking about sending their lineup on a Thursday. You need to relax. We still have a couple of days. Obviously, Friday is the key day for injury reports. If a guy doesn't practice on Friday, it's not good. So just worry about the players you have in tonight's games, the Cowboys and Giants. Put the guys you want in your lineup in the receiver or running back position. Never put a Thursday night player in your flex because you lose flexibility. Worry about that, and you have a couple of days. You have all the way until Sunday morning to figure these things out. Also, Trey McBride with a concussion. That is a big one since the tight end position. So like I said, we can keep talking about injuries the whole time, but I know you guys are limited on time.
Adam, so we've seen the Dolphins wide receivers production plummet since Tua obviously had his concussion a few weeks ago. Tyreek Hill, 3 catches in back-to-back games. Not great for Jalen Waddle either. I mean, it feels dirty to say, well, we bench Jalen Waddle, we bench Tyreek Hill until Tua comes back. But how are you handling these Dolphins wide receivers until Tua gets back?
Yeah, Jalen Waddle has got to go to the bench, and I have him on one team, and I gave him a chance last week. It did not work out. I am putting him on the bench. His production takes even more of a hit without Tua. Now, with Tyreek Hill, he's tricky because you drafted him early in the first round. You don't want to bench a player you took that early. What you have to do is just understand the expectations are way lowered. I think it's about 11 points he's averaging without Tua. So in a lot of situations, if you're in a competitive 12-team league, you're likely starting him. There could be a scenario where you have Rashee Rice, Malik Neighbors, and Chris Godwin, and Tyreek Hill. In that scenario, and you need 3 of those 4, that's where I'm benching Tyreek Hill. I don't know how many people are in that situation, but yeah, Tyreek Hill's not a must start. You know, Deontay Johnson, if he's healthy, I'm playing over him. So he's more of in the wide receiver 2 category where it's clear the production is not there without Tua.
Speaking of that Panther receiver room, you bring up Johnson. Adam Thielen lands on the IR. Is Xavier Legette worth the look?
Absolutely. In a deeper format, I think if you're like a 12-team league with 18 roster spots or more, for sure, because this offense is just clicking right now. It's one game, but still, it was impressive. They went on the road in Vegas and just stomped them. And look at the matchup they get this week. The Cincinnati Bengals. Everyone saw it on Monday night. That defense is horrendous right now. They're a team we want to pick on. So this is another good matchup for the Panthers offense, and we'll get an opportunity. So not a must start, but if you are hurting at receiver and he is available or you already picked him up, he's certainly under consideration.
All right, Adam, I got to ask. The Red Rocket Rifle had a hell of a week. Is Andy Dalton a guy you should be grabbing real quick to try and make up for some of your woes at quarterback?
I don't think so. In most leagues where you start one quarterback, you likely have a better option. We might get Jordan Love back. Sam Darnold, I would still start over him. We saw Caleb Williams a little bit better last week. You do have to take into account the Bears ran 40 more plays than the Colts last week. So when you look at all those stats, that's something I always look at, plays run. If you just look at the box score and see the stats, that can make your expectations be misconstrued for the following week. But the Colts just were not on the field at all. So I don't think he's a must pick up. Obviously, if you're in a league, Superflex league or one that starts two quarterbacks, he's probably picked up already. But I'm not ready to put him in that top 12 conversation yet.
Adam, difficult question for a friend, let's say. Patrick Mahomes has just not been good this year, and it really wasn't good the second half of last year for fantasy either. Right now we're looking at quarterback finishes on the week 10 or lower each week this season. Are you at the point with Patrick Mahomes where you have kind of gone past the idea that his production is going to bounce back until they get another game-breaking wide receiver and maybe start to look to trade Patrick Mahomes?
I have Mahomes in two leagues. One's a Superflex league. I'm not ready to bench him yet. I know that's been talked about a lot this week. And yes, last year I saw it. You could see that offense wasn't good. I am surprised by this. Even with Hollywood Brown out, I thought with the way Rashee Rice is playing and Xavier Worthy, who they really haven't used enough yet, and maybe they need to manufacture more touches for him. Travis Kelce, obviously not the same player, off to a really slow start. So I am stunned by this because I thought Mahomes was going to go off this year, and it just has not happened yet. I'm not ready to bench him, though. I know a lot of people are ready to. I can't play Sam Darnold over him yet. Just like I know how good Darnold has been, but I'm not there yet. Maybe in a couple weeks. Now, this game against the Chargers, the problem with this game is Chargers have so many injuries. 2 tackles, Justin Herbert, even if he plays, how good is he going to be? Like, they shouldn't have started him last week. So the problem with this week, I don't know if it's good gauge because they might be in control of this game and they might not need Mahomes to do much. But you have to figure Kelce will get better. I was staying away from Kelce this year because he had 5 touchdowns last year in the regular season. He didn't reach 1,000 yards. People forgot about that because he was so dominant in the postseason. And it feels like he might be salvaging or saving himself for the postseason, which you never want to do. But it's the Kansas City Chiefs. They can do that.
Yeah, it's been a blank space for Travis Kelce this year. What about the running back room? We saw Carson Steele take a majority of those carries. Is he somebody you're willing to start?
If you're in a desperate situation, and if you play in multiple leagues, you probably have at least a team or two that is. I know I do. I would rank him the highest this week of the Chiefs running back. Kareem Hunt likely going to be active. I just don't know how much they're going to use him. What's his football shape? So I'm keeping an eye on it, but they did give him 17 touches. He had 72 yards. He had a couple of opportunities near the goal line. So it looks like he's going to be at least the goal line back. So of the Chiefs running backs for this week, I feel best about Carson Steele.
How do you feel about the New Orleans offense after the explosion against Dallas? They looked like they were really struggling without Taysom Hill and weren't quite as effective. How do you feel about them this week?
I feel better about them. I know last week was awful, but I think the Eagles came up with a really good game plan, and the Saints lost 2 offensive linemen in that game with Eric McCoy out. That hurts. Ruiz left the game as well. So those are 2 big losses, and I felt they stuck with the run way too long. It was not effective. Kamara had 26 carries. I know Rashid Shaheed was the big disappointment. He did have 6 targets. He had a couple of end zone targets, just couldn't corral a couple of those passes. They weren't easy, but he takes one in. You feel better. He still had a 26% target share. So I think the Saints offense will be fine.
Adam Ronas from Sirius XM Fantasy Life joining us on the Killer Bees. Adam, we're all desperate for tight ends right now. As you mentioned earlier, Travis Kelce's been a disaster this season. You haven't got what you wanted out of Sam Laporta. Mark Andrews goosed this last week. But a couple of surprises broke out with Cole Kmet and the guy you mentioned earlier, Dallas Goedert. But it's a curious situation. I'm curious what you would do with those because both guys are on teams with kind of a crowded wide receiver group where you're not sure how much target share they'll get from week to week. Are you making moves on Cole Kmet and Dallas Goedert, or how are you handling the tight end shortage right now?
Look, Goddard's a must-play this week just because A.J. Brown and Smith are likely out. Now, they have a bye in week 5, so I'm guessing we'll see Brown and Smith in week 6. So you might have a 1-week window where you feel great about playing Goddard. Cole Kmet is a concern because it looks like Keenan Allen could be back this week. He was on the practice field yesterday. So if you have Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Romo Dunze, and that's why I didn't draft Cole Kmet this year. And here's the other thing. Everyone is panicking about their tight ends. They're all going to the waiver wire. And look how it's worked out. After week 1, who was the big pickup? Isaiah Likely. What did he do in week 2? Nothing. Week 3, who was the big pickup? Hunter Henry. People put him in the lineup. What did he do last Thursday night? Nothing. This past week, Cole Kmet, he was the big pickup. What is he going to do this week? I don't know if it's going to be good. So we're all hurting at tight end unless you have Brock Bowers, Jake Ferguson, maybe even a Dalton Kincaid, and George Kittle I don't even know about because if Debo is healthy and Ayuk starts to get his conditioning, Kittle's not going to go up every week. So we are all hurting at the position. Everyone's searching for answers. But a lot of times when you pick up that flavor of the week off the waiver wire, that tight end doesn't do well the next week.
How seriously are we taking Roschon Johnson?
So not too seriously because the Bears' offensive line is a mess. I know everyone's upset with DeAndre Swift, but if you go back and look, especially on that 4th down play, there were like 3 Bears linemen laying on the field and 5 Colts all after DeAndre Swift. And yes, he's been extremely inefficient, under 2 yards per carry. I did pick him up in 2 leagues. One of them, I'm just decimated. I lost Kenneth Walker. I have Jerome Ford and Tajay Spears. So in a situation like that, yeah, I'm going to spend some money and take a chance because they've already talked about how Roschon Johnson will get an opportunity. So I don't know if he's the answer, but if you are desperate at running back, I am picking him up. I actually might start him this week, and I'm expecting to be disappointed.
Adam, before you get out of here, we talked about it earlier, but you've been hot. Tell everybody about the Dub Club.
Yeah, you can check out my Dub Club. You can get a 3-day free trial or hit me up on Twitter in the DMs at Adam Ronis. I'll get you a discount if you're listening to the show. I give out picks for NFL, MLB, and the NBA, which is coming up. So that's all included for one price. So hit me up on Twitter at Adam Ronis.
Appreciate the time. Adam has always been killing it with the Dub Club, so check him out there. Also, you can catch him Fantasy Life on Sirius XM Fantasy, and the Twitter's easy. It's at Adam Ronis. Bad Take Boulevard when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Yeah, before we go to the break, you just heard Adam. Before that, you heard Lee. If you got some hunches yourself, the best place that I tell you to go put your money down is mybookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, always taking care of you, the customer, while you look for a place that's reliable, that's going to take care of you and your money, that's going to be there for you in a variety of ways. That's MyBookie.ag. Remember our promo code, Bet975. Use it whenever you can for extra added bonuses and incentives. It's awesome. Like right now on a sign-up bonus, you sign up, and depending on what you put in, MyBookie's going to put money on top of it up to $1,000 when you use our promo code Bet975. That money is in there immediately. You can use it right away. And the more money you have in your account, the more games you can bet on, and the more chances you can win. And they also have a great program right now called MyBookie Plus. It's an incentive program based on how much you play. The more you play, the higher you go in tiers, the better opportunities you get with promotions and special deals that they have going on. They are fantastic. They take care of you. And then they take care of you in a variety of ways, including their website, where you can actually watch some of the games while you're talking to like-minded individuals and dealing with all the in-game bets and all the things that you want to be doing with your wagering. On top of that, when you're in there and you're looking for something to do, or maybe you feel like doing some Vegas games, you don't want to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. All you got to do is get on the website. Live dealers are standing by for blackjack, poker, and so much more. They take care of you. You just get the process started by going to them using our promo code. As I always tell you to do, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it. MyBookie.ag, use that promo code BET975.
All right. A lot of bad takes. What are the worst takes to belong on this list? 713-780-3776. Fox Sports, MLB, March 27, 2024. They were predicting their divisional champions. Their AL West champion, the Texas Rangers. And the poster boy that they had for the Texas Rangers was Adolis Garcia, who didn't have the best of years.
No matter what his diet consisted of.
223 average, 679 OPS. He was under a 100 OPS plus for Adolis Garcia. But Fox Sports, MLB, you make the list. You pick the wrong
just made the
AL West
list.
champion. How can you go against the Astros, who have won every single full season AL West divisional title since 2017?
That was in March, right?
It was in March.
Yeah, so
just
that
ahead
was
of opening day.
I was gonna say that was pre-open. That was, I mean, before the swoon. That's bad.
Which swoon?
I mean, the fact that before the Astros were 12 and 20.
Is this like the potato famine you were talking about yesterday?
Oh God!
A proud Ranger fan
Love this.
on Twitter. This was on July 30th. This was the trade deadline when the Astros made the splash. The Astros have acquired left-handed reliever Caleb Ferguson from the New York Yankees. Blah 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 blah. Proud Ranger fan, proud boy Ranger fan on Twitter. He said, "I have to admit, it's going to be sad watching y'all miss the playoffs." Proud boy Ranger fan, you just made the list. Astros will be in the playoffs as the Texas Rangers enjoy Cancun.
I think to his credit, he did own it and congratulate the Astros and own his bad take.
Yeah, he still lands on bad take.
Oh, no
Boulevard.
doubt.
We can admire you saying, my bad, I was wrong, but that's not going to prevent you from landing on Bad Take Boulevard. Proud boy Ranger fan. Bad Take Boulevard. This one's from Evan Grant, who writes for the Dallas Morning News. He said on the Baseball Tonight podcast that he thinks Seattle wins the AL West, then the Rangers finish second, then the Astros finish third. This was ahead of the season, and Evan Grant, you make the list.
You just made the list.
A lot of those people from Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Metroplex, a lot of them thought the Rangers were going to win the division this year.
That's smart.
Yeah. Guess we'll never know. Sticking in the division, Ron Washington, first-year manager for the Angels. There was a small population of people that kind of wanted Ron Washington in Houston to replace Dusty Baker. Small, very, very few of them. But Ron Washington, before the start of the year, listen to the old man.
Once we get things together and we get these guys together in spring training and start the work, our whole focus is going to be to run the West down. And you can take that to the bank and deposit it.
Take it to the bank. Take it and deposit. Don't just go to the bank. Make sure you deposit it while you're there. Good advice from Ron Washington. The problem? The Angels have lost 96 games, which is a franchise record, and they still have games to play.
That's a big problem. He just didn't say, he didn't put a timetable on it. It might take him 6 years if he's around. But
take it to the bank and deposit it. Deposit 96 losses into the bank. Ron Washington.
You just made the list.
Makes the list.
Yeah, not a good look.
Feels a little disrespectful putting Ron Washington on the list. Cam Taylor-Britt talking about Jaden Daniels, the Commanders, Cliff Kingsbury. He didn't think too highly of their offense before they played.
Yeah, composed. They don't make them do a lot, so they keep it really simple for them. Nice college offense. Kingsbury's the OC, so I love to move guys around here and there, but just keep it real simple for him. I heard his pass percentage is very high, but he's only throwing short route. Some intermediate stuff, quick throws.
Jaden Daniels, 21 of 23, 250 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Commanders hung 38 points with their college offense on the Cincinnati Bengals on the road. They had 356 yards, did not punt once.
And they beat you deep at least twice to Terry McLaurin. They was like, it's all short passes. Well, at least twice they beat you deep with Terry McLaurin, including the touchdown that put the game away.
And his coach hammered him after the game that our players shouldn't be saying those things. And then he doubled down and said it still looked like a college offense, but, tip of the cap to them.
Factually, he might be right. Might be right that they run kind of a college-like offense, but the implication of the way people received it was like, he's talking down to the Commanders, and then they roasted him. So, factually, he could be right. Now, that's probably why he doubled down on it. He's like, they are kind of a college offense. The problem is when you say that, it seems like you're putting down the opponent, and then whenever they hang 38 points on you, you look foolish.
The only way just made the list. A college offense gets called out if a pro team can stop it.
Yeah. Bengals have a college defense, I guess.
They're bad.
ESPN bet on their socials. This is where commas come into play. This isn't even a bad take. I just wanted to talk about it. Devin Singletary intentionally doesn't score a touchdown, so the game goes under the 37.5-point total. They didn't put the comma here. So the way that it reads is that Devin Singletary is point shaving, that he is fixing the game by staying under the 37.5, so all of the under tickets can cash. It wasn't Devin Singletary intentionally doesn't score a touchdown, comma, ... So the game goes under the 37.5-point total.
Yeah, that's the world we live in now with the gambling aspect of all of this. Everything gets scrutinized, including your social media.
It's also the world we live in with punctuation.
Bad, yeah.
I mean,
punctuation matters.
No one punctuation. If they do use it, they use
matter.
it poorly.
So whoever wrote this caption, that you're kind of accusing Devin Singletary for fixing the game, you made the list.
You just made the list.
And Singletary did this, by the way, because if he would have just put it on an E there, like he did, they run out the clock and they win. They don't allow the Browns to get the football back and then score a quick touchdown, onside kick. By stopping shy of the goal line, he guarantees victory at that moment. I'm sure his fantasy owners didn't love the fact that Singletary did that, though, by the way.
Not.
Remember, was it who was the Eagle? Was it Westbrook?
Yeah, Brian Westbrook.
Way back
for the
in the
Eagles.
day.
I think he was playing Seattle. I actually won a fantasy championship because my opponent had Westbrook.
That was
and
like
he lost it.
But that was like championship week in fantasy.
Again, that was my championship series, and I won it because he stopped short. My opponent was playing him.
Stop short. It's an old savvy move.
Yeah.
That was the biggest
that was the
fantasy
first time I remember
play in fantasy in like championship history until DeMar Hamlin.
Oh, well,
DeMar Hamlin passed it up.
That was chaos. Yeah.
That one.
That was the
passed it
first time I remember a player sliding short. Now maybe that was because of age and I don't remember, the 80s, but yeah, that was the first time I remember a player sliding short like that to not score so they could keep the clock running.
Bertha Walton, the mother of Harold Perkins, quote tweeted a tweet that says LSU star linebacker Harold Perkins expected to miss the rest of the season due to a knee injury he suffered. Bertha Walton, mother of Harold Perkins, HIPAA violation. This is Harold Perkins' mother and family. Didn't give anyone permission to give out information on Harold Perkins. Take it down. No. She meant now. She said no. She got community guidelines by the people at Twitter. Readers added context, which says college athletes and pro athletes are not protected under HIPAA laws. To be fair, Dusty Baker didn't know that. Dusty didn't know that either. Dusty cited HIPAA multiple times.
I've worked with people that didn't know that, and that can be a slippery slope.
That's a good flex there. I like that one, Lakers. But Dusty Baker and Harold Perkins' mother, 2 P's for pot. All right, last one. Turkey Leg Hut has been shut down. It's no longer with us.
Did you try it before it got shut down?
I didn't. I had some
guess
people,
you're glad now.
I had some people texting me saying whenever I was talking about it on the air the other day, they were like, "Hey, you don't really want to try it." I love a good turkey leg. Love a good turkey leg. Apparently, Turkey Leg Hut was on the downswing for years, but 35 health code violations. They've been shut down by the Houston Health Department.
Yeah, that's been quite the dicey situation for a while now. When you change locations and you're attempted arson and all the different stories going around, not to mention now with that, that's not a good look.
I can't wait for the 30 for 30 on the Turkey Leg Hut, though. It's going to be phenomenal. All right, that does it for Bad Take Boulevard. Turkey Leg Hut, you make the list. It sounds like you made the list.
You just made the list.
35 times, to be exact. Let's take the temperature on Stephon Diggs using our pain chart. Where are we with Stephon Diggs and his happiness with the Houston Texans? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's take the temperature on Stephon Diggs using our pain tolerance chart that we've been using, like little kids do when they go to their, what are the kid doctors called? Pediatricians?
Yep.
Yeah. So Stephon Diggs going to the pediatricians known as the Killer Bees. Where are we assessing the pain for Stephon Diggs? 0 being no pain, green smiley face. 10 being unimaginable, unspeakable pain that's red and upset and angry with the smile turned upside down.
I'm gonna go 2.5.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 2.5, and it's all simply because
So up from last week.
Yeah, it's up from last week, and I think it's more team associated than with his usage and play. I think it's, it's all sunshine and rainbows when you're 2-0, and you love your quarterback and you love everything about what's going on, and you see the Viking game, and I think that he probably wanted to have a big game against his former team, and yes, he had some catches and some yards, but overall, because they lost and because this was one of 2 games on the schedule, he probably had an extra circle around because of his time there. I'm sure that he's a little ticked off about that.
You would say he had a big game, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was one guy that you could compliment and say.
I mean, 10 for 94 is a big game.
Yeah.
So we agree that it was a big game. Here was Diggs after the game, too, by the way, just talking about, the game and being back in Minnesota and vibes and all of that.
Just banding together. Obviously, we had a lot of miscues up to that point. And being as an offense, the offense that we want to be, obviously we weren't playing to the standard that we typically want to play at. So just going at the guys, I do a lot of positive reinforcement, positive energy, letting the guys know, be there for your brother and do your job. At the end of the day, we'll be fine. Obviously, things don't go as planned, but trying to get things on the right track.
What was that at the very end? That was Diggs. Diggs was also asked about, having that conversation with the team. Remember, he had the sideline conversation. He was kind of leading the charge, and Slowick was there, and then Laramie Tunsil came late, which is kind of what he does whenever C.J. Stroud's knocked to the ground. But that was Diggs' postgame. I'm actually on the other side of things. I was at a 1 yesterday, very mild pain. I'm going the other way. I think Diggs likes individual numbers more than he likes team wins. I'm going backwards. I'm going no pain. Stephon Diggs. He got the ball 10 times, 94 yards, targeted 12 times. He's important because he's a leader on the sideline. He's after the game being very chummy to Brian Flores and Justin Jefferson. Even after the postgame here, they got hammered by 27, and he sounds like very, very happy. He sounds almost jolly. Stephon Diggs does. So I'm going backwards. I'm going to a 0, no pain. Stephon Diggs targeted 12 times, catch 10 of those targets. He's very, very happy.
You think he sounded jolly in that
Sounded
clip?
jolly.
I'm questioning your
Sounded
ability
jolly.
to read or to understand tone.
Have you ever
If
seen
thought
me
he
be
sounded
jolly? He was jovial, even.
Okay, you watched the video, right?
Yeah, I did.
You're able to read human emotion.
Did you see him
I
with
did.
Brian
I watched it.
Flores?
He
Did you
not
see
look
him
jolly
with
or
Did you see
jovial.
him with Brian Flores?
I'm not
Absolutely
talking about that.
looked
I'm talking
jolly
about
and
the video.
jovial.
You said he sounded jolly.
I was
in that
surprised
video.
the emotion that Brian Flores
He was kind of
showed.
smiling.
He's not a guy that shows a lot of emotion, and he was like massive bro hugging and smiling.
Diggs was actually acting a bit goofy, even after the game. He was doing like these weird mannerisms and gestures.
Jefferson called him something kind of weird or something, but he called
it
wasn't a dog. It was more like
he said something. It was a weird term that has a positive connotation.
Right.
Yeah.
But to say almost like you have a legend status or something
Yeah.
like that. But yeah, he was very, very chummy with those guys.
Yeah, I thought he was very, very happy after the game.
I'd put the pain scale at a 1, though. I mean, in 1 only because they got blown out. Like you said, he got his work. He got his 10 for 90. And overall, I think what we've seen from Diggs, and maybe this is why he got the C on his chest, but he seems to be a leader of the situation. He's leading the team on the sideline there in the meeting. We've seen, whether it be preseason or regular season games, he seems to be willing to step in and coach and tell guys what to look for. Like when we saw Diggs melt down in Buffalo, he was going one-on-one at his quarterback, pointing fingers and yelling. That's not what we're seeing from Diggs being animated on the sidelines now. It's more about coaching and talking guys up. We heard about how much he likes C.J. Stroud's quote pretty balls that he was throwing him from the Bears game. So I think the pain tolerance
friendly.
Friendly
ball.
Yeah, friendly balls. He thought he likes CJ's friendly balls.
You said pretty balls.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Friendly, pretty.
He's like,
whatever.
yeah, that's what I said. No, it's not.
Tomato, whatever. But I think the pain right now is at a 1. I don't think there's much there, other than the fact that they lost, and who likes losing by that much?
Cap says Diggs don't care about wins and losses, just his stats. That's where I'm at. That's why I went all the way to a 0, no pain. Now, maybe there was some pain after hearing what Josh Allen had to say following their Week 3 victory that moved them to 3-0. They're rolling offensively. They look really good. Josh Allen looks really good. Favorite to win the MVP now, I'm sure. He was talking about how he loves these current crew of players.
The everybody eats mentality. And again, it could be your play, this play. You never know when it's going to happen, and that's the beauty of it. When guys get to buy into this and really understand, like, I may not get the ball 4 or 5 times thrown to me a game, but the 1 or 2 times I do, I'm going to have opportunities to be in the end zone. And, it's a fun and wonderful thing when you got a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats. They don't care about the touchdowns. And again, I think throughout practice, we've just had this mindset of like, hey, let's just do things the right way and find ways to win football games. That's what we're doing right now.
Is Josh Allen throwing shade to Stephon Diggs, who the Texans will see a week from Sunday?
I think, yeah, I would say yes. I would say as much as he then downplayed it and said he wasn't referring to him at all because that's what he's going to tell the media. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I think that he could own it. I think there's definitely a reference made with Diggs in mind.
It's a crime that game is a Sunday noon start, by the way. That one should have prime time billing. That was a mistake. I think he's more talking to his current team, and he likes the way that they're playing ball, and he likes that there's not, a diva wide receiver. Like, you can make the case, well, if there's not a diva receiver, who is he throwing shade to? I don't think he's throwing Diggs at Diggs, but I can certainly understand why it comes across that way.
I've gotten tired of the leaps and it seems like we all take right now. For everything Josh Allen says, if it's about a wide receiver on his current team, has to be an insult or throwing shade at Stephon Diggs. I think obviously a quarterback likes a wide receiver who doesn't complain at him. I get what he's saying there about, doing what's best for the team. But, he could just be talking about the current group of wide receivers. He likes the attitude of the current group of receivers. It doesn't have to be about Diggs. Not every comment Josh Allen makes is about Diggs. It feels like we're trying to turn every conversation or quote that Josh Allen has to say into something about Stephon Diggs. It's getting tiring.
But we love storylines. We love drama. Like, that's why we do it. Like, these Florios of the world and people that are, the aggregators on Twitter, drama sells. And whenever he says that it's so nice that we have these receivers who don't care about their stats, it's very easy to jump to that conclusion, and it's going to happen every single time. Like Josh Allen, he backed into the hedges yesterday, tried to back it down. Well, I'm not talking about it. I have love for 14, blah, 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 blah. At the same time, though, when Allen says that, he has to know, even if he doesn't mean it, he has to know that it's going to be perceived that way.
And there also has to be when you know what he's coming out of from a year ago, and we know how much it was publicized, there's absolutely no doubt that there was at least a small amount of a dig at Diggs in the way he positioned it, because he didn't have to position it like that.
How would you like him to position it? I think he likes being in an offense now, and maybe this is why he was so turnover prone before, where he felt like because they only had the one alpha receiver, it was Stephon Diggs and a bunch of jobbers, to where the first read was always Diggs. The focus of the offense was Diggs, 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 Diggs. And now he probably feels more free that he's able to just scan the field, go to the open man, and not have to force feed the ball to Diggs because he's the only guy there. And that's where the offense is completely directed. Now it's spread out. He's more free. He's playing loose. I think that's what he's talking about.
I do too. But if you're asked the question, I love the way we're playing right now. Done.
Yeah, he could have. No, I will give you that. He could have answered it better.
He didn't answer it in a way that silences that story.
The depth that he went into and the fact that he could have said with a new set of receivers, including some younger guys, things could have gone a variety of different ways and give flowers to each individual guy. But because he went deeper into the way he elaborated, and also because of who he had and what was, what we saw when he was there, I think there was something to it.
4631, this is a nothing burger. 8894 show sucks, guys. Thank you for listening. 8807
Friday.
everybody eats mentality is easy for quarterbacks to say while they get paid. Receivers get paid by their stats, so I get it. I think it's a fair point. Ocho, I hate when my favorite team plays primetime games. I'm a noon kickoff guy, and I hate waiting all day for Sunday night. I like to watch the majority of games. I like the red zone aspect of it. I like my team playing in a standalone game. That way I can watch the rest of the league because they don't stagger kickoffs like they should.
Yeah, I love the fact that you can just watch so many games, and if you got the ticket and you can bounce around and then to the red zone and you can catch every minute of every game that matters. I love that aspect of it.
0452 smartest take ever from the man behind the glass. So tired of everything being about drama on the show. Feels like a women's talk show sometime. That's chauvinist. That's a chauvinist text. You're saying that women love drama. You're taking a cheap shot at women. 0452.
So we can be the listen instead of the view.
Yeah, there you go. 9221, 100% a shot at Diggs. And then 4631, NFL players aren't naturally gifted talkers. He just talking. You're probably right. But as soon as you say that, it's going to go ahead and put gas on the flames. All right, 713-780-3776. Hayes Carlion, Jags reporter, co-host of the Frangie Show on 1010XL in Jacksonville. Join us as we go behind enemy lines next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by Hayes Carline, Jags reporter, co-host of the Frangie Show on 1010XL in Jacksonville. Hayes, thanks for taking time to hang out with us in the middle of a hurricane. We hope that you're staying safe. Jacksonville 0-3 right now. What's wrong with the Jags?
Yeah, gentlemen, thank you so much for having me on. Always a pleasure. And really everything is wrong with the Jags right now. You have to wonder if Doug Peterson's message is getting through to them. They're 1-8 in their last 9 games. The one victory was over the Carolina Panthers late last season in Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence has lost his last 8 starts. I think offensively, schematically, it's just not where the league is. What they're doing offensively, I think, has been figured out. I think it's borderline obsolete. And defensively, they were playing very well for the first couple of weeks, but then that really got away from them Monday night in Buffalo. They just were completely dissected by the Bills. Josh Allen only threw 2 passes in the second half because they'd already done all the damage, leading 35-3 at the half, or 34-3 at the half. So right now, there's not a lot the Jaguars can really hang their hat on either side of the football, and they're beat up. So it's they're in a tough spot at 0-3.
Hayes, I'm curious. We've heard a lot of rumblings. We've had guests on the show. You read the social media, the rumors of Belichick being the next coach of the Jags, to the fact that Trevor Lawrence's body language and everything that you see on the sidelines looks like there's a disconnect with the coaching staff. How bad is it really, and how realistic are some of these rumors?
I think it's a little. It's a little early in terms of that because they just still have so much of the season left. I don't really have great faith that they'll be able to turn it around, but they do have 14 games left. But yeah, look, if it ends up going south and Doug Peterson gets fired, we know ownership is enamored with Bill Belichick, and he's 72. I don't know that that's the direction that would be best, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Shad Khan had an interest in making Bill Belichick his coach. So, it's certainly not something I'm discounting. I think at this point they'd be better off trying to find the next innovative offensive mind. The problem there is you don't know if that person is going to be able to be a leader of men like DeMeco Ryans there in Houston. And so that's a concern in terms of hiring the hot offensive coordinator. But whoever the next coach is, Trevor Lawrence is going to be the centerpiece of that new regime. And you've got to find somebody that can be a good partner for Trevor Lawrence, because right now it just doesn't seem like Doug Peterson is really able to either reach him or get consistently strong play out of him.
Yeah, DeMeco is a leader of men, but he plays his starters up by 27 with minutes left to play and cost Tank Dell this week probably. Hayes Carline joining us on the HRP guest line. The Jags also, though, are dealing with injuries. Evan Ingram last year, one of the most targeted receivers in the NFL. Yes, I know he's a tight end, but he was one of the most targeted players in the NFL, period. A much different offense without him. What's the latest on him?
I think it's going to be a stretch to see him on Sunday with the hamstring. He did not practice today. And so, yeah, it's a big loss. Absolutely, it's a big loss. The Jaguars don't do a great job anyway of really attacking the middle of the field, and Evan Ingram is really their best guy for that. Brenton Strange, a second-round pick from a year ago, has done an adequate job filling in for Evan Ingram, but, he's just not the same player as the receiver. So it's a big loss. It's one in which it's a void they can't really fill. And, they've got some other issues in addition to Evan Ingram. Boye Aluakon is not going to be available with the foot. And, he's led the NFL in tackles 2 of the last 3 years. He's their communication leader on that side of the ball. And linebacker Devin Lloyd popped up today on the injury report with a knee and did not participate. That was a little bit of a surprise, so that'll bear monitoring as well. So, but certainly not having Ingram, not having Boye Aluakon, you're not only losing production, you're losing incredible leadership with those 2 guys.
Hayes, there were high expectations, as we know, for this team, and we thought that the Jags coming off last season were going to be better. than a year ago and maybe compete for the division title. Where have been some of the most glaring weaknesses been, aside from Trevor Lawrence, because we know he hasn't been great? Where else should we be looking at possible weaknesses in terms of this team?
Really, I think it's more a mentally. So far, they've shown to be a mentally weak team, and obviously these are all tough men. We get it. It's the NFL. I'm not suggesting they're not tough, but it's like, are you tough compared to the other 31 clubs? And in the opener, I mean, they have Miami on the road. I mean, they are getting ready to knock out the Dolphins in Miami in week 1, and Travis Etienne fumbles at the 2-yard line. The ball goes into the end zone. The Dolphins recover it. The Jaguars are still up 10 points late third quarter when this happened. But the Dolphins on the next play hit a bomb to Tyreek Hill. They come back and win the game. And it's like the Jaguars just have not recovered from that. And which is inexcusable. I mean, it's the NFL. Bad things are going to happen. You're going to have adversity. You got to overcome it. They had no energy against Cleveland in the home opener. Lost that game to a Browns team that really seems to be struggling. And then they no-show on Monday night when you're 0-2 and going to play the Bills, who historically they played well against. Beat them last year in London. They'd beaten Josh Allen 9-6 in the Urban Meyer debacle year. So they'd had some surprising success against Buffalo. And to go in there when you're 0-2 and to not even show any signs of life, incredibly disappointing. So to me, it's more of a mental thing. Like, are they going to is this the week that they get livid? Is this the week that they say, all right, no more of this. We have a season to save. I've seen no indication that this is a team that can do that. And we'll find out Sunday, because obviously the only chance of getting back into this thing is winning Sunday in Houston, where they did win there last year. And if you're able to do that, now you're 1-3, but you're 1-0. You've probably won your hardest division game of the season, and the schedule starts to ease up a little bit. With a loss, obviously you're 0-4, and you're up against some just crushing historical data in terms of getting into the playoffs.
And you're a game back in the division too, if you win on Sunday. Being joined by Hayes Carlyon, Jags reporter, co-host of the Frangie Show, 1010 XL in Jacksonville. When you look at some of the individual matchups in this one, what worries you from a Jacksonville perspective?
I don't see how they're going to block Anderson and Hunter. Cam Robinson has been a big disappointment this season. He's a savvy veteran. He's been around for a long time, but for whatever reason, he's gotten off to a very slow start. And on the other side, right tackle Anton Harrison, who they felt really great about, had a good rookie season, and they thought he was getting ready to really elevate into a potential star player, and he has really struggled as well. So really going into the season, the concern for the offensive line was the interior, and it's been the tackles that have really been the most disappointing. So I have to think, Houston's going to feel really good about being able to get consistent pressure on Trevor Lawrence without having to devote resources through the blitz.
Hey, Hayes, we've heard all about it. I'm curious from your perspective, is it more of a system and coaching issue with your quarterback? He got the big contract. Everybody talking about Trevor Lawrence. He's got the commercials and all the kind of hype train. But is this fixable? Because we've been through these situations even before Deshaun got a big contract. At a certain point, you start wondering, is it him and the ability, or is it truly just the system and coaching?
I think it's more coaching. I think Trevor Lawrence can be a good player in this league. He's got to improve his instincts. That's something that I do think we sort of missed with him coming out of Clemson, is in high school and in college, he won all these games and won them by a lot of points for the most part. He really hadn't been in a lot of situational football. And so I think his instinct, because he's still a young guy, he's only 24, he's younger than Will Levis, who, it doesn't feel like it should be that way with Trevor being in his fourth year. But, he was 3-and-out at Clemson, and his instincts just need to improve, and I think they will. But I do think it's more the system. I think what the Jaguars are doing offensively, maybe it could work in 2017. I just think that the league has evolved, and Doug Peterson and Press Taylor have not really evolved with it. And I think they've been caught. And so I think Trevor Lawrence with the right coach, if let's say Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, if he ends up getting the Jacksonville job, should it come open, that's the partnership that I think somebody can get Trevor Lawrence playing in the top quadrant. I don't know that we're ever going to see Trevor Lawrence as a top 3 or 4 quarterback in this league, but I think he's very much capable of being a top, 8 quarterback in this league. But he's not, and he's not without fault. He's not playing well, but I think it's more Doug Peterson and Press Taylor than I think it's Trevor Lawrence.
Hayes, really great insight from the Jags' perspective. Stay safe and catch up with you down the road.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Take care.
It's Hayes Carline, Jags reporter, co-host of the Frangie Show on 1010XL in Jacksonville. One of those coaches there, probably on the hot seat, Doug Peterson. 3 weeks into the season, who's on your head coach hot seat? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Poor Marines making fun of me for saying be safe during the hurricane. Apparently Jacksonville is not going to get hit by the hurricane. It's probably changed its course because I told I told him to be safe. 713-780-3776.
So now you're a hurricane influencer too?
Yeah, I am an influencer. I am an influencer.
I mean,
I can't control who I influence.
They will get some wind and rain, but yeah, they're not in the direct path.
It shows that it's very sunny in Jacksonville. Maybe it was me just telling him, hey, stay safe with the weather. Put on some sunscreen. I don't know what the color of his skin is, but if he's very white.
He is white.
There you go. I'm looking out for his his skin. I don't want him to get burnt. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary didn't like something that he had to say. Gary, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Just want to say, I despise when everybody blames the quarterback's failures on the coach, the surroundings, the offensive line. Like, wasn't it Urban Meyer's fault while he was a disaster his rookie year? And then now it's Doug Peterson. The other thing is, as a quarterback, if you need a good offensive line, a good head coach, a good owner, a good running back, good receivers, then guess what? You're not that good if you need all of that to succeed. Last point, Bryce Young in Carolina. They just put Andy freaking Dalton in the same exact offense, the same exact coach, with the same exact wide receivers, and he looked like a serviceable quarterback because Bryce Young is not good. Trevor Lawrence, thus far, has not been very good. And it's not the freaking coaches. Like, that's just like the go-to reflexive thing for everybody. Quarterback sucks. Oh, my God, the coach is bad. What if the player isn't good? 80% of this is the player. Remember the Texans had the worst offensive line and the worst wide receivers in the league last year? Well, maybe not worst offensive line. A bad O-line, worst wide receivers in the league. But then C.J. Stroud is good, and now Nico Collins is a freaking top 10 wide receiver. Funny how that happened. It's not the coaches and the O-line. It's the player. Some players are good. Some of them are bad. It's a hard job. Everybody can't do it.
Rack 'em, Gary. Don't only call in with general manager talk. That was solid, buddy. Good stuff right there. Look, I don't disagree. I've never been a huge fan of Trevor Lawrence.
Because he has blonde hair, isn't it?
And that has nothing to do with it. But I know that the hype train was huge when he came in and where he was drafted and all that. But I just haven't seen him be the kind of player he's supposed to be. And the Bryce Young comments are right on point there as well. It's interesting to see how, when you see this thing play out because they've committed all that money to him. And, the Urban Meyer thing wasn't his fault, but, no matter what the coaching staff has brought and who he's played under, I see the same old guy. And I don't believe in him. And I don't know how long, that they're going to have to keep him because of the money. But I don't know how long he deserves to just be given a starting job if he keeps playing like this.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to.
Well, they've nowhere to go
bench him for Mac Jones, but I agree with everything that Gary said. I don't think that their skill position players are that bad. Now, not having Evan Ingram's a pretty big loss when you look at what he's had to do this year. I think Travis Etienne's a fine running back. I think their receivers are okay. Christian Kirk has had some good years there. Has had a good year there. I think Gabe Davis is all right, and then I really like Brian Thomas Jr. So I don't think that they've failed Trevor Lawrence in terms of putting talent around him either. Now, if you look back at his second year in the NFL, he was all right. He was good. 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Actually finished top 10 in MVP that year. I think he's gone backwards since then. I think Gary hit the nail on the head here. I would have Lawrence probably around the 25th best quarterback in the NFL. And is that good enough to win games? Not really. It's bottom third. It's bottom third of the NFL.
And it shouldn't be good enough to be getting, $280 million or whatever it is guaranteed and get all the things that he's gotten. But I mean, that's the system that we watch unfold every week with quarterbacks. But, I just think I don't think he's ever lived up to the hype train, but now it's even more vital. And I got to believe in the Jacksonville community. They're getting pretty disgusted with the fact that they paid this dude big dollars and they're stuck with him.
Yeah. Who is on the hot seat? Which NFL head coaches 3 weeks into the season are on the hot seat? I think we talked about one of them with Peterson.
Yeah. I think the first one that comes to my mind when you start looking at the teams and the shortcomings, I look at Mike McCarthy. I look at a guy that, Jerry Jones has said we're going for it. And Jerry Jones didn't exactly go for it as a general manager, but at the same time, they had high expectations for McCarthy last year of his deal. He knew that this was kind of his last chance to put up or shut up. To get any kind of an extension. And I think that the way the Cowboys have played is an extreme disappointment. We know that everything is in disarray. We hear the players infighting. We hear everybody pointing fingers. And I think that Mike McCarthy is a guy that Jerry Jones would have no qualms about, with nothing financially long-term to worry about, that he would just basically pull the plug on.
Yeah, Jones gets that reputation of like the Jimmy Johnson stuff, but he's been kind of soft with his head coaches over the years. Like it took him forever to fire Jason Garrett. There was some thought that he could move on from McCarthy after last year, did not. I would have McCarthy on the hot seat too. I just don't think that Jerry Jones is like as willy-nilly firing head coaches as he used to be way back in the day, probably because he controls the head coaches he has now. Of the 0-3 teams, I actually only think that there's one on the hot seat. Cincinnati, I don't think that Taylor's on the hot seat. You look at Tennessee with Callahan, year one, don't think he would be on the hot seat. So Peterson would be the only 0-3 head coach that I would have on the hot seat. Pierce, no. McDaniel, no. Morris, no. Gerard Mayo, no. Peyton, no. Arizona, no. Rams, no. Baltimore, no. Stefanski?
I think he's definitely on the hot seat. I think he's on the hot seat.
Stefanski?
You can't fire Deshaun,
Exactly.
so you fire the coach.
That's
At what point does Stefanski start coaching for his job and bench Deshaun?
I don't think he's going to be allowed to.
I don't either.
Yeah, I no way. Jimmy, what's his name? The owner there, is it Haslam?
Yeah.
Jimmy Haslam's not going to come in and allow anybody to bench the guy that he committed all those financial resources and gave up the assets to get. I just don't think they'd allow it, but they should do it.
Shanahan, no. Steichen, no. Dable? Yeah, Brian Dable
Possibly.
on the hot seat?
I think Neighbors is going to save his job. The offenses look pretty decent. I think they're going to give him another shot with another quarterback next year.
I think they do need to win some games, though.
Sure.
Like if they go 4-13, I think he could get the
If he
X.
wins 6, I think he's
Six,
safe.
I think he's safe.
6+.
Yeah, I even think with 5 is like maybe the bridge there, like right on the middle. I think he saves his job with 6.
Might have the hot seat bowl tonight, because if McCarthy loses, he might be on the hot seat super quick.
Yeah,
and if Dable wins, he could do a lot to solidify his job if he beat the Cowboys.
Canales, Carolina?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so after a year. I think Eberflus is definitely on the hot seat. If they
There's
go
no
4-13, he's a defensive-minded coach. Caleb Williams looks somewhat decent. Yeah, you bring in an offensive, guru, offensive genius, pair him with Caleb Williams.
Yeah, there's no doubt that because he is the franchise and they have such high expectations. I think he basically saved his job with that push late in the year last year. But if it doesn't go well with everybody's sexy pick to make the playoffs and make a splash with all the weapons they put around him this year, he's gone pretty quick.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. A couple of the other ones on here. Dennis Allen's not hot right now, but if they just are awful down the stretch, I think he could become. I think that seat could become hot.
Yeah, no, it could. And again, in another situation where they went out and they traded, or they traded for, they got Carr, they have the money that they have to pay him. I don't know that they're going to pull the plug on him, but yeah, Dennis Allen's going to be the first guy to wear it if they do go south.
Yeah. They've been playing pretty well though. Quinn, no. D'Amico, no. Robert Saleh?
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's hot right now.
Not right
now. If they
now.
miss the playoffs, he could be fired.
Yeah. The expectation is from the minute that you brought Rodgers into the room with Woody Johnson and everybody else, the expectation is not, like Greenberg said yesterday, maybe not Super Bowl, but the expectations are you break that string of not making the playoffs. If they're bounced or they're struggling, he's gone.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Things are looking okay there now since they're 2-1. Bowles, no. Nick Sirianni, I think, would be the same conversation as Saleh.
If they miss the playoffs, he's out, but
I think it'd be the same as Saleh.
Right now, he's okay.
Yeah.
I actually think that because of the Saquon move too, I think they got to not only make the playoffs, but they got to do something in the playoffs because the expectations were so high. Yeah.
I don't know.
I can
if
see
they're
that.
ousted in the wild card round, you think he's fired?
I think he is.
If they make the wild card and get embarrassed, I think he's gone. I would agree with that.
I think they got to win. Period. If they lose, even if they're not embarrassed, I think they'll look at Belichick. They'll look at a guy that is a proven, established guy, because I think he's lost some control along with the credibility when he came in and the offense. And you've heard the rumors about him and Hurts.
Yeah, although that's supposedly gotten good since he took a hands-off approach and brought in Kellen Moore.
They got to win.
Yeah, I don't know if like the Hurts drama though is there since he no longer really is involved offensively. That was the whole purpose of bringing in Kellen Moore.
Yeah, we'll see, because Moore was there when they said that things were still dicey, but
last week's win I think helped.
This is Moore's first year.
I know, but I'm saying they were still talking about it after Kellen Moore signed, and they were practicing and playing games and doing all these things. There were reports that he and Sirianni were still sideways
from last year.
I heard this year.
Okay. Harbaugh, no.
Which one?
the one in LA.
Oh,
yeah, both.
Okay.
But either one.
I've heard a lot of things coming out of the Ravens that there's a lot of people pointing fingers at Harbaugh.
Where'd you hear this from?
It's been on social media. There's been in articles. There's been.
I haven't seen this at all. Have you seen this?
No. Did the account have an egg for the photo? Oh, it's a joke.
Where have you seen it?
I couldn't see
Jeremy.
Harbaugh getting fired.
I want to see
either
this.
one.
Okay.
Yeah. Next time you see it, let me know.
Sure.
Send it to me. Not McVay. LaFleur.
No way.
No chance.
O'Connell's a stud. Tomlin, no chance. McDermott's 3-0. Seattle first year coach, and they're 3-0. And then Andy Reid's Andy Reid. So I think we nailed them all. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive of the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, NFL hot take here. Hear me out.
That's always going to be good.
The Titans are 0-3. I think they have a better chance of winning with Mason Rudolph as quarterback. Hear me out. They spent the most money in the offseason on free agents, Pollard, Ridley, and Snead at quarterback. Rudolph's 4 games last year with Pittsburgh led him to the playoffs, didn't throw an interception, over 700 yards passing. Rudolph is better right now than Will Levis.
Yeah, I don't really have any qualms with it.
No, and I mean,
I don't know how good Rudolph is, but Levis sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Levis sucks, and the fact that you already seen a guy drafted higher get sat down faster in Bryce Young. If you think you have a better chance to win with Rudolph, and maybe it helps Levis to sit and watch a little bit, I could see that happening.
No, I don't disagree. I think Rudolph probably gives the Titans a better chance to win right now. But because of where the Titans are as an organization, they're not a team with playoff aspirations. They have a first-year head coach. I don't think that the leash is that short for Levis. I think they'll let it play out a little bit longer.
It's quite possible. I mean, look, he had opportunities just with the mistakes that he made and continued to make, where as much as he showed his frustration, that even in a game, you could yank him at a certain point to send a message. So I think they'll wait it out a little bit. But I also believe that, the games against the Texans for sure matter too. And Amy Skunk is going to probably be knocking down the door every now and then to ask about what else to do.
Do you think Amy Skunk is telling Callahan who to play at quarterback?
You know how much she's gotten involved in every aspect of it. We know how much it means to this whole Houston thing too. But you know that her expectation was that, they were doing a lot of things to be better. And so far they haven't been. And we know owners meddle.
Has she ever been one to meddle to? Well, you said it.
I did.
Don't get annoyed that I'm pushing back at something you said
today. It's
fine.
I
picked on 2 things. Stop being so sensitive.
Yeah,
have we ever seen anything that she's done where she's meddling on starters? I've never seen that. I'm asking if you have.
I would say that she meddles with the team. She meddles with the coach. She meddled with. She didn't with Vrabel. I mean, they let Henry walk, but whatever the case may be, she meddles with a lot of things. And that winning, they want to win as much as their roster doesn't say they should. I believe she wants to win now.
I don't believe that she's telling the head coach who to play a quarterback. That's just me. 5535. Why not start Mac Jones? He's a first rounder too, huh? That's had some decent success. I think it depends on. It matters who drafted him in the first round. Like Jacksonville drafted Lawrence in the first round. They didn't draft Mac in the first round, although he was a first rounder. And then also the money situation. Like they have so much money invested in Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. No. Look, I think that's the biggest key. You're stuck. And you are stuck with that guy. It's not like the whole Trey Lance situation and it doesn't work out. And then you get a guy on the cheap and Brock Purdy and he comes in to save the day and you're able to get out from under it. This is one where that mega deal's in place. And so therefore, kind of like Cleveland, coaches are going to go well before anything's going to be done with either the quarterback in Cleveland or the quarterback in Jacksonville.
Rocky Eberflus gets fired. USC tanks. Lincoln Riley gets fired. Does Chicago reach out to Lincoln Riley as the next head coach of the Bears? I don't think if USC is bad and they fire Riley, they would hire Riley as their head coach. Although Arizona did that with Cliff Kingsbury once upon a time. I think that it would take Riley to be really good. But I don't really see Riley in the NFL.
I don't either. I don't know how he translates to the NFL. I think that USC is decent, but I think that they might request an interview if Caleb wanted to do it. I mean, I think they would at least interview him.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. NFL fact or fiction. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, right here in the Med Center, he is helping people on a daily basis. He does so much for so many, but the thing that I'm personally involved with, because I've had experience with, is the Neograph procedure and the PRP treatment. treatments. Granado and I both did them. Granado and I will both tell you over and over again, Doc Linville is the best for a reason. He gets results. He gets you your hair back, and he does it in such a way that it's so easy for you. You see the results almost immediately, but as you go 6 to 9 months down the road, you see your hair growing thick, strong, going to be with you for the long haul. And as he explained it all to me, just like he can explain it to you, it really makes a lot of sense. It's not all the gimmicky stuff that just mask the problem. You actually solve the problem. He explained a factoid that I never knew, which was genetically, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he takes some of that and repurposes it with the NeoGraft procedure. He can get your hairline back. He can cover up that bald spot on top. And the results are there, and you see them on a daily basis. And the PRP treatment, you've heard them used. PRP's been used with athletes for a long time, with knees and shoulders and things like that. It's also great for your hair. If you have hair still on your head, but it's just not as thick as it used to be, the PRP treatment actually kind of like fertilizer for your lawn, fortifies the hairs and the follicles, get some thicker, stronger, longer, and they're there for a long time. Check it out today. Go to 975hair.com. All the information starts there. Sign up for a free consultation. When you do, you'll find out it doesn't cost you a thing. People off the street getting that same consultation pay $150. You pay absolutely nothing. No signing on a dotted line or committing in any way, shape, or form. Just go in, get questions answered, and figure out and find out more about the procedures that they offer to see if it might be right for you too. I did it. Couldn't be happier with it. I speak for him for a reason. He's the best. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
U of H taking on Iowa State Saturday, September 28th. TDECU State weather's going to be unbelievable. Chamber of Commerce evening at TDECU Stadium Saturday night. Family weekend, too. Hispanic Heritage game. A night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Family night special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Going to give away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Caller number 3 going to see Houston in the Big 12 home opener, hosting 18th ranked, undefeated Iowa State. First ever matchup between these two teams. I was there was no sports on last night. I used that word strategically. There were no sports on last night. No Astros. It was a Wednesday. I guess you could have watched like Dodgers, Padres, or some other regional baseball game. So I saw on Twitter. I was doing some stuff around the house, and I looked at Twitter, and I saw people tweeting that there was chippiness in a WNBA game, and I was like, oh, some chippy. I like chippiness. I like a little physical basketball. I like drama. I went to turn on the television to actually put it on some WNBA basketball, which I don't ever do. And as I was on my way to put it on some WNBA basketball, because of the physicalness, I saw that House Hunters was on, and I never got there. Never made it.
Lucky you.
I saw the House Hunter thingy.
I was watching baseball, and a buddy of mine who is a high school girls basketball coach who is just, dialed in every time Caitlin does anything, texts me all the time about how she's getting just mistreated and beat up and things like that. And I happened to flip over and saw a little of it, but there's a lot of people that are excited that her season's over. The fact is she did more.
Oh, they lost?
Yeah,
She's
they
done?
lost. They're out. They're done. There was chippiness, but they didn't have the team, at the same time. There were a lot of women in that league still going at her, and I just think they need to tip the cap and say she did a whole hell of a lot to put a whole lot of money in a lot of women's pockets, but season over.
I almost watched. I don't even know it was I think it might have been the second game. Was there two games on last night?
The second game was Minnesota Phoenix.
I think that's the one where there was almost a fight.
She shoved the center for Connecticut at one point during the game, and it got chippy between them. And then when it was basically decided, Connecticut was talking mess to the.
But was there a physical fight?
She shoved
in the other game.
I don't know.
Yeah, because it was like around 9, I think.
The late game was the Phoenix Minnesota game. Tarazi, I guess her last game. I read about it. I didn't see it.
Anyways, I saw a house. They found a house.
Good.
They did get one there. I almost made it. I was like at step 4 on my 10-step journey to watch a WNBA.
Need renovations or good to go?
No, it always needs renovations. There's always drama. There's always conflict. There's always something that has to be done.
I love those shows. The couple of them got canceled. I used to watch. There was one based.
What did they do? They were saying things they shouldn't be saying in 2024.
I don't know. There was one based out of Vegas that was I was always watching it because I was curious, like who wants to live that, where in Vegas and how close to the Strip and things like that. That was good, but they canceled after like 2 years.
Yeah, they are. I do like it. If there's nothing else on, just turn that on. A good show to fall asleep to too. You don't really care that much. You're not really that invested. You kind of fall asleep on them. All right, NFL Fact or Fiction just had a tag 0979. Fact or Fiction? Steelers make the playoffs.
I think it's fiction. I just can't see this Cinderella slipper staying on all season. I just think great start for them. Justin Fields still has plenty of holes in his game. I just can't see it.
I don't either. I kind of feel like Tomlin's going to get them to a winning record, though. And this whole Tomlin never having a sub 500 season will live to see another year. I'm starting to get closer to that. I can't go as far to the playoffs with them yet, although couple of teams that we thought were going to be playoff teams in the AFC, I think you can go ahead and kick them out.
In their division.
Like Cincinnati probably out, the Dolphins because they don't have quarterback play, although they do have a Pro Bowler waiting in the wings. But the Dolphins, probably a team that some had in the postseason, probably out. I had the Colts in the postseason. I don't feel great about that now. So I do think that like the 6th and the 7th spot in the AFC is far more open now than it was at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, no, I think that the chances are better because of their own division start there. But look at, we talked about Miami and Miami being a team, as long as Tua was in the mix, that Miami had the offense to be competing. You mentioned Indianapolis, Jacksonville lesser than, Baltimore struggling. A lot of the teams that we either thought were going to be in or teetering on it have left the door wide open for the Steelers. Kudos on them for starting the season 3-0. I can't see it.
Josh Allen's the best player in the NFL right now.
Ooh, I think he's the leading candidate for MVP 3 weeks in. I can't say that he's the best player in the NFL.
That's where I'm at too. I'm not picking him over Mahomes.
No.
If I had a team and everything else was the same, ceteris paribus, if everything else was the same, give me Pat Mahomes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like you can't take Allen over Mahomes. Now I think that Allen's playing the best. I'm with you that if I had an MVP vote after 3 weeks, it would go to Josh Allen. But who's going to win 3 games in a row in the postseason and win a Super Bowl? I'm picking Mahomes.
No doubt. And the Andy Reid factor is huge as well, too. I mean, as good as Brady's been for the Bills, but Andy Reid might be the best play caller of all time in the history of the league.
Cincinnati, the most disappointing 0-3 team.
they're definitely to this point the most disappointing. I mean, look, if you've got your own guys talking about how we're the team to beat in the AFC, and they look at times like they can play with anybody, to be where they are after what everybody thought of Burrow being back, and as long as he's healthy and getting the guys that he has, they've been a massive disappointment.
The other 0-3 teams too, like, okay, Jacksonville's 0-3. That doesn't surprise me much. Tennessee's 0-3. Doesn't surprise me much. Yeah, this is an easy fact. Easy fact that Cincy's the most disappointing 0-3 team. Jaden Daniels is the 2024 version of 2023 CJ Stroud.
Wow. Yeah, I got to see the full body of work right now.
There's
a case to be made that Jaden Daniels, if he does this all year, he definitely can be compared to CJ Stroud. As much as it was supposed to be Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels looks damn good right now.
It's good to be the number 2 quarterback in the NFL in the draft, which was not something you wanted to be in the past. Like, there hadn't been a whole lot of great quarterbacks drafted at 2 in league history.
See a lot of people giving
Stroud
Herbie
this year and Daniels this year.
Yeah, that's a good call at number 2 because everybody's giving Herb Street flowers because he said as much as everybody's enamored with Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels is the quarterback out of this draft.
I mean, through 3 games.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
I don't think Washington's going to make the playoffs, though, so I'm going to go fiction on this.
Okay.
I think Daniels can put up
that
the
matters.
numbers.
What stats-wise, if they're similar?
I mean, it says Jaden Daniels, the 2024 version of 23 Stroud. So I guess you can interpret this however you want. But for me, it's you better put up the numbers. You better be rookie of the year, and you better have the team success. I think Daniels could put up the numbers. I think Daniels could be the NFC rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
You're right.
Although at 2-1, like I think they have a shot, but I don't think that they'll be a playoff
KG
team.
will tell you anything's possible. I just as much as the NFC looks like there's plenty of openings to be had, and as good as they looked early, you're right. The last part of that, I think he'll win Rookie of the Year. I think that he's capable of putting up numbers that are going to be great for the season. I don't see them making the playoffs.
Steelers are the most dangerous team in the NFL.
Stop it. Just stop it. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's a fiction. I think the Vikings are more dangerous than the Steelers.
I do too. For sure, and I think that Pittsburgh lost Highsmith for a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
You lose one of your better defensive players. You're still riding out Justin Fields. As much as Justin Fields, people are going to be starting to collapse even more and just focus on the run and dare them offensively to beat them because I don't think they have hardly anything offensively. You have Justin Jefferson. We've talked about this in the past. Aaron Jones looks great. You're getting Hawkinson back. You're getting Addison back. Your line has been good. Yeah, I think the Vikings are a bigger threat than the Steelers.
I think I like Seattle more than Pittsburgh too.
Oh, for sure. And as much as I've crapped on Geno's had a hell of a start to the season too. Geno's played well. They got a really solid, good, young, defensive-minded head coach. They got some players too. And if you got DK Metcalf, you're in a good spot for some big plays.
A hot take: DK Metcalf is not their best receiver.
Olave, Smith and Jigba.
Mm-hmm. I like him more.
I'd still go DK. Yeah, I'd still go DK.
Trash it.
Okay, I don't know ball. All right, car wreck of the day.
Great game.
What do you mean? He had a great rookie year.
No, he didn't.
Jackson Smith and
He did
Jigba
not have a great rookie year.
Oh my goodness!
Pull up the numbers.
I will pull up the numbers
He
of
had
Jackson
an
Smith
okay
and Jigba.
rookie year.
I think you're
It's like
expecting
600,
way
700
too
yards.
much.
That's not
How
great.
many?
600-700
For a rookie?
Yeah, that's not a leap from what compared to his peers.
For a rookie, it's 63 catches, 628 yards, and 4 touchdowns. For a rookie, with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, that is a really good rookie year.
Didn't Tank go over 700?
Tank had a better rookie year, yes. Yeah, but that doesn't disqualify because another guy had a better rookie year than Jackson Smith and Jigba from having a good rookie year.
Like 11.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would
outdid him in 11 games.
That isn't because another rookie outplayed another rookie doesn't disqualify the lesser rookie from having a good rookie year.
Does,
no, it doesn't.
You're comparing.
You can have more than one good rookie season for a receiver.
You're comparing him to his peers, and we've seen so many rookie wide receivers.
No. Whenever you say a guy had a good rookie year,
numbers.
you're not ranking the rookies at the position.
Well, how can you say he's great if he's lower down on the list compared to his peers?
Because he also had a great year. Somebody else could have a greater year, but he had a great for a rookie. 63 catches over 600 yards is a great rookie year.
There.
Whenever you have DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett in the room with you, it's a great rookie year.
Now,
Was Tank better? Yeah.
I will say
Was Jordan Addison better? Yeah.
I will put a lot of the blame on Shea Waldron. I don't think he used them very well last year. There's a lot of passes behind the line of scrimmage, but I don't think he had a great year by any measure.
Agree to disagree. But yeah, I like that wide receiver trio. That's the point. All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that I'm nominating for you to do is to get on BetUS and play all of your plays. Another week starts tonight, so it's time for you to get on BetUS.com and lay down your bets. I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, and as you guessed, that's BetUS.com. Football is back, and it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today, BetUS.com, or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What you got?
I'll nominate myself because after we had the discussion about the playoff roster and I said that I would take Shea Whitcomb over Gray Kessinger, he didn't exactly make me look good yesterday.
4 errors was a
Yeah,
lot.
it's 4. Yeah.
Shea Witt drunk
He might have been.
during that
Shea Witt hungover.
Shea Witt intoxicated.
They weren't very smooth. They weren't very tough plays, and he did not make them.
Apparently, it was one off a modern day record.
Yeah, 5. Well,
5 is the
obviously.
modern day record. Has it happened multiple times?
I don't know. The only other note I heard on it, apparently Tommy John once committed 3 errors in a single inning.
Tommy John was in the news last couple
Yeah,
of days.
yeah. He almost made car wreck today, but I decided it's like, nah, it's not worth it.
That's quite the conspiracy.
Especially since what he's conspiring happened like 8 years after he was left off the ballot.
That's right. That's right.
It's kind of, it's hot. I don't know how Tommy John makes the case.
He might have a case to be a Hall of Famer, though. Maybe not for the reasons.
He'd make it in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Got
'cause you just have to be
288
famous.
wins.
How many?
288.
Okay. Yeah.
He had a hell of a career.
There's an argument there.
Cy Young runner-up twice.
It's hard. Isn't it hard to put you in, though, without a Cy Young?
Nolan Ryan doesn't have one.
Okay, good point. Fair. Yeah.
It's borderline. That's more wins than I thought he had.
It would, yeah. I would have guessed low 200s.
And he missed a year because of Tommy John.
Some injury that we had no way we know what it was.
I want to nominate the Reds for bunting in the 7th inning with a perfect game going for the Guardians. That's so Bush League. It's Bush League. You're eliminated from the playoffs. It's some no-name jabroni that's doing it. No one wants to see you break up a perfect game in the 7th inning when you're a losing team. I nominate the Reds bunting in the 7th inning with a perfect game going on.
I saw you getting into this with Manny and P.
did.
Randizzle. There was some passion in that. I mean, it's
Play to win the game.
It's an unwritten rule of baseball. The only problem is it was a 2-0 game in the 6th inning. If you thought you could get something started that gets you back in the game, there's some justification to trying it.
Yeah, but not when you're a losing team in a regular season in 162 games. They need to embrace the suck, the Reds do. It's better for them to lose games.
My car wreck of the day, I don't know if you guys saw this. So Deshaun Watson, he's always a car wreck of the day. But he had a second last possession of their game against the Giants this last week, which they lost. They had a 4th and 1 play where Jordan Akins runs wide open. Deshaun doesn't pass it to him, runs it into the line. They don't get it. They lose the game. He was asked about it in a press conference afterwards, and his defense for not seeing Jordan Akins not throwing the ball for an easy completion on 4th and 1 could have saved them the game. Says, well, he was the decoy, so I can't throw it to him. What? What are you talking about?
Him saying this
okay, maybe he's not your first read. Maybe that, sure, he's a decoy. He's not your first read. But you can still throw him the ball. It's not illegal to throw him the ball if he's wide open.
Maybe Deshaun thought he was illegal. Or he thought he was an illegal man downfield.
Sean does have a knowledge of what's illegal and what's legal, I think. So
I think he's got a blind spot there.
I think he just doesn't care.
I think there might be something to be said about that.
Maybe both. Is Jordan Akins Deshaun's personal third string tight end?
Must be.
That guy just follows Deshaun around everywhere.
And loves him. He's always outspoken about it.
Yeah. Akins is?
Oh, yeah.
That's so weird.
Did you see Ricky Henderson?
Uh-uh.
So they asked Josh Reddick and a lot of ex-A's about the A's playing their last game in Oakland, and Reddick was really passionate and really defensive of the fact that they should never leave. And Ricky Henderson's, one of his quotes, "I can't be mad. I got too much money." And then he put it back on Oakland for messing up and letting the team get away.
That was my take with Jose Abreu earlier. 3209 car wreck is John Fisher for being a coward in Oakland. I actually nominate Oakland. Oakland went 40. Ricky. They went 42,000 strong today. Do that every game and you're not moving.
How long do they have to get a new stadium? At some point, it's on the city, right?
I mean, again,
or the fans not
to
showing
your point,
up to
Brian,
give them the financial
stadiums, because the Warriors left, the Raiders left, and the A's left. At a certain point, if you allocate some funds, you keep at least one of those teams.
Josh from Seabrook Minor, car wreck of the day, blankers for calling Eddie Dalton the Red Rocket instead of Red Rifle. That was just an inside joke of the show. Yeah, 7308, I nominate Twitch chat for the car wreck of the day. Texas versus Twitch. The war's back on. All right, what's winning?
Deshaun?
Yeah, let's go to Deshaun.
Let's go to Sean. That's fine.
He needs to win badly.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations, Deshaun. Does it for us. He's Brian doing the hard work. He's Blank on Brand, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.